If she could move, she would have jumped up and hit little Lolita's head hard. Chen Kexin. What on earth is this girl asking? I just asked her for consultation on Ling Juan's future plans and views. But she took the liberty to ask what kind of question is this? How will Ling Juan see me now? And this whole virgin thing, I absolutely do not want to know. That's right, I don't care at all. O_O. I really don't want to know, truly don't want to. On the red bed, Su Qinj repeated in her mind that she didn't want to know. However, her attention was entirely focused on Ling Juan, expecting surprises, yet feeling uneasy. Deep down, she had already guessed the answer. After all, in this day and age, how many men could restrain themselves, and genuine good men were rare. Especially within a certain boastful culture, some despicable men even flaunted the number of women they had been with as a capital for daily bragging. Even though Ling Juan didn't appear to be such a person who toyed with women. At the age of his 20s, with youthful vigor, how many young men could control their desires? Ling Juan was probably the same. Of course, Su Qinj knew she had no right to blame him. After all, those were actions he took before knowing her. She couldn't possibly become a time-space cop and judge Ling Juan across time and space. However, although that was the case, perhaps due to her upbringing, Su Qinj's character was relatively conservative, always rejecting premarital relations with ridicule. So every time she thought of Ling Juan with other women having intimate relationships, she felt uncomfortable. Despite constantly reassuring herself that these were things of the past, and this was the way of the current era, needing to learn acceptance and understanding. However, a certain uncomfortable feeling kept churning and rising within her heart. Could this be what they call possessiveness? Realizing this, Su Qinj gradually calmed down, feeling a bit belatedly self-aware, confirming her emotions. Towards Ling Juan, it seemed as if she didn't only have feelings of gratitude. Otherwise, she shouldn't be experiencing emotional turbulence, right? Thinking this, Su Qinj began to self-reflect. On the other side, amid Chen Kexin's urging, Ling Juan's somewhat hesitant answer came. Actually, I am still. And so what? I'm proud to be a virgin. This is about being virtuous and understanding, a traditional Chinese virtue. I am a good man, the most affectionate in Shanghai. My first time belongs to my wife. Perhaps once he let go completely, Ling Juan's words flowed smoothly. He even crossed his arms, exhibiting a proud and authoritative posture. Humph, I am a virgin, and I am proud. Are you serious? Stop kidding me. Chen Kexin looked skeptical. Her views were similar to Su Qinj's, believing that Ling Juan's chastity should have been long gone. Ling Juan, This little Lolita is so bold and vigorous. Is this a fake Chunabu? But he also went all out. If girls don't mind, why should a grown man be afraid? I have assistance from Wu Gunyang. Wu Gunyang. Chen Kexin was taken aback and couldn't react for a moment. It wasn't until Ling Juan showed his muscular arm. Then he opened his rough right palm, griped the middle finger of his left hand, and started moving up and down. Craftsmanship, haven't heard of it? I usually watch short videos while exercising when it comes to movies. I personally prefer domestic works with a bit of plot for added flavor. And I always fast forward at least 1.5x speed, skip some details. Ling Juan showed a meaningful smile, shamelessly flaunting his behavior. Anyway, if you dare to ask, I dare to answer, and this is the truth. Hearing this, thinking about a certain website she had browsed before, Chen Kexin's face instantly turned red. You shameless! Upon hearing Ling Juan's words, the little Lolita understood in seconds. The blush on her cheeks quickly spread, resembling peach blossoms moistened by morning dew. Her eyes began to shift and avoid Ling Juan's gaze. Such a petty person! How dare she challenge me with such little skill? Ling Juan smirked inwardly, urging Chen Kexin to move on to the next question and not waste time. No, let Qinj's sister ask. I have something to attend to at home, so I need to go back first. Whether scared off by Ling Juan's shamelessness or not, Chen Kexin was immediately defeated and chose to flee on the spot. She thought that with her years of browsing uncensored Korean comics, she had transformed into an invincible master, easily able to control Ling Juan. But who would have thought ... The higher the skill, the greater the challenge. Proud of her abilities to make her besties blush and cover their ears on regular days, she was completely outmatched by Ling Juan. He was simply a rogue reborn. Oh, my poor king's sister ... Oh, will her fragrant body be defiled by this shameless scoundrel in the future ... No, oh. No, don't let this happen ... In a fit of sorrow and anger, Chen Kexin fled the scene, leaving behind Ling Juan with a face full of helplessness. Is this how you escape? Boring. Kinj, why don't you ask in person? Giggle. Don't worry. I will tell you everything. Putting the girl's fair hand in his rough palm, Ling Juan waited quietly for the next question. He was quite willing to answer Su Qing's bold question, or rather ... His mood was like discovering a new continent. Understanding Su Qing's character depiction, it was impossible for her to ask such a question. But since she posed such a private inquiry, what did that mean? It showed that she cared about him and wanted to know about his emotional experiences. Of course, what pleased Ling Juan the most was ... He seemed to have uncovered some unknown facets of Su Qing under his exploration. It was possible that beneath the icy exterior lay a fiery heart. Oh my, while Ling Juan was feeling smug, Su Qing was completely dumbfounded. Sigma A took her a while to react. What was Ling Juan really saying? How could he say such things in front of a girl ... What craftsmanship, what domestic works, what wugunyang? I don't understand, I completely don't get it ... Ling Juan, he secretly watches those kinds of things, how wicked. But what's wrong with me? I actually understood it, please don't let me understand. I'm impure now, I have visuals in my head, get out of my mind, Upon hearing Ling Juan say he has not defiled his elemental yang, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a hint of joy. She found that some of Ling Juan's values were in line with her own. Both of them prided themselves on abiding by traditional virtues. But the subsequent words completely baffled Su Qing. This man, if it weren't for overhearing some embarrassing words from Chen Kexin in the past ... Su Qing would have been completely clueless, not knowing what Ling Juan was talking about. That sensation of understanding instantly was something she did not appreciate at all. After all, she was the cold female CEO renowned in the city. How could she easily understand such filthy things ... This was all thanks to that little girl, who used to secretly send me some inappropriate things in the middle of the night, contaminating me ... Kinj, what's wrong? You had a question to ask, right? On the other side, seeing Su Qing hesitating, Ling Juan couldn't help but inquire. But the response he got left him dumbfounded. This is not proper. I don't like it. Right after, Su Qing explained the misunderstanding. Ling Juan then realized the virgin question earlier was all Chen Kexin's initiative. This made him feel embarrassed to the core. Well, it turns out, I have been presumptuous all along. At that moment, Ling Juan harbored a strong resentment towards the little Lilia, even feeling the impulse to tear out her twin ponytails. This devilish little girl really got me in trouble. If Kinj mistook me for a pervert, what would I do? Sigh, gotta salvage my image ... Kinj, don't misunderstand. I am a decent person. I have never visited any adult sites, let alone know what craftsmanship is. The reason I said that just now was to create some private space for us, driving away Kexin's tactics. Like you, I am an innocent and ignorant child. Su Kinj ... I don't believe you, you old pervert. Kinj, shall I continue telling you the unfinished story from last time? In order to quickly escape from the embarrassing topic, Ling Juan had a sudden inspiration. Unfinished story. Oh, I remember now ... Hong Tailang cheats on Bai Yang Yang, giving birth to Baldy Wong, which makes Grave all furious and ultimately forces Baldy Wong to escape to Dog Mountain. The story had a sequel at that time. But Ling Juan, this chapter cut dog, kept teasing her and refused to satisfy her curiosity. At this moment, Su Kinj couldn't help but recall the fear of being controlled by the chapter cut dog in the past. However, she still held hopes for the ending of the story. She really wanted to know if Baldy Wang's revenge would succeed. So, she started urging Ling Juan to tell the story. Ahem, Kinj. I know you're eager, but please don't rush. Seeing the success of my deflection tactic, Ling Juan smiled triumphantly. He organized his thoughts first, then vividly recounted the story, the Battle of Yunlin Sect. Grave Wolf won a complete victory, furiously killing by Yang Yang and Hong Tae Lang. As for the Wolf-Sheep hybrid Baldy Wong, in a critical moment, he escaped into the Wolf territory's Forbidden's area Dog Mountain, vowing to avenge his parents. He endured 99 hardships and finally gained the favor of the rulers of Dog Mountain, Emperor's Bear and Second Bear, who accepted him as their godson. From then on, Baldy Wong acknowledged the bears as his fathers. Under the guidance of Bear Godfather, he diligently learned the 72 transformations, Iron Mountain Leaning, and other deadly moves. 2.5 years later, with his supreme skills, Baldy Wong, now known as Just Strong, returned to Yunlin Sect. As he prepared to seek revenge against his enemy Grave Wolf with a chainsaw and axe, he was astonished to find that Grave Wolf and White Sheep had already married and had a child named Sun Wukong. But this did not deter Baldy Wang's determination for revenge. Blood debts must be repaid. Soon, a devastating battle erupted between them. In front of the vastly improved Baldy Wong, Grave Wolf, even with the power of the Wolf King, kept retreating in defeat. Grave Wolf, if this is all you've got, then I believe this battle can end here. At this moment, you don't even deserve to face my chainsaw. I am disappointed. You are too weak. I have cut down hundreds of trees stronger than you in Dog Mountain. To slow. Even the squirrels I encountered were 100 times faster than you. Baldy Wong, with ease and determination, effortlessly axed Grave Wolf to death. After the battle, witnessing White Sheep and her trembling child, Just Strong felt compassion and ultimately couldn't bring himself to harm them. He sighed and left. However, Baldy Wang's killing spree angered Grave Wolf's father, the wrathful emperor of the Wolf clan. The emperor immediately deployed his treasured weapon Five-Finger Mountain, pressing Baldy Wong underneath. 2.5 years later, a bald man calling himself Che Yuma appeared. He rescued the suppressed Baldy Wong, and together they set off to the Western Heaven for scriptures. During the journey, Baldy Wong gradually became enlightened by Buddhism, understanding the true meaning of life. He let go of the hate, started cherishing every day of life, and developed a deep master-disciple relationship with Che Yuma. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, they finally obtained the scriptures, fulfilling their mission to save all beings. During the journey, Baldy Wong encountered White Sheep, who sold kidneys. They reconciled, fell in love at first sight, and naturally began a human-sheep relationship. 2.5 years later, they had 3 children, Tang Chuan, Ziwu, and Ziyan, and lived a happy and fulfilling life. Kinj, how was that? Comment on it. Is this story fantastic with a dramatic effect? Ling Juan was very satisfied with the story he told, thinking he was a genius. Expecting to receive an S rating, he was surprised when Su Qing's evaluation was so cliché. After listening to this story, Su Qing felt stunned. The plot was full of so many contradictions, she didn't know where to start assessing it, especially the later part. The beginning was explosive enough, but the storyline of marrying the enemy Grave Wolf's wife later, that's just absurd beyond absurd. It's absurd on steroids. Not only don't you kill each other, you also fall in love. I can only say dividing 36 by 6, and it's still 666. Wait a minute. Could it be that Baldy Wang's actions actually have a deeper meaning? Is there a conspiracy here? I understand. I get it. So that's how it is. Marrying the enemy's wife and letting her have children for you. Under the 9th abyss, Grave Wolf, if he knew about this, wouldn't he roll in his fake grave in anger? This is the most ruthless way of revenge. This Baldy Wong is so sly. But what is speechless is ... How can they have 3 children named Tang Chuan, Ziwu, and Ziyan? Have they reincarnated into the roles of sons in the story's various realms? ... Despite the criticisms, reminiscing that Ling Juan told stories to cheer her up, Su Qing felt quite grateful. She couldn't imagine how she would have coped in these days without Ling Juan. If it hadn't been for him, her mental state might have deteriorated long ago. Remembering the despair and hysteria of being a vegetable in the past, contrasting with the hope and joy she felt now, Su Qing was deeply grateful to Ling Juan. However, given her personality, She couldn't bring herself to say such sentimental words and could only silently thank him in her heart. Thank you, Ling Juan. Kinj, all right. The story is over, so let's start. Ho ho ho. Ling Juan laughed mischievously, using both hands and feet to climb onto the bed. He had to act quickly now. Otherwise, once Su Kinj woke up from her vegetable state, he would probably be unable to maintain his free and reckless behavior. Just as Ling Juan sniffed the scent of the young girl and settled down comfortably on the couch. Lin's group headquarters. Inside the employee dormitory. Lo Lin. Seeing our many years of friendship, I advise you kindly. Quickly do as we do. Sell your shares while there are still fools willing to buy them. Keeping them is useless. You can only watch them plummet and become worthless scrap. Think about it. I have the contact information of that big fool. Once you've thought it through, you can contact me. Hang up. Beep beep beep. Ling Jian's face darkened as he casually threw the disconnected phone on the sofa. He had just returned home and received calls from some employees, learning that someone was aggressively buying shares of Lin Group. This made him tremble with anger. Lin Group was something he valued dearly. Now it was being bought and sold like trash by shareholders. And they were selling to unknown buyers with only a horse-faced figure known to them. Those heartless bastards. Ling Jian was furious. But he knew he couldn't stop them. The shareholders had almost completely disregarded his authority. Everyone was looking for a new path. Only when a scapegoat willing to buy their shares appeared did shareholders pay attention, regardless of the scapegoat's background. As long as they could sell, they could at least recover some money. Now as the chairman, he was practically a figurehead. Dad, what should we do next? Why don't we sell our shares to? Nearby, Lin Hao, who was pretending to be a good child, approached and made a suggestion. He had just heard Ling Jian's call and knew a fool was buying shares. And joining him, White Symbedium also advised, that's right. Honey, we're broke now. As long as that big fool hasn't regretted yet, we should quickly sell our shares and see if we can find a better place to live. This place is really unbearable. We were going to tolerate it for a while. But the situation has changed. We can't just tolerate it forever, right? At this, Ling Jian gave in. He knew that selling the shares would be the best choice given the current situation. All right, I'll follow your lead. As this was said, Lin Hao and White Symbedium exchanged glances, each expressing relief. They were afraid that Ling Jian would act stubbornly and waste their last chance. This was their largest source of funding now, and if used carefully, it should be enough to get through the difficult times ahead. Well, Yulin, I'm hungry, so hurry and cook. Also, Xiao Hao, the house is a bit dirty. It's affecting my sight. Go find a mop and clean up. With those orders given by Ling Jian after deciding to cook, he sat on the couch with his legs crossed, starting to play King of Glory. Seeing this, the mother and son duo of White Symbedium and Lin Hao exchanged a look that held traces of displeasure and disgust. What time is it? Why is he still putting on airs in front of them as the chairman? Humph! Although they were uncomfortable, to continue playing their role well, they had to endure and reluctantly start doing the work. One cleaning the floor and the other cooking, serving a certain lord. But just after a while, Lin Hao felt exhausted, his breathing heavy and body sore from exertion. Damn, I'm so tired. In the past, these dirty and tiring tasks were never something he needed to do. Everything was up to the maid. But now, he suddenly found himself doing menial labor. Lin Hao was really displeased. Glancing at Ling Jian lazily lying on the couch, playing games and sipping on drinks, his frustration knew no bounds. They went to clean the floor, so why is he relaxing and watching TV? At this moment, Lin Hao felt an unprecedented disgust towards this quasi-father. Having realized that Lin Group was about to go bankrupt, and he couldn't be the rich heir anymore, Lin Hao no longer wished to remain in such a role. Considering that Lin Group was their most significant source of capital at the moment, Lin Hao consoled himself to endure. But he also didn't want to see Ling Jian living so comfortably. So he spoke up, saying, Dad, let's clean the floor together. I can't do it alone. He thought that by offering to help, Ling Jian would pitch in, but to his surprise, Ling Jian just glanced at his little son with a puzzled look and said, What are you talking about, child? I am the head of the family. How can I do such rough work? Besides, these tasks are supposed to be done by women and children. As the head of the family, My responsibility is to make money to support the family. What does it have to do with me? And there's no need to finish it all. We can continue after dinner. If we can't finish today, we can do it tomorrow. Slow down, no rush. Lin Hao, ... Slow down your ****. Of course, you're not in a hurry, are you? You're just enjoying yourself playing games and watching TV in front of us, right? At this moment, Lin Hao was extremely dissatisfied. But now they were just a step away. He had no choice but to endure. He picked up the mop and reluctantly started cleaning, grumbling in his heart. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Who is it? Why are you knocking so loud? Since Lin Hao was closest to the door while cleaning, he opened it with a bit of annoyance, only to find several men in black clothes, black pants, and masks tightly covering their faces, staring at him fiercely. Lin Hao. Who are you? Sensing something amiss, Lin Hao didn't answer directly, but was cautious, trying to close the door again, but it was too late. The men in black kicked the door open, and the leader sprayed something on his face several times. In an instant, Lin Hao felt pitch-black darkness engulf him. Where am I? Wasn't I in the dorm just now? After an unknown period of time, Lin Hao gradually opened his eyes in a daze and looked around bewilderedly. It was a dim and spacious room with stone tiles, covered in dust and cobwebs. The roof window was shattered, emitting a faint light that allowed Lin Hao to see Ling Jian and his wife, who were tied to iron chairs and unconscious beside him. Ho-oh! Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was shocked awake instantly. His instinct was to stand up, but he found himself in the same position as his parents, tightly bound to an iron chair, unable to move. Have we been kidnapped? Lin Hao immediately realized what had happened, and he panicked, calling out his father and mother's names. Dad, Mom. Something's wrong. It seems like we've all been kidnapped. Wake up quickly. Help! Is anyone there? Amid Lin Hao's frantic cries for help, Ling Jian and his wife also gradually woke up. Little Hao. What is going on? Honey, Tilda, help me. I'm tied up and can't move. Damn it, it seems we may have been kidnapped. But why would anyone target the Lin family when everyone knows we're going bankrupt? Realizing they were in danger, Ling Jian and his wife were suddenly in a panic. They remembered that not long ago, several well-disguised men in black had broken into their home. They were rendered unconscious by an unknown gas, only to wake up here. Perhaps the cries for help from the Lin family trio were too loud, alerting the kidnappers outside. Click-clack. In the anxious eyes of the three, the decaying wooden door was pushed open, and two burly men successively walked in, scanning the Lin family trio like wolves. Both of these men wore masks, making their faces indistinct. Who are you? Release us immediately, you scoundrels! I am the chairman of the Lin Group. You cowards! How dare you kidnap me? Let us go now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Ling Jian's heart raced. Despite trying to maintain his composure, he couldn't help but show some forceful threats. The burly man leading them let out a disdainful smile. If the Lin Group was still the peak $10 billion enterprise it once was, perhaps he wouldn't dare to brazenly kidnap them. After all, the social influence was too significant, and it could attract close attention from the authorities. But now, the Lin Group was on the brink of collapse. As long as they avoided any casualties, his backers would have the power to cover up this minor incident. Needless to explain things to Ling Jian. He took out his phone and began snapping photos of the three tied-up Lin family members in a row. Seeing the kidnappers ignore him, Ling Jian realized that with their current status, they might not be able to scare off these ruthless criminals. In order to intimidate them and possibly secure their release, he decided to leverage his biggest backup. What? How can we get you to release us? Let me tell you, my eldest son is the grandson-in-law of Su Shengshan. He is also the heir of the Su family. I am his loving father. If you dare harm his father, my son Ling Juan will definitely not spare you. Upon hearing this, the burly man's gaze shifted, and he said with a solemn tone, but I heard through unofficial channels, your relationship with Ling Juan is not good. Didn't you kick your eldest son out of the house? As he noticed the other party seemed taken aback by his revelation, Ling Jian immediately assumed a nonchalant demeanor and boldly proclaimed, rumors, all lies. Xiao Xuan is my beloved son. Our relationship is impeccable. You better release us immediately. Otherwise, my son Ling Juan will not let you off easily." Beside him, Ling Jian's wife and son exchanged a glance. As if seizing a lifeline, they began fabricating stories. "That's right. My brother dotes on me the most. If he finds out I've been kidnapped, he'll spare no effort to rescue me. Please release me now. Juan is the one I watched grow up. He deeply respects me. If I were to lose a single hair, Xiao Xuan would be furious." Thinking that invoking Ling Juan would deter the kidnappers, Ling Jian and his wife felt a sense of relief. Hoping that they wouldn't need to resort to actual violence, they relied on the false pretense of Ling Juan's power to intimidate their captors. However, to their disappointment, in the face of the blatant threats from the naked Lin family trio, the burly man leading them not only showed no fear, but also nodded in satisfaction. "Since your relationship is so good, I can rest easy. I was afraid you'd turn out to be just like the rumors, with family ties breaking. If that were the case, capturing you would be meaningless." With that said, the two kidnappers obliviously turned and left, leaving the astounded Lin family trio behind. "Dad, did we get the wrong target? These people seem to have come for my brother." Lin Hao was dumbfounded. From the kidnappers' words, it was evident that their target was Ling Juan, that scoundrel. Were they threatening them for him? Ling Juan's relationship had long been severed, and perhaps he even wished they were dead. How could he possibly rescue them? This is a disaster. On the side, Ling Jian, tied up all over his body, his face pale, cursed incessantly. "This scoundrel, always causing trouble outside. Now he has dragged us into it. That ungrateful son. How can he still have the face to live in this world?" He was truly on the brink of going crazy from Ling Juan's behavior. He had already decided to completely give up on this unfilial son, to sever ties with him forever, leaving him to wallow in the pain of losing a father's love for eternity. But never did he expect this scoundrel to be so persistent. The disasters he stirred up actually brought them into such a dangerous situation. Gripped by the overwhelming hatred and anger building up inside him, Ling Jian couldn't help but think of his ex-wife, that wretched woman. If she were in front of him now, he would have no reservations about slapping her to death. "Open your eyes and see. This is the son you raised. Unfaithful and unfilial, worse off than a dead dog." Despite the deep-seated hatred in Ling Jian's heart, the burly man had grown impatient. Seeing that the Lin family trio hesitated to comply with his demands, he crouched down in front of Ling Jian, breaking off one of his little fingers. "No matter how bad your relationship is, you are still his family, his father. I don't believe that kid's heart is truly that cold, completely indifferent to your life or death. He's just being stubborn, refusing to show any remorse until the dead body is at the doorstep. If that's the case, then I will make him understand the consequences of disobedience." With that, the burly man pulled out a dagger and swiftly chopped off Ling Jian's little finger. Blood splattered, along with Ling Jian's frantic screams and the mother and son's terrified shrieks. They never expected the kidnappers to be so ruthless, to actually follow through. Disregarding the severed finger lying on the ground, the burly man coldly activated the video recording function, signaling the Lin family trio to plead for help urgently. Witnessing the kidnappers' cruelty, there was no need for his prompting. Frightened out of their wits, Ling Jian and his wife and son were desperate, frantically begging through the camera for Ling Juan to see and quickly hand over the prescription. Otherwise, they would be killed. In this moment, their previous resentment, jealousy, and anger towards Ling Juan were all meaningless. In order to survive, they were now swearing allegiance to Ling Juan with all they had to secure their safety. On the other side, at the Su family's residence, Ling Juan received a new text message. Upon discovering it contained a video, in order to prevent Su Kinj from worrying, he went to the restroom alone, sitting on the golden toilet. Opening the video, he watched in horror as Ling Jian's finger was cut off and the Lin family trio weeping and pleading for help. "Son, save your father quickly. Dad's finger has been chopped off. It hurts so much. I'm willing to let you be my son again. Please hand over the prescription quickly. Brother, save us. I promise not to vie for your love anymore. Just save me this time, and I'll leave immediately, returning Dad to you. Yuan. I'm a bad woman. I don't deserve to be your mother. Please save me. Both Hao, and I promise not to show up in front of you ever again." Sobbing. Amidst the wailing cries on the video, there was another threatening text message: hand over the prescription immediately. Otherwise, every half hour, I will chop off one of their fingers. After fingers, it will be toes, until all their blood is drained. Facing the menacing text, Ling Juan sneered. Not bothered by the kidnapper's brutality, he continued composing a series of messages. Please stop annoying me. It's giving me vertigo. Even I'm shocked. Fuck off, you vulgar piece of trash. Eat your fill of shit. I can't bear it, you idiot. Talking nonsense, and you don't even qualify. You're a moron. Blabbering nonsense, you have no qualification. Piss off, you lifeless fool. Speak up, or I'll erect a monument of your stinking corpse. You idiots don't understand that you're talking senseless trash. This annoying nonsense you're spewing. I've had enough. Send me your gifts, dear readers. Sue Family Manor. Ling Juan had edited the text message but stopped just before sending it. Suddenly, he had a new idea. Isn't the other party just looking for a prescription? He could easily provide it himself. Just a few adjustments to the prescription, and the proportions would be sufficient. As for the consequences of the other party developing beauty products based on the fake prescription, he sneered at the thought. That was none of his concern. Thinking this, Ling Juan deleted the previously edited message with a smirk and began to reorganize his words. Please don't harm my beloved family. I will cooperate and provide the prescription. Please be patient. With that, he clicked send. On the other side, the burly man received the message and smiled in satisfaction. As expected, his guess was right. This kid was insincere. On the surface, it seemed like he had cut ties with Ling Jian and others, but deep down, he couldn't let go of this familial bond. Isn't he just unable to endure watching his family suffer? Since I applied a little pressure, he compromised. Look at him, thinking he can compete with me with just a little manipulation. Pleased with himself, the burly man glanced at Ling Jian, who was suffering from a severed finger due to his discrepancy in their deal. The man was in agony, his face contorted in pain and covered in cold sweat. Please, take me to the hospital. My finger can still be reattached now, but if we delay, I might end up disabled. Am I going to die? Please, at least stop the bleeding. It hurts so much. Ling Jian's tears and snot were streaming down as he begged constantly. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Living a life of luxury, he had never experienced the pain of losing a finger. Unfortunately, those who could scheme and profit at the expense of others were heartless individuals. Faced with the bloody scene, he could only coldly declare, "Shut up. I've already told you, as soon as your son hands over the prescription, I'll let you go." With that, the burly man left the room, leaving the Lin family to fend for themselves. Only then did Lin Hao's mother and son dare to breathe a sigh of relief, concerned for Ling Jian. "Father, are you okay? Honey, you have to hang in there." Not out of newfound conscience, but out of fear of what might happen if Ling Jian did not survive, they inquired about his well-being. Shaking from fear, they were desperate for Ling Jian's well-being. Ling Juan, that scum. What is he doing? Why hasn't he handed over the prescription yet? Does he really want to watch me die? Ling Jian had lost his sanity under the intense pain, his face ferocious, ignoring the worries of Lin Hao's mother and son. He loathed Ling Juan. If he had just handed over the prescription earlier, he would not be enduring this torture. Before, Ling Juan hesitated to share the valuable prescription, which he could understand. But now, with the image of his severed finger received, and knowing his father was suffering, why was there a delay in sharing the prescription? Didn't he realize the longer the delay, the less likely his finger could be reattached? If he truly became disabled, the instigator would undoubtedly be Ling Juan. He wouldn't easily forgive him. Ling Juan had to pay the price. Ling Jian endured the pain for half an hour, and finally, when the door reopened, the burly man appeared again. The Lin family briefly thought he was going to release them upon Ling Juan handing over the prescription. Ling Jian was the most agitated. The scum handed over the prescription, right? Shouldn't we rush to the hospital? Without proper conditions, my finger might not be reattachable soon. Even if it is, there's a high chance of permanent damage. Hurry up! Stop dilly-dallying! As Ling Jian raged, the burly man paid no attention and took out a large iron clamp from his toolbox. I gave your son half an hour, but received no response. Do you know how he responded? When the burly man revealed Ling Juan's reply, Ling Jian was on the verge of collapse. To his surprise, the scum had replied, "I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. I seem too lenient. I gave your son half an hour, but he tells me not to hurry back." The burly man's voice turned cold, and he approached Ling Jian with the pliers, frightening him. "What are you going to do?" "No." But to no avail, as the merciless captor ruthlessly severed his ring finger with a snap. In a mournful cry, Ling Jian's second finger met a bloody sacrifice. This horrific scene terrified Lin Hao's mother and son, but they could do nothing but tremble in fear. As Ling Jian wavered on the edge of the abyss, he bore his pain and attempted to solve the captor's arithmetic queries. "Calculate 1000 minus 7. Ah, it hurts. Answer me. 1000 minus 7 equals. Otherwise, I'll cut another finger." He moaned as the burly man continued his torture, threatening the severing of another finger. 979. The pain was unbearable. As he sobbed continuously, the burly man ignored his cries. When Ling Jian made a mistake, another finger was sacrificed. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and thoughts of helplessness consumed him. "It hurts. Help me. Someone help me. That beast, why doesn't he hand over the prescription?" In this moment of inhumane torment, Ling Jian harbored a deep hatred towards Ling Juan, desiring revenge. 993 minus 7 equals. You do the rest. If you miscalculate, I'll cut off another finger. 98, 6, 9. 79. The pain was intense, and Ling Jian felt his sanity slip away as tears and snot streamed down his face. His appearance contrasted starkly with his usual polished demeanor as a successful man. But in order to keep his fingers, he had to endure the agony and follow the burly man's orders, despite the intensifying pain that pierced his heart. The ache was unbearable. Who will save me? This scum. Why hasn't he given the prescription? Why? At this moment, Ling Jian harbored his first murderous intent, wishing to dismember his eldest son. If not for him, how could he have fallen into such a dire situation? Everything was the scum's fault. Why wasn't he dead already? Amid the ruthless torment, Ling Jian became somewhat delirious with pain and raged with intense hatred towards Ling Juan. Seeing his state, the leader of the captors felt relieved. He enjoyed listening to the victim's screams during torture as it satisfied his sadistic tendencies. He took out his phone, recorded the gruesome scene, and threatened Ling Juan once again. 10 minutes. I'm giving you 10 more minutes. Don't test my patience or suffer the consequences. The message swiftly reached Ling Juan's phone. "Ha! Lost of fingers, poor guy." Watching Ling Jian's wretched condition, Ling Juan couldn't help but feel a sense of gleeful satisfaction, relishing the remnants of his past vindictiveness. He could have easily chosen to call the police or hand over the fake prescription earlier. Still, he opted to play his game. But how could Lin Hao's mother and son miss out on the fun? After all, the Lin family was a family. They shared abundance and adversity. Given the nature of this enjoyment, why would only Ling Jian partake? It wouldn't be fair. Ling Juan didn't hesitate to involve Lin Hao's mother and son in his plan, sending a message filled with panic. "Please don't harm my father. Alas, he suffers. It pains my heart. And my mother, my dear brother. Please don't hurt them, or else my grief will flood like a river." Across the miles, the burly man received the message, smiling contentedly. "Great, now he knows my resolve. How daring will he be against me now, trying to delay." He didn't expect that this kid felt so strongly towards his stepmother and his half-brother. But that's even better. He could leverage this emotional connection to manipulate them. The more leverage he had, the less likely Ling Juan would act recklessly, allowing him to control their fate. Ling Juan left Ling Jian calculating by himself, and he exited the room. The crying and screaming were unbearable for Ling Jian. However, he had to clamp down his emotions to prevent the captors from returning. Beside him, Lin Hao's mother and son were very worried, wondering if Ling Juan would hand over the prescription for their safety. "Honey, I'm so scared. Will Juan really hand over the prescription for us? If he doesn't, will we die?" Panicked and fearing the worst, Ling Jian snapped at their constant questions. "What should we do? How would I know? I'm the one who lost fingers." Frustrated with their constant inquiries, he lashed out at them, encouraging them to think for themselves. After this outburst, Lin Hao's mother and son fell silent, their eyes reflecting the growing disdain and coldness they held. Amidst the chaos, Ling Jian, fixated on his dismembered fingers, knew there would be no reattachment. Seeing the two bones where flesh should have been, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Realizing that his fingers were beyond repair and his disability was now a stark reality, he felt hopeless. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the captor leader returned. Apologetic for the rodent's intrusion, he emphasized Ling Jian's loss was minor compared to his remaining 8 fingers. Don't be discouraged. Losing to fingers is not the end. You have 8 more, and you can adapt. 8 fingers are enough, right? Ling Jian was left bewildered by the macabre suggestion. Don't lose heart, it's just 2 fingers cut off. You still have 8 fingers, no, 7. Anyway, just switch to living with 1 hand in the future, right? Hearing the psychotic words of the kidnapper, Ling Jian first trembled with anger but then instantly felt his hair stand on end. 7 fingers? What does that mean? Could it be that he's going to harm me again, oh? Sure enough, in the horrified gaze of Ling Jian, the kidnapper once again took out that large pair of pliers, threatening to make him continue to feel pain. Don't blame me. If you want to hate someone, hate your son. I told him I only give him 10 minutes. But it's been 15 minutes already, and that kid is still messing around with me. What, too slow? For so many years, it's always been at this pace. He even made me reflect, asking if the ransom he demanded for so many years had risen or not. Listen, he even dares to mock me. Damn, he clearly didn't listen to a word I said. In the face of the kidnapper's sinister words, Ling Jian's fear grew, and his hatred towards Ling Juan intensified. That scum! Even after his father was being tortured in such a cruel way, he remained indifferent. If only he handed over the prescription, he wouldn't have to suffer these atrocities. But because of that scum's heartlessness, he had fallen into this abyss. Ling Juan, you truly deserve to die. However much Ling Jian harbored immense hatred, he couldn't change the kidnapper leader's decision to start a new round of torture. He could only plead desperately, "Brother, please spare me. I've already cut off ties with that rebellious son. Otherwise, how could he still be indifferent by now? That scumbag clearly wants to use you to get rid of me, right?" Upon hearing the kidnapper's sinister words, Ling Jian was terrified, his heart filled with even greater hatred towards Ling Juan. How could that despicable creature be so heartless to his father, who was being treated so cruelly? Ling Jian could only watch in disbelief as the kidnapper leader approached him, and his chaotic emotions flickered across his face. Lin Hao never expected the turn of events. He was already feeling apprehension. He had a foreboding feeling just as the kidnapper made a move toward him. "What are you trying to do? See?" Lin Hao's face turned pale, trembling all over, as he already had a sense of impending danger. When the kidnapper hinted at harming Lin Hao and Ling Jian, their expressions changed drastically as they felt the cruel grip of fear. Next second, clatter. In extreme fear, Lin Hao involuntarily opened the floodgates of fear, causing an unforgettable mishap. Oh no! Am I about to escape secretly? Who in the Shanghai metropolis doesn't know how affectionate your son is? How could such an affectionate man possibly watch his loved ones suffer without trying to save them? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Maybe I was being too lenient, which made your son feel lucky, thinking I was a merciful kidnapper. Humph! As they listened to the kidnapper's words, Ling Jian was struck by fear, wanting to explode at the imbecile in front of him. But he couldn't move, instead screaming in sheer terror, almost imagining a gruesome image of all 5 fingers being severed. However, in a surprising turn of events, the burly man hadn't approached Ling Jian but stood in front of Lin Hao, who had been holding his breath. "What are you doing? See?" Lin Hao faced the terrifying truth. Without realizing it, the moment Lin Hao received the medical prescription, he couldn't hide his joy. All right, it was the right call to use you as leverage. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Let someone take you to the hospital. Having achieved his goal, the burly man seemed to be in a good mood, laughing and calling in his men from outside. The Su family. Ling Juan looked at the successful message delivery, letting out a sly smile. He would have liked the kidnappers to torture the Lin family a bit more, but he also feared that if they went too far with Ling Jian, it might complicate matters when he tried to reclaim his shares. especially since Ma Yingzhi had already reclaimed most of the shares, leaving only Ling Jian with a small portion. Late at night, People's First Hospital in the Magic City. Boom, boom, boom. A bread van rapidly stopped at the entrance. The door opened. 3 continuously wriggling large bags were thrown out, and then the van sped away. Huh? This bizarre situation instantly aroused intense curiosity among pedestrians. They approached the 3 large bags cautiously, carefully untied the bound knots, and were shocked to discover the Lin family, bound and gagged. Among them, Ling Jian's situation was the most tragic, covered in blood and unconscious. His left hand was bare, with all 5 fingers cut off at the root. Odd as the passers-by screamed, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, in the morning, Ling Juan yawned and got up, first exercising a few times as usual to refresh himself. Ding! Host sticks to the wall 10 times, rewarded with 10 points. Ding! Host sticks to the ground 10 times, rewarded with 100 points. Ding! Host sticks to the air 10 times, rewarded with 1 point. After completing a set of stick to the wall, stick to the ground, stick to the air exercise, Ling Juan finished washing up and went out. Soon, he arrived at the familiar snack stand once again. However, this time, Ling Juan did not encounter Mu Xiaowan. But he didn't mind, lifting his leg and walking into the hospital, heading towards the best VIP ward in the hospital. 2.5 minutes later, knock, knock, knock. Ling Juan knocked on one of the ward doors without haste. Someone in the room immediately responded, and a rough voice sounded. Who is it? Click. The person in the room opened the door, and upon seeing Ling Juan standing at the doorway, their face lit up. Immediately respectful, they ushered Ling Juan inside. Boss, please come in quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The breakfast you ordered, I just bought it not long ago, and it's still hot. Please eat while it's warm. Upon Ling Juan's arrival, Ma Yingzhi was not surprised at all, evidently waiting for a long time. Because during yesterday's progress report, Ling Juan had mentioned on the phone that it was unclear, so they had scheduled a meeting time. Not bad. After 3 days, let's look at each other with new eyes. When you wear this outfit, where's the ragged look from not long ago? Ling Juan walked into the ward. First, he glanced at Ma Yingzhi, who was dressed completely differently from yesterday, and teasingly remarked with great interest. As the ancient saying goes, a man relies on clothing, a horse on saddles. If Ma Yingzhi from yesterday gave off the image of a poor rural worker with low spirits at first sight, then now, in a brand new dark suit, he exuded an extraordinary aura in a low-key manner. He completely looked like an elite successful person, exuding confidence in every move. Facing Ma Yingzhi's teasing, Ma Yingzhi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and hurriedly explained, I had no choice. Boss, in this day and age, it's necessary to enhance one's image to impress others. It can be said that I was able to complete the task of acquiring shares so quickly thanks in no small part to this attire. Once the shareholders recognized the brand value of my outfit, their level of trust immediately increased quite significantly. Ma Yingzhi explained hesitantly, feeling nervous. He was truly worried that Ling Juan might misunderstand and think that he was squandering the money he received. After all, he also felt pain spending so much, with this outfit costing tens of thousands in total. If it weren't for Ling Juan's sponsorship, Ma Yingzhi didn't know how many years it would take him to save up this amount. Fortunately, the money spent was worth it, significantly enhancing his work efficiency. After all, in the social structure of Huaxia, a person's image can completely change the level of respect they receive. When you conduct business riding an electric bike versus a Rolls-Royce, the sense of oppression others feel is completely different. This is reality. So, after taking on the mission from Ling Juan, Ma Yingzhi didn't immediately go to reclaim the shares. Instead, he first went to luxury brand stores to purchase a set of new outfits. Kitten, a top Italian suit brand, known for its exquisite craftsmanship and elegant style, costing to 150,000. A popular model from the Submariner series of the renowned Swiss watch brand Rolex, costing 500,000. Shoes selected from the Italian national treasure brand La Tonzia Langdon series for 100,000 yuan. When putting on these clothes, Ma Yingzhi felt trembling all over. He never expected that one day he could have such an opportunity. Full of endless gratitude towards Ling Juan, who gave him a chance for rebirth. However, there was also a hint of worrying in his heart, fearing that Ling Juan might misunderstand and think he was embezzling money and spending recklessly. Luckily, Ling Juan wasn't a fool without a brain and naturally understood Ma Ying's intentions. Seeing him eager to explain the usage of the money, Ling Juan chuckled inwardly, taking advantage of this opportunity to win him over. "Why are you worried? Do you think I would blame you for this small amount of money? Ridiculous. Do I look like someone petty and narrow-minded? You will soon become the spokesperson for the Lin Group. Image and aura are especially important. What's a mere expense like this? I have no interest in money. I am only interested in the value you can create for me. As long as you work for me diligently, what is a mere few $100,000? Remember, our goal is infinite. ... Under Ling Juan's unflappable brainwashing pua, Ma Ying's emotions were stirred, filled with gratitude towards Ling Juan's trust and determination to achieve great success to repay Ling Juan's favor. As the two chatted and laughed, they arrived at the bedside, and Ling Juan saw the woman who had awakened. Although her face was still pale, she looked better than the previous days. "Xiaomei, this is the new boss I mentioned, also your life-saving benefactor." With Ma Ying's introduction, the woman in the hospital bed learned of Ling Juan's identity, appearing reserved and nervous, ready to bow in gratitude to Ling Juan. "Stop! Why do you both like this so early in the morning? Right now, focusing on resting well is the most important thing. If you really want to thank me, wait until you've recovered, then work for me with your husband." Ling Juan grinned and extended an olive branch. He remembered from the plot that although Chen Mei's abilities were not on par with Ma Ying's, with guidance from her husband, she would also become a powerful career woman in the future. "But I'm just a housewife with a basic education. Can I really work for the boss?" Years of being looked down upon by others had left Chen Mei timid and self-deprecating. Faced with Ling Juan's recruitment, her immediate reaction was to doubt her own abilities, feeling that she was unworthy, not even daring to make eye contact with Ling Juan. Upon hearing this, Ling Juan's expression turned serious, immediately transforming into a life mentor, entering a grand planning mode. "Who says women can't compare to men? Women can hold up half the sky. With talents like yours, you can reach the heights. ... After a round of spirited words, Chen Mei's eyes shone brightly, her heart surging with excitement, feeling that she had great potential. "Thank you, boss, for your trust. I will definitely work hard and not disappoint your expectations. That's the spirit. I have high hopes for you." Recruiting to key members in one go, Ling Juan was in a great mood, sitting down to have breakfast with the couple and deepening their relationship. He planned to be a hands-off boss and leave the company affairs entirely to Ma Ying and his wife to handle. So, he didn't mind spending time to care for the employees. Even though according to the character settings, these two were loyal and unwavering, never betraying. A few kind words could warm their hearts, a small favor could make them completely loyal. So why not do it? Soon, breakfast time was over. Ling Juan smiled and stood up, instructing Chen Mei to rest well before leaving the ward with Ma Ying. In a rest room, Ma Ying reported on the current progress of share recovery and handed some documents for Ling Juan to sign. "Boss, currently the Lin Group shares have been reclaimed 38%. The remaining shares are from scattered small shareholders, and a few stubborn ones are still resisting. Once you sign these share transfer agreements, these shares will be yours. Once you reclaim the shares from your father, the Lin Group will truly become your sole decision maker. ... After listening to Ma Ying's report, Ling Juan nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, taking out a pen to start signing. He also inquired about Ling Jian's whereabouts. He was still worried that the kidnappers might not play fair, not releasing him after receiving the ransom, and even harming Ling Jian. That would delay his plans significantly. Troublesome. Fortunately, after Ma Ying's peculiar expression, he quickly provided the answer Ling Juan wanted. "They are all recovering from their injuries in this hospital." Huh? With Ma Ying's explanation, Ling Juan learned about how the kidnappers had left the Lin family in front of the hospital and the current state of Ling Jian. "I heard your father lost a lot of blood and was unconscious all night. I don't know if he's awake now, but it seems like his left hand is already disabled. Due to the severe effects of the beauty ointment, the Lin family had become infamous, but for all the wrong reasons. The commotion caused last night after the incident had stirred quite a bit of attention. Ma Yingzhi was also aware of these events at that time. I see. As long as he didn't die, that's fine. You take care of it. After this incident, your father probably won't be as stubborn anymore, and the difficulty of acquiring shares should be significantly reduced. Detecting Ling Juan's indifference towards his biological father in his words and expressions, Ma Yingzhi was surprised. Nevertheless, he still nodded, indicating that he would meet Ling Jian soon and reclaim the shares from him. Boss, the Lin Group is in dire straits now, and the brand reputation has been tarnished. Are you planning to use the beauty pill to make a comeback? Upon hearing this, Ling Juan smiled and nodded, shaking his head with a mysterious expression. Once I completely control the Lin Group, the Su family's beauty pill will become a flagship product of the group. However, that's not enough. Relying on a single product, no matter how good it is, won't allow the group to make a significant breakthrough. Since we've decided to do it, we must do it big. By then, we should produce several popular items. Produce several popular items? Ma Yingzhi was puzzled. He knew well that products capable of generating explosive hype weren't things that could be developed easily. It required fortuitous timing. However, no matter the puzzle, his boss's words were sure to be correct. He just needed to follow orders. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep writing due to the illness. I'll try to make it up tomorrow. I'm a bit mentally drained now. I'll do my best to get back on track. Sorry for the lackluster writing due to my poor state, but rest assured, there won't be breaks. My income solely relies on this book. Even for a full attendance bonus of 600, I need to produce at least 4,000 words per day. So if I break the update streak, I won't even have money for medicine. First People's Hospital of Magic City. After Ling Juan understood the current situation, he sent Ma Yingzhi back to take care of his wife. Walking alone in the hospital corridor, he contemplated the future development direction of the company. It seems the quickest way to rise, only sacrificing some sticky points to quickly exchange for some useful goods. Under normal circumstances, to develop a new product that the market can accept, various conditions, such as timing, location, and people are needed, which are hard to come by. Unfortunately, Ling Juan possesses the sticky system. With enough sticky points, he is almost omnipotent. Regarding the future development path of the Lin Group, Ling Juan plans to simply and rudely copy the path of the rise of beauty pill, using quality effects far superior to other products in the market to achieve unparalleled success. And these similar products are abundant in the system mall. At this moment, in a certain medical ward, Ling Jian wearing patient clothes lay on the bed looking dispirited. He seemed to have completely lost his spirit, shrinking into himself. The consecutive setbacks of the past few days had made him noticeably thinner. The wrinkles on his face multiplied rapidly, along with the sporadic appearance of white hair, making him look much older, like a little old man from a distance. Beside him, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat was changing his medicine. At the same time, he comforted old Lin. Unfortunately, we couldn't find your severed finger, otherwise, we might have been able to reattach it for you. Such a pity, don't worry. Your wife and child are still making statements at the police station. The police have initiated an investigation. I believe they will catch the culprit soon and bring you justice. Right now, what you should do most is to sort out your emotions and think about how to move forward in the future. As for the comforting words of his old friend, Ling Jian could not bring himself to listen. After being in a coma overnight and waking up to see his bare left hand, he still could not accept the reality of being disabled. Coupled with the bankruptcy of the company, he was now a poor beggar. If not for some high-ranking staff in the hospital who took him in out of consideration for their previous relationship, he might not even be able to afford to stay in this ordinary ward, let alone pay for the medication. Under so many setbacks, Ling Jian felt a sense of powerlessness, a feeling of being unable to recover from a stumble. Seeing the once flourishing chairman of a 100 billion group now deteriorating into such a pitiful appearance, the middle-aged doctor could not help but sigh and feel deeply moved. This situation must be what the ancients described as seeing him rise to the red station, seeing him feast with guests, seeing his building collapse. Back then I advised you to treat your eldest son better, but you just didn't listen. Now look at what's happened. If you had listened to me back then, treated everyone equally, how could you have ended up like this? Do you know? Ling Juan, that boy, now has an unlimited future. Such a good son, you just let him slip away. Sigh. With these words, the middle-aged doctor felt speechless and utterly unable to understand Ling Jian's extreme partiality towards his son. He could only say that a good hand had been completely ruined, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. Enough. I don't want to hear that ungrateful son's name anymore. He's not even worthy of being my son. Only Howard is worthy. HMPH. That beast, if it wasn't for him, how could I have become disabled? Ling Jian slammed his fist on the bed, angrily cursing. In his eyes, all the recent misfortunes stemmed from Ling Juan. If that ungrateful brat had unconditionally transferred the shares to him from the beginning. If the ungrateful son had shared the formula with the Lin group from the beginning. If that beast had unconditionally delivered the profits of the Su family to the Lin family. Even if just once Ling Juan had compromised, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. But that unfaithful and unfilial brat refused to compromise for the sake of his family. Instead of helping the group due to grudges over trivial matters. How petty and despicable. On the other side, the middle-aged doctor's mouth twitched incessantly. He watched Ling Jian, who was now full of vitality, and suddenly realized that all his words of comfort were futile. Once he started scolding his son, he couldn't stop, looking spirited. Fed up with futile persuasions, as the saying goes, good advice is beyond the reach of the damned. Compassion does not extend to self-destructive people. With a disdainful glance, the middle-aged doctor decided to stay out of it. But when he thought of Lin Hao, he suddenly remembered something he had discovered the night before. Hesitatingly, he stared at Ling Jian. Old Lin, I remember you have blood type O, right? Nonsense, do you even need to ask that? Yesterday, I lost a lot of blood. Didn't you give me a lot of blood transfusion? The rare panda blood, did you forget? The middle-aged doctor. Looking at Ling Jian, who was quite uneducated, the doctor felt exhausted and speechless. He let Ling Jian search for blood type inheritance patterns online. With type O blood, regardless of mating with individuals of any other blood type, the resulting child can be type A, type B, or type O, but it definitely cannot be type OV. Do you understand what I mean now? With this informative explanation from his old friend, Ling Jian belatedly realized. When he became aware of the seriousness of the issue, his face turned pale in shock. He muttered to himself continuously, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yulin, she loves me so much. Horror is so obedient and filial. It can't be true, right? It must be a mistake in the test result. Yes, it must be like that. Ling Jian clenched his right fist, constantly trying to reassure himself. But in reality, he was starting to approach the edge of a breakdown. Pain. It's too painful. Ling Jian clutched his chest, feeling pain piercing through his heart. At this moment, he could only hope that the results of the paternity test report would turn out as he wished. Otherwise, wouldn't all his actions over the years become a huge joke? On the other side, unaware Ling Juan arrived at the flower shop, purchased a bunch of violets as usual, and headed towards the Su family. As he approached the Su family estate, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice called out to him. Ling Juan J. Who? Ling Juan turned in surprise, only to find the girl who called him. In a white dress with a bow tie on her head, skin as smooth as gelatin, eyes filled with innocence and purity, bringing back memories of the beautiful innocence of youth. Could it really be the long-unseen Bai Suzu? What are you here for? Regarding Bai Suzu's appearance, Ling Juan was very surprised and confused. I'm here to save you. Looking at Ling Juan, who was about to enter an unhappy marriage, Bai Suzu's gaze was complex and resolute. She had also paid attention to Ling Juan's situation these days. It could only be said, life is unpredictable and full of surprises. In just a few days, the commercial empire of her uncle collapsed rapidly, and Ling Juan unexpectedly became the heir of the Su family. Even the recently popular beauty pills were also created by the other party. Various signs indicated that Ling Juan was no longer the boy who could only rely on the Lin family, but had truly grown into a man who could stand on his own. The faster he grew, the more she felt heartache and guilt, because only through suffering can one grow. So the faster Ling Juan grew, the greater the suffering he had endured. Especially recently, many unknown online friends had miraculously dug up various details of Ling Juan being isolated at home. It completely liberated Bai Suzu's compassionate heart, making her cry out in heartbreak. Ling Juan J. He is really in a miserable state. Why didn't I notice any of this before? Is it all my fault? If only I had realized earlier, maybe I could have found a way to reconcile. Perhaps my uncle's family wouldn't have fallen into this state, still being a loving family of 4. But I habitually ignored all this, only believing what my cousin's family said. This led me to think that Ling Juan was too stubborn, asking him to actively make peace with my uncle's family, shamelessly saying that family is the most important. Looking back now, maybe that statement would have been true under normal circumstances, but to Ling Juan, who had long endured family emotional abuse, it was nothing but ironic. No wonder his demeanor changed drastically recently, becoming cold and indifferent towards himself. At this moment, Bai Susu had a sense of clarity. She had finally understood the reason behind Ling Juan's change of heart. I'm sorry, Ling Juan. I was too self-righteous in the past and didn't know that aunt and uncle would treat you so unfairly, even forcing you to apologize to your cousin's family. Clearly, you were the victim, but I arrogantly asked for your forgiveness. I'm sure in your eyes, I'm just a bad girl, right? I'm sorry. I know you must be in a lot of pain. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling Bai Susu's white skirt, passing through her tearful eyes. If it were in the past or any other man, encountering such a pure and beautiful girl, crying with a touch of shyness, it would have surely sparked a flutter in the heart, reaching out to comfort the girl with open arms. After all, at this moment, Bai Susu seemed to have let down her guard. Utilizing her guilt, there was a high probability of capturing the girl's heart quickly. Unfortunately, as the god of pure love, other than his little Kinj. In Ling Juan's eyes, all other women were nothing but a pile of bones. He looked at the woman who suddenly appeared before him, crying and apologizing repeatedly while immersed in self-pity and sadness. In his mind, there were just a dozen question marks floating around. What? Is this woman out of her mind? Why is she acting crazy? However, seeing that Bai Susu was at least asking for his forgiveness, acknowledging her past ignorance, Ling Juan felt somewhat relieved. It's like the saying, don't hit a crying person, especially when it's a woman. Bai Susu hadn't caused him any harm either, so Ling Juan kindly forgave her, indicating that after her apology, she could leave. But who would have thought? After wiping away her tears, Bai Susu lifted her head with a serious expression and once again spoke of her long-pondered prince's redemption plan. Ling Juan, let's elope. I'm sorry. Sigma A, hearing these words out of the blue, Ling Juan was taken aback and couldn't quite keep up with Bai Susu's magical train of thought. Don't worry. I've saved up some money over the years, enough for us to live for a long time. Actually, I know that Ling Juan. You have always liked me. And after thinking it over these past few days, I also feel that there are feelings of liking towards you too, Ling Juan. So I want to give each other a chance, and give you a chance to be my boyfriend and marry me. Speaking up to this point, Bai Susu's cheeks blushed, revealing a hint of bashful expression. With this teenage spring in her heart, Bai Susu showed a wanting to reject, but also accept expression, bewildering Ling Juan. Could she have had a few drinks to act like this? That she began talking nonsense and incoherently. I appreciate your offer, but I'm unable to accept it. Please go find your next victim. I am about to get married to Kinj. Please do not disturb me, a man with a wife. As the first romantic of the Magic City, I choose to adhere to moral integrity. Hoping to win one heart, we'll be together till we turn old. Ling Juan was too lazy to bother with it and waved his hand before intending to walk away. But all of a sudden, Bai Susu blocked his path. Then she cast a caring glance towards the eye-rolling Ling Juan. Ling Juan, stop deceiving yourself. We've known each other for so long, your feelings for me cannot be fake. And you've only known Kinj for a few days. How could there be a deep bond between you two? I know, you are just being stubborn with me. Originally, you agreed to marry Kinj on behalf of your cousin. It was partly because uncle forced you, and partly to make me jealous. After pondering deeply these past few days, Bai Susu was resolute in her judgment. She absolutely didn't believe Ling Juan could fall in love with another woman in such a short time, especially one who was motionless and speechless like a vegetable. Even if that person was Kinj, Ling Juan, stop making excuses. As Ling Juan was about to explain, Bai Susu reached out and covered the man's mouth, earnestly responding, explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. In this world, I am the only one who understands you First of all, you can't let go of the harm that uncle and the family caused you. But as a human, I know you deeply desire family affection. Otherwise, when you were kidnapped by uncle's family, and in order to save them, you chose to give away the invaluable prescription. Upon hearing this, Ling Juan paused for a moment. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The fact that he handed over the prescription to save someone had reached Bai Suzu's ears. But upon further thought, it was understandable. In this age of the internet, information spreads rapidly. And if Ling Jian had sought help from the police, well, it was easy for anyone curious to find out more. This, in the eyes of many high-ranking officials in the Magic City, once again confirmed Ling Juan's feelings. Countless people sighed. Despite how Ling Jian's family treated him, he was still able to put aside grievances and pay such a high price to rescue someone. Truly worthy of being the first romantic of the Magic City. Whether it's romantic love, family affection, or any other kind of love, it's also deep . Just as Ling Juan was in a daze, Bai Suzu continued to speak, airing her long pondered answers. The Magic City is your place of heartache, where you can't totally forgive uncle and the family for the harm they caused you, but also can't let go of the precious family bonds. Ling Juan J, you must be living in agony, in torment, right? The girl choked up. And by handing over the prescription, you've touched the core interests of the Su family. Even though Grandpa Su may not say it, he must have words in his heart. And your future happiness. Are you really prepared to take care of Kinj for the rest of your life? Bai Suzu's words were sincere. These conclusions were based on her deep pondering, completely heartfelt. She thought long and hard, eventually finding a way to make Ling Juan happy. It was to leave the Magic City, never to return to this place of sorrow. This way, all the pain wouldn't continue, and Ling Juan could start a new life. Of course, she couldn't possibly watch Ling Juan leave all alone. So Bai Suzu decided to accompany the boy, staying by his side as they journeyed to the ends of the earth. The two of them would be like a romantic movie, traveling together with their swords. Thinking of this, Bai Suzu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The exciting life she had never experienced as a well-behaved girl. Her heart was filled with enormous expectations. W. Let's elope. Ling Juan J, this is the only way you can find redemption. Don't worry. I will always be with you, even until forever. Holding her blushing cheeks, Bai Suzu smiled brightly, like a ripe, sweet apple. She was already envisioning a beautiful future life. At the same time, a great sense of accomplishment filled her heart, believing that she had saved Ling Juan, rescuing a young man from his unfortunate life. Wow I am indeed amazing. Approximately. On the other side, watching Bai Suzu deeply immersed in her fantasy world, unable to control herself, Ling Juan was completely confused and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a smart one, hash. But I refuse." To be honest, Bai Suzu's analysis was logical and well-founded. If he hadn't already evolved from his past self, he might have been convinced. Unfortunately, it wasn't like the old days. Bai Suzu, don't make yourself out to be a savior. I have no interest in you, and I just find you annoying. And as for the Lin family, I don't care about their opinions or outcomes in the least. Your so-called redemption is also ridiculous, absurd. That's enough. I wish you all the best. With that said, Ling Juan didn't want to waste any more time, so he bypassed the girl in front of him and walked away. Could it be that I've misinterpreted things? Does Ling Juan really not like me at all? Is he really not in agony or torment? That can't be possible. How could this be? Ecstatic about Ling Juan's resolute departure, Bai Suzu had a moment of confusion. She didn't know what she had done wrong. She only wanted to help Ling Juan. But not only did he not appreciate it or feel touched, but he also showed such a disdainful attitude towards her. It was quite hurtful. Bai Suzu pouted, with mist in her eyes, feeling unbearably wronged. But in the next moment, a light bulb lit up in her mind. She realized everything. Aha! According to her understanding, Ling Juan must be feeling ashamed, thinking he wasn't worthy of her. He was afraid that after leaving the Magic City, he would be penniless and unable to provide a happy home for the girl he loved. So in order not to burden himself, Ling Juan deliberately said those hurtful words to make her detest him, to leave him. And then, he would find a dark corner, licking his wounds like a lonely injured wolf. He really... I can't believe it. Oh, emotionally charged, Bai Susu became even more determined. She needed to save this poor boy because she owed it to him. If only she hadn't listened to one-sided stories from her cousin's family, Ling Juan wouldn't have been isolated by his family for so many years. He must have been in a lot of pain all these years, right? If I had noticed sooner. If, sigh. Unfortunately, there are no ifs, only results. Tilde. And it's all my fault, tilde. I shouldn't have stayed silent when I should have spoken up, been weak when I should have been brave, tilde. And then, feeling an immense sense of guilt, the girl shouted out a one-sided promise to Ling Juan's retreating figure. Tomorrow night, I will be at the Magic City subway station waiting for you. No matter how late it is, I will wait for you there. I'll keep waiting and waiting. Ling Juan Jie, I will definitely save you. I will never let you endure loneliness and pain alone again. Tomorrow night, I will wait for you at the subway station in the Magic City. No matter how late it gets, I will wait for you. Keep waiting. Keep waiting. Even though Ling Juan never looked back throughout, Bai Susu continued to shout several times in a row to make sure Ling Juan could hear, until his figure completely disappeared. Following that, the girl turned back in disappointment. She needed to go home first to pack her bags, preparing for the long elopement life ahead. As for the possibility of Ling Juan not showing up at the subway station tomorrow night, it's almost impossible. Bai Susu firmly believed that. She had 95% confidence that he would come. Because between her and Ling Juan, there existed an inseparable emotional bond, a tie. On the other side, this woman is just a self-pitying, brain-filling monster. Forget it. Let's keep our distance from her in the future. Let Su Fan handle her own headache. But it seems like the butterfly effect she triggered has caused her and Su Fan to have no interaction at all now. Ignoring the girl's calls behind him, Ling Juan recalled the plot. He suddenly realized that because of his actions, the Su family was not only safe and sound, but their power had also increased. This led to the elimination of the hatred between the Su family, the Lin family, and the Bai family. A series of chain reactions resulted in Bai Susu losing the reason for turning dark, even losing all interactions with the protagonist. I'm sorry. My uncle, I didn't mean to snatch your confidant. Lost in thought, Ling Juan returned to the Su family mansion. Along the way, he saw brightly lit decorations with the mansion adorned in red. Especially at the entrance of the villa, the two red couplets affixed and the red lanterns hanging on top filled the air with a festive atmosphere. All of this served as a reminder to Ling Juan that he was about to become a married man. Mr. Lin, welcome back. Mr. Lin, should we start calling you brother-in-law? After greeting the servants in the estate, Ling Juan smiled as he ascended to the second floor, pushing open the familiar girl's bedroom door. Kinj, good morning. Walking to the bedside, gazing at the sleeping girl's exquisite face, Ling Juan habitually sat on the edge of the bed and held the girl's delicate hand. At the same time, feeling the automatic increase in touch points in his mind, he couldn't help but feel immensely good. This was the happiest moment he looked forward to each day. Being able to touch a fragrant girl and effortlessly earn touch points. If days could go on like this, Ling Juan thought it wouldn't be bad. In the dark consciousness, Su Kinj was bored to death in a daze. Suddenly, she heard Ling Juan's voice, feeling happy yet a bit unsure. After all, she was getting married to him the next day. This left her a bit clueless about how to interact with Ling Juan. However, she still made a slight struggle, gesturing for Ling Juan to let go of her and handing her a piece of paper. Soon, Su Kinj held the pen in her hand and wrote on the blank paper, "Good morning." Although Su Kinj had not fully recovered physically, unable to raise her hand, her right palm could still move freely. So when Ling Juan had an idea last night, finding the pace of writing on the palm too slow, he suggested communicating through written words on paper instead. After a short adaptation period, Su Kinj quickly mastered the technique of writing fluidly on paper. Her wrists gently waving like a prancing butterfly, the strokes flowing smoothly on the paper as if each word was breathing, pulsating, and bursting with life. Good-looking people write so beautifully too. Initially, Ling Juan found it interesting, a new way of communication with the girl. However, as Su Kinj kept writing on the paper, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. He couldn't hold her tender hand that easily anymore. Due to her not needing to communicate by touching palms, Ling Juan was hesitant to pull her hand forcefully or request a return to writing in his palm for efficiency's sake. However, with a new strategy, if holding hands became less frequent, increasing massage and rubbing could accumulate points faster. With back-and-forth interactions, it seemed like accumulating points was speeding up even more. After all, the area of touch of the hands does not compare to the full body contact, being more comprehensive and fragrant. Oh, well, turning adversity into a blessing. At this moment, perhaps sensing Ling Juan's lack of response, Sukinj was a bit puzzled and inquired on the paper. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Are you unhappy? Seeing this, Ling Juan chuckled, scratching his head, and jokingly replied, No, I got to happy just now. Because I got lost admiring your beauty. I got a bit distracted. TSK. My wife is so beautiful. Enchanting, breathtaking, ethereal, captivating. As these cheesy words came out, Sukinj's pen quivered, drawing a line on the paper, her heart in turmoil. Oh dear, what is Ling Juan talking about? Humph, shameless. Oh **Q. He actually said he appreciated my beauty. How exaggerating is that? And peeked at me too. No wonder I felt a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, in Sukinj's mind, she imagined Ling Juan smiling wryly, gazing up and down her body with an odd look. Feeling embarrassed, if she could move right now, she would definitely want to find a hole to hide in. Indeed, the girl's guess was correct. At this moment Ling Juan was indeed peeping. No, he was appreciating Sukinj's graceful figure with his gaze. Her graceful figure, the raised rear, and a perfect. Of course, this was in a situation where Sukinj couldn't open her eyes. Ling Juan could openly gaze, enjoy, and cultivate his sentiments. He often fretted, what if Sukinj woke up someday, and he couldn't be so brazen anymore? After all, he had an image to maintain in front of his sister. He couldn't act too uncouth. Remember, he was an upright gentleman. Perhaps the directness of Ling Juan's gaze got to him. Even though in Sukinj's dark subconscious state, she couldn't shake off a feeling of discomfort, as if a big bad wolf drooling, staring hungrily at her, feeling like at any moment he might pounce and devour her entirely. Hence, Sukinj picked up the pen and swiftly wrote on the paper, I'm feeling a bit cold. Can you help me cover the blanket? Ling Juan, cold. How on earth am I cold? It's so sunny outside. I'm actually feeling overheated. How can I look cold? Clearly, it's just to guard against me Kinj. I'm hurt. Do you hate me? The sadness flowing like a river. Sobbing, Hearing that, Sukinj got flustered. She realized she might have gone a bit overboard. After all, Ling Juan was a decent person. How could he be the perverted person she imagined him to be? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. And she didn't really dislike his gaze either. It was more of just feeling a bit embarrassed, not the disgust Ling Juan thought. To prevent further misunderstanding, Sukinj hurriedly started to explain, You misunderstood. I don't hate you. Don't hate me. Does that mean you like me? Haha, I was just kidding. By the way, even in blind writing, your handwriting is so nice. Have you had specific training? Ling Juan quickly shifted the topic. Indeed, Sukinj's attention was diverted, and she forgot to ask for the blanket to be covered. Her graceful figure continued to be exposed to Ling Juan's appreciation gaze, as she replied, No, you're exaggerating. Sukinj internally chuckled, writing based on her instincts. She was content if her handwriting came out decently. How could she match Ling Juan's exaggerated description? I'm not lying to you. Maybe the words truly represent the person. The font written by a goddess like you is flawless in any form. Ling Juan smirked and continued, indulging in compliments. After all, people love to hear praise. No one appreciates criticism, so showering her with compliments was the way to go. Unfortunately, Ling Juan forgot that Sukinj was quite unique, suffering from andromania. Even though she was a bit pleased by his words, her review was, sweet talker, smooth talker. Have you never been in a relationship before? This slick performance seems quite similar to some scumbags I've met before. No. Looking at the writings doubting him being a scumbag, Ling Juan appeared quite innocent. Throughout his 2 lives, he was truly a single dog, and the reason was just one word, broke. Excessive. Kinj, This is a blatant misunderstanding. I'm just purely admiring. Every stroke you've written exudes elegance and rhythm, appearing so coordinated and natural. Under your pen, every word seems to have its soul and story, much like a speck of dust in the world, carefully sculpted into art by you. Especially when your pen touches the paper. The elegant movement it displays between pen and paper is like a noble dancer gracefully performing on stage. Every stroke you make is like a jade embedded in precious stones, radiating brilliance. This is the legendary beauty's handwriting, providing visual pleasure, giving spiritual delight to others. Your writing is so good, as though it has a magical touch that can captivate and make one forget the world's chaos. Watching you write, for some reason, I get drawn into a certain elegance and composed mysterious force. Every stroke left by you, just like Kinj herself, full of confidence and charm, irresistibly enchanting, making one fall deeper and deeper. Ling Juan spoke earnestly, weaving a web of exaggeration. He said it with such relish and fervor, but it seemed that Su Kinj was overwhelmed by this prolonged and lavish praise wave. Listening to earnest responses, he felt warm. There was a slight excitement of witnessing the gradual revelation of a growing girl next door, finally getting a response after the long dedication. Subsequently, Ling Juan reached out and pinched the girl's porcelain cheeks, teasing, "Kinj, I accept your thanks. But as the ancients said, when you owe your life to someone, you should return the favor. Ahem. I believe our ancestors were quite wise. What do you think?" In response, Su Kinj fell silent for a moment. Then on the paper, she wrote a single word, "Okay?" Chapter 159 Blushing Su Kinj, Ling Juan. Are you a pervert? Okay. Are this. No matter how Ling Juan calculated it, he never expected the girl to be so straightforward and give this response. "This is what I owe you. If you want, I can do it." At this moment, Su Kinj once again wrote 2 sentences. In her heart, she always felt that she owed Ling Juan. So if offering oneself was the other party's wish, then she would never refuse no matter what. Hearing this, Ling Juan felt depressed and tapped the girl's forehead, feeling exasperated. "Enough, Kinj. You almost drove me crazy with your words. Every time it's about owing me. Besides this, don't you have any other feelings towards me? For example, romantic feelings between a man and a woman." Hearing this, Su Kinj suddenly fell silent. She didn't know how to confess to Ling Juan. The blood feud she bore made her realize that she wasn't suitable for love and affection. If Ling Juan just wanted her body, or the wealth and power of the Su family, then Su Kinj could easily give all of that to him without hesitation. But if Ling Juan wanted her heart, Su Kinj didn't know what to do. Because she had never thought about falling in love with another man. Her character wouldn't allow her to become a woman who only knows how to be soft and dependent every day. Without this sudden twist of fate, she and Ling Juan would never have reached this point. Of course, the unexpected had already happened. After so many days of spending time together, Su Kinj couldn't deny that she was starting to feel something. Although she couldn't distinguish if it was just gratitude playing a role. But relying on her female intuition, she felt that she might have some affection for Ling Juan, maybe even a hint of liking. However, for the rational Su Kinj, this vague romantic feeling between a man and a woman couldn't shake her belief in seeking revenge. Perhaps the best way was to directly eliminate any budding feelings. It wasn't selfishness, but more about the terrifying enemies involved in the vendetta. The closer Ling Juan was to her, the more likely he was to become endangered because of her. This was something Su Kinj didn't want to see. "I'm sorry, Ling Juan. You are a good person. But I have a fear of men. I don't like men. Or rather, I can't love any man. This is my personal reason, nothing to do with you. If one day you have feelings for another girl, I will smile and bless you, sending you away." With the idea of making a decision that might cause chaos, Su Kinj took advantage of the opportunity to communicate in writing without face-to-face interaction, expressing some ruthless words. Even though she knew this might create a barrier in Ling Juan's heart or even push him away, despite being anxious inside, she remained outwardly calm. Deep down, she knew that distancing herself from Ling Juan might be the best way to protect him from any potential danger and to secure his true happiness. These words needed to be said now, because later, they might become harder to express and certain emotions harder to let go of. Continuing the conversation, Sukinj couldn't help but feel pain as she contemplated the possibility of Ling Juan disappearing from her life and she being left alone. Meanwhile, the girl felt a warm sensation and found herself embraced by Ling Juan. Subsequently, she felt their foreheads touching and their faces close. Sukinj could clearly hear and feel the man's calm breathing. "It's okay, Kinj. You don't need to blame yourself or apologize. Though I don't know what burdens you carry, I am willing to bear them together with you. As long as you don't push me away, I will always stay by your side, facing everything together. My feelings for you are as natural as breathing, with no second that I'm not thinking of you. You are the angel in my heart. No matter how far you may be, you will always be the one in my heart. ... Holding on to the principle of expressing love openly, Ling Juan, without hesitation, expressed his love with sweet words. According to him, pursuing a girl involved boldness, thick skin, and consistently making her aware of his love. After all, it didn't cost anything to talk. Ling Juan believed that girls valued emotions, and sometimes even the most sincere gestures might not be appreciated, while sweet words could touch their hearts. This differentiation in communication was crucial. Of course, the premise was that the girl reciprocated his feelings. Otherwise, it could lead to annoyance and even estrangement, turning one into a dedicated admirer or a fool. Sensing Sukinj's growing breathlessness, Ling Juan couldn't help but laugh with confidence, feeling that he had already captivated her entirely. "Kinj, your heart is beating so fast, A woman of words and actions. You say you're not interested in me, yet your body is quite truthful." Sukinj, ... Initially moved by Ling Juan's willingness to share everything, Sukinj was baffled by his playful words. As he continued, Sukinj found herself speechless. "You are so shameless. Wow, Kinj, are you praising me? Happy, you can call me the Great Celebration Oil Field." Ling Juan, shamelessly, whispered into the girl's ear, making her blush at the proximity and warmth of his breath. Observing her reaction, Ling Juan, enjoying the teasing, savored the moments of playfulness with Sukinj. Meanwhile, Sukinj found herself unable to restrain her feelings. "Don't call me Kinj, it's a strange nickname. And I'm older than you. How can that be? Didn't we already settle this matter before? You were born in July, I was born in September, 7-9. You are younger than me, my little sister ... I'm afraid one day, I'll wake up and can't resist scolding you. All right. A hit is a hit, and an insult is love. Do you have any idea how many men in the Magic City are lining up just for you? When that happens, you can step on me. I love being stepped on by your tender little feet. You're a pervert. I won't just step on you, I'll use a whip to punish you. Scared, right? HMPH. TSK. Kinj, you actually enjoy this kind of thing. Do you have such exotic tastes? All right, more than just a whip. If you like, I can prepare candles, ropes, but who they will be used on is uncertain. HEHEHE ... And you say, you're a pervert, a lecher. These things are too much. Only indecent people play with these. Followed by an angry face depicting, caught me off guard. Kinj, do you know how to use these tools? I only heard rumors. I'm just a simple guy. I wouldn't use them. You're amazing, Kinj. I'm not. I haven't. You're making things up. I have lived for more than 20 years, and I have never encountered such shamelessness as yours. Congratulations, today you witnessed it. Happy. **W. Are you asking me? Reach out your hand. I want to hold it. Wow, Kinj, you're so proactive today. I'm a bit embarrassed. Isn't it typical for a woman to be contradictory? You said you don't love me. Ling Juan teasingly reached out to hold her hand as requested. Suddenly, he found himself in the grip of a 9-yin white bone claw. W_WO. You're attempting to murder your husband. OO. Alas Kinj, if you don't let go, I'll have to fight back. Seeing his wrist caught by Sukinj, Ling Juan exaggeratedly exclaimed. Then he reached out, pinched King's delicate cheek, playfully teasing her. In the intimate setting of the room, the two indulged in playful banter. Even though one of them was currently immobile, a bond that couldn't be explained pulled their hearts closer. At that moment, Su Qinj decided to set aside her conflicts around love and live in the present, aware of potential regrets either way. However, she knew that eventually, she would have to confront her feelings and face the future when her body fully recovered. After making her decision, for a moment, Su Qinj had the fleeting thought of not wanting to wake up, allowing her to avoid facing reality and continuing her current life. However, she found this escape impossible. Su Qinj sensed her recovery accelerating and knew that waking up was inevitable, making her ironic smile. Previously eager to awaken, now she hesitated. On the other side of the room, Ling Juan climbed onto the bed, playfully engaging with the girl in his arms. His exaggerated words entertained Su Qinj, making her blush and laugh. As her full attention shifted to him, Ling Juan's face showed a relieved smile. It was not yet time to reveal all, and Ling Juan knew that his interactions with Su Qinj were still brief. Despite the debts of saving her life and assisting the Su family, the girl's gratitude far outweighed any form of romance at the moment. Furthermore, the thorn of revenge troubled her heart. This was the biggest obstacle between them for now. The girl's ability to commit fully to any romantic relationship was hindered by this unresolved issue. Even if she chose to be with him, the thorn in her heart would always lead to a sense of regret. This realization prompted Ling Juan to start laying out plans gradually, aiming to foster his own power in Su Qinj's life. He wanted to use his method to help Su Qinj remove that thorn from her heart. When the time came, a natural progression between the two would be inevitable, leading to a harmonious ending. Qinj, are you bored? Why don't we play a game? A game? How do we play? Hearing Ling Juan's suggestion, Su Qinj was surprised. How could they play a game when she couldn't move or speak? And as for being bored, ever since Ling Juan had been by her side, she didn't feel lonely at all. With him around, she was constantly entertained and amused. Nevertheless, she was eager to know what game Ling Juan had in mind. *W. What kind of game was it? How about an idiom chain game? Let's test who has more knowledge. Dare to challenge me. Okay. Who's afraid of whom? Let's start. Su Qinj, with confidence, accepted the challenge. She wasn't just a pretty face, she was a brilliant woman who had returned triumphant with top honors from Harvard. Playing an idiom chain game, a test of knowledge, was a mere trifle to her. She could do it effortlessly, according to her. Su Qinj, ready to take on the challenge, decided to crush Ling Juan and show him the terror of a commanding older sister. By the way, let's wager on this. If you lose, you can't call me Qinj anymore. You have to call me sister. You hear that? You little brother. Faced with Su Qinj's provocation, Ling Juan silently took his phone out of his pocket, opened the idiom chain dictionary app. He smiled, a cunning smile. Today, he was going to have a bit of fun teasing Su Qinj, letting her know that the world could be treacherous. I lost, so I have to call you sister. Fine. Then if you lose, call me Ling Juan Jij, okay? Are you ready? Are you going to start? Or should I start? Ling Juan opened the idiom solitaire compendium, prepared for victory, and urged confidently. In the dark space of consciousness. Hearing that the bet was to call the loser Jij, Su Qinj immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. Oh so cringeworthy, She had never used that title before, almost never called anyone by that term. Even when facing her own elder brother, Su Yang, she often just called him by name, sometimes only saying elder brother when in a good mood. And now you want me to call you Ling Juan Jij. I can't take it. I can't take it. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. But when she thought about her chances of losing being only 5%, such a low probability. Victory, X. So Su Qinj stopped hesitating, confidently accepting the challenge. You start. Okay. Listen carefully then. Ling Juan didn't refuse, taking the lead without hesitation. You are too beautiful as a chicken. Su Qinj. Could it be that I've been unconscious for too long and have been left behind by the times? Are you sure that's an idiom? This seems more like internet slang. The young girl couldn't stop thinking sarcastically inside her mind. However, seeing that Ling Juan couldn't even tell the difference between idiom and internet slang, Su Qinj's confidence only grew stronger. Fine. Given Ling Juan's desperate illiteracy, she reluctantly acknowledged this idiom. beautiful as a celestial being, divine grace and beauty, matching appearance with spirit, motionless form and shifting spirit, plain words, choose words carefully, skillfully speaking without substance, fleetingly moving like a boat on water, thunder from the crock and thunder from the ancient tripod. Soon, the battle between the two intensified, with neither side giving in. However, the further they went, the harder it became for Ling Juan. He had to admit that Su Qing's knowledge was not to be underestimated, especially since she seemed to be intentionally selecting some obscure and unheard of idioms to quickly end the battle, causing Ling Juan's mind to short-circuit in an instant. Tripod, tripod. Let me think. Seeing Ling Juan stuck and unable to respond, Su Qing's heart leapt for joy. She knew the other side had run out of answers. Are you out of words? It's okay to surrender. You've been amazing, little brother. Losing to big sister me isn't embarrassing. These were the genuine words of the young girl. Ling Juan's ability to use so many rare idioms and reach this level of competition had indeed impressed her. It was normal to lose to her, and not a disgrace at all. But to Ling Juan, these words sounded like a blatant provocation. HMPH. Who says I can't do it? How can a man say he can't? In order to secure his future position in the family, Ling Juan harshly pressed Su Qing's proud spirit. Ling Juan raised an eyebrow, realizing he needed outside help. After opening the idiom solitaire compendium, he immediately turned the tables. A feast of fish and birds. He thought of it. Quite interesting, but how long can you hold on? Facing Ling Juan's sudden inspiration, Su Qing didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just luck. But relying purely on luck, how could one possibly defeat her? The knowledge accumulated over the years gave the girl an overwhelming confidence. Facing Ling Juan's counterattack, she effortlessly provided the answer. A swallow's dwelling. What the young girl didn't know was that from that moment on, her opponent was no longer a human, but the pinnacle of human wisdom. An AI system. Ulterior motives. Measure the heavens and sea. Whirlwind and torrential river. Turn the world upside down. Vast land, sparse population. Peculiar and strange. Incredible strength and chaos. Radiant spirits. Confident and upright. Chin up and stride forward. Staggering steps. After a continuous struggle for half an hour, Su Qing's response became slower, and she needed more time to think. Obviously, the young girl was gradually running out of ideas. Even so, this human versus AI battle had opened Ling Juan's eyes. If it were merely based on actual knowledge, he probably wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes before the AI defeated him. But Su Qing fought bravely and confidently, surprising everyone with her quick answers. But human intelligence had its limits compared to AI. After engaging in a battle using thousands of idioms, they finally reached the end. Don't step on cows and sheep. Step. Can't think of it. I lose. Maybe exhausted from mental fatigue, Su Qing reluctantly wrote surrender on the paper. I surrender. Ling Juan, is memorizing idioms your specialty? You're quite impressive. Thinking she had the game in the bag, Su Qing never expected. She actually lost. Though feeling a bit frustrated, she accepted her defeat graciously. Ling Juan's level of knowledge far surpassed her expectations. Su Qing admired that. Despite the face-to-face challenge, she did her best and had no regrets, finding honor in defeat. But at the thought of having to call the other Gij, Su Qing felt a hint of shyness. Luckily, recognizing that his victory was unfair, Ling Juan decided not to force Su Qing to fulfill the agreement. Okay, Qing. I don't want to make it difficult for you. Let's cancel the previous bet. Hearing this, Su Qing felt touched and relieved, but at the same time, a hint of regret crept in. She didn't really mind that bet after all. Ling Juan, I want to challenge you again. Under the premise of the previous bet, this time I won't lose again. In this moment of defeated gaming, Su Qing harbored a sense of frustration and decided to challenge Ling Juan once more. She simply couldn't believe that she would lose to him in terms of knowledge. Still here. You won't win. Ling Juan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the idiom solitaire compendium on his phone, filled with confidence. Don't underestimate me. Okay, since you refuse to admit defeat, let me show you the absolute gap in our strength. Just as Ling Juan was showing off, Sukinj proposed a new game format. This time, let's play a matching pairs game. Matching pairs. Okay. Kinj, are you going to give me the first line, or is it still me? I will come up with the first line, and you match the second line. Sukinj boldly took the initiative. Honestly, matching pairs wasn't her strong suit, but she believed it was the same for Ling Juan. After all, compared to four-character idioms, matching pairs was a more challenging form of literary art that not everyone could easily excel at, because the lines of the pair needed to match in meaning, rhyme, and tonal pattern. This required the use of various literary knowledge, such as rhetoric and historical allusions. It was extremely difficult. Without enough literary depth, one could probably struggle for a long time without coming up with anything. So this time, Sukinj was 95% sure she wouldn't lose again. Let's begin. Kinj, I'm ready. With a light touch to the flowing hair of the young girl in his embrace, Ling Juan urged softly. At the same time, secretly taking out his phone, he opened the Ultimate Matching Pairs Encyclopedia app, ready for action. Under his watchful gaze, Sukinj made her move. In the flow of ink on the blank paper, the bright moon shines through the window. Every bright star is a Ming or Zhuge. Seeing the upper line vividly drawn on the paper, Ling Juan calmly matched it with the bottom line. The clean breeze sweeps the pool. Each gentle breeze is a Sujimo. Appreciating this neatly paired line, Sukinj couldn't help but mentally give Ling Juan a thumbs up. Good. Well matched. Quite impressive, huh? Unexpectedly, despite Ling Juan's usual laid-back appearance, his talents and literary prowess were indeed profound. Considering the number of timeless classic songs he had written, his talent was undeniable. Normal matching pairs couldn't stump him, and this was perfectly reasonable. Reflecting on this period and the various miracles Ling Juan created, Sukinj began to feel that this man must be hiding even more profound secrets. Deep in thought and speculation, Sukinj's thoughts were interrupted by an excited voice from Ling Juan. Little love song, you lost. So now, fulfill the bet and call me Ling Juan Gij. I forgot you can't speak yet. Writing it is fine too. Quickly Sukinj. .. So cringeworthy. So awkward. The girl was overwhelmed with goosebumps all over her body, truly not wanting to utter those words. Her status as the ice-cold female president of Mogado would be truly ruined if she let this slip out. Just as Sukinj was struggling with her thoughts and finding excuses to snatch the paper back, outside the room, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Oni-chan. Kinj big sister. It's Chen Keenan here. This voice, just hearing it, Ling Juan knew who was coming. That troublesome kid was here to disrupt their enjoyable bonding time again. Ling Juan's mouth twitched, glancing at the room's entrance, but when he saw Chen Keenan in his new attire, he was left speechless. Wearing black-framed glasses, a deep blue suit, a white shirt, and a red bow tie around his neck. Enter the stage, Detective Chen Keenan. Requesting gifts. Oni-chan. Kinj's sister. I, Chen Keenan, have arrived, a familiar girl's room. As soon as Chen Kixin walked in, she noticed Sukinj holding a pen. Next to her were several sheets of paper covered in handwriting, which pleasantly surprised Chen Kixin. Kinj's sister, you can write now. Kixin, you're here. Hearing her best friend's voice, Sukinj greeted with text, stirring up unknown emotions in her heart. It was then that she truly realized ... Even without Ling Juan's help in relaying messages, she could gradually restore communication with the outside world. It was a path she had never thought of before, but now, thanks to Ling Juan, it was becoming a reality. If it weren't for his diligent care every day, giving massages, she might have just been a breathing corpse. Thinking of this, the girl felt even more grateful towards Ling Juan. Sabo, Kinj's sister. I missed you so much. When you were just unconscious, I was so worried. You will surely fully recover soon, and then we can play together again. Stick together ... Watching Sukinj gradually recover, Chen Kixin was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes even turning red. This exchange was the first real response to her since Sukinj had become a vegetable. Although it was just communication on paper, it marked a significant progress. Previously, the young Lolita would pretend to be cheerful on the surface, but deep down, She was filled with worries, unsure if Su-kinj could truly recover completely. But now, seeing Su-king's progress, all her past worries seemed unnecessary. Su-kinj was getting closer to her pre-comatose state with each passing day, and all the credit went to Ling Juan's arrival. Thinking of this, Chen Kixin sniffled and approached Ling Juan, taking his hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. She said, "Thank you so much. On I-Chan tilde if it wasn't for you, my dear Kinj may have never had hope of waking up. You're a hero. Thank you for saving my wife. Sob sob, tell me, how can I repay you this time? Your contribution is immense. Even if you want me to devote myself to you, I agree. For my Kinj sister, I will treat it as a nightmare, waking up still deeply moved. Ling Juan, This 1.5 meter tall little demoness acted up again. It was clear that she's my wife, and it's only natural for me to save her, right? How did this turn into me being an outsider and you being her man? And I'm so handsome and chic. How many girls would want to spend a night with me? Yet in your eyes, my image must be so messed up. Ha! This good buddy can exaggerate to the point of giving you nightmares. Ling Juan felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, wanting to scold 1,000 words, but all that came out was, devote myself. But I don't like little grapes, they taste so bad. Once these words were out, the previously tearful and grateful Lolita suddenly stiffened. Then, with black lines on her forehead, she said, "Gee, I'll beat you up for calling me a grape. I'm not small. I hate you, bad person. You're no longer my Oni-chan, I'll beat you to a pulp. Ultimate move. Rubber Gatling gun, rattling, tilde. As Chen Kixin shouted, her two little fists kept punching back and forth. Ling Juan, Hopeless, this Chunabu little demoness was beyond help, really. You'd think she just graduated from kindergarten. And the fact that she's cosplaying as the famous Detective Conan, but using One Piece's Luffy's moves, don't you feel something's off about it? It's just too bizarre. Facing Chen Kixin's fierce attack, Ling Juan calmly extended his slender right hand and pressed it against the little Lolita's forehead. Chen Kixin was momentarily paralyzed in place, her face filled with anxiety, helplessness, and rage. I=E=hash. Damn it. Despicable villain. Mocking my short arms, ha! Want a one-on-one battle, ha-tot. Hearing this, Ling Juan smirked with a hint of disdain. Seeing herself defeated by Ling Juan's underhanded tactics, Chen Kixin pouted and ran to the bedside to complain to Su-kinj. Under Ling Juan's unsatisfied gaze, the two girls stood face to face, cheek to cheek. Kinj sister, I've been bullied. Sob tilde, this guy is no man. Even I, a cute little girl, fell victim to him. He's scum, trash. Kinj sister, it's so scary. What if you get abused in the future? Not like me, I'll only be worried about sister. Facing Chen Kixin's accusations, Ling Juan had no reaction. But he was baffled by Su-king's childish defiance and calmly reminded her, patting his chest resoundingly, hash. What's this? Kinj, you're supposed to call me big brother. You're already mad. You want to beat me up for this little brat. I'm blue thin. I'm a mushroom. Don't forget, I'm the lucky husband you're about to marry in. You better pamper me right. Su-kinj, This guy. When most young men are picked as in-laws, they feel aggrieved, thinking it harms their dignity. But Ling Juan wasn't just eager, he seemed proud of it. Could it be that he had no resistance to the idea of being an in-law? Nowadays, some people really look down on being a son-in-law. She was worried that, after Ling Juan went out, he might be ridiculed by some acquaintances from the past, causing discomfort. But Ling Juan, instead of resisting, seemed to be very much looking forward to a life that most people would consider demeaning. She couldn't understand, completely at a loss. Men's thoughts are really hard to figure out. In Su-king's outdated view, most men would find the idea of being an in-law hard to accept. Her initial thoughts weren't wrong, but she failed to realize her own excellent qualities. Marrying a dreadful, poor, unattractive woman versus marrying a beautiful, wealthy, powerful executive. The acceptance level by men is entirely different. The former would rather die than surrender. The latter, sister, isn't enough. I want more. On the other hand, what O_O? Why call you big brother? How could Kin's sister say such a thing? Chen Kexin shook her head in disbelief, absolutely not believing Ling Juan's words. Because she knew Su King's character too well. She highly admired her sister. How could she possibly call another man big brother? She wasn't one of those who only knew to act cute and please men. No way, absolutely impossible. You are blatantly slandering. I absolutely don't believe. As she continued, Chen Kexin's voice grew weaker, because out of the corner of her eye, she saw a sheet of paper on the desk with Su King's handwriting. Ling Juan, big brother. On with this. Ling Juan's words turned out to be true. In an instant, Chen Kexin's worldview shattered, everything she believed in. Thankfully, to restore her honor, Su King took a whole page to explain the forced process. Idioms chain and poetic verses. Kin's sister, you lost. How absurd. You're the top student in our magic city. Your academic achievements broke national records. Given your knowledge base, how could you possibly lose to someone who didn't even graduate from college? With a look of disbelief, Chen Kexin inspected Ling Juan, top to bottom, skepticism evident in her eyes. Hey. What's wrong with not graduating college? Can't you be cultured without a degree? As the saying goes, talent can arise among common people. Ling Juan calmly admitted he had real skills and knowledge. In his past memory, after his mother's death, he was immersed in grief, not focused on studies. Moreover, Ling Jian openly brought Lin Hao and his mother back home after Ling Juan's mother's death. This caused a mental breakdown in Ling Juan, leading to him developing bipolar disorder. One day during university lectures, unable to control his emotions, he ended up in a physical altercation with a provoking classmate, resulting in Ling Juan being expelled from college. At this moment, Chen Kexin squinted, rubbing her chin, and in a doubtful tone said, "Did you cheat because Kin's sister couldn't open her eyes?" You won't fool my eyes, the eyes of a famous detective Conan viewer. I've seen thousands of episodes of Conan. I've learned over 500 murder methods, mastered over 100 locked room scenarios, skilled in using various weapons like knives, poison needles, creating perfect alibis. I'm a genius. Oni-chan, you definitely cheated. Facing the all-seeing gaze of the Lolita, Ling Juan awkwardly averted his eyes. How did this little Lolita become so smart? Is having a small brain related to having a big chest? At this moment, Su King belatedly realized, also feeling suspicious about Chen Kexin's speculation. They doubted Ling Juan managed to defeat Su King head-on with his knowledge alone. But if he had assistance, that would make more sense. Despicable Ling Juan, using tricks like that. When I wake up, I must beat him up. Ahem, since you don't believe it, let's have another match. I accept all challenges. Faced with the girl's doubts, Ling Juan remained composed, confident that he could save some points. By directly transferring the knowledge of the idioms chain Bible and the complete rhyming dictionary into his mind, he ensured that this knowledge was completely his own. No one could accuse him of cheating like that, right? With wit and wisdom, Chen Kexin and Ling Juan's showdown began, just as the two engaged in a verbal battle. At the First People's Hospital in the Magic City, Ling Jian, a disoriented state, returned to the hospital room to await news. He had just received a message from a friend, saying that the paternity test report was finally out. Though he hadn't seen the results yet, Ling Jian's heart sank to the bottom, feeling like ashes. Because on the phone, when he inquired about the test results, his friend hesitated and avoided a clear answer. This abnormal reaction made Ling Jian's heart skip a beat. Magic City First People's Hospital. General Ward. Ling Jian, feeling restless and impatient, waits for the paternity test report to arrive. Click. The door suddenly pushed open. You're here. Ling Jian instinctively stood up and walked towards the door. But when he saw the people entering the room, his brows furrowed and his face fell. He sat back down at the bedside, sighing. Lu Binkin. What are you guys here for? The company is already doomed. What's the point of coming to me? I heard someone is acquiring the company shares. You should quickly sell them too. The visitors were Lu Binkin and several group directors. They were all typical stubborn types, still struggling and unwilling to give up hope for the group's revival. They approached Ling Jian, looking at the once vigorous Ling Jian, who now appeared worn out, feeling a sense of melancholy. But for their own futures, they earnestly advised, "Chairman, how can you easily give up? This isn't like you. There's an unknown guy contacting the shareholders constantly, buying up their shares. This person must have a scheme. Lin Group is your life's work. Old Lin, can you really give up like this? The group hasn't reached its breaking point yet. As long as your son is willing to help, there's still hope. That's right. Old Lin, listen to us. Quickly kick out that disaster mother and child from your house. Then go apologize to young Master Lin. It's not too late." After hearing the persistent persuasion from the several group directors, Ling Jian smiled bitterly, evidently having anticipated this, feeling a sense of sorrow. Indeed, the people coming to me at this point have only this purpose, right? Don't waste your efforts. The conflict between me and that brat, Ling Juan, you all know, don't you? Now there's hardly any chance for reconciliation. Why are you all still so naive? Last time I went to see him, he let this honorable father shed tears in the rain. With such cruelty, can't you see reality yet? That brat has no humanity. Ling Jian raised his expressionless face, looking at his bare hand, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Since becoming disabled, this emotion couldn't be suppressed. He often wondered if that rebellious son, Ling Juan, didn't intentionally delay back then. Would I have become disabled? Whenever he thought about it, his hatred towards Ling Juan deepened. How could that beast be so ruthlessly indifferent? Just because of some trivial father-son conflicts. Doesn't his rebellious heart feel a little pain? Chairman, you're mistaken. You're delusional. On the other hand, seeing Ling Jian completely devoid of fighting spirit, Lu Binkin furrowed his brows, adjusted his glasses, and began manipulating. If young Master Lin truly has no more affection for you as a father, then why did he hand over a priceless prescription to safely rescue you from the bandits' clutches? As for your alleged heartlessness, Chairman, you're thinking too narrowly. Think about the bias you had towards young Master Lin in the past. Put yourself in his shoes. If your father also treated you with such bias, could you easily forgive him? Brush it off. Impossible, right? After hearing Lu Binkin's words, Ling Jian's mind trembled, losing focus for a moment. He thought from Ling Juan's perspective, and instantly fell into a state of depression. Many things he once believed to be justifiable seemed unfair and biased when viewed from his elder son's perspective. For the first time in his life, Ling Jian genuinely regretted his past actions. If he treated both brothers equally, wouldn't the tragedy of father and son turning against each other have been avoided? Seeing Ling Jian finally reflecting on the advice, the shareholders looked at each other, feeling relieved. They refused to sell their shares to the man named Ma Yingsh, holding on to the last bit of hope that Ling Juan would return to his roots, especially after hearing that Ling Juan had produced a priceless prescription to redeem Ling Jian and his family from the outlaws' clutch. They were more confident that Ling Juan still harbored affection for his father. If there was still affection between them, then there was a chance for reconciliation between father and son, and hope for the Lin Group. Since their shares weren't worth much if sold now, why not take a gamble? Who knows, they might become shareholders of a billion-dollar conglomerate. With such ambition, the group directors once again urged Ling Jian to abandon Lin Hao and his mother, in order to resolve the long-standing grudge in Ling Juan's heart. To be honest, they couldn't comprehend Ling Jian's favoritism towards his illegitimate son. They were speechless and amazed at the same time. How could he abandon the outstanding son Ling Juan and favor the illegitimate son who only cried when facing troubles? How many times did his head have to hit the door for him to do such foolish things? Knock, knock, knock. While the group of directors chattered around Ling Jian, a knocking sound came from the door. Then a young nurse entered, holding an envelope. "Hello, this is the paternity test report from the director for you." Paternity test report? Could it be? Lu Binkin and the directors widened their eyes, starting to speculate. Ling Jian, with a pale face, didn't pay attention to the gazes of the others, quickly took the envelope, opened it, and looked at the final result. In just a moment, Ling Jian's face turned deathly white. Soon after, his face flushed visibly, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. The terrifying expression scared the directors, who instinctively took a few steps back. "Damn, best art!" Ling Jian almost spat out the words, one by one. Splosh! Whether it was because of extreme anger or frustration, Ling Jian's face turned red and he felt a taste of sweet blood in his throat. Then a semi-meter-long blood arrow spurted out from his mouth. In an instant, the blood stained the air, coloring his clothes and the white bed sheets a terrifying crimson. Seeing this horrifying scene, Lu Binkin and the others were startled and quickly approached Ling Jian with concern. "Oh no, old Lin, are you okay? Chairman, you're coughing out blood. Don't scare me. Don't die. Old Lin, you haven't asked your son for forgiveness yet. Don't die first. Hold on, at least for a while longer. Doctor, where's the doctor? Quickly call the doctor." At this moment, Ling Jian couldn't hear the director's words anymore. The sudden huge shock made his mind come to a halt, as if time had stopped. He sat dazed on the hospital bed, at a loss. Scenes of him and his son Lin Hao calling him father affectionately flashed through his mind. But in an instant, the images shattered, leaving only the cold truth from the paternity test, a final and icy result. Why did it turn out like this? How did it become like this? What sins did I commit, Ling Jian, to deserve this? Lord, how could you be so cruel to me? Under the extreme stimulation of the truth, tears of utter despair rolled hotly down Ling Jian's cheeks. Seeing this, Lu Binkin and the others were shocked, feeling profound pity. It was just too tragic. Ling Jian's life had been one complete tragedy. Chairman's condition earlier. Could it be dangerous? I've seen news reports about people who lost control and committed murder. With Ling Jian in that state, you never know. We should go check on him. The group's revival is heavily dependent on Ling Jian. We can't afford any mishaps now. While discussing, they quickly left the hospital room. Lin Group headquarters. Employees' dormitory. Lin Hao, lying on the sofa, browsed the latest news about Su family online. But the more he read, the more enraged he felt. The Su Group was currently flourishing, with the booming sales of the beauty elixir, and its market value kept soaring. It seemed like a matter of time before they returned to their former glory. And as the heir of the Su Group, Ling Juan's reputation was rapidly improving. If in the past, he was infamous, now the public sentiment had changed quickly. Some young girls online even worshipped Ling Juan like a star. This jealousy drove Lin Hao almost crazy. If there was one thing he couldn't stand, it was his brother excelling while he suffered. Ling Juan used to be a typical waste compared to him. Whenever people compared the two, he was always the one praised. And Ling Juan was the one criticized and disappointed in various ways. But now, their positions had completely reversed. He had become the object of criticism, and Ling Juan had ascended to a pedestal. The extreme disparity between their past and present statuses was something Lin Hao couldn't accept. If possible, he would trade 20 years of his life to grant Ling Juan a lifetime of mediocrity. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in life. Damn bastard! What right do you have to possess all of this? Why? Lin Hao, his face twisted, cursed Ling Juan in his heart with all kinds of malice. At that moment, Bai Yulin's voice came from the kitchen. "Zi Hao, get ready. I prepared dinner. We can go to the hospital to see your father." "Go where? That useless man couldn't even hold on to the family fortune." "I'm not doing it." Just the thought of his billions being squandered by Ling Jian made Lin Hao grind his teeth in anger. These years, if it weren't for inheriting the Lin Group, how could he have endured acting like a good boy in front of the other just to secure his position? But now, all was lost. Lin Group, headquarters, employee dormitory. Bai Yulin surrounded by an apron, packing meals in the kitchen. Go to what hospital? That old useless person couldn't even protect the family property. I'm not going to serve him anymore. She frowned upon hearing her son's angry shouts from the living room. Holding the packed meal boxes, she walked out of the kitchen. "Zi Hao, don't be so stubborn. Your father's injuries are serious. We still have to go visit him." "Mommy, you're not falling for Ling Jian, are you? But you're acting like that." Lin Hao didn't understand Bai Yulin's ambiguous attitude. How to explain his mommy liking that old man? What was his existence then? But to say she didn't like him. Her caring attitude sometimes seemed genuine. Facing his precious son's confusion, Bai Yulin sighed and said, "Ah, son, your father has given his all to us these years. Especially during the kidnapping incident, he protected us, even willing to sacrifice his own fingers to prevent harm to us. And now, we are penniless and relying on the money from your father selling shares to live. Bai Yulin earnestly described her conflicted feelings. Over the years of their marriage, she was somewhat satisfied with Lin Jian's behavior. If it weren't for the closure of Lin Group, perhaps she would have stayed by his side and grown old with him. Initially, she had planned to wait for Lin Jian to sell his shares, then take her son and run away with the money. However, after the kidnapping incident, she truly felt Lin Jian's love for her and their son, stirring compassion in her heart. What's there to feel guilty about? We've served him for so many years. Isn't protecting us a given? In contrast to Bai Yulin's hesitations, Lin Hao sneered without a hint of gratitude towards Lin Jian. Ever since he overheard in the company that Lin Jian agreed to give up his position as the heir temporarily for his own benefit, allowing Ling Juan to inherit, Lin Hao felt nothing but resentment towards his supposed father. But considering their current financial situation, relying on Lin Jian to sell shares for a fresh start, Lin Hao decided to pretend to be a good son for the time being. When he had secured the funds, he planned to use it as capital for his own resurgence. I, Lin Hao, will not forever be beneath others. One day, I will definitely trample Ling Juan under my feet. At this moment, Lin Hao's gaze was resolute, silently swearing. In his eyes, all the recent misfortunes were due to Ling Juan, who had bullied him before. Unless he thoroughly defeated him, a thorn would always linger in his heart. Mommy, is the food packed? Once he had sorted through his thoughts, Lin Hao suppressed his resistance, prepared to endure the nauseating situation, and then accompany Lin Jian in acting a few scenes. Click! Just then, the sound of the door unlocking suddenly came from the room. Lin Jian, wearing a patient gown, entered expressionlessly. Husband, why are you back? And you haven't even changed your clothes? How? And I just finished giving our statements at the police station. I finished cooking, getting ready to go to the hospital to see you. Bai Yulin was astonished by Lin Jian's appearance. She quickly smiled, opened her arms, and instinctively moved to snuggle into Lin Jian's embrace. But seeing the flowers blooming with a smile, she no longer felt his tenderness and warmth. Instead, there was now only disgust, anger, and repulsion in his heart. Grinding his teeth, Lin Jian spat out, "You wretch, huh? Did I hear him curse me? No, I must be too tired and mishearing." Bai Yulin paused, thinking she hadn't rested well, causing auditory illusions. She continued to smile gently, approached Lin Jian in 3 steps, and stood right by his side. "You wretch!" This time, Lin Jian's icy demeanor increased as he raised his voice. It wasn't just Bai Yulin, but even Lin Hao nearby could clearly hear the incredulous words. "Husband, what's wrong with you? And why are you suddenly angry? How could you curse at me?" Bai Yulin was dumbfounded. In the decades since she'd known Lin Jian, he had always communicated softly with her. Always humble, never speaking harshly. Yet now, he was acting completely out of character, verbally abusing her before her eyes. Bai Yulin's heart skipped a beat. She knew something bad must have happened for Lin Jian's personality shift. But to take the initiative, she folded her arms, feigning sulking indignation. "I'm mad. You've taken this joke too far. How can you curse at me?" Lin Jian's angry presence had her on her toes. But she still tried to reason with him, hoping her words would change his mind and restore their family bond. "Dad, have you forgotten? We are family. Loving and caring. The 3 of us, didn't we agree to always be together?" Seeing the persuasions of Bai Yulin seem effective, Lin Hao, who was hiding behind her, quickly seized the opportunity and played the emotional card. He knelt down in front of Lin Jian, speaking earnestly. "Dad, although we are not biologically father and son, I firmly believe that our emotional bond over the years will never lose to so-called blood relations. Ling Juan, he is disloyal and unfilial, even though he is your biological son. He often disrespects you in various occasions, causing you embarrassment. But I won't, because you will always be my good dad. If you don't mind, I would like to take care of you in your old age." After a series of sincere words, Lin Hao's reasoning and evidence were flawless. He was confident, with a 95% absolute certainty, that Lin Jian would surely accept his proposal. Because Lin Jian's only biological son, Ling Juan, had already cut off his father-son relationship with him. Now only he could take on the responsibility of caring for Ling Jian in old age, especially considering Ling Jian's doting on him. Therefore, Lin Hao was fully aware that even if Ling Jian was displeased, he would still have to choose him to take care of him in his old age. As expected, after Lin finished speaking, Ling Jian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, then he silently approached Lin Hao and his mother. Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled smugly, opened his arms, crossed over his mother, and pounced into Ling Jian's arms. Dad, Tilda Hao will always be your precious. We are a family, loving and caring. Even if we are not related by blood, you will always be the most respected dad to me. Lin Hao's face was filled with a happy smile. He nestled in Ling Jian's arms, feeling affectionate. He thought everything was settled. Ling Jian would honestly wear the green hat graciously. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Jian's expression turned hostile, his face grim as he grabbed Lin Hao by the neck with his elbow. Caught off guard, Lin Hao was held tightly, motionless. Ling Jian didn't spare any mercy, grabbed the ashtray on the table and viciously smashed it on Lin Hao's head. You lowlife, you still want to take care of me in my old age. You dare. You said so much just to take advantage of me, to get a piece of my property in the end. I tell you, family is sacred. The bond between family members cannot exist without blood ties. You, the mother and son duo, shamelessly standing here, not my blood nor bone. Even if the sky falls, I won't accept it. I regret it. All these years, believing in your lies, causing me to break ties with my own son. You deserve to die. Ling Jian's eyes were red, venting all his anger by repeatedly smashing Lin Hao's head with the ashtray, filled with boundless resentment. He truly hated this mother and son pair because of their interference, which led to the breakdown of his relationship with his son Ling Juan. Looking back now, how excellent his own biological son was, perfectly inheriting his outstanding genes, who should have been his greatest pride in this life, but all these miseries were caused by this mother and son pair. If it wasn't for them, he would have been revered by many thanks to Ling Juan. How could he have ended up bankrupt and living in a broken house? Unforgivable. He always considered Bai Yulin as his lifelong partner, thinking she was a virtuous wife and mother. He treated Lin Hao as his most proud son, pouring everything he had into him. But now, he was slapped in the face, realizing that he wasn't his biological son. Most importantly, these scoundrels showed no remorse, boldly claiming that blood relations didn't matter. Ridiculous. Ling Jian couldn't contain his anger, his hair standing on end. He was a conservative who valued blood relations the most because he had an empire to inherit at home and was unwilling to let his neighbor's seed benefit for free. Regardless of how intimate their relationship was before, it was built on blood relations. Now that he knew that Lin Hao was not his son, Ling Jian couldn't stand even the sight of him. Particularly when he recalled how he had favored this bastard for decades, often neglecting his real son for him, the regret in his heart was immense. Especially with the sound of Lin Hao's voice, always feigning helplessness, softly calling him dad. He felt an urge to vomit instantly. His actions became more forceful, the ashtray rising and falling on Lin Hao's head, as if trying to cleanse some sort of shame completely, putting him in a grave position. Dad, Hao is in pain. Don't hit Hao, please. Mom, help. Dad has gone mad. At first, Lin Hao managed to shout and struggle a few times. But as Ling Jian's strength increased gradually, Lin Hao had a sense that he was about to be beaten to death. His head had already been smashed, drenched in blood, a horrendous and violent scene. Ah! Ling Jian, let go of my son immediately! Beside him, Bai Yulin was about to go crazy. In order to save her only son, she clawed and scratched at Ling Jian. But in his rage, Ling Jian didn't pay attention to the little harm she was causing him. Fortunately, at that moment, several company directors, including Liu Binkan, arrived, a bit late. They heard Bai Yulin's screams through the door and were instantly startled, realizing something was wrong. The group quickly burst into the room, just in time to witness Ling Jian in a fit of anger, committing this violence. They hastily intervened, pulling him away from Lin Hao. Old Lin, you're confused. Is it worth risking your future for someone with no blood relation? Chairman, calm down. The group is in dire straits now. You have more important matters to attend to, instead of wasting time here. Yeah, you can take revenge on these two anytime. But for now, the most urgent matter is to seek forgiveness from Ling Juan. After the company gets back on track, you can always deal with this mother and son pair later. The board of directors earnestly suggested to Ling Jian to set aside his grudge temporarily and focus on the most important thing: seeking forgiveness from Ling Juan. In fact, the shareholders didn't care much about Lin Hao's well-being. But if Ling Jian went too far in this situation and got arrested by the police, who would he have to negotiate with for his son later? Regardless, they had to stop it somehow until the group was out of danger. Huffing and puffing Ling Jian was supported by two shareholders on either side, his emotions running high. He was wheezing heavily. However, he gradually regained his composure after being pulled away by the shareholders. He suddenly felt fear creeping in. Damn it! How did he lose control of his emotions just now? He nearly beat this bastard to death in a fit of rage. If it had really happened, one life for another, he would have come out at a great loss. Watching Lin Hao lying unconscious on the ground covered in blood, Ling Jian turned away disdainfully. He then focused on Lu Binkin and the other directors, listening to their advice, and began to realize the truth. Lin Hao, goodbye to you. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return, Chairman. Watching Ling Jian's retreating figure, the board members were excited, bidding him farewell with utmost respect. Compared to their previous defiant behavior, they were now showing utmost reverence. But this was human nature. As Lin Shijitong might recover from bankruptcy, and the shareholders naturally didn't want to upset Ling Jian anymore. Rather than just changing their attitude, if Ling Jian demanded they kneel down and kowtow, some of them would probably do so without hesitation. In contrast to the excited group of board members. Little Hao, don't scare mommy. If it weren't for you, how could mommy live? Bai Yulin wailed miserably, looking at Lin Hao, who was bleeding and unconscious, not even noticing Ling Jian's departure. It was her first encounter with such a crisis in life. Her mind was overwhelmed, not even considering taking Lin Hao to the hospital. Instead, Lu Binkin saw the situation and proactively suggested that a few colleagues help out. Hey, guys, help out. Let's take this kid to the hospital. Huh? Why should we? What does his life and death have to do with us? One shareholder was somewhat reluctant, fearing that the blood on Lin Hao would soil his new suit. If something happens to this kid, Ling Jian will be in trouble. What if he's arrested by the police? Are you guys going to deal with it? Now the group relies entirely on Ling Jian. It's best not to complicate matters further. Otherwise, it will damage our interests. Upon hearing the concerns directed at him, the rest of the shareholders weren't pleased. Nevertheless, they dutifully called for medical help, preparing to send Lin Hao to the hospital. Sujia Manor, inside a certain room. The Brain Twister PK competition is in full swing. The current battle has entered a tense state. Ling Juan is in a duel with Chen Kexin, playing 100 rounds. The current scores 95-92. By the side of the sickbed, Ling Juan, who has narrowly won a few rounds, holds Su Qing's delicate hand and poses a new question. A black and a white person had a baby together. What color are the baby's teeth? Heh. The teeth are white, of course. Just kidding. The truth is, the baby doesn't have teeth. Chen Kexin, leaning on her black-framed glasses, teasingly looks at Ling Juan. The current scores 95-93. This little girl is unexpectedly quite strong. Ling Juan is a bit surprised. He initially thought he could quickly defeat Chen Kexin. Little did he know, the opponent is no pushover and has managed to keep up with him. Every brain twister competition held at school, I always take the lead. Everyone calls me the king of brain twisters. But you are not bad either, coming up with so many brain teasers that I've never heard of. While boasting about her intelligence, Chen Kexin also feels somewhat impressed by Ling Juan. He is not only talented in songwriting, but also excels in creating original brain teasers. How smart must he be? Of course, Chen Kexin cannot voice these thoughts. She doesn't want to see Ling Juan showing off in front of her. It's more unbearable than killing her. Alright, it's my turn to ask a question now. In a restaurant, two fathers and two sons are having a meal. Each ordered a $70 steak. They pay only $210. Why? After posing the question, the young girl anxiously watches Ling Juan, silently praying. Please don't answer. Please don't answer. With the current scores at 95 to 93, it's getting tight. If they don't put in more effort, they might actually lose. Ling Juan, amidst the nervous gaze of the young girl, furrows his brow and ponders. Without cheating, he must rely on his experience and intelligence. Two fathers. Each spend $70, but only $210? Normal thinking would suggest it should be $280 for people. The essence of brain teasers lies in unexpected solutions. Sometimes having high intelligence alone won't cut it. Like now, even with his supposed IQ of 250, Ling Juan can't find a clue, about to lose this round, until he catches a glimpse of Su Qinj drawing three little people on paper. A moment of enlightenment strikes Ling Juan, grinning, because they are three generations, grandfather, father, and son. Chen Kexin. How did he answer that again? She surely didn't see that coming. Not to mention that Su Qinj also seems to have grasped the answer that Chen Kexin couldn't. The PK brain twister competition intensifying. With time, Chen Kexin finds herself squeezed into a corner because she has been forcibly deprived of her competitor's position, leaving only Ling Juan to duel. They continue exchanging challenging questions until an unexpected interruption occurs. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door is the voice of housekeeper Liu Huan. Mr. Lin, your father is here. He brought you several things. Do you want to see him? Ling Juan, puzzled about his father's sudden visit, takes the items from Liu Huan. The first thing he sees is a self-review letter from his father, Ling Jian. Dear son, Little Juan, through this letter, I want to express my deep regret and apologies. As a father, I made a serious mistake by favoring my illegitimate son Lin Hao, neglecting you, subjecting you to unfair treatment, and isolating you, which I deeply regret and feel ashamed of. I have also been punished, but only recently did I find out that Lin Hao is not biologically related to me, and is not your brother. I feel I was deceived by their sweet talk and regret harming you repeatedly. Now that the truth is out, I think you should forgive me immediately. It's not my fault, but that of Lin Hao and his mother, who lack shame. I was misled by their sweet words, leading to my repeated harm to you. I have decided to drive them out of the house and cut off all ties with them permanently. From now on, I am your father alone, and you will enjoy my paternal love exclusively. If you take care of me well in the future, I believe the gap between us will quickly disappear, and we will always remain a close-knit family. In addition, I have decided to transfer all my company shares to you. You will be in charge of the Lin Group. The condition is that you first sign the reconciliation of parent-child relationship agreement to legally restore our father-son relationship. This way, you can provide for my old age without being gossiped about behind your back. Always loving you, Mr. Lin. After skimming through the apology letter, Ling Juan's expression changes to utter disbelief. This is an apology letter. It's oozing with a sense of superiority throughout. He just wants to say, family, who gets it? Dealing with this lower-ranking guy, that's a big thank you, you know? Utterly speechless, such a speechless event. Ling Juan continues to flip through the remaining documents, share transfer agreement, parent-child relationship repair contract, and elderly parent care insurance. Where is that old Baideng now? After reading several absurd documents, Ling Juan casually picked up a pen and began writing on one of the contracts. Then, with an expressionless face, he raised his head and asked the housekeeper, Liu Huan. He was originally planning to force his way in at the entrance of the manor, but he was stopped by the security personnel. Take these trash papers back and drive that old Baideng away. I don't want to see him, Ling Juan instructed Liu Huan after hearing her answer. He handed back all the contracts that he had in his hands to Liu Huan. He had zero interest in meeting with Ling Jian. Even if the latter offered to unconditionally transfer 55% of the shares under his name to him, it was the same. Of course, it seemed unconditional on the surface. But if Ling Juan really wanted to take over, he would have to publicly restore the father-son relationship with Ling Jian. Wasn't that more unbearable than killing him? After finally cutting ties with him, Ling Juan was not foolish enough to provoke trouble again. Otherwise, it would be difficult to extricate himself later on. He would rather spend billions to buy shares than acknowledge such a despicable father. Yes. Liu Huan nodded calmly. She had actually anticipated this outcome long ago and left the room with a stack of contracts. Oh, Miang tilde, your father is pretty amazing. such a grown man still calling himself daddy. I can't even bear to be that cheesy. I would at most call him Papa tilde tilde Ling Juan. ... It seems like you aren't much better either, right? You two are just as bad. Your typical case of the pot calling the kettle black, underscore. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already cut ties with him. Whatever he does won't affect me. Ling Juan spread his hands, indicating that aside from his wife, he didn't care about anyone else, love him or leave him. He truly didn't care about the well-being of Ling Jian's family. As for his shares, someone else would naturally take care of them on his behalf. Though seen through Chen Kexin's eyes, Ling Juan was pretending to be strong right now. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable after falling out with their biological father? Even the most cold and merciless person would surely have a longing for family warmth. Stop pretending. Nyang, tilde, I know that you must be feeling upset right now, just pretending to be strong. If you want to cry, go ahead. Don't hold back. I'll keep it a secret for you. I won't tell anyone. Come, I'll lend you my embrace. Just for today. Cry your heart out. Ling Kexin stared at Ling Juan with sympathetic eyes. Then she opened her arms, showing a plain and ordinary embrace, signaling for Ling Juan to come and cry in her arms. Ling Juan refused and walked away from Chen Kexin's outburst. Ling Juan approached the bedside, holding the young girl's hand once again. In a gentle voice, he said, "Kinj, do you want to continue the riddle game we started earlier?" Facing Ling Juan's question, Su Kinj couldn't help but feel moved. Just like Chen Kexin, she believed that after Ling Juan cut ties with his family, he must be feeling upset and in pain. But for the sake of his emotional well-being, he continued to pretend to be strong, making an effort to act as if nothing was wrong. Still, he played games with her, trying to cheer her up and prevent her from feeling bored. Ling Juan, I can't help but feel sorry for him. But Su Kinj didn't know how to comfort him at that moment. Although she wanted to offer him a warm hug, her current condition didn't allow her to do so. Kinj, did you hear me? In the game we were playing, you haven't won against me yet. Do you want to continue? Ling Juan urged as he continued to sing. Yet now, Su Kinj, too absorbed in her random thoughts, wasn't focused on competing with him. I surrender. I admit defeat __. You win. You're smarter than me. Oh what? Su Kinj had surrendered? Ling Juan was surprised at her decision. Her pride made it difficult to make her admit defeat easily. As Ling Juan was astonished by Su Kinj's talent, she couldn't help but have a bizarre thought crossing her mind. However, realizing how absurd it was, she quickly dismissed it. On the other hand, Ling Juan continued to sing. Another quiet night, sitting alone in a rocking chair enjoying the breeze. I admit, this feeling of peace is quite nice tilde, just like the old man downstairs. Yeah, with golden sunlight streaming in. Ling Juan bathed in the brilliance, looking magnificent. Embracing the guitar, his fingers danced on the strings. The lively notes were like a heartbeat, the cheerful rhythm like a pulse, reverberating in the room. Combined with the straightforward lyrics, within a few phrases, a youthful and vibrant scene was painted, reminiscent of the beautiful moments of first love. Just in the beginning lines, Su Kinj was completely immersed in the performance. As the music played, she seemed to see a scene from a campus movie. In her mind, a pair of naive young lovers appeared. With budding affection, they shared a sense of innocence, but as time passed, conflicts and arguments arose. Especially under the curse of the graduation breakup season, they naturally drifted apart. When they met again years later, everything was different. The girl had painted on a mature eye makeup, applying adult foundation. Even face-to-face, they couldn't retrieve the innocent flutter from their childhood, nor share their genuine joys and sorrows. The once naive couple now resorted to polite gestures only. Memories drifted away with the wind, leaving only nostalgia. And so, Su Kinj left all her distractions behind as she listened attentively, experiencing the gentle regret in the music, as if afraid of missing a moment. Simple lyrics can bring such a strong auditory experience. This song is the benchmark of contemporary indie music. I must admit, Ling Juan is kind of a prodigy. To continuously create songs in various styles so effortlessly, almost as if plucking them out of thin air. Su Lin Zun. Ling Juan. Su Kinj. Ling Juan. 20. Chen Kexin at the end of the bed, squatting in the corner, she opened her cherry mouth wide, quite shocked. She didn't expect that Ling Juan could create such heavenly songs based on her request for an indie style. The crystal-clear voice enticed Chen Kexin completely, as each lyric and note exuded a unique charm, captivating her with the singer's talent. Such gifted abilities were beyond belief. Every lyric, every note seemed to radiate a special allure, fairly enchanting Chen Kexin. This must be the talented genius, being beyond remarkable. At one moment, Chen Kexin suddenly covered her ordinary chest, realizing she had a momentary crush. But the next second, she quickly shifted to sage mode, knowing she couldn't be swayed. She reclined, sitting cross-legged with her palms clasped, resembling the position of Guanyan. Oh my! Men are fierce as tigers, all painted in red and white. Guilty, guilty. I can't let myself be bent. My true love in this life is only Qingzhe Jiji. Men are dirty and smelly, unlike the fragrant soft Mo girl. Ling Juan opened a shop with the writer skill, variously wooing the maidens. Su adaptations of bringing in talking people and the ending adoption of minor characters. As always, it seems that Ling Juan's songwriting and performance were winning even more hearts. As the golden sunlight sprinkled through the window, Ling Juan bathed in its glow, looking stunning. Holding the guitar, his fingers danced effortlessly on the strings. The dynamic melody mimicked a heartbeat, and the lively rhythm pulsated throughout the room. Ling Juan continued to mesmerize with his performance. If I see you once again, will there still be a spark, the genuine emotions we shared? Buried in the past, no pretense or act. Those splendid fiery years, I miss, but can't return. Ling Juan, his exciting poetry furry elegance military reclining ran Luna. On the spot, moving hostage, monetary distress managed depression. Still, Su Qing succumbed to the melody, indulging in the moment, seemingly fearing to miss any part of it. The whispers of a gentle breeze, the light of a wandering flame. But within her stormy thoughts, she somehow missed a flicker, Ling Juan's exceptional talent, triggering a capricious speculation. Yet, realizing its absurdity soon, she discarded it hastily. Meanwhile, Ling Juan strummed and sang. Seeing you once more, would there still be something left? All the real joy and sorrow, lost to yesterday. Without any performance. Those passionate years. Nostalgia, now in vain. Amidst Ling Juan's ghostwriting skills, wooing the maidens with his melodies. Outside the Su mansion gate, Ling Jian, who had been awaiting impatiently, paced back and forth anxiously. This Ling Juan, why hasn't he come out to welcome me? Does he still not forgive me? But I've already apologized voluntarily. What more does he want from me? Sujia manor entrance. Ling Jian, with a big backcombed hairstyle, had been waiting impatiently at the entrance, pacing back and forth anxiously. He originally intended to barge in directly to reconcile face-to-face with his elder son, Biga. But who would have thought that one's plans go awry before success is achieved? As he took his first step, he was stopped by several security guards at the entrance. Despite emphasizing multiple times that his own son is the son-in-law of Su Shengshan, the future head of the Su family, these ignorant security guards still refused to let him in. Helpless, Ling Jian had to ask someone to pass his self-criticism letter and other documents to Ling Juan for a look. He was 95% certain that Ling Juan would be moved to tears upon seeing his sincerity and would choose to reconcile with him on the spot. After all, it was the first time in his life that he had written a self-criticism letter, full of fatherly love, which would surely touch Biga's softest spot in his heart. Thinking about this, Ling Jian felt confident of his victory. He glared at the security guards at the entrance with a dissatisfied look and threatened coldly, HMPH. You all wait for me. How dare you block my way? I'll order my son to dismiss all of you later. At the manor entrance, faced with this blatant threat, the security guards, though uneasy, remained steadfast in their duties and refused to let Ling Jian in. Shortly after, a maid came out with several contracts and conveyed Ling Juan's message. Sorry, Mr. Lin said he doesn't want to see you. Please leave soon. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian stood dumbfounded in place. What _oh? My little Juan doesn't want to see me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have clearly expressed my sincerity in the apology letter. Why won't he forgive me? This wasn't my fault. I was just a victim led astray by Lin Hao and his mother. How could this be my fault? But even so, I still wrote the apology letter with such sincerity. Isn't that enough to prove my remorse? You must know, as a father, How many men in the world can do what I did? Not only apologized to my son, but also wrote a full-page apology letter. It can be said that I've done everything a father could possibly do, gone above and beyond. Ling Jian gritted his teeth, his face dark and gloomy. He felt more wronged than Doi Biga's actions completely disrupted his plans. Damn it! I was planning to shake hands and make peace with Ling Juan, and then retire, relying on him to support me in my old age. After all, I have no intention of managing the company now. It's better to hand over the mess to Ling Juan for succession. I can also free up time to enjoy the rest of my life. I can just ask Ling Juan for funds I need for extravagance in the future. Anyway, he is my son, and it's only natural for him to support me in my old age. His money is my money. We shouldn't have to scrutinize each other as father and son. Resolving the accumulated conflicts with Ling Juan over the years would not be a one-time thing. Ling Jian understood this well, so he didn't expect Ling Juan to bend over backward for him or try to please him deliberately. What Ling Jian wanted now was just to rely on Ling Juan, asking him to support him in his old age and provide enough funds for his extravagance. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was beautiful, but reality was harsh. To achieve all this, their father-son relationship had to be re-legitimized by the law. Otherwise, he couldn't morally pressure Ling Juan to support him in his old age or provide for him. Ling Jian frowned deeply, filled with regret. If he had known this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have impulsively signed that contract to sever ties, leading to today's passivity. This is not logical. I sincerely apologized in the letter. According to normal logic, shouldn't Ling Juan gratefully accept it? Why? Ling Jian was completely puzzled. He took out his apology letter to study where the problem might be. Then he saw a message at the bottom of the paper from Ling Juan. Go to hell, you scum. Drop dead. What? Looking at the somewhat insulting message, Ling Jian's face instantly darkened. He never imagined that the result would turn out like this. Ling Juan, that kid, still hasn't forgiven him. Why? Ling Jian's mind was full of question marks. According to reason, when he was kidnapped, Ling Juan risked handing over a priceless prescription to save him from the kidnappers. This fully demonstrated that in the other person's heart, there was still deep love for his father. In this situation, upon learning that his biological father came to his door seeking reconciliation, even after humbling himself to write an apology letter, shouldn't Ling Juan have gratefully forgiven him and immediately gone out to welcome him in? This would be the correct development of the plot, right? But now, sir, please leave this place quickly. Seeing Ling Jian standing dumbfounded in place, several security personnel frowned and urged him to leave quickly. Leave! Are you kidding? Step aside. I want to talk to little Juan personally. Awake now, Ling Jian, with a cold face, was about to rush inside. Ling Juan is now his only biological son, and he is counting on him to take care of him in his old age. Before reaching the ultimate goal of filial piety begets filial piety, how could he easily leave? Pardon me. How could several security personnel just let him pass that easily? They exchanged glances, and then one on the left and one on the right restrained Ling Jian, leading him to the end of the street on the other side. Throwing him into a random alley, they turned and left. How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? My son won't let you get away with this. Ling Jian fell flat on his face, in pain and shouting. The security guards just sneered at this. Having lost Ling's group, Ling Jian now was nothing. As for his only reliance, Mr. Lin. Hey, those involved often get muddled while bystanders see clearly. It was evident to all. Ling Juan simply didn't want any relationship with this father anymore. Only Ling Jian remained stubbornly delusional and self-deceptive. He dug his own grave. Several security personnel sneered as they returned to the entrance of the estate, keeping a close eye on Ling Jian. If he dared to cause trouble again, they wouldn't hesitate to act tough, would they? These damn lowlifes! Ling Jian seethed with anger, full of hatred. This hatred was not only directed at the Su family, but also at that unfilial son. A despicable thing, an ungrateful wretch. He had already apologized. Why did he have the audacity not to forgive me? As the saying goes, everyone makes mistakes. And besides, I was just an innocent victim. It was that disgusting mother and son duo who were the real culprits. And I just made the mistakes that any man could make. Why couldn't I be given a chance? Why must they cling to these trivial past events and refuse to move on? Ling Jian's face flushed red with hatred. He really wanted to storm into the Su family, grab Ling Juan by the collar, and demand an explanation loudly. However, as he glanced at the main gate and saw the vigilant security guards watching him, he temporarily dismissed the idea, turned around and left, preparing to strategize. 2.5 minutes later, drained and fatigued, Ling Jian finally returned to the headquarters of the group. As soon as he entered the gate, he was surrounded by shareholders who had been waiting for him. "Old Lin, what's the situation? Did Ling Juan forgive you? We don't have time. Just received a notification that the company is about to go into suspension bankruptcy. You know, if the group really goes into bankruptcy process, all the stocks we hold will become worthless junk stocks, unable to be traded anymore. An unexpected guest has arrived at the company. It's that mysterious person who has been acquiring shares of other board members recently. He has given us an ultimatum. After today, he will stop acquiring shares of our group. If Ling Juan is willing to make a move, then all will be well. If he chooses to watch the group go under, we will have to quickly sell our shares." The shareholders were arguing vociferously, and Ling Jian's head was buzzing with the noise. In his already bad mood, he roared loudly, silencing everyone, and revealed the news that Ling Juan hadn't forgiven him. Upon hearing this brutal outcome, the shareholders were perplexed and started blaming him. "How could this happen? Old Lin, didn't you humble yourself? Did you kneel down and apologize? Didn't I tell you to transfer your shares to Ling Juan unconditionally? By rights, he couldn't have refused, could he? Could it be that, Old Lin, you acted arbitrarily and made unreasonable demands? You have failed both in success and failure. Ling Jian, you are really a useless person. You can't even handle such a small matter. A lousy hand played terribly. Ling Jian, you might as well have let me be the chairman. Hey, quickly contact that person, surname Ma. I want to sell off my shares. While the company hasn't suspended trading, we can recover some losses before it's too late." The shareholders, realizing that they were helpless, lost all respect for Ling Jian. They could see that Ling Juan simply didn't intend to forgive this lousy father. So no matter how they struggled, it would be in vain. Finally, some people who had realized this no longer held out hope, ignoring Ling Jian and making contact with Ma Yingsh themselves. "Hey, I'm still here. What's with this attitude?" Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Ling Jian felt extremely annoyed. He remembered how glorious he once was, with everyone fawning over him wherever he went. Now, these people were nothing but begging dogs in his eyes. The contrast now was like night and day. It was truly as the saying goes, once a tiger falls, it is bullied by a dog. Ding! Just as Ling Jian lamented the unfairness of fate, not far away, the elevator doors opened. A man with a horse-like face, looking ugly, walked out. This guy looked so damn ugly, but dressed in expensive brand names, he seemed powerful. Ling Jian just formed this impression in his mind when several directors by his side eagerly approached him. "Mr. Ma, you're here. We have decided to sell our shares to you at the agreed price." "Huh? Is this the guy who has been acquiring shares of Lin's group recently?" Ling Jian widened his eyes and stared at Ma Yingsh. He wasn't sure what the other person was up to. Considering the company's situation now, logically, only a fool would repurchase these worthless stocks at this crucial juncture, right? "Who are you? What do you want with these stocks that are about to become worthless?" Ling Jian asked with a dark expression. One of the directors beside him, before Ma Yingsh could answer, raised his hand and harshly slapped Ling Jian's face. Giving him a callous look, the director said, "Old Lin." "No, Ling Jian. I have tolerated you for a long time. You'd better not ruin my good fortunes, or you'll see my wrath. As the financial root in hand is severed, it is like killing someone's parents." Before Ma Yingsh could react, they quickly sold off the shares to prevent him from changing his mind and backing out. This was a top priority. If Ma Yingsh realized it too late and changed his mind, what then? As for why he bought these shares, what did it have to do with me and others? Everyone was feeling uneasy, fearing that Ma Yingsh might have a change of heart. But this damn idiot Ling Jian to openly state that these were junk stocks, implying that these shares were not worth the money, and were even completely worthless. He had instantly touched the bottom line of all these people. Slaps and punches landed on Ling Jian as several shareholders surged forward, settling both new and old scores, pinning Ling Jian relentless on the ground. "You idiot! Did you think you still are the chairman? You silly bastard! I've been irritated by you for a long time. Always making things difficult for me. Today is my chance for revenge. I'll beat you to death. It's all your fault that the group has fallen to this point. You have to take full responsibility." That's right. If it weren't for this fool favoring that illegitimate son, Ling Juan wouldn't have let the group go into ruin. What illegitimate son? Lin Hao is not even this jackass's child. To be cuckolded for decades, Ling Jian, you are really pathetic. Formerly, because of the chairman Ling Jian's status, even if someone had grievances, they still had to show deference. But now that the group had gone into bankruptcy, you old man, what good are you? Not far away, Ma Yingzhi watched this scene with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He knew what the shareholders were worried about, but this was exactly what he wanted. Instead of actively acquiring the shares of the directors, it was better to let them beg to sell their shares to him. Soon, amidst Ling Jian's agonizing screams, several directors successfully signed contracts to transfer their shares. As they left, satisfied, Ma Yingzhi approached Ling Jian, smiling, and helped him to his feet. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Facing Ling Jian's question, Ma Yingzhi shrugged indifferently and said, "As for me, you don't need to know who I am. Just know that, apart from me, no one will buy the shares in your hands anymore. Now that Lin's group is about to go bankrupt, I suggest you sell your shares to me. This might help alleviate your current distressing situation. What do you think?" Hearing this, Ling Jian hesitated. He knew that without Ling Juan's help, the company's bankruptcy was almost certain. And at that point, the shares in his hands would truly be worth nothing. "Fine. Since you don't agree, I'll just pretend I didn't say anything." Seeing that Ling Jian was still hesitating, Ma Yingzhi turned and walked away, looking indifferent. While he did care about the shares in Ling Jian's hands, which represented a hefty 55%, completely dominating Lin's group, showing eagerness first would lose him the upper hand, allowing Ling Jian to see through his intentions and manipulate him. Ma Yingzhi wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He was confident that Ling Jian would call him back, because currently, there was only one way left for him. Hold on. Just as expected, everything was within his grasp. Hearing the shouts from behind, Ma Yingzhi's eyes flashed with a sense of self-satisfaction. Half an hour later, cursing under his breath, Ling Jian walked out of the company gate. Following a verbal battle with both sides, he had successfully sold off his shares. What was once worth several billion, now was sold for only 8 million. It was grass, a plant. Ling Jian was seething with rage, raising a middle finger in the direction behind him, feeling cheated out of billions. But he had no choice, intending to use the shares as bargaining chips to regain the opportunity to be Ling Juan's father again. But it seemed that this rebellious son couldn't distinguish right from wrong and refused to restore the father-son relationship. Ling Jian could only be prepared and figured out how to make some money first, ensuring he had a fallback option as he aged. If he didn't sell his shares now, when the time came a little later, perhaps no one would even buy them for 800 yuan, let alone 800 million. Therefore, Ling Jian could only reluctantly cut his losses and sell his dearest assets. As for Ling Juan on the other side, he would have to come up with other ways, as he must restore his father-son relationship with him. "Ah, I really didn't expect this. My dream of a business empire has collapsed today." Looking back at Lin's main building, Ling Jian was filled with endless sorrow. This place was where his dream began, and also where his dream shattered. Who could have imagined that the once dominating and arrogant chairman of Lin's group would end up in such a miserable state? Lin's group was no longer under the Lin name, but under Ma's. In the past, some people would praise him online, calling him Lin Dad, but from today onwards, perhaps it would only be Ma Dad. Shanghai First People's Hospital. In a hospital room, Linda, that bastard, seems to have already sold off the shares. "Son, what do we do next?" Baymanland's hair was disheveled, long gone was her past elegance. Speaking of her former partner, she was filled with hatred. She couldn't understand why Linda cared so much about blood relations. Even though Lin Hao had called him dad for so many years, wasn't that enough? Life is only 30,000 days. It's rare to be muddle-headed. What else can we do? That old geezer almost killed me. It's impossible for him to be as easily deceived as before. On the sickbed, Lin Hao touched his bandaged head. A mix of shock and anger washed over him, followed by a wave of fear. Any trace of feeling toward Linda completely vanished. But he still didn't choose to give up. Instead, squinting his eyes, he coldly analyzed, that old geezer, knowing I'm not his biological son, will definitely try to find Ling Juan and use all means to beg for forgiveness. After all, after the collapse of the Lin group, the only person he can rely on is Ling Juan. If he succeeds, he might be able to make a comeback. He could also gain access to the core business secrets of the Su group, like that prescription. And we are now penniless. The only opportunity to turn things around is to find a way to be close to Linda, wait for him to reconcile with Ling Juan, and then seize the method of making the beauty pill. In these days, Lin Hao was closely monitoring the market trends. He was well aware of the value of Ling Juan's prescription. That thing could change his destiny for the better. But Linda is heartless. How could he still let us stay by his side after knowing you're not his biological son? Now he's practically trying to kill us. How could he possibly let us stay by his side? Though she agreed with her beloved son, Lan also expressed her own worries. Lin Hao clenched his teeth. His face darkened. My chances are slim. After all, no man would accept a son who is not his own blood. But Mom, you're different. You are his irreplaceable moonlight. As long as you never acknowledge the affair and spin the facts of that year into a victim story, Linda, that old geezer, might soften up, continue to pamper you. Listening to Lin Hao's words, Lan's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Son, you're right. I could bewitch that scoundrel back then, and now he can't escape my grasp either. Next, the mother and son began discussing the details of their plan. 1 hour later, Lin Hao was discharged early and returned to the employee dormitory with his mother. As soon as he entered, he was met with a pair of furious eyes. _beast, how dare you show up in front of me? You're dead. Smack. As Lin Hao entered, Linda's anger couldn't be contained. He rushed forward and delivered a heavy blow to his face. Dad, please don't hit Zihao. Even though we're not related by blood, we're still family. Wah. Lin Hao suppressed his anger, tears streaming down his face, reminding himself to endure. Behind him, Lan also spoke at the right time, crying and explaining. Husband, listen to my explanation. Explain. Get lost with your explanation. You dare to cuckold me. I'll make you pay. Linda was furious, hitting Lan in the stomach, knocking her down, then stepping on her neck and striking at her. Wretch, you dared put a horn on me. I'll kill you. Tell me, who's the adulterer? Will you speak up? In less than half a minute, Lan was left blooded and unbearable to look at. Despite that, Linda didn't care. He kept on mercilessly punching. As they say, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The thought of being fooled for decades made Linda furious. He only wanted to know who the adulterer was. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Lin Hao hurriedly rushed forward to stop Linda. It's a misunderstanding, Dad. Mom was a victim of force. What? Hearing about the hidden truth, Linda frowned, stopping his punches. Seizing the opportunity, Lan, still bleeding, explained, Honey, listen to me. I didn't know before. I always thought Howard was your child. That day, it was all arranged by a friend. I thought it was just a simple drink. I didn't want to engage with that man, but he drugged me. I tried to resist with all my might. By the time I woke up, it was too late to change anything. The next day, I took the pill. Technically, I shouldn't have. It's better to be a bit muddled as a person. A child just needs to resemble a bit of you. I was also a victim. Can't you understand me? I've suffered so much giving birth. You only care if he's not yours. Since he's born, he's a life. Lan quietly wept, a pitiful look on her face. She choked out her story of misfortune. In conclusion, she and Zihao were innocent victims. As a man, he shouldn't be so calculative. These shameless words almost made Linda's head explode. Filled with rage, he wanted to continue his assault, but Lin Hao, kneeling beside him, loudly swore, "Dad, you still love Zihao, right? What? Didn't we promise to be family forever? As long as you're willing to give me a chance to be your son again, I will surely be more filial to you. We will care for you for the rest of your life, promising to care for you in your old age. Turn over all the money earned." Faced with Lin Hao's sincere guarantee, Linda hesitated, halting his actions. He understood that, after losing the Lin group, his chance of making a comeback was slim. His disobedient son, Ling Juan, would probably not easily forgive him. It was going to be a long battle. At this time, someone had to take care of household chores. They couldn't afford a maid, so they would put these free laborers to use. "All right, I can forgive you too. But the emotional damage you caused me needs to be repaid with the second half of your lives. In the future, I will lead you eastward. You can't go west. You must obey my commands." Linda stood up expressionless, hands on hips, giving orders. "Definitely, Dad. Zihao will listen to you in the future. Honey, don't worry. I'll follow your words, be a good wife and mother." Lin Hao and Beimanlan nodded repeatedly, bowing and showing extreme respect. Though filled with anger, both chose to endure for the ultimate goal. Lin Hao kept repeating, "When the river flows for 30 years eastward, it flows west for 30 years," in his mind to motivate himself. And so, the two sides, each with their own hidden intentions, temporarily lived together in an eerie harmony. The bond of the once loving family was lost forever. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten, accompanied by the chirping of birds on the branches. Ling Juan naturally opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Today was the day he and Su Qinj were to execute their engagement. Finally, the day has come. "I don't know why, but I feel a bit complex." Ling Juan pondered for a moment, then got up to wash and headed out. He first went to Shanghai First People's Hospital, where he met Ma Yingsh. "Boss, the mission is accomplished. Here are 92% of the shares we've recovered. The remaining are dispersed among retail investors and some shareholders as you instructed. Please sign here. With these, you'll have control of the group. But the company is about to enter bankruptcy liquidation. If you have any plans, you should act fast. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Taking the contract handed over by Ma Yingsh, Ling Juan nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency of Ma Yingsh was beyond his expectations, at least a week earlier than he anticipated. Not one to be stingy, Ling Juan decided to transfer 2% of the shares to Ma Yingsh, binding him firmly to the Lin Group. After all, if you want the horse to run, you must let it eat grass. A give-and-take approach was the way to go. Only by becoming partners in interest could actions be filled with motivation. So even though Ma Yingsh hesitated and felt unworthy, Ling Juan insisted he accept, and appointed him as the public spokesperson for the Lin Group with full authority to handle company affairs. Unless it involved key company strategies, Ma Yingsh was to make decisions on smaller matters. Next, Ling Juan took the first step to rescue the Lin Group. Now that the Lin Group belonged to him, he wouldn't stand idly by watching it fail. Do you know about the Su family's beauty pill? This is the prescription. Immediately arrange manpower to start production. This is the key to saving the company. Taking the white paper handed over by Ling Juan, filled with complex medical knowledge, Ma Yingsh felt a little overwhelmed. He expected boss to give the pill, prescription, to revive the company. But the surprise came when Ling Juan handed him 3 more white papers and asked for the development of other beauty products based on those methods. It was now that Ma Yingsh was truly surprised. It was difficult for an average person to handle so many miraculous prescriptions, let alone all at once. How did Ling Juan acquire so many of them? Curiosity aside, Ma Yingsh was not a fool. He naturally wouldn't inquire into such private matters. Anyway, he should follow the boss's lead to prosper. Soon after finishing all the tasks, Ling Juan left the hospital. He first went to a flower shop, buying a potted violet as usual, then briskly walked back to the Su family. "Sir, good morning." "Mr. Lin." "No, sir." "Good morning." "Sir, please change into the outfit prepared for you and Miss." As Ling Juan entered the Su family manor, he noticed the festive atmosphere, like a New Year's celebration. Red lanterns, red couplets, red balloons. Everyone he met no longer called him Mr. Lin, but naturally upgraded to Sir. It made Ling Juan feel a bit bashful. "Sir, please follow me." The chairman has prepared outfits for you and Miss." Like she had been waiting for this moment, Ling Juan suddenly appeared before Ling Juan, leading him to a room filled with clothing. 10 minutes later, Ling Juan emerged from the room dressed in a custom-made bright red groom's suit. Stepping into the room he was quite familiar with. Pushing open the door, he was met with a room transformed into a romantic setting. The entire bridal chamber was decorated in a festive yet exquisite style. Red sheets and curtains exuded a sweet atmosphere. In addition, there were flowers and candles placed on the floor and walls, filling the room with a faint fragrance, making it warm and comfortable. Quite festive. Looking at the drastically transformed room, Ling Juan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. On the red bridal bed, Su Qinj still lay like a sleeping beauty, quiet and peaceful. But her attire today left Ling Juan awestruck, breathless. A big red veil adorned her body, accentuating her curves perfectly, as if an angel had descended to earth. Her face as beautiful as a flower, paired with the light makeup, made her stunningly beautiful. Ling Juan's heart raced, feeling a moment of excitement. At this moment, the scene was enchanting, like a heavenly garden. "Qinj, good morning." Ling Juan greeted the beautiful girl. He approached her, habitually placing violets by her bedside. The fragrance filled the air, refreshing the heart and soul. "Good morning," Su Qinj responded silently in her heart upon sensing Ling Juan's presence. "Qinj, you must know what day it is today," Ling Juan said, looking at the girl sleeping on the hospital bed. For the first time in his life, Ling Juan felt inexplicably nervous, struggling to find words. After today, he would officially be leaving behind his single status and becoming a husband. He was still trying to adapt to this new identity, unsure of the differences between before and after marriage. But he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Su Qinj was also emotionally complex, her thoughts scattered. She had never imagined that one day she would enter the realm of marriage with a man. But circumstances had led to this natural progression. Su Qinj could only learn to accept it. However, even though she understood in her heart, she still didn't know how to face the current Ling Juan and their future life, especially in her current state as a vegetable-like person, half dead. Would Ling Juan really not resent me? He's sure to some extent. How could any man not mind marrying a helpless person like me, completely dependent on others and practically waiting for death? Perhaps it was because the wedding day had arrived. The girl, in her current state, had lost her past rationality and inexplicably became sentimental. At that moment, Ling Juan, who had been silent, suddenly let out a long sigh. This extended sigh caught Su Qinj's full attention. It was the first time she had heard Ling Juan sigh in front of her. Her thoughts spiraled out of control. Why did Ling Juan sigh? Could it be that he regretted agreeing to marry me? Maybe it's possible. Even though I've been recovering well lately, there's no certainty that I'll fully recover to my pre-comatose state. If I can't fully recover, I'll always be a burden, a vegetable. Ling Juan must have realized later that he might have to spend his life taking care of a motionless vegetable. That's why he sighed involuntarily. If he suggests canceling the engagement later, how should I respond? Perhaps not even Ling Juan himself could have anticipated that his sigh would trigger such wild thoughts in Su Qinj. Thankfully, Ling Juan quickly clarified the reason for his sigh. "Qinj, after today, I will officially become part of your Su family, becoming your lucky son-in-law. But for some reason, I always feel a sense of unreality. Our relationship started out so mysteriously. I'm afraid that once you wake up, you'll write a letter expressing your desire to end our engagement and kick me out of the Su family. What should I do? I actually know that you becoming a vegetable and this whole engagement thing was beyond your control, arranged by your grandfather. You must feel reluctant deep down. But due to various circumstances and a bit of gratitude, we've reached this point today. However, marriage is not a game. Feelings are mutual, and I respect your thoughts. So, if you want to call off the engagement, today is the final chance. As long as you're unwilling, I'll talk to Grandpa, and I won't let you feel pressured. After all, you are so outstanding, a famous beauty in the city. And I am just so plain, absolutely not on par with you. The constant sighing coming from the youth's mouth near the girl's ear sounded slightly self-deprecating. The sudden twist in the plot left Su Qinj shocked. She never expected that the reason behind Ling Juan's sigh was not because he disliked her or wanted to end the engagement. It was simply because he felt undeserving of her, worrying that she might reject him in the future, possibly even suggesting to her grandfather to annul the marriage to avoid inconveniencing himself. And without waiting for Sukinj to recover from her astonishment, Ling Juan's troubled voice sounded again. To be honest, I have been struggling all along. I was worried that when you woke up, our relationship would become strange, that you wouldn't be as close to me as before. So I had some malicious thoughts, hoping you would never wake up. That way, we could maintain the current situation forever, and I would always be by your side. But during these days, I felt your longing for freedom. I felt your pain. Being trapped in an endless, dark cell, unable to control your life, would make anyone despair to the point of breakdown. So even if I might lose you, I sincerely hope you wake up soon to experience this beautiful world once again. That day may not be far off. I can sense your recovery accelerating. There's no need to worry. Just let things flow naturally. Perhaps one day you'll wake up naturally. Ling Juan's sincere words almost brought tears to his own eyes. Ah, I am truly great tilde. In reality, Ling Juan's words were half true. He had indeed thought about intentionally causing harm to make Sukinj a sleeping beauty forever. Only then could he control her forever, using her as a tool for his own benefit. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain the closeness once the girl woke up. It was actually more beneficial for Ling Juan if Sukinj remained in a vegetative state rather than waking up. However, such wicked thoughts only flitted through Ling Juan's mind briefly. He knew how much Sukinj yearned to recover. To push her into an endless abyss just for his own selfish desires would be too cruel. Ling Juan couldn't do it, especially to someone who was about to become his wife. As for whether Sukinj might take the opportunity to suggest leaving him, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. This possibility didn't exist at all. Apart from the gratitude and debt Sukinj felt towards him, it was clear they were going to be together for life. Through the speed of acquiring intimacy points, Ling Juan knew that Sukinj also had some affection for him, even if she might not admit it, or perhaps hadn't realized it yet. After all, there was a thorn in the girl's heart, hindering her from moving towards love. On the surface, Sukinj slept quietly, but her heart was in turmoil. If it were the previous her, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to annul the engagement. Even in her current state, she knew that, if it were for Ling Juan's good, ending the complicated relationship today would be the best choice. This way, Ling Juan wouldn't possibly face threats from her enemies in the future. Rationality told Sukinj that cutting ties now was in both of their best interests, thinking about their future well-being. But the thought of Ling Juan remarrying someone else after their divorce, and possibly having no connection with each other in the future, made Sukinj feel uncomfortable. For the first time in her life, she realized she harbored feelings she had never experienced before, along with a strong possessiveness. She suddenly wanted to be selfish. She didn't want to miss out on someone worth cherishing due to unfounded fears of potential dangers. Sukinj had a strong premonition, a strong gut feeling warning her. If she were to part ways with Ling Juan now, she would likely regret it for the rest of her life, because she might never meet someone who could move her heart in the same way again. Sukinj had to admit that when she heard Ling Juan's initial desire for her not to wake up, she didn't feel any anger. Instead, she felt sincerely delighted. She could sense Ling Juan's passionate emotions for her. Even though there were no words of love in his speech, the love was evident in his actions. But why is Ling Juan so lacking in self-confidence? Even though he is already exceptional, he considers himself plain. What does that make me in my current state? If he doesn't find me repulsive, that's already good enough. The truth be told, I'm the one who doesn't measure up to him. Now, should I give some response to Ling Juan? Or would he misunderstand again? Perhaps he'll think I detest him and refuse to acknowledge him. Oh, Ling Juan shouldn't think that. That's just impossible. If he hadn't been with me every day, giving me hope and courage, I would probably have collapsed by now. After a tumultuous brainstorming session, Sukinj finally let go of the mental hurdle that had been bothering her. She didn't want to push Ling Juan away due to unfounded fears of future dangers. She decided that she should seize the chance to protect him once she wakes up. Anyway, Ling Juan marrying into the Su family and becoming her lucky son-in-law, there wasn't much expectation placed on him in the beginning. He could just benefit from me, my lucky husband, and I will be the one to look out for him. Thinking this, Sukinj grasped the pen and provided her response. As the ink flowed onto the paper, A line of words emerged. The past is gone. Please guide me in the future. Looking at the words on the blank paper, Ling Juan smiled knowingly and replied, in this life, I hope we never part ways, and in the next life, please bear with me. It must be said that mutual expressions of emotion always bring a sense of beauty. And after Ling Juan finished speaking, the two of them silently moved on from that topic, with everything understood without a single word. All right, let's continue with the massage therapy ... The following moments were filled with the bliss of massage therapy. And during this time, Su Shengshan, with his silver hair, unexpectedly appeared in front of the two. With a face full of affection, he patted Ling Juan's shoulder, clearly moved. Never would he have imagined that one day he would witness his granddaughter getting married and starting a family. Considering the past Su Kinj, who avoided men and even suffered from androphobia, this worried him so much that his hair had turned significantly gray over time, often sighing. He was afraid that one day he might pass away, leaving Su Kinj alone to grow old. That would truly be pitiful. Fortunately, fate shined on them, albeit in the form of an accident that left Su Kinj in a vegetative state. But it also brought forth her fortunate, destined union. Juan. The most correct decision I have ever made in my life might just have been selecting you to bring joy to Kinj, Su Shengshan spoke with emotion. When I'm no longer here, with you as my son-in-law to take care of Kinj, I can rest in peace. Remember, spouses should support each other. Remember to remain calm in facing challenges. Think carefully before acting. Ling Juan humbly accepted and carefully listened to the elders' profound teachings on love. Cherishing the present, learning to be tolerant, trusting each other, communicating effectively, mutually supporting one another, and always treasuring the relationship. Ling Juan noted down each of these truths in his little notebook. Even the girl lying in the hospital bed listened attentively, though feeling mostly shy and a hint of anticipation for the future. After all the lessons were over, Ling Juan closed the notebook and made a solemn conclusion. Grandpa Su, every word you said makes sense, and I will remember them. But there's one thing I need to correct. You are too pessimistic. Why do you have that look of finality? Ling Juan grinned, sharing his family planning with Su Shengshan. I believe you'll live to be 100, even longer, and you'll be responsible for teaching my twin daughters. Twin daughters? Oh, you little scamp. Realizing the situation, Su Shengshan burst into hearty laughter. You're right, a long life is necessary. I definitely expect to hold my great-granddaughter in my arms. But just having twins is not enough. I suggest you work on having a whole football team, both boys and girls, to expand the family and carry on the name. Football team. Grandpa Su, your suggestion is quite reasonable. I will work hard together with Kinj. After listening to Su Shengshan's opinion, Ling Juan nodded repeatedly, indicating that it made sense. Soon after, he and Grandpa Su started discussing the precautions to take before having a child. For example, getting prenatal checkups, eating healthily, exercising appropriately, maintaining a good mindset, etc. The discussions of the old and the young were engaging, but they completely ignored the girl sleeping on the sickbed. A sudden flush of red appeared on her face, and her mind was already in chaos. What is Ling Juan saying? Already thinking about having a child, and predicting twin daughters before anything has even happened. And what's with Grandpa? How can he even talk about things like a football team? I'm a normal human being, not a sow. Giving birth to a litter of 18 is just a plot in novels. Enough ... children and all. I actually prefer the idea of being child-free. Children and all. Let others worrying about it. I'll just pass on that role. If only having a child could be painless. In the dark confines of her consciousness, Su Kinj couldn't help but grumble. She truly had no interest in the idea of having a child. After all, giving birth meant taking responsibility for the child, investing a lot of time and effort into nurturing and caring for them. The current Su Kinj didn't believe she could fulfill the role of a good mother, nor could she bear the responsibility. In her mind, being child-free was the life she wanted to choose. However, she was also aware that most men surely wanted to have children and continue their lineage. Probably Ling Juan too. It's really complicated. If only this world could be reversed, with men bearing the responsibility of childbirth, such as giving birth through their mouths, or pulling out a child, or urinating out a child, and so on. Su King's thoughts were scattered. She found herself engrossed in fantasies of a world where gender roles were reversed, unable to free herself. On the other side, the passionate discussion between the elderly and the young continued. However, due to the busy schedule of the Su family group, Su Shengshan had to restrain his urge to chat all night, reluctantly bidding farewell to Ling Juan and revealing the great success of the beauty pill, as well as the celebration banquet scheduled for the day after tomorrow, requesting Ling Juan's mandatory attendance. Ling Juan hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. He also mentioned the current situation of the Lin family group and the matter of the new drug formula. "Juan, this is fantastic. You are truly the lucky star of my Su family." Taking the new product formula handed over by Ling Juan and roughly understanding the efficacy and purpose of the product, Su Shengshan trembled with excitement, temporarily speechless. He knew very well that the impact of these items would be on par with the initial success of the beauty pill. While he wanted to inquire about the source of the formula, considering that everyone had their own secrets, Su Shengshan tactfully refrained from probing further. This also relieved Ling Juan, as otherwise, he might have to sacrifice more brain cells. The two parties discussed the future plans of the company, and Su Shengshan, holding a few prescriptions, laughed heartily as he left. And all these events were witnessed by Su Kinj, who lay on the sickbed, ears attentive and filled with curiosity. How strange! Where did Ling Juan get so many miraculous products? He even produced something comparable to the beauty pill again. Clearly, he is with me every day. Most of the rumors about him all these years are mostly negative. According to my experience, Ling Juan should be a normal person without many secrets, right? Could it be that he has been hiding things all these years? But that shouldn't be the case. This action is completely meaningless. I can't understand. I can't fathom the reason for such a significant change in Ling Juan. Hearing the miraculous aspects of the new product from Ling Juan's mouth, even though the physical items were not developed yet, Su Kinj had full faith in his words. And thus, she grew even more curious about the source of Ling Juan's formula. Clearly, it was something that could turn heads. Why could Ling Juan produce it so effortlessly? And could he produce it again and again? Honestly, the closer Su Kinj got to Ling Juan, the more she felt that he had hidden secrets. If it were in the past, she would have gone to great lengths to unearth all the truths behind Ling Juan, using any means necessary to make them her own. However, currently, she wouldn't do such a thing. She knew Ling Juan wouldn't harm the Su family, and as long as she could confirm this, it was enough. As for secrets, eventually, when the time was right, Ling Juan would voluntarily confess, wouldn't he? Even if he continued to conceal it, Su Kinj didn't mind. After all, everyone had their unknown past, a secret they preferred not to be known by others. Just like her, who also possessed her own sinful secret. If possible, she would choose to keep it from Ling Juan for the rest of her life, until the day she would take it with her into the coffin as she aged. Just as Su Kinj felt melancholic, Ling Juan had already seen off Grandpa and returned to the room. "Kinj, shall we continue with the massage?" Following that, the routine rehabilitation process began, with Su King's favorite storytelling segment included. The tale of Liang Shambo and Zhu Yingtai, the cowherd and the weaver girl, Titanic, Su Xian, and Bai Sujin, Romeo and Juliet. Because it was a special day, Ling Juan's first choice was to narrate well-known love stories from ancient and modern times. After doing a quick search online and failing to find these stories in this world, he shamelessly took up the role of a storyteller. Enthralled by the captivating plots, character portrayals, and deep philosophical themes of these stories, Su Kinj was deeply absorbed. Liang Shambo and Zhu Yingtai turning into butterflies and flying away, never to be separated. How poignant and romantic! A love as solid as a rock. The cowherd and the weaver girl, despite the distinction between celestial and mortal realms, are still willing to wait eagerly every Kixi festival. Oh, it's truly unwavering love. In Titanic, the poor artist Jack sacrifices himself to let his lover Rose escape on the lifeboat, sinking into the sea himself. One can't help but admire the selfless love and sacrifice. Su Xian and Bai Sujin face numerous hardships, but ultimately achieve a happy ending. Just saying, Fahai, you bald donkey, don't understand love. You don't know what it means to share hardships in love. Romeo and Juliet almost become a tragedy, but through their love, they overcome the enmity between their two families. Perhaps this is reconciliation and reunion in love. On the sickbed, while appearing peacefully asleep, Su-King's heart was deeply moved by the emotional and profound stories shared, leading her to immerse herself in the world of romance and contemplation. Unlike before stories that were light-hearted and easily forgotten, these stories inspired thought and reflection, leaving a lasting impact. Su-King almost felt as if she were living through the stories, experiencing the flavors of love. The ups and downs, the sweet and bitter. Some tales even contained lessons about life and insights into love. The implications were profound. At that moment, Su-King couldn't help but entertain a notion of unraveling Ling Juan's mind. She was eager to see what made him tick. His storytelling skills were exceptional. Not only were the plots engaging and emotional, but they also resonated deeply with the listener. I want to hear more. Faced with his wife's earnest request, Ling Juan naturally couldn't refuse. From then on, the remaining time unfolded in such a way. Ling Juan would tell the girl stories, engage her in rehabilitation exercises, share a few jokes, play some riddles, recite idioms, and other small games. Soon, with time passing swiftly, the entire day flew by. As the golden sun set, the moon rose. Nightfall arrived, and the atmosphere in the room gradually grew ambiguous. Peering at the large red-colored wedding bed and bedding, Ling Juan suddenly thought of the sleeping arrangement for the night. According to the norm for newlyweds, they would definitely sleep together on their wedding night. However, their circumstances were unusual, making it difficult to determine by the standards of a regular couple. Thus, Ling Juan was unsure about what to do. If he could, he certainly wished to stay that night. Setting everything else aside, just the fact of accumulating affection points through close proximity. If they could sleep together every night in the future, the number and speed of accumulating points would at least double. However, he also had to consider Su-King's thoughts. If she disagreed, he couldn't force himself to stay, right? Ahem, King. Although due to special circumstances, we didn't have an actual wedding ceremony. But we are considered married in name, and Grandpa Su instructed. He wants me to move in with you from today, to take care of you conveniently. However, rest assured, considering your current condition, I won't do anything strange to you, just sleeping on the same bed. Of course, if you're not comfortable, you can say it. I'll simply return to my room next door. After careful consideration, Ling Juan couldn't help but rub his hands nervously, tentatively asking the girl for an answer with hints of expectation in his tone. *W. In truth, if it were to happen, it would be the first time Ling Juan spent a night in bed with a girl. He was actually a bit nervous when he thought about it. And so, Ling Juan waited eagerly, excited yet full of anticipation for the girl's response. On the sickbed, in the confines of her dark consciousness. When Ling Juan passed the ball to her, Su-King realized belatedly and found herself in a sudden turmoil of the heart. In her more than 20 years of life, she had always slept alone. Even then, it was challenging to fall into a deep slumber. The slightest disturbance would startle her awake. And now, she had to share a bed with someone, a male no less. How was she ever going to sleep in the future? What to do? What to do? What do I do? I actually forgot that after getting married, the couple is supposed to sleep together. I never imagined that one day, there would be a man sleeping next to me. How will I ever sleep again? Won't I end up with insomnia every night? And the wedding night, sleeping together. Based on my experiences over the years, a moment of spring romance is worth 1,000 gold. He wouldn't want ... Oh no, I don't want that with that in this vegetative state. But I can't directly refuse Ling Juan. What if he misunderstands and thinks I detest him? Originally, if he married a vegetative person, he might already be the subject of ridicule behind the scenes. If he gets kicked out to sleep alone on the wedding night ... Doesn't it seem too pitiful? It may damage his male pride. And it could tarnish his reputation. He might be mocked even more, ridiculed as the son-in-law who's only fit to guard an empty room. If Ling Juan gets hurt from this, feeling despondent, and decides to go to the rooftop to blow off steam. Su-King was torn with internal conflict, trapped in a cycle of contemplation. This decision was too crucial to be disregarded casually. She realized that if she agreed tonight, she and Ling Juan would have to sleep together from that point onward. After all, She couldn't be sleeping with him tonight only to send him away the following night. That would be utterly unfair. In a matter of minutes, Soo Kinj underwent an unimaginable brainstorm. Thankfully, she eventually gave her response. I am feeling so nervous. Will Kinj agree? It seems a bit precarious. Inside the red wedding room filled with the character. Ling Juan is undergoing great anguish, anxiously waiting for the girl's response. If it were the ice-cold female president in the original plot, she would definitely be rejected instantly. However, now, due to his sudden appearance, Soo Kinj's character setting has long since collapsed, so there is still a slight chance. Success rate ... 50. Soon, Ling Juan's wait would bring results ... on the sickbed. Soo Kinj finally responded. As she splashed the ink on the paper, a line of words leapt out. Since this is Grandpa's request ... then ... I agree. Ling Juan. Wow ... She agreed. Kinj agreed. I won't be afraid of the cold in the winter anymore. ... And I will have a wife to warm my bed in the future too, filled with joy and tears of happiness. Regarding the girl's final decision, Ling Juan felt both unexpected and reasonable. He gazed at the girl sleeping on the sick bed, his gaze soft, knowing that she must have gone through a great internal struggle to agree to this. Kinj, don't worry. I don't snore when I sleep. Immediately after, Ling Juan, in a joking tone, tried to ease the slightly tense atmosphere between them. In response, Soo Kinj also gave a playful reply. Well, that's good. Otherwise, if I get disturbed by it, I might just kick you off the bed. Zun du jia du, can my snoring speed up your awakening process? Then I'll go buy a big speaker right away. Play my snoring on loop for you to listen to. Gives_gives, will you dare? Angry_... After bantering for a while, Ling Juan suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. Right. I said before that on our wedding night, I would sing a song just for you. A song that belongs only to you. I'll sing it for you now. Just wait a moment. Ling Juan got off the bed and headed towards the golden guitar in the corner. A song just for me. A song only for me to hear. I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder what song Ling Juan will sing. Excited. ... W. If only I could wake up, even just to open my eyes, to see this colorful world once more, would be nice. Instead of being enveloped by endless darkness every day ... I really wish to see what Ling Juan looks like, and the scene of him playing and singing for me ... In the dark realm of consciousness. Upon hearing that Ling Juan was going to sing for her, Soo Kinj had already set up a small stool, fully concentrating on awaiting the performance. Her only regret was not being able to witness this scene in person. This intensified Soo Kinj's longing to wake up to an unprecedented level. It was at this moment that Soo Kinj noticed something in her originally dark consciousness prison. There was a slight glimmer of light. Like shooting stars, these fleeting moments would pass by in an instant. Soo Kinj's heart trembled, somewhat incredulous. She almost thought it was her imagination. Kinj, are you ready ... I'm starting now ... This song is called Love is Very Simple. Ling Juan's voice came through, instantly captivating the girl's full attention. Soon, a moving melody began playing, and the melodious singing unfolded. I forgot how it all began ... Maybe it was for you ... I had a feeling ... Suddenly realizing, I've deeply fallen in love. You're really very simple. Darkness in love doesn't matter anymore. Can't decide yes or no. Never regret following love day and night. That crazy person is me ... War ... double quotes ... On the wedding night, moonlight shimmered like water, stars twinkled. Ling Juan, dressed in a crimson groom's attire, sat cross-legged in front of the bed, cradling a golden guitar, lightly strumming the strings, earnestly singing Love is Very Simple. The song was his chosen declaration of love for Soo Kinj. These lyrics almost represented all of Ling Juan's deep feelings. Initially, Ling Juan had only seen her as a target for gaining points, with the thought of not missing out on any opportunities. However, after these days of getting to know the girl, though it wasn't to the extent of being lovesick, a different kind of emotion did rise between them. Soul-searching, Ling Juan asked himself if the future lifetime companion for him was the girl in front of him ... Would he be willing? The answer he arrived at was a resounding yes. With this insight, Ling Juan had understood his own feelings. He was prepared to treat her as the love of his life, to take care of her for all eternity. So, as he played and sang this love song, Ling Juan poured in genuine emotions. This dedication made the song's performance peak and nearly reach perfection. And thus, Ling Juan sat there, gently stroking the guitar. His fingertips danced on the strings, much like a nimble swallow in flight. Those strings seemed to be his soul, as he poured his emotions and feelings into every note, every melody. And these transformed into poignant notes that sang into the heart of the girl on the sickbed. I love you, tilde can't help but love you, baby, tilde say you love me too, woo, tilde I love you, tilde oh yes I do, I will never give up the right to love you, tilde ... At this moment, completely unaware, Ling Juan continued singing with deep emotion. However, in his heart, he felt like he had forgotten something O_O. The bright moon and sparse stars, the magpie flying south. In the center of the subway station, numerous passengers occasionally cast astonished gazes towards a particular corner, filled with admiration and amazement. There stood a girl in her flower of youth, dragging a massive yellow suitcase. She wore a white dress, the skirt gently swaying, as if an angel descended on earth. The smile on her face, like the rising sun, warm and bright, evoking memories of the beauty of first love. Her words and actions also exuded a sense of politeness and humility. Facing the persistent advances of the loser guys, she could refuse with a smile, and even offer words of encouragement. She feared leaving psychological scars from her rejections. This moved many of the loser guys to tears, watching the goddess from afar. Yet, they couldn't help but feel bitter towards the scoundrel who dared to stand the goddess up. Countless hearts shattered, believing the goddess was unattainable. Unfortunate in love. Why couldn't this destined romance fall into their laps? Bathed in the heated gazes of the crowd, with her hair tied in a bow, Susu remained oblivious. She entirely unaware that she had become the center of attention at the subway station, the focus of countless onlookers. Strange. Why hasn't Big Brother Ling Juan arrived yet? I've been waiting for 2.5 hours. Does he have that much luggage to pack? And the phone keeps showing call in progress, can't get through. If this delay continues, I'm afraid Dad will come looking for us. ... Susu was almost frowning, repeatedly checking the time on her phone. She had sneaked out of her house after packing her things. If her brothers found out she had run away from home, they would surely mobilize all their forces to find her, making it impossible for her to escape. However, in her impatience, Susu had no other choice but to continue waiting in place. She had planned to leave the subway station early and board a train to Su's house to find Ling Juan. But she feared that the moment she left, he would show up here, leading to a missed encounter. While Susu was idle, one hand supporting her chin, the other constantly checking her phone for messages. At the subway exit, stepped down a tall, muscular black man. He held in his arms a woman with ear piercings and green-dyed hair, currently examining her with his hands. Shamelessly, the woman, in full public view, played and joked with the black man, despite the scornful looks from other passengers at the subway station. Rather than showing restraint, she held her head high, feeling that everyone was just jealous of her. What are you looking at? My husband is a Moorish man. The noble African prince, as the legend says. The woman boasted loudly, flaunting to those around her, inviting the envious gazes. Polished prawns, ticket visible. Ho, like. Suddenly, the woman realized her dialogue was interrupted, and awkwardly spouted something in broken Chinese. Her eyes fixedly stared at a certain spot, a compelling black saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth. Closing parenthesis. ... Night time. Modu Metro Station. Susu had a worried and anxious expression, holding the life-threatening continuous chain buckle from her family's call. What's going on? Why hasn't Brother Ling Juan arrived yet? My 3 older brothers have already located my position. If I continue to delay, maybe when they arrive, I won't be able to escape. Susu furrowed her brows tightly, constantly scanning the entrances and exits of the metro station. Could it be that he doesn't intend to come? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Susu shook her head repeatedly, denying it. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Ling Juan loves me so much. How could he give up this chance to stay with me for a lifetime? He has lived so painfully all these years, he must be eager to leave. And only I can give brother Ling Juan redemption, save him from his unhappy life. So Bai Susu was 95% sure that brother Ling Juan would definitely come. And right now, he must already be on his way. No matter how late it is, I will wait here for you. I will keep waiting and waiting. Brother Ling Juan, I will definitely redeem you. I will absolutely not let you bear loneliness and pain alone. Bai Susu's gaze was resolute, already prepared psychologically to fight the whole world to save the boy. And at that moment, an awkward and unpleasant voice sounded in Bai Susu's ears. Hello, beautiful lady. I love you. Huh? Bai Susu furrowed her brows and turned her head. She saw a black man hugging a green-haired woman with an unfriendly expression walking towards her. She didn't like it and was about to move her luggage to change locations. But the next moment, the path forward was blocked by the two of them. What do you want? Let me through. Bai Susu shouted loudly, trying to scare the other party away. She had never had much fondness for these foreigners, keeping her distance. Faced with the shouting, the other party not only didn't leave. Instead, they invited Bai Susu to have some fun. In his view, the seemingly pure-looking female Bai Susu was just pretending to be reserved on the surface, but secretly. Hey, beautiful lady, come here. Seeing the other person reaching out towards her, Bai Susu was startled and retreated in panic. And this frightened and fearful appearance further stimulated the man's desire for conquest from the depths of his heart. In a critical moment, Bai Susu swiftly took out a bottle-shaped object and sprayed it crazily on the man's face. Swish! Ah! Attacked, the man covered his cheek, knelt on the ground in pain, and screamed. Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief. Since the danger encountered at Tiancheng Entertainment, KTV last time, she had been learning from others and, like Chen Kexin, was carrying something to protect herself. Like this can of anti-Volf spray. Darl, you stinking bee asterisk 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 asterisk. My Darl kindly invited you to have fun together. This is a rare opportunity that many sisters seek but cannot obtain. You don't know gratitude. You even hurt him. As the green-haired woman went to help the man, she glared at Bai Susu with a fierce expression. This. Bai Susu's cherry-like mouth was slightly agape, dumbfounded. It was her first time hearing such derogatory terms in real life. In fact, not only her, even the passers-by who were attracted by the commotion were equally astonished, pointing at the green-haired woman. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the green-haired woman, it was envy, jealousy, and hatred from the crowd, envying her for being able to be with Darl. Let me tell you, my Darl is a prince from an African grassland tribe. The green-haired woman stood proudly, full of pride. Jaimai, my Darl chose you. Your ancestors must be elated. He is different from the useless men of our Huaxia. He is a real man, a born king. Why don't you serve him with me? You can rest assured. My Darl treats people well. He will definitely pamper you. Believe me, as long as you completely submit to the noble Moor you choose to serve, you will definitely experience the joy of being a woman. After all, we women are born to submit to strong men. Faced with the derogatory remarks of the green-haired woman, Bai Susu felt her three views shattered for the first time in her life, experiencing a nauseating feeling. She didn't want to deal with these two mad people any longer, so she dragged her luggage, ready to leave. Stop injuring my master, and you think you can just walk away without apologizing. You be asterisk 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 asterisk. Think again. HMPH. You pretend to be pure, but you're actually a deceptive W asterisk 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 asterisk. Watch me tear your face apart. The green-haired woman was wild and aggressive, rushing towards Bai Susu with bared teeth. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a petite figure darted out and kicked her away, causing her head to hit a pillar. Instantly foaming at the mouth, she fell into a baby-like sleep. In broad daylight, such a scene. There are still people worshipping foreigners. It infuriates this beautiful girl. Watch my ultra-flying kick. Ha! It's her. Clad in Lolita costume, standing at a height of only 1.5 meters, with twin tails tied up and a cowlick floating on her head. At just one glance, Bai Susu recognized the little Lolita in front of her, whom she had crossed paths with before. It was Chen Kexin who had helped her a few times. Oh, Tilda, it's you. The White Lotus Flower Girl. I saved you last time, saving you again this time. It's not excessive to ask you to be mine. The little Lolita also recognized by Susu. She ran over, hugged her, and asked for a cheek-to-cheek contact. The reason why Chen Kexin appeared here was mainly because her elder sister, Qingzhe, was about to get married and have children tonight. So the depressed little Lolita, seeking solace, came out for a stroll. Hearing inadvertently that there was a beauty beyond compare at the metro station, she ran over panting, coincidentally witnessing the scene. And as the two girls exchanged pleasantries, the man who had fallen to the ground finally came to. Breathing heavily, he stood up, glared fiercely at Bai Susu, and threatened aloud. This woman who pretended to be innocent dared to resist and harm him. To him, this was shocking and unforgivable, as if his long-raised female dog dared to bite her own master. She must be firmly disciplined to let these female dogs know who their real master was. So, the man took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, cruelly smiling, and walked towards the two girls. Seeing this, Chen Kexin calmly took Bai Susu's hand and began to run. At the same time, she gestured to someone not far away. "Bodyguard, it's up to you. No need to give me face. Go get him." Whom was she calling out to? Who could save them now? Did she want us both to go together? The crowd nearby, seeing little Lolita waving to them, instinctively paused, thinking Chen Kexin was asking for help, especially the men who had previously flirted with Bai Susu. Seeing the goddess facing danger, they rolled up their sleeves, wanting to step forward and be heroes. But when they saw the man's terrifying muscles, they hesitated in an instant. And in the moment of this delay, a youth stood in front of the girls. No, not even a cockroach. Pure vermin, trash. The youth wore a tattered t-shirt on top, a pair of jeans with several holes on bottom, hands in pockets. His face was full of disgust, as if he had seen the most disgusting creature in the world, more repulsive than rats and cockroaches. This made it impossible for him to even curve the corners of his mouth. Trash men, trash, die. The muscle man didn't care who was blocking him and grinned menacingly as he swung his fist toward Su Fan's face. In his mind, Han men were cowardly and weak like East Asian invalids. Their only purpose was to serve as slaves. Since the weakling in front of him didn't know her place, he decided to show her with a single punch. In response, Su Fan also threw a punch, and as their fists collided, a cracking sound echoed. The grin on the muscle man's face quickly disappeared. It was replaced by unbearable pain. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his right hand, rolling on the ground in agony, as if he were a dying cockroach striving for survival. In Su Fan's eyes, this scene was becoming increasingly disgusting. Just like a disgusting maggot. During the fist confrontation, Su Fan had imbued powerful internal force into the muscle man's arm, shattering the entire arm instantly. The man's arm was completely crippled. Seeing the muscle man still shouting in pain, Su Fan frowned. Then, he leapt, his right knee bending sharply, and accurately struck the muscle man's neck, like a missile landing, forcing his neck to kneel under his knee. The muscle man struggled in pain, unable to speak, as his neck was being pressed, breathing obstructed. He could only look at Su Fan with pleading eyes, shedding tears. In a short time, due to lack of oxygen caused by the pressure, the muscle man gradually suffocated, slipping into unconsciousness. Considering that killing someone in public was not a good idea, Su Fan slowly stood up. Ignoring the unconscious muscle man beneath him, he turned and chased after the two girls. Also, to avoid trouble with authorities, he made a call to the Han family. At the metro station, have someone handle it. And that maggot, find an opportunity to get rid of him. After explaining the situation briefly, Su Fan hung up the phone and walked out of the metro station expressionless. He felt no emotion for his actions. It was as if he had just squashed a disgust. And so, the conflict came quick, and went just as quickly. By the time the people at the metro station reacted, Su Fan's figure was already gone, leaving only a crowd of talkative onlookers and the muscle man who fell into a baby-like sleep. On the other side, Bai Susu, dragged out of the metro station in a daze, quickly realized and wanted to go back. What if brother Ling Juan comes and can't find me? She thanked Chen Kexin and was about to return, but Chen Kexin insisted on escorting her home. Isn't it late? Why are you going back now? What if you encounter danger? I'll just accompany you back home. Not wanting the beauty to be in danger, Chen Kexin decided to do a good deed to the end. Thank you for caring, but I really have something. Unable to convince little Lolita to let her leave, Bai Susu had to disclose her plan to elope with Ling Juan. Oh, what? The little Lolita was shocked to the point where her eyeballs almost popped out. She never imagined that, on his wedding night, Ling Juan was planning to elope with someone else. What about Sister Qingjie? Not far away, Su Fan, alert to this news, also heard the message, his face turning green instantly. What's the situation? On the first day of the wedding, Ling Juan was about to elope with someone else, causing Sister Qingjie to be humiliated. Reflecting on this, Su Fan gradually regained his senses. He evaluated the interactions he had with Ling Juan in recent days. And judging by his understanding of people, the likelihood of this elopement incident was very low. Perhaps the girl had misunderstood something? Thinking this way, Su Fan's emotions finally calmed down. Only Bai Susu was still stubbornly holding on, red-eyed, screaming loudly, "Brother Ling Juan will definitely come. I believe in him." She then described the agreement she and Ling Juan had made that day. Listening to this, both Su Fan and Chen Kexin were speechless. No matter how they listened, Bai Susu seemed like a child with a wild imagination. From start to finish, it seemed like Ling Juan had never directly agreed to elope with her. "If you don't believe it, then I'll wait with you." Chen Kexin shrugged. She was convinced that Ling Juan would definitely not come. But better safe than sorry. If he really wanted to humiliate Sister Qingjie, she would give one ultra-flying kick to kick this despicable man to death. Su Fan had a similar idea not to ignore the situation. Despite the likelihood of Bai Susu misunderstanding, what if it were true? He decided to wait for the worst-case scenario. If that rabbit doesn't show up, fine. But if it does, don't blame him for being merciless. Up to you. Bai Susu had no objections. The long night was endless, and having someone there to pass the time with wasn't bad. I believe Brother Ling Juan will come, because only I can bring him happiness. Qingjie's sister is just a vegetable. She cannot do it. Bai Susu muttered to herself, gazing at the stars in the sky, constantly praying and hoping for that youth to appear. Su family manner. Ling Juan, dressed in a bright red groom's attire, had no idea that because of him, several people would have sleepless nights. Qingjie, a moment of spring evening is worth 1,000 gold. After finishing singing the song, Ling Juan silently placed the guitar back and returned to the bed. Eagerly rubbing his hands, he shyly said, "Look, it's getting late. Shouldn't we turn off the lights and sleep?" Qingjie, late at night, exactly at 12 o'clock. Su Qingjie heard Ling Juan mention turning off the lights to sleep. Su Qingjie appeared to be peacefully asleep, but in reality, her heart was already in turmoil. This was the first time in her life laying on the same bed as a person of the opposite sex, even though she had faced many ups and downs. At this moment, her palms were sweating nervously. Click, Tilda hearing the sound of the lights turning off. Su Qing's breathing paused, and her cheeks instantly blushed. Luckily, the room was pitch black, and Ling Juan did not notice. He just quietly lifted the blanket. Did he come in? Sensing Ling Juan slipping into the bed, lying beside her quietly, Su Qing's heart instantly raced, feeling as though her heart had jumped to her throat. She could feel Ling Juan very close, his shoulder pressing against hers, even able to hear his heavy breath. Finally, is it time for this moment? Will Ling Juan be honest? Or will he do something to me? Oh my! What am I thinking? Ling Juan had promised earlier not to do anything strange to me before I wake up. And wasn't I already prepared for this? This is what I owe the other person. If Ling Juan really wants it, then I will satisfy him. But I heard that the first time seems to be painful. I'm a bit scared. Su Qing's thoughts raced, constantly reminding herself to stay calm and relax, not to overthink, and let things flow naturally. However, all her attention involuntarily focused on the young man beside her. She had expected Ling Juan to do something to her. But who would have thought that after he said good night, he fell completely silent. Soon after, she heard a rhythmic breathing sound. It seemed like Ling Juan had fallen asleep. Not asleep. Is this sleeping? Initially nervous emotions froze. Su Qingjie felt somewhat absurd and didn't know how to react. It's the wedding night. A beautiful woman, am lying next to you, and you're just sleeping. Asleep. If Ling Juan knew about this mental activity, he would surely roll his eyes, thinking, women are so fickle, saying one thing and meaning another. I wanted to do something for you, but feeling unprepared, not doing it makes me hesitant. Oh, women's hearts are like a bottomless pit. The reason Ling Juan didn't do anything inappropriate was primarily because he considered. Tonight was the first day of sharing a bed together, there's no rush. And Sukinj is currently in a vegetative state. He wasn't so thirsty to disregard the girl's feelings and forcibly take her body. Although she would probably not refuse, it would undoubtedly leave a bad memory and ruin his image. Anyway, there's plenty of time in the future, there's no rush. Looking at the rising intimacy points swirling in his mind, Ling Juan unconsciously revealed a satisfied smile. This way of gaining post-sleep income while lying flat was awesome. He seemed to have already envisioned a certain day in the future ... amassing enough intimacy points, transforming into an invincible celestial emperor, roaming across the universe. And so, embracing the beautiful visions of the future, Ling Juan slowly drifted into the world of dreams. Silently, Tilda in the dark room, apart from the steady breathing, not a sound could be heard. Outside the window, the bright moonlight cast its rays into the room. It just happened to illuminate the red wedding bed, shining on Sukinj's stunning beauty, making her even more captivating. Suddenly, as her eyelashes flickered, the girl on the wedding bed naturally, slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, bathed in the sacred moonlight, the girl's world seemed to be rekindled, her eyes filled with joy. She felt the stimulation brought by the moonlight hitting her eyeballs, excitedly turning her eyes. What she saw ... was no longer boundless darkness, but a colorful world. She saw the red furniture in the room, the red balloons hanging from the ceiling, and the stars outside the window. Everything, perhaps ordinary in the eyes of others, appeared crystal clear and beautiful to Sukinj, who had regained her sight. She began to carefully observe every detail, wanting to etch every bit she saw into her memory ... I can see it now. I can finally see. I never expected. One day I could wake up again and see this beautiful world. Back when I first became a vegetable, I was completely hopeless, thinking I would spend my life in endless darkness and fear. But now, it's great to witness the beauty and wonders of this world again. It's truly wonderful. Recalling the time when she first fell into a coma, Sukinj had prayed countless times for someone to come and end her life. Anyone would do. As long as it could free her from the nightmare, she was willing to pay any price. Fortunately, the man who brought hope to her appeared that day. He didn't come to end her life, but to save her. Sukinj would never forget the first time they met. When he raised her little hand, clasping them together, giving her warmth and saying, "Kinj, I'm here to see you. My name is Ling Juan, your future husband." Remembering the past, the girl's gaze softened. She remembered when she first heard those words. She was dismissive and scornful towards Ling Juan. She thought he was the kind of man rumored to be bad. He only entered the Su family to please his grandfather and win his favor, but now, Sukinj couldn't help but blush. She had to admit that she had been prejudiced against Ling Juan. She had grown up, no longer expecting a prince to come when faced with difficulties. She decided to be her white knight, her own salvation. But fate is sometimes so strange. Before becoming a vegetable, Sukinj had looked down on all men. She couldn't imagine that one day, she would marry a man and share a bed with him, especially this man, who came through fortune. During the days she was comatose, Sukinj sometimes wondered if she had actually benefited from her misfortune. If she hadn't become a vegetable, her grandfather wouldn't have brought Ling Juan into the family to please her, and she would never have experienced this tender moment of time. If she hadn't become a vegetable, she might have ended up alone, her final destination. But now, she was somewhat attached to this feeling, even had the thought of not waking up so soon. Because once she woke up, she would have to face many things, and at that moment, she might not experience such warmth again. The next day, early in the morning, the sky was just starting to brighten. Accompanied by the pleasant chirping of birds, Ling Juan slowly opened his eyes in a daze. He sat up, feeling groggy, habitually thinking he was still in his original room. Until his mind cleared up a bit, he looked around. A room decorated according to the specifications of a red wedding chamber. It was then that he remembered that last night he got married and became a son-in-law to a wealthy family. So, where is Kinj now? Ling Juan suddenly jolted and subconsciously looked beside him, only to see a stunningly beautiful young girl lying quietly on the big red wedding bed. She was sleeping peacefully, her face serene like a gentle cat, her skin as white as snow, smooth and tight. Her face, resembling a carved jade, emanated a pure and natural beauty, making one feel the innocence and purity. Her eyes were slightly closed, her eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings, seemingly about to wake up at any moment. Her straight and beautiful nose added to her calm and steady breathing, giving her profile a sense of true beauty. Her lips were picturesque, slightly parted in a cherry-like shape, revealing a seductive redness that was irresistible. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, spreading on the pillow, emitting a faint fragrance. Occasionally, a few strands of hair brushed against her cheek mischievously with the morning breeze, adding a hint of playfulness and cuteness to the girl. Her figure was elegant and graceful, with curves that were alluring, exuding a unique feminine softness. At this moment, the beauty emanating from the girl captivated Ling Juan entirely. He was deeply intoxicated, unable to pull himself away from it. He stared in a daze at this beauty, feeling as if time had stopped for him. My wife ... could she be an angel descended to earth ... Ling Juan wiped the corner of his mouth, laid back quietly next to the girl, and turned his head. His eyes stared fixedly at the girl's exquisite face, savoring the rare tranquility and beauty of the moment. Little did he know that the girl, who appeared comatose in his eyes, had actually awakened last night and had been casting furtive glances at him all night until she noticed signs of him waking up. Kinj immediately closed her eyes subconsciously when she felt him stirring. She hadn't figured out how to face Ling Juan yet. What puzzled her was, why didn't Ling Juan get out of bed after waking up, but instead laid back beside her without moving? It's so quiet. Why isn't Ling Juan speaking? What is he doing? It's kind of creepy. Should I sneak a peek ... So, Kinj peeked through a slit in her eyes to see what Ling Juan was up to. Little did she know that the sight that greeted her would startle her. A fair face appeared above her, gazing at her with a ruthless intensity, drool still at the corner of his mouth. Ah, my heart! Ling Juan scared me so much. Why is he so close? Doesn't he know scaring people can kill them, no? And what's with that expression? What's with those eyes? And that drool? Kinj was startled and kept complaining to herself. If she could move, she would have jumped up involuntarily. But recalling Ling Juan's intense gaze earlier, Kinj felt a mix of shyness and a hint of delight. She couldn't help but feel a bit charmed. Amidst the startle, Kinj's eyelids twitched a few times. Ling Juan suddenly noticed something was off. Strange. Was it just my imagination? Did Kinj peek at me through a slit in her eyes earlier? Ling Juan rested his chin on his hands, staring intently at the girl's beautiful face. Unfortunately, he didn't notice any abnormality. Dismissing his doubts, thinking it was just a figment of his imagination. Kinj, good morning. In the movies, after waking up, husbands always give their wives a morning kiss. I think this tradition is very good. What do you think? Since you're not speaking, I'll take it as you agree, okay? Ling Juan had a vague smile on his face, muttering to himself, as if finding reasons for his actions. Thinking that Kinj was still asleep, he cheekily leaned in for a kiss. The girl lying still on the bed was left speechless. Ling Juan going in for a kiss without her consent left her upset. As the morning light shone on her face, a flush as bright as the late sunset bloomed on her cheek. Ling Juan kissed me out of nowhere HMPH. He thinks I wouldn't notice. He's such a big pervert. Kinj blushed with embarrassment. Various thoughts swirled in her mind to distract herself from the awkwardness she felt. At the same time, she was silently hoping for Ling Juan to return soon and planning how to reveal that she was awake in what circumstances. 1 hour later, Ling Juan returned to the wedding chamber holding a bouquet of violets. Kinj, good morning. Are you awake? Good morning. Kinj responded in writing on a piece of paper. Did you sleep well last night? It was my first time sharing a bed with a girl. I was so nervous, I couldn't sleep all night. Ling Juan joked thoughtlessly, habitually placing the violet by the bedside. Kinj, I don't believe you. You bad man. Clearly, I slept better than anyone else, and you dare say I couldn't sleep all night? The one who couldn't sleep all night was me. Although the girl looked like she was asleep on the surface, she tore through Ling Juan's lies in her mind and heart. At this moment, the scent of violets wafted to Su Qing's nose, a sweet and delicate fragrance. She couldn't help but breathe in deeply several times. Violets had been her favorite flowers before she became a vegetable. From then on, she only smelled the scent of flowers but never saw their shapes. She suddenly wished to open her eyes and take a look. At that moment, Ling Juan made a heartfelt confession. "Qing, do you remember what I said earlier? Violets are my favorite flowers. Because their meaning, eternal love and beauty, simplicity, and virtues. I hope our feelings can be like the symbolism of these violets, eternal and unchanging." Listening to the somewhat cheesy words from the young man, Su Qing couldn't help feeling a slight shyness in her heart. Ling Juan, how bold of him! Why can he speak sweet nothing so naturally? He even claims I'm his first love. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Applying his skills of a scoundrel. How could you believe that this is a man who has never been in love? Who would? However, Ling Juan's words somehow brought back memories for Su Qing. Back to the present, Su Qing felt a mix of emotions swirling inside her as she remembered the past and realized how Ling Juan's words still affected her. Despite all the doubts and uncertainties, she couldn't shake off the emotional impact. In her mind, Su Qing was drowning in the warmth of memories. From despair to hope of recovery, the path seemed clearer now. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't quite see the future ahead, feeling engulfed by a sense of confusion. At that moment, Ling Juan suggested playing a game to pass the time. "Shall I continue?" Oh. Seems to be a murderous intent. Ling Juan sensed something was wrong, suddenly turned his head, and met a pair of resentful eyes head-on. Qing. "Jay, are you awake?" Stunned for a moment, Ling Juan, realizing the situation, was instantly full of joy. On the big red wedding bed, the girl who had been sleeping with her eyes closed all along. At this moment, for the first time, she presented her shining eyes like obsidian in front of Ling Juan. Those beautiful eyes were so beautiful, like the brightest star in the night sky, landing in the mortal world, making people unable to help but be intoxicated. Compared to when her eyes were closed, the girl's bright eyes appeared clear and full of vitality when she opened them, filled with confidence and determination, exuding unparalleled charm. Before Ling Juan could even congratulate or speak, he saw Su Qing picking up a pen and writing stroke by stroke. "You cheat! Wow! Oh my god!" Babsi qa Ling Juan's mouth twitched for a moment. He then remembered the search he just did on Baidu, perhaps already seen by Su Qing. "Qing, don't mind these little details. But when did you wake up? You waking up, ***, makes me genuinely happy for you. This means your complete recovery is just around the corner." To avoid entanglement, Ling Juan urgently initiated the change topic grand battle. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he held the girl's delicate hand and gazed deeply into her eyes. "Qing, your eyes are so beautiful. When closed, they resemble an exquisite brush painting, and when open, they are like a lively watercolor painting. I noticed the process from when your eyes were closed to when they opened. It's like witnessing the blossoming of a violet, from mysterious and restrained beauty to bright, confident beauty. Every time I see you sleeping during this time, I often think, your eyes, beautiful like hidden pearls, mysterious and captivating. And when your eyelids quiver, slowly opening, how does the world change again with your awakening? As expected. At least in my world, it is as bright as day because of your beautiful eyes. You were beautiful with your eyes closed, but with them open, you are even more stunning. ... Praise. Regardless, just shameless praise. Su Qing had just come out of the boundless darkness, and in her heart, she certainly cared the most about her eyes and what she saw. Her innermost feelings must have been touched even though she kept a calm exterior. As expected, the previously somewhat annoyed Su Qing, upon meeting Ling Juan's scorching gaze, immediately blushed. She awkwardly averted her gaze, not daring to meet Ling Juan's eyes. Her thoughts of seeking accountability were completely thrown out the window. Ling Juan is too exaggerated. My eyes aren't that beautiful. Oh, this makes me so embarrassed. He's talking as if my eyes are some fairy descending to earth when I open them, and saying his whole world is bright as day because of my eyes. Goosebumps are rising. But I never expected Ling Juan to be so happy about my awakening. He cares about me a lot. Su Qinj was so shy she didn't know what to do, her gaze shifting aimlessly, completely avoiding looking in Ling Juan's direction, when she couldn't open her eyes before. Although she heard some cheesy words from Ling Juan, she instinctively felt shy. But at least with her eyes closed, she couldn't see Ling Juan's expressions and actions. Now that she could see the light again. Watching Ling Juan holding her hand affectionately and saying all these weird things to her, the impact of that sight and sound made Su Qinj somewhat unable to resist. This was a situation she had never considered before becoming comatose. However, despite her shyness, she occasionally stole glances at Ling Juan. The combination of wanting to look yet not daring to, the welcoming but rejecting demeanor of the girl, made Ling Juan both amused and continuously thrilled. Then he reorganized his emotions, starting to inquire about Su Qinj's physical condition. Knowing that other parts of her body were still unable to move, "Qinj, don't worry. You waking up already is a huge step forward. It shows that the massage and therapy I've been doing have been effective. Just hold on a little longer, and surely the other parts of your body will gradually regain sensation. It's just a matter of time. Hearing this, Su Qinj blinked excitedly. In fact, she didn't need Ling Juan's consolation. She naturally knew this. It wasn't long before the day she could walk again was near. Thinking of this, she became a bit impatient, blinking constantly to urge Ling Juan to accelerate her recovery. Okay, Qinj. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush first. Ling Juan teased, then climbed onto the bed as usual, embracing the girl. Only at this moment, feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, did he relax completely, feeling joyous. Although he was very confident due to the accumulation of points. He expected that Su Qinj liked him to some extent, and probably wouldn't push him away when she woke up. However, the character of this female boss novel, who also suffered from androphobia, was deeply rooted in the reader's minds. Ling Juan still had some worries in his heart. What if she woke up and didn't want to continue this marriage, asked him to leave? As the saying goes, a woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets. Without witnessing the other person's attitude firsthand, no one could predict with certainty Su Qinj's behavior after waking up. But fortunately, when she opened her eyes and looked at him, her gaze wasn't one of disdain, but rather a shy and welcoming look. Seeing the sparkle in the girl's eyes, Ling Juan knew in his heart, it's settled. It's solid as a rock. In primary school textbooks, there was often a phrase, eyes are the windows of the soul, and they never lie. Through the girl's big, bright eyes, Ling Juan dared to say that even if she didn't love him, she definitely had some affection for him, even quite a bit. Which was normal, after spending such a long time caring for her. How could it be in vain? Even an iceberg, when warmed by his persistent warmth, at least half of it would melt. Everything turned out for the best. He no longer needed to worrying about getting points through touch anymore. The charging treasure would always accompany him, providing stable power every day. Oh yeah. With joy in his heart, Ling Juan began his daily massage with adhesive tapes. However, he soon felt a bit awkward, because when Su Qinj couldn't open her eyes, Ling Juan could freely enjoy the sight of her delicate figure and take various small advantages. But now, with a pair of shiny big eyes staring at him, how could he continue doing mischievous things? At least on the first day after she woke up. Ling Juan felt it necessary to maintain his image, to show that he was a gentleman. So, he focused on the massage work, eyes on his work, paying no attention to Su Qinj's gaze, fully absorbed in his actions. Meanwhile, Su Qinj's emotions were fluctuating as she blushed. Watching Ling Juan diligently work on her body, she couldn't help but have various thoughts. This is so strange. When I was sleeping before, even though I was nestled in Ling Juan's arms, letting him touch me, but it didn't make my heart race like this. But it's so comfortable. Ling Juan's massage technique is excellent. If my body fully recovers in the future, I wonder if Ling Juan would still be willing to massage me like this. Ling Juan is so serious when he works. I used to think that some of his moves were intentionally taking advantage. But now, it looks like I've completely misjudged him, seeing that he's so sincere. How come I never noticed before that Ling Juan's side profile looks kind of handsome? As the saying goes, a man who is focused on his work is the most handsome. Watching Ling Juan's face, which emanated a unique charm due to his intense focus on work from the perspective of a girl. The man in front of her may not have exquisite facial features, but he had a deep gaze and determined lip lines. He was dedicated to his work, without any extra expressions or movements on his face. His eyes were firm and clear, like a bright lighthouse dispersing the darkness in Su Qing's heart. His fingers moved agilely on her body, tapping out a path of recovery in an orderly manner. His wrists were strong and powerful, displaying professionalism and strength. His serious work attitude was like an artist carefully sculpting his masterpiece, exuding a unique charm. Looking at Ling Juan's extremely focused appearance, Su Qing's heart raced, finding herself captivated. Perhaps the old her could never have imagined that she, who suffered from androphobia, would one day be stunned by looking at a man directly. 1 hour later, mission accomplished. The first phase of the massage session was over. Phew! Ling Juan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the tiny beads of sweat from his forehead. He then smiled, turning to Su Qing, only to be stunned. The girl seemed dumbfounded for some reason, staring at him vacantly. Qing. Oh wait, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Ling Juan instinctively took out his phone, opened the front camera to check if he had anything on his face, but he saw nothing but his handsome face. At that moment, Ling Juan had no idea that he had inadvertently taken a step closer to capturing the girl's heart. If he had known, he would have been extremely grateful that he hadn't acted like a fool. Gives_gives*O. Hearing Ling Juan calling her wife, Su Qing was instantly shocked awake. As if feeling guilty for no reason, she quickly averted her gaze, completely avoiding eye contact with Ling Juan. Ling Juan, huh? What's going on? Is there something on my face? Ignoring the man's puzzled look, Su Qing couldn't explain the reason for her blank expression. Otherwise, wouldn't that be embarrassing? However, seeing Ling Juan looking slightly tired, Su Qing felt a twinge of guilt. Before, when she couldn't open her eyes, she didn't fully understand the entire massage process. All she knew was that Ling Juan kept massaging and massaging. She thought it was just a few rubs. What's so difficult about it? Easy peasy. It's not like it's intense physical activity. But today, witnessing the entire massage process firsthand, Su Qing realized she was shallow. The long, uninterrupted, precise operation required full focus to ensure the best therapeutic results. The pressure, physical exertion, and endurance needed for this work were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Yet, Ling Juan tirelessly worked on massaging and stimulating her muscles and bones all day long. And he really made me cry. Oh well, thank you. You've worked hard. You must be very tired. Take a break quickly. Hearing the girl's caring words, Ling Juan felt immensely gratified. Although he never complained, in reality, this kind of manual labor was quite tiring. Apart from the initial excitement from physical touch, which stirred the release of dopamine, making it seem like he had landed a job that everyone envied. But as the excitement waned and dulled, this kind of work became mundane. It now depended on stamina and patience. Sometimes working for several hours in a row, it was quite dull. However, he thought, it really was quite tiring originally. Just receiving my dear wife's boundless love instantly cleared my mind and refreshed my spirit. I feel like I can go on for another 500 years. ... Hearing Ling Juan call her his wife, Su Qing's eyes widened like copper bells. She quickly looked away, her cheeks flushing red, unable to face this title. What dear wife? Oh no. This title was so embarrassing, I refused to acknowledge it. Dong dong dong. Just as Ling Juan and the two people were immersed in their own world, a knock on the door sounded, followed by the voice of Liu Huan. Uncle, I'm here to clean up for Miss. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Please come in. Ling Juan glanced shyly and closed his eyes, unable to look directly at his young girl, smiling awkwardly. Due to the inability of vegetative patients to take care of their personal hygiene, Su Qing initially experienced occasional incontinence. Ling Juan proposed to have the girl wear diapers to address this practical issue, and finally, Su Shengshan reluctantly agreed. To prevent skin damage or bed sores caused by prolonged diaper use, Liu Huan would bring someone to change the diaper every 2 to 3 hours to keep the girl clean and comfortable, avoiding urinary tract infections and skin allergies. Especially during the night and early morning, these visits would be more frequent as incontinence issues were more severe during these times. Kinj, I'm going out for now. See you later. Ling Juan was well aware that the girl did not want to show her embarrassing and dirty side in front of him. So, during the daily cleaning time, Ling Juan would naturally and carefully avoid it, protecting the girl's dignity. However, Su Kinj could see through everything. Sensing Ling Juan's departure, she quietly opened her eyes, looking gratefully at the young man's departing figure. Even though she appeared strong on the surface, how could she remain indifferent when facing her own inability to control her bodily functions and releasing dirt and waste? This time of day was always the most embarrassing moment for her. Fortunately, it was Ling Juan, who had watched her grow up since childhood like a relative but not a relative, who handled it for her, which made her feel a bit better. Otherwise, Su Kinj would never be able to accept exposing this dirty side in front of others, especially Ling Juan. She only wanted to show him her beautiful side as a girl. Not this dirty side of excrement and urine. Uncle said, "There's a surprise." What surprise? At this moment, Ling Juan walked into the room. Thinking back to the meaningful words Ling Juan said to her just now, she couldn't help but be full of confusion. It wasn't until she looked towards the location of the wedding bed that she met a pair of familiar, yet unfamiliar eyes. Familiar because she had witnessed Su King's entire growth process with her own eyes. Unfamiliar because since the other party became a vegetative patient, she had never seen those lively eyes again. Miss ... Miss, you're awake. You finally woke up. After a brief moment of shock, Ling Juan swiftly approached Su King's bed. Looking at those blinking eyes, she was overcome with joy. As an heir of the new era of socialism, at first, she had a pessimistic attitude towards the idea of waking someone up joyously. She knew that Su Shingshan's actions were only meant to seek psychological comfort. However, she never expected that waking someone up joyously would actually work. Moreover, the effect was so good that initially, Ling Juan was only following the process of waking someone up, and the next day, the person actually woke up. It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. Uncle, you are really teasing me on purpose. Ling Juan couldn't contain her excitement as she paced back and forth, seemingly not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, she slapped her head. Right, I must inform the chairman. He would definitely be very happy to know. With excitement on her face, she fiercely gestured with her right fist towards the empty space, then turned around and decided to report this good news. However, as soon as she reached halfway, she instantly stopped, rubbed her temples with a wry smile, and turned back. Oh, look at me. I must first finish helping you clean up, Miss. Auntie Liu, calm down. Don't rush. Su Kinj playfully blinked her eyes, seemingly responding. She looked at Ling Juan's excited manner and couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Ever since she became a vegetative patient, Ling Juan seemed to be one of the few people who really wished for her recovery. On the other side, after leaving the bridal chamber, Ling Juan was wandering aimlessly around the estate. Ding dong. The long-lost system prompt suddenly resounded. Ding. Favorability rating of supporting character, Su Kinj increased. Reward increased to 1 point per second. Ding. Host Pai Pei has accumulated 300,000 points and gained a special skill, Pai Pei Mirror. Ding. Friendly reminder. Exclusive skill Pai Pei magnetic field range extended to 3 meters. Pai Pei Mirror. Use Pai Pei to replicate one of the abilities of the target as if looking in a mirror. 1-to-1 copying process. The ability copying process is as follows. Select target host needs to select a person with a specific ability as the target. This target can be anyone as long as they have a replicable ability. Close contact. Host needs to have physical contact with the target for the ability to be copied. The distance is limited to the Pai Pei magnetic field range. Ability replication. The longer the duration of the Pai Pei contact between the host and the target, the longer the replicated target's ability can be used. Hint: when the Pai Pei duration accumulates over 2.5 years, the host can permanently gain the target's abilities. Friendly reminder: 1. Can only be used once a day. 2. One person can only choose to replicate one of their abilities. Wanting to digest the system message in his mind, Ling Juan couldn't help but crack a smile, feeling excited. He didn't expect such good news today. Not only did Su Kinj wake up, but the system also brought a series of good news after a long time. 1 point per second, 60 points per minute, 3,600 points per hour, 86,400 points per day. If I stick with kinge, eating, drinking, and using the bathroom all together, it would be 80,000 points a day tilde within 2 days. I could acquire a new skill, couldn't I? The more Ling Juan thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling hopeful for the future. And this skill, Pai Mirror, isn't it just like a mirror? The longer I look, the longer I can steal the target's power. Once the target is within 3 meters of me, enveloped in the Pai magnetic field, I can keep replicating their abilities. The only regret is that I must stick with it for 2.5 years to permanently obtain this pasting ability. If it's with my wife, there shouldn't be any problem with 2.5 years. But if it's my great uncle, Ling Juan stroked his chin, contemplating the future direction. With Kinge waking up, he could gradually implement the plan to conquer the city. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily use Pai points. They were hard-earned, and he didn't want to waste them, relying on them to exchange for the power of an invincible immortal emperor. However, with my foresight and standing with Su Fan, I should be able to handle any enemies without relying on Pai points. Early in the game, it was fine, but the later stages were just a disaster, with the great uncle reincarnated as a star of disaster, bringing 3 calamities and 5 difficulties to any allies associated with him. Oh, being a relative of the protagonist's family is just a high-risk profession. Being involved with him is disastrous, as the villains would sacrifice him when they feel like it. Then, the protagonist would furious and seek revenge, a soap opera plot. Ling Juan couldn't help but silently rant in his heart, reflecting on the original plot. Su Fan was truly a star of misfortune, as few associated with him ended well, either dead or crippled. It even led to a family member being sacrificed in the capital, possessing boundless power. In the end, even Su Kinge lost her life in the capital. Whoever touches him is fine, but if anyone dares to harm my wife, HMPH. Ling Juan narrowed his eyes, danger flickering in his pupils. He thought of the person who relied on his intelligence to manipulate Su Fan and his group into circles. Intellect fighting. Huh. Interesting. I'm not as reckless as the great uncle. This time I'll play with you. As Ling Juan was secretly contemplating, Liu Huan, with a happy expression, bumped into him, informing him that Su King's diaper had been changed. Uncle, I need to tell the chairman about Miss waking up. He will surely be very happy. After speaking, Liu Huan hurriedly left. Ling Juan smiled as he watched her disappearing figure and then turned back to re-enter Su King's room. Wife, I'm back. Su Kinge. Oops. Hello. Long time no see. Missed you all. Hearing everyone's calls from me on the water text line, I came to see you. Su Group, Headquarters. Chairman's Office. Zihu. How is the development of the new drug prescriptions I gave you earlier progressing? The white-haired Su Shengshan was inquiring about the situation from his confidant. As soon as he received the new prescription from Ling Juan, he immediately tasked his subordinates to begin secret research and development. The first batch of products should be ready by tomorrow. But Chairman, don't we need to conduct drug testing first? Hu Zheng in a suit and red tie reported. At the Su family manor, in the familiar bridal chamber, Ling Juan was telling stories to the young girl to alleviate boredom. Click. Kinge. Kinge. Good girl. Grandpa is here to see you. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open. Su Shengshan rushed in, panting. Upon receiving the news that his precious granddaughter had woken up, he almost dashed back at the fastest speed possible. As soon as he entered, he saw his granddaughter blinking her big eyes, gazing affectionately at Ling Juan while holding hands. Grandpa Su, you're here. Quickly, take a rest first. Seeing Su Shengshan disheveled, with one shoe missing, in a frantic state, Ling Juan knew how hurriedly he had come back, immediately got up to offer his seat and hurried over to support the old grandpa. Thank you, Xiao Xuan. You are truly a great benefactor to my Su family. After catching his breath, Su Shengshan patted the arm Ling Juan used to support him, his face full of gratitude. He knew deep down, the Su family's progress had started from the moment this young man married into the family. Grandpa, no need to say thanks among family members. It's what I should do. Ling Juan replied with a smile, modestly. Hearing this, Su Shengshan didn't act pretentiously, bursting into laughter and nodding repeatedly. Yes, We are all family, a loving family, ha ha ha. Then the old grandpa was ushered to the bedside, looking at his tearful granddaughter, murmuring incessantly, waking up is good, waking up is good. Then, grandpa can rest assured. My poor granddaughter, waking up is good, the future will only get better. Su Shengshen's words were a bit jumbled, tears of joy streaming down his wrinkled face. Maybe feeling that crying on such a joyous occasion might worry his granddaughter, the old grandpa forced a smile on his face. There was a sense of both crying and laughing at the same time. But neither Ling Juan nor Su Qinj had the slightest hint of a smile in their hearts, only a sense of bitterness. Especially for Su Qinj, as the person involved, she felt more guilt than she could express. Her grandfather was already in his twilight years. At this age, he should be enjoying his later years and the joy of having children and grandchildren. But she had failed to let her grandfather retire and enjoy his old age. Until now, he still worried about her every day, worried about her condition, troubled by the work of the company. Compared to before the coma, at this moment, the almost visibly accelerated aging of Su Shengshen made Su Qing's heart ache, tears flowing incessantly, wetting the red pillow. She blamed herself endlessly. When she first became a vegetable, she complained against the heavens, dreaming every day of liberation. How could she not have thought the most painful thing was not how much her grandfather loved her all along? And she only wished to die early. Now thinking back, if she had really collapsed completely back then, the grandpa might have given up under despair, lost his last spiritual pillar, and left this world then and there. Don't cry, good girl. Grandpa is fine, don't cry. You don't need to cry either. Seeing his granddaughter silently weeping, Su Shengshen couldn't help but shed tears as well. But he still squeezed out a smile, comforting his granddaughter. Ling Juan quietly watched this scene, not speaking to disturb, to spoil this hard-won family joy. In the long-awaited interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter, time passed second by second. It soon came to the afternoon. All right, you rest, child. Grandpa has to go back to the company to handle work first. Su Shengshen's emotions had calmed down quite a bit. Smiling broadly, he got up to bid farewell. Turning to Ling Juan beside him, he teased, besides, the old man has stayed long enough. I might just be a third wheel here. Someone might be cursing me for my lack of tact in their heart. Ha ha! Ling Juan shook his head emphatically upon hearing this. Xiaoshuan, why are you implicating yourself? I was clearly referring to my granddaughter, Ling Juan. This old fox is trying to involve me? Gives all right? None of you are at fault. It's me being in a hurry to leave. Ha ha! Facing Su Qing's blushing expression and protesting gestures, Su Shengshen laughed heartily. As he was about to leave, he patted Ling Juan's shoulder, earnestly pleading, Xiaoshuan, take care of my granddaughter in the future. Okay. Ling Juan nodded solemnly. Good, good. Then I can rest assured. The old grandpa left the room with a relieved smile on his face. When the door closed behind him, Ling Juan finally returned to his place. Sitting by the bedside, he affectionately brushed away the girl's hair falling on her forehead, took her small hand, and quipped, Qinj, little sister, Grandpa asked me to take care of you. I'll protect you in the future. You're the little brother. Annoying little brother. I'm the big sister. I should be protecting you. Su Qinj rolled her eyes in a big way, protesting strongly. But Ling Juan had already used the simple arithmetic 9 greater than 7 to confirm the fact that he was the elder brother. Ignoring the girl's protest firmly, he turned to another topic. Qinj, can you see clearly now? Is there a wish you want to fulfill after waking up? The wish I want to fulfill now. Su Qinj pondered for a moment, then fixed her gaze on the golden guitar in the corner. If there was one thing she had been wanting to see since waking up, it was, I want to see you sing. Sing. Okay. Ling Juan grinned at her response. Then, as usual, he picked up the guitar, sat cross-legged next to Su Qinj, and tuned the strings skillfully. Watching eagerly, Su Qinj sat still, waiting for the man to start singing. In the past, she could only listen to the man singing in the dark, longing for the day when she could see Ling Juan perform. Now, the opportunity was finally before her. Qinj, are you ready? Tilda. I'm going to start, okay? This song is called By Your Side. The song suits my wishes. I hope to always be by your side. Ling Juan probably tested the tone, everything was ready, then turned to the young girl with a smile and asked, "Are you ready, yes?" Sukinj blinked, making a response. "By your side. I'm looking forward to it tilde tilde." The song title fits so well, completely matching the time during which Ling Juan has always been by my side. Could the inspiration for this song come from every moment the two have spent together? Sure, it must be another beautiful and charming song tilde approximately tilde. Quietly saying goodbye, not relying yet depending too much. In the lonely center of the square. Whose dialogue is chasing after my emptiness? In Suking's expectant eyes, Ling Juan held the guitar, plucked the strings, and started singing passionately. His voice was deep and magnetic, like flowing stream water, clear and affectionate. For a moment, Sukinj was captivated, not blinking her eyes, afraid of missing a single moment. It turns out that when Ling Juan sings, he's so charismatic. A warm afternoon. Ling Juan holds the guitar, singing by your side passionately. The sunlight filters through the windows, sprinkling on him, adding a mysterious and charming aura. The guitar in his hands is like Ling Juan's soul. The fluent melody is like his inner monologue. His slender fingers leap freely on the guitar strings, each movement full of power and precision. His fingering is skillful and fluent, as if each finger has its own life and thoughts, dancing freely on the strings, creating an enchanting melody. His singing is intense and infectious, his voice like a meticulously polished gem, shimmering with a captivating light. The lyrics seem to hold all of Ling Juan's emotions. The melody is like a musical language, telling the feelings in Ling Juan's heart to the world. In love it's love, not afraid of never having been there. In hate it's hate, something I never thought of. It's the fear of missing someone deeply alone. In love it's love, not afraid of never having been there. In hate it's hate, something I never thought of. The familiar looks of places I've been. On the bright red wedding bed, Suking's face flushes as she closes her eyes, listening to Ling Juan's moving voice, feeling the depth of emotion and warmth in it. Every time she listens, she feels Ling Juan's voice like a breeze of spring gently touching her heart, bringing endless emotions and comfort. She intends to open her eyes to admire Ling Juan's graceful performance, but the next moment, her face flushes red again as she immediately closes her eyes. It's because when Ling Juan passionately sings, his gaze always stays fixed on the young girl, never shifting. His eyes are full of love and tenderness, as if telling Sukinj that he will always accompany her, no matter when or where, never leaving or abandoning her. His intense gaze renders Sukinj defenseless. She can only close her eyes to evade it. Ling Juan sings as beautifully as ever. But why does he have to sing while staring straight at me like that? I can't take it. I just can't take it. Could it be that when he sang before, he also kept staring at me like this? No way, right? Back then I couldn't see it, so I didn't feel anything. But now seeing Ling Juan, always gazing at me with such tender eyes, I can't handle it. equals hash. I command you, don't look at me. Look away immediately. Suking's face flushes red, emotion stirring intensely in her heart. She wants to look, but dares not, so she can only open her eyes slightly, peeking as if covering her ears. She thought as long as she opens her eyes just enough, Ling Juan wouldn't notice. But it's obviously a self-deceptive move. What's this girl doing? I'm not blind. Does she think I wouldn't notice? Suking's actions fall into Ling Juan's eyes, making him find it somewhat amusing in his heart. But he doesn't mind, continuing to sing freely. I thought I forgot to miss, but facing the sunset, wishing you'd return today. I remember holding your face, quietly watching your eyes between my hands, like autumn leaves softly covering the world. I want to be by your side. As the room fills with the strong smell of love. At the manor's entrance, two women and one man appear. As they are old acquaintances, the security guards do not stop them and let them in. The group walks on the cobblestone path. Leading the group is Chen Kexin, a small girl wearing a Lolita outfit, with twin ponytails on her shoulders, standing only 1.5 meters tall. Susu, don't get caught up. Regardless of the past, now Ling Juan likes Kinj, not you. The little Lolita speaks earnestly, trying to make the innocent girl in a white dress with a butterfly knot in her hair face the facts. She said last night that Ling Juan would elope with her. The group waited at the Magic City subway station all night, without a trace. Even Chen Kexin was 100% sure that Ling Juan probably already forgot about this elopement. But Bai Susu refused to believe, shedding tears alone in the cold wind. Oh, the girl's heart can't bear to see a beautiful lady cry. Tilda helpless, the group arrived at Sue's house, intending to find Ling Juan and clear things up face to face, putting an end to Sue's unrealistic fantasies. Ling Juan used to like me so much. Isn't liking someone supposed to last forever? How could Ling Juan change his affection so quickly? I don't believe it. Bai Susu furrows her eyebrows, walking unsteadily, murmuring to herself. A sleepless night left her a bit pale, her steps floating. But she didn't care. Now she just wants to find Ling Juan quickly and seek answers from him. Why he didn't come last night, and the reason for his heartless change. Sigh. Seeing Bai Susu's indecisive appearance, the little Lolita sighed. Then she looked up at the sky at a 45 angle, hands behind her back, pretending to see through the world with a sigh. What is love in this world, teaching only the pain of life and death? Indeed, tilde, it hurts. Tilde just a few seconds after pretending to be insightful, Chen Kexin was struck in the eyes by the harsh sunlight, causing tearful discomfort. It seems this woman is still shameless. She's still not giving up, still thinking about giving my sister a cuckold? Shall we find a secluded place and just kill her? Su Fan, wearing a faded short-sleeved shirt and pants with several holes, with his hands in his pockets, walking behind the two girls, looking at Bai Susu's back, dangerous glints in his eyes. After waiting all night to no avail. And she still harbors illusions, thinking Ling Juan was delayed for a reason, hence unable to show up at the Magic City subway station. Clearly, this woman must be in love with Ling Juan. If Ling Juan had no relationship with his younger sister, then he wouldn't care. But now, Ling Juan could be considered his brother-in-law, so he cannot sit idly by. His younger sister must not have any risk of being cuckolded. Family, I am so drunk. After a heated battle behind the scenes, the result of the 6-book title competition came out. I never expected that the most favored new book title for readers would be the one I casually came up with after thinking hard for the first 5 titles. After considering everything, unexpectedly. Could it be that the current readers are all perverts? Seeing the title burrowed in bed, did they all click on it immediately to get excited? Indeed, sex is the driving force. You group of old. No, I'm 96, you are probably all younger than me, a bunch of young perverts. Let the past go with the wind tilde, let it take away the hurt, take away the pain, bring back the dream of that sunset, tilde flowers bloom and fall, clouds will depart, cover the sky tilde, and you smile by my side tilde. As Su Fan and the other two entered the villa, a faint and familiar voice reached their ears. La la la. The familiar voice was deep and magnetic, flowing like a clear and passionate stream. Chen Kedin and Su Fan were the first to react, recognizing that it was Ling Juan singing. Only Bai Susu, in a moment of fascination with the enchanting melody, was captivated. Wow, who is singing? And why have I never heard this song before? The voice sounded so familiar. Bai Susu kept listening, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Why does it sound so much like Ling Juan's voice? It can't be. It just can't be. Memories of Ling Juan singing to her on her birthday with his less than perfect voice flashed back. Bai Susu was 95% sure that it couldn't be Ling Juan. But then she hesitated. If not him, why is it so similar? At that moment, Chen Kedin next to her grabbed her arm and hurriedly headed upstairs. Let's go quickly. That Guyoni, sneaking in to sing new songs while I'm away, tilde darn it. How dare he claim he's stuck in a creative block? He hasn't released new songs in a while. Doesn't he know fans are eagerly waiting every day? Darnownie. Bai Susu, left staring at the little Lolita's back, pondered the words. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock, the information in those words overwhelming. Could it be that the rising music genius these days, her favorite idol, really is Ling Juan? It was only now that Bai Susu realized, oh, this voice. It's just like the voice of her idol, L. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, the two girls had already disappeared at the top of the stairs. As for Su Fan, trailing behind, with a tilted head, he pondered for a moment before slowly walking towards the second floor. It had been a while since he last saw his little sister. It's only natural to miss her. As an older brother, he was concerned about his sister and wanted to know about her current condition, recovery, and all. After all, Lying in bed all this time wasn't a good sign. Ling Juan has been treating her for so long that she should have shown some significant signs of recovery by now. It didn't make sense why she would still be lying motionless in bed, unable to move around. Was there a problem during the treatment process? Or did I misjudge earlier? If massage still isn't effective, maybe I'll have to step in. This can't go on indefinitely. With these thoughts in mind, Su-fan followed the footsteps of the two girls and arrived at the familiar door. Inside the room, wonderful singing continued, and the song reached its climax. I thought I forgot the longing, but facing the sunset, I hope you'll return today. I remember holding your face, quietly looking into your eyes in my hands, like autumn leaves gently changing the whole world. I want to be by your side. I want to be by your side. I want to be by your side. When he pushed open the door, a beautiful musical melody greeted them. The room was exuding a festive atmosphere of a red wedding, filled with happiness. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, radiating warm light like twinkling stars in the night sky. Red wallpapers decorated with golden patterns adorned the walls, creating a luxurious and elegant ambience. A red carpet covered the floor, soft and comfortable, like a sea of happiness under their feet. Outside the large red windows, red curtains embroidered with golden dragon and phoenix patterns framed a beautiful flower garden, where flowers bloomed and birds sang, as if blessing the newlyweds. Compared to the simple room they had seen before, the current wedding room looked like a scene from a fairy tale, full of dreamy colors. This scene prompted admiration in Su-fan and the other two. So beautiful, Bai Su's eyes were mesmerized and envious. The setup in the room almost perfectly matched her fantasies of a wedding. She had imagined countless times being in a romantic room like this, wearing a beautiful wedding dress, accompanied by the prince she deeply loved. After making vows of never parting ways, they would pledge their future, life, and her precious first time to each other. On the other hand, Chen Kedin, the teenage girl, full of youthful energy, believed in smiling often can attract good luck naturally. Once she noticed Su Qingjae opening her big eyes. Sister Qingjae, you're awake. With excitement, the childish girl pounced on the bed and began clinging and rubbing against Su Qingji's face. Qingjae's sister has such beautiful eyes. I'm going to be drawn by you tilde. Unable to resist, Su Qingjae couldn't help but give a warning look at the naughty Lolita, who was misbehaving in front of Ling Juan. But her warning didn't seem to faze her. Instead, Chen Kedin took the opportunity to shower affection on Su Qingjae. This made Ling Juan, feeling ignored, intervene. Hey, thinking I don't exist. Huh? What are you doing to my wife? Get out of here right now, and who let you wear shoes on the bed? You've dirtied the sheets. Facing the opposition, Chen Kedin defiantly held onto Su Qingji's arm and refused to let go. I won't, don't touch me. At the door, watching the chaos on the bed, Bai Su felt even more lonely. She suddenly realized that Ling Juan had never seemed as happy in her presence, now or before. Speaking of which, she had never cared about his thoughts, only enjoying the gentleness he gave her. Is this my own fault? The memories of their time together flooded her mind. Why? Ling Juan, didn't you say you would always protect me? Such a big liar. You said I am your forever piggy girl, and that you'd be my lifelong guardian knight. Why did you change your mind so quickly and become so unfamiliar? You are not the gentle brother Ling Juan. I knew. Her emotions overwhelmed her as she stood there, lost in her thoughts. It was the first time she experienced this kind of heartache in her life. Was this what love felt like, as often depicted in movies? Why did the main characters always seem so sweet and happy in love, while what she felt was only pain? In their trio, both Su-fan and Bai Su felt varying degrees of pain to painful. Only the teenager Chen Kedin, carefree and believing in smile often, attract good luck naturally, didn't notice the tense atmosphere and happily noticed Su Qingji's awakening. Qingjae's sister, you're awake. Giddy with joy, she flung herself onto the bed, playfully interacting with Su Qingjae. Su Qingji's soft gaze focused on the little Lolita sprawled near her. This was the first time she had seen her since waking up from a coma. Still small, still cute, and still mischievous. Sensing a small hand rubbing her chest, Su Qingjae couldn't hold back, especially in front of Ling Juan. She quickly scolded the misbehaving Chen Kedin. Why are you trying to play mischief with me? However, the scolding didn't have much effect. Instead, Chen Kedin took it as an opening and showered more affection on her, even going for cheek kisses. This made Ling Juan, feeling nerdy and left out, take things into his own hands. Hey, thinking I don't exist, huh? Fiancé stealer. Quickly go away, and also ... Who allowed you to wear shoes on the bed? The sheets are all dirty. Bai Susu, watching the two on the bed, felt even lonelier. She suddenly realized that during their time together, past and present, Ling Juan had never shown such a happy expression. Come to think of it, I never really cared about his opinions or what he thought when we were together. I just enjoyed his gentleness, she thought. Is this my own doing? In me, the fault lies, doesn't it? All right. Stop messing around. Explain it. How did you guys end up together? In the dreamy wedding room. After some commotion, Ling Juan finally looked towards the door. It goes without saying that it's his eldest uncle, but the thing that surprised him was, how did Bai Susu end up here? And even arrived together with Chen Kexin? They don't seem to have much interaction at the moment, right? Could it be some kind of historical inertia at play? Even though the plot had already changed due to his own actions, causing a butterfly effect. Bai Susu still appeared by Su Fan's side under the influence of some unknown force, turning from love to hate, becoming sickly, and ultimately dying because of him. Ling Juan made a malicious guess in his mind. He completely forgot about the elopement matter, and had no idea that Bai Susu, bearing dark circles under her eyes, had anxiously waited for him all night. So it turns out Ling Juan actually forgot the promise between us. Sensing this afterthought, Bai Susu's heart shattered into pieces, feeling endless sadness, feeling that she was truly pitiful, thinking that she was supposed to save the other party, but in the end, the person never held you in their heart. It was all self-deception. How ridiculous. Oh, Susu. By the way, did you make a plan with Chen Kexin? Without any scheming, faced the inquiry, about to speak the truth. But Bai Susu suddenly interrupted, saying, Brother Ling Juan, I just happened to run into Kexin on the way, learned that they were coming to visit Kin's sister. I had nothing to do, so I came along. The girl felt like a clown. She didn't want the truth to be exposed face to face, leading to an awkward and embarrassing situation for both sides. So, she forced a smile, suppressed her inner pain, and shifted the topic. I didn't expect the wedding night to be so effective. It's only the second day, and Kin's sister is already awake because of you. Ling Juan, you're amazing. Today is indeed a joyous day. Hey. Although noticing the girl's forced smile, Ling Juan didn't dwell on it much, casually waved his hand, and said a few modest words. In his understanding, if the protagonist is together with the female lead, then sparks of love would definitely come out between them. As for himself, the pure love war god, he would just watch from the sidelines. To have one person's heart, never to part from the white hairs of old age. Ling Juan didn't have much thoughts on the other female leads in the book, letting his eldest uncle worrying about that on his own. What's this? Susu, you. Chen Kexin was puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. But seeing Bai Susu looking at him with pleading eyes, she, in hindsight, instinctively covered up for her. Yeah, just like Sister Susu said. Then the two girls looked toward Su Fan, gesturing with their eyes to corroborate the story. But how could Su Fan care about the thoughts of these two insignificant women? He just stared blankly at his little sister, waking up on the wedding bed, delight flashing in his pupils. Finally awake, sister. Indeed, those eyes, shining like stars, just like back then. Looking at those eyes that were so similar to their mother's beautiful eyes, Su Fan's thoughts suddenly went back to the happy times of the past. Thank you. Suddenly, Su Fan turned around and sincerely thanked Ling Juan, who was smiling, witnessing his sister waking up and recalling Ling Juan's help to the Su family during this period. Only now did he reluctantly accept this brother-in-law. As long as he continues to cherish his sister, never abandoning her, making her happy, he will ensure that Ling Juan has a splendid life. Below one person, above 10,000 people. How strange, Su Fan. What were you suddenly saying? And, why have you been staring at Kinjia with your lecherous eyes? Seeing Su Fan's strange behavior today, Chen Kexin, eyeing him cautiously, sneered, Humph. You indeed have ulterior motives towards her. Do you also want to be like Auni and be a freeloader at in-law's expense? Too bad you won't have a chance. Go down the stairs right away. Who let you come up? Your activities are limited to downstairs only. ... Little Lolita's words caused both men to lose their cool. This little vixen. My stomach is not well. What's wrong with taking advantage? Some things I take pride in. You can say I'm taking advantage, but calling me a waste is too much, isn't it? Ling Juan was speechless. Seizing the double ponytails of little Lolita, he gave them a good tug, determined to make her truly feel the pain of having her scalp pulled. I'm sorry, Owie tilde it hurts. On the other side, Sufan twitched his mouth for a moment, but ultimately remained silent as he turned and walked downstairs. There are still 2 days left. The life of being a bodyguard for this little demon will soon end. Before that, I must endure it. At the same time, he realized, in the eyes of those who didn't understand, his recent behavior was indeed inappropriate and inexplicable. He didn't mind the misunderstandings of others, but if his own dear sister misunderstood him, thought he had some disgusting thoughts towards her, and started to detest him as a pervert, then Sufan would truly feel like crying without tears. Even if hated by everyone in the world, he didn't want his cute sister to hate him. However, Sufan had overthought this, underestimating the ties of blood kinship. On the wedding bed, Sukinj blinked, staring straight at Sufan's lonely departing figure, lost in thought. That person is Sufan, right? He had repeatedly challenged Ling Juan while she was sleeping, making her think he was an annoying person, which was why she had requested to restrict him to downstairs. But today, seeing Sufan's appearance in person, this man seemed somewhat different from what she had thought. Although he really looks very ordinary, blending perfectly into a crowd almost as a background character. But for some reason, he always gives me a very familiar feeling. Especially those eyes. Seem like I've seen them before. And the way he looks at me is kinda strange. Emotions welling up in her gaze. It feels like it's the first time someone has looked at me in that way, with joy, mixed with a hint of sadness. Suking's eyes were filled with confusion. The unbreakable ties of blood kinship made her instinctively feel very close to him, especially when she just made eye contact with Sufan. His evasive gaze, familiar features, it was like that person she hadn't seen in a long time. Instinctively, Sukinj remembered a certain deceased relative of hers, but she quickly dismissed this unrealistic thinking. Her brother was already dead and could never return. And her brother ... was very handsome, of high appearance. How could he possibly have that bland and ordinary face? After dispelling some doubts, Sukinj squinted her eyes and shifted her gaze to not far away, focusing on the girl, exuding a first love-like aura. By Susu. This girl, is she the white moonlight in Ling Juan's heart from the past? Indeed very beautiful. No wonder she could captivate Ling Juan's heart in the past. Such a pure girl truly fits the image of white moonlight in many men's hearts, very popular in appearance. For the first time in her life, Sukinj encountered a beauty that could rival her own. Pure, innocent, beautiful. She started to understand why Ling Juan had considered the other person as white moonlight. Faced with family troubles and life plunging into the darkest moment, having such a girl appear in one's life could easily lead most men to fall. Even Ling Juan was probably not an exception. Thinking of this, Sukinj narrowed her eyes slightly, instinctually feeling a bit displeased. But I remember that person. Shouldn't she have not chosen Ling Juan, right? Otherwise, she would have been with Ling Juan long ago. Why drag it out until now? But since she didn't choose Ling Juan, why does she keep appearing in front of him now? Doesn't she know Ling Juan is already a married man? She should avoid suspicion, right? Or is she regretting it? Realizing Ling Juan's goodness now, so she wants to make amends? Acting in a youth melodrama? Is this little sister here for comedy? Sukinj couldn't help but grumble in her mind. Her gaze towards Bai Susu was somewhat unfriendly. She might not be able to move her body, but her mind was active. Perhaps out of female instinct, since Bai Susu entered, she had been subtly focusing some attention on her. After all, she was the white moonlight in Ling Juan's past. For every man, white moonlight was an irreplaceable existence. Especially for this kind of girl with both temperament and appearance, very fitting for men's nostalgic tastes. Sukinj couldn't help but pay more attention. And then she discovered the issues within. As a woman herself, her intuition was much sharper compared to the two slow men present. As for Chen Kexin, she was an exception, unable to be judged by normal female criteria. Anyway, since Bai Susu walked in, from the way she looked at Ling Juan and the state she displayed, Su Qinj could tell that this girl undoubtedly harbored romantic feelings for Ling Juan. If following movie plot lines, is she my love rival? If life were a movie, this kind of pure and innocent white moonlight by Susu would probably be chosen as the female lead for an idol drama. As for me, I might be arranged as a malicious supporting character, becoming the cannon fodder character who is defeated by the male and female leads. Su Qinj blinked, suddenly feeling a bit amused. Unfortunately, life is not a movie. The protagonist of my life has always been me. You didn't like Ling Juan before, now want to snatch him back. You better just wash up and sleep, you immature little sister. Su Qinj squinted her eyes, staring straight at Bai Susu, seemingly silently declaring a certain authority. If Ling Juan knew the thoughts of the young girl on the marriage bed at this moment, he would definitely hold Bai Susu's hand gratefully, then laugh heartily to the skies. Indeed, only in a crisis of competition can one's possessiveness be fully stimulated. Previously, due to various psychological considerations, Su Qinj could never muster up the fighting spirit, even often feeling hesitant, with thoughts of wanting to separate from Ling Juan, in the guise of it's for his own good. But now, with a love rival, the innate competitive awareness in her human nature was ignited. Instantly, the atmosphere changed completely. And at this moment, Bai Susu seemed to sense something. She also noticed the intense gaze directed at her. Looking up, the gazes of the two girls collided in the air, sparking a temporary conflict. And the normally retreating Bai Susu, for some unknown reason, boldly changed from her usual softness and met Su Qinj's gaze without backing down. Previously, she was naive and unaware of her true feelings, not understanding what romantic feelings were. But witnessing the tender scene between Ling Juan and Su Qinj today, jealousy and unwillingness arose within her. An emotion never before experienced now erupted for the first time. She began to grasp what these newfound emotions were. It was love. Unfortunately, it was a love that came too late. But why? Why could Su Qinj have so much, always shining as the girl from someone else's family since childhood? Even now, having become a vegetable, she still wanted to take away that love that originally belonged to her. That's right. Among all, Ling Juan had always loved me the most, always. And all his changes began from that day of celebration at the Su family. Without Qinj's sister, without Su Qinj, Ling Juan would have continued loving me, just as we had promised each other, being my lifelong knight. But all of that was taken away by Qinj's sister, by this wicked woman. At this moment, the purity in Bai Susu's eyes was overrun with anger for the first time in her life. In her chest, for the first time, a feeling called anger rose. This is getting interesting. Seemingly realizing the change in Bai Susu's eyes, Su Qinj couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In these years, what trials and tribulations had she not faced? How could she care about the powerless rage of a little girl? But the subtle expression on the other party's face only reinforced her belief in Bai Susu's sinister intentions. To previously unconnected girls, because of a man, for the first time, had an unpleasant eye confrontation. The room's temperature seemed to drop a few degrees because of the slight chill in their gazes, creating a sense of suspense. Go_O. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get colder? Why does it feel so chilly behind me? The playful Loli shuddered, instinctively crossing her arms protectively around her chest, looking around in confusion. Even Ling Juan beside her, at this moment, was also extremely surprised. What's going on? Why do I feel a dreadful vortex of killing intent? Qinj, the song you wanted to listen to has finished. Is there anything you, in your current state, want to do the most? Suddenly a killing intent came fast and left even faster. Ling Juan didn't think much and turned to the girl on the bed, asking her, wanting to help her fulfill her wish as much as possible. What I want to do the most right now is... Su Qinj was interrupted like this, diverting her attention back, her eyes staring blankly at the scenic view outside the window with chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Since becoming a vegetative person, I haven't really left this room. If it's possible, I really want to go out into the world, see the city bustling with activity that I used to take for granted. But in my current situation, it's probably not possible. And it's troublesome. I've already caused Ling Juan so much trouble. I don't want. Maybe wait until I fully recover in the future. Su Qinj blinked her eyes, making a decision in her heart. She didn't want to cause more trouble to Ling Juan because of her own selfishness. After all, given her current physical condition, going out would purely rely on Ling Juan taking care of her, which might exhaust him. But before the girl refused Ling Juan's kindness on the side, Chen Kexin excitedly raised her hand, as if understanding Su Qing's thoughts. Amusement park. Qin's sister has been sleeping for so long. The first thing she would definitely want to do when she wakes up is to go out and have a good time. Especially the amusement park. Qin's sister had told me before that she wanted to go to the amusement park to experience all kinds of rides she had never tried before. But she was always too busy with work, so every time it never happened in the end. So what she wants to do the most now must be to go to the amusement park. Amusement park. Indeed, after waiting in the room for so long, Qinj must have been feeling very bored, especially with the look she just gave outside the window, full of yearning. Beyond the window is freedom. This is a girl who pursues freedom. Ling Juan pondered. Then he lowered his head and asked Su Qinj for her opinion. Seeing her gaze avoiding, with anticipation and hesitation shimmering in her pupils, Ling Juan instantly understood. She was afraid of causing trouble for herself. He couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. This woman, even in her current condition, is still thinking of others. Won't she be a bit selfish? All right, it's decided. I'll take you to the amusement park. Gently pinching the girl's cheek, Ling Juan's face was full of indulgence as he made the decision for her. Oh, yay pwq, I haven't been to an amusement park in so long excited. Chen Kexin held her twin ponytails, bouncing like a train in the room. Only White Susu, standing alone not far away, furrowed her brows unconsciously even more deeply. Ling Juan's indulgent gaze, the intimate behavior. Even facing Su Qinj, who couldn't move at all, only blinking her eyes. But the sweet interaction between the two, emitting a vague, inexplicable romantic atmosphere, still made White Susu feel extremely glaring. She completely didn't notice any gaps between the two that she could intrude upon. Brother Ling Juan has really changed. I've been around him for so long. But he didn't even greet me, his eyes only on Qin's sister. White Susu bit her lip, looking crestfallen. She didn't know how to bring everything back on track to make Ling Juan revert back to being her protective knight. Soon, Ling Juan called the beautiful housekeeper, informing her of the plan to go to the amusement park. He asked her to change Su Qinj into a more suitable and warm outfit. Although Liu Huan was somewhat surprised and worried about it, noticing the expectant eyes of her mistress, she eventually nodded. Just be careful, sir. I'll have a few bodyguards following you from behind. If anything happens, you can call us anytime. 2.5 minutes later, the door reopened, and Liu Huan walked out smiling. She had already dressed Su Qinj in a more suitable outfit. Miss chose this outfit herself. She said she wanted to dress a little more low-key. But she was also afraid of looking too ordinary and unattractive. She said to let you take a look first. If you think it's not good enough, she change into another one. Hearing this, Ling Juan paused for a moment and walked into the room, looking at the girl lying on the red wedding bed under the slanting sunlight from the window. She shone like a sparkling gem on the bed, making it hard to look away. Despite her plain appearance, her unique charm couldn't be hidden. A simple short-sleeve shirt with a light cotton fabric that had a slight sheen. There were no fancy designs on the shirt, just a small pocket stitched in front, adding a touch of playfulness. She wore a fitting pair of blue jeans. It may have been the most common style, but on the girl, it looked stylish. Would this outfit look good? Is it too plain? If only she had considered not only convenience and suitability, but also aesthetics. Like a dress. It seems that guys like seeing girls in pretty dresses. Seeing Ling Juan not saying a word, staring at her intently, Su Qinj blushed, feeling a bit worried. In normal circumstances, she wouldn't care about others' opinions at all. The most important thing was to feel comfortable in what she wore. But now, in front of Ling Juan, she instinctively wanted to present her best self to him, especially with a certain watchful white moonlight nearby. She didn't want to be outdone by her. This was an instinctive competition among women. It looks good. In my eyes, Kinj, you're like a flower blooming in a crowd. No matter what you wear, you're the most beautiful. Even in the most ordinary outfit, it can't hide your unique beauty. Ling Juan grinned, praising wholeheartedly. These were his sincere thoughts, even as a more selfish male. He wished that in the future, Kinj would always wear simple clothes when going out, preferably jeans and long sleeves every day, not showing any skin. Otherwise, even if other men saw a little bit more, he would feel like it's a loss. He wanted to appreciate and possess this beauty alone. Tilda, and upon hearing those cheesy words, King's cheeks turned crimson, a hint of joy flickering in her beautiful eyes. On the side, Ling Juan always had a smile on her face as if she was a proud aunt. Looking at the eyes of Ling Juan and the other person, she was full of blessings. Having spent so many years at the Su family, she still saw Kinj blush for the first time. Combining the various performances of the other party in recent times, Ling Juan was very clear that she, who used to disdain all men of the world, had completely fallen for him. The smile on Ling Juan's face just couldn't stop. She used to think that Kinj would probably end up lonely for the rest of her life, right? Luckily, the appearance of Ling Juan, this auspicious son-in-law, forcefully melted the ice of their young lady at home. All right, Tilda miss, are you reassured now? I told you that the young master will definitely like it. It's just you're afraid he'll dislike it. Is this the saying in books? Women will please those who are pleased with them, right? Young master, do you see how much the young lady cares for you? Liu aunt, Tilda, you've gone too far. Tilda, how dare you tease me like this? Tilda. Kinj blushed even more, unable to help but close her eyes. She suddenly realized the benefits of being in a vegetative state. That is, when facing such embarrassing scenes, one can openly close their eyes as if playing dead, rather than being in dilemma like now, neither open nor closed. Heh, Liu aunt, you don't need to remind me. Of course, I can feel King's unwavering love for me. Tilda. Ling Juan said shamelessly. Hehe. Among the people present, we have never seen such shameless person. Tilda. Just then, seeing Ling Juan preparing to put shoes on the young girl, Ling Juan's eyes flashed with cunning. As a modern food lover, he immediately exclaimed, "Let go of that girl, let me do it." Dead silence, approximately tilde. Everyone in the room stood still, looking at Ling Juan with incredible looks, full of indescribable weirdness in their eyes. Even with Ling Juan's thick skin, he was a bit embarrassed this time. He scratched his head and explained softly, "Ahem. Don't misunderstand. I just think Aunt Liu is working too hard, so let me take care of this small matter of putting on shoes. BS. Do you think we believe you? Gives. In the eyes of several women present, there was a sense of "I don't believe you" implied. Of course, Ling Juan didn't care about the opinions of the women. He ran over with excitement, tripping away the little Lolita, who shouted, "I also want to help." Then, carefully cradled the girl's beautiful feet. At this moment, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft golden layer on the girl's feet. The foot in his hand was only the size of a palm, delicate and white, like finely carved white jade, with a touch of pale pink. The skin on it was as delicate as a baby's, smooth as silk, with clear and delicate patterns, resembling mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas all under her feet. Each toe was cute and lovely, like 5 sparkling radishes, white and cute. The toenails were trimmed neatly, giving off a fresh scent. In the bridal chamber, King's eyes blinked incessantly, extremely nervous in her heart. What on earth is Ling Juan doing? Why is he standing there dazed? So embarrassing. I can't stand it. It's too embarrassing. Especially in front of so many people. I heard that there are some guys online with special fetishes, often mentioning jade feet, hypnotize me with my mouth, food grade, etc. Could it be that Ling Juan is also not that kind of guy, right? Oh, don't be too absurd. Don't they know that excessive anything can harm oneself? Oh God, save me. Facing the increasingly strange gazes of the others in the room, Kinj felt as if she were in a dead social scene, so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole with her toes to create 3 rooms and 1 living room on the ground. She subconsciously did so. And it was this curling of her toes that suddenly woke up the dazed Ling Juan. E=hash. Realizing that he just acted inappropriately, Ling Juan quickly picked up the white socks and started putting them on the beautiful and cute little feet. Soon, he had put on the white leather shoes for Su Qinj. At this moment, Liu Huan received a message from her subordinates, asking, "Young master, the wheelchair is ready downstairs. Shall I arrange a car to pick you up and take you there now?" A wheelchair. If she were to sit in a wheelchair, wouldn't it prevent close contact? Thinking about it, Ling Juan affectionately shook his head and refused. "Let's forget it, we don't need the wheelchair for now. The nearest amusement park is only a few hundred meters away from here. On the day when Qinj woke up for the first time, I want to personally carry her to traverse thousands of mountains and rivers." After saying that, he beckoned the housekeeper Liu to help support Su Qinj and prepare to carry her on his back. "Qinj, get ready to go tilde, even if you can't walk, as long as I'm here. Let me be your legs from now on. No matter where you want to go, I'll take you to see the bustling world." Hearing these affectionate words, Su Qinj subconsciously blinked her eyes, her gaze intertwined with Ling Juan's. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. A faint blush appeared on the girl's face again, a shyness that welled up from the bottom of her heart. From childhood to adulthood, besides being carried by her father when she was a child, she had never been carried by anyone else like this before. And so, she lay on Ling Juan's back. Warm. This was Su Qinj's first impression. Ling Juan's back was warm tilde and broad and solid, giving a very strong sense of security. Su Qinj couldn't help but recall her father, who had also carried her like this when she was small. In her eyes at that time, her father's back was so wide, as if it could hold the whole world, shielding her from all the storms. Now, the reassuring figure of her father gradually overlapped with the figure of Ling Juan in front of her. "All right, Qinj, let's go." Ling Juan adjusted the girl's position and then started moving with her on his back. It was his first time carrying a girl in this position, and he couldn't help but feel the two prominent pineapples on his back, causing his thoughts to wander for a moment. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart, he started walking. Though his steps were slow, they were steady and strong. The girl rested her chin on Ling Juan's shoulder, blinking her big eyes full of expectation. *W. Can I finally go out now? Although her body couldn't move, her heart was beating wildly with a longing for freedom. Not far away, Bai Susu stood quietly at the door, her hands clenched tightly with nails digging into her palms, unable to express the pain in her heart. Her gaze was fixed on Ling Juan and the girl, revealing sadness and loss. Watching the sweet interaction between Ling Juan and the girl, her emotions felt clouded like being overshadowed by a thick dark cloud. Memories of past experiences with Ling Juan continued to churn in her mind. For the first time in her life, she felt regret and longing. If I had accepted Ling Juan's confession at the time, would our relationship be different now? Bai Susu suddenly had this thought flashing in her mind. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Now all she could do was silently watch Ling Juan with someone else, feeling bitterness and sadness almost suffocating her. Until now, Bai Susu truly confirmed her feelings. The love she had in the past came too easily, so she didn't care and never cherished it. Now that she had completely lost it, she began to realize. What had she missed out on in the beginning? Bai Susu's eyes lit up when Ling Juan said, "No, I still have a chance." She suddenly remembered. Ling Juan had not obtained a marriage certificate with Su Qinj yet. Even though to outsiders they might seem like a newlywed couple, without the certificate, they were not legally married. This meant she still had a chance, except for being a little less competent in work. In other aspects, I might not be inferior to Sister Qinj. And Ling Juan used to love me so much. As long as I find the right opportunity, I may be able to win back Ling Juan's heart. But this matter needs careful consideration, can't be rushed. The more Bai Susu thought, the more confident she felt, unintentionally smiling foolishly. "Susu, what are you daydreaming about? Oni-chan and the others have already left. Hurry up." Chen Kexin pushed her, looking puzzled. Only then did Bai Susu realize Ling Juan and the others had already left, so she quickly followed with the little Lolita holding hands. On the first floor, Su Fan, dressed in plain cloth, was meditating on the sofa. Hearing the movement downstairs, he slowly opened his eyes in surprise to see Ling Juan carrying his little sister. Brother Su Fan, Kinj feels a bit stifled. I'm taking her out to relax. Ling Juan briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, Su Fan nodded, feeling relieved. He understood the pain of lying in bed all day unable to move after losing freedom, having experienced a similar situation himself. Now seeing how much Ling Juan cared for his sister and considering her mental well-being, Su Fan suddenly felt more favorably towards his brother-in-law. Then he looked at the girl's face resting on Ling Juan's shoulder. Despite having his sister in front of him, she still couldn't recognize him. This made Su Fan feel immensely sad. But to leave a good impression on his sister, he tried to smile kindly, even though he hadn't smiled much since the accident years ago. So facing his sister at the moment, his face looked stiff, and he struggled to force a slight smile. This scene made Ling Juan's mouth twitch, almost unable to restrain an exclamation. He was smiling crookedly. He was smiling crookedly. The Dragon King was smiling crookedly. Was this the legendary crooked smile? Today I have no regrets seeing this. Life is complete tilde tilde tilde. While Ling Juan was internally exclaiming, Su Kinj felt inexplicably bewildered. This guy named Su Fan. Did he lose his mind? How did he suddenly show me such a disgusting smile? Ooh, the curvature of his twisted mouth, it's a bit outrageous. It can reach his earlobes, really bizarre. But it's strange. Why is the familiar feeling between us so strong? And even though we're only a meter apart, I don't feel repelled by him. Could my aversion to men have completely healed? Otherwise, whenever a man approached me, I would instinctively get goosebumps and feel uncomfortable. Apart from Ling Juan and Grandpa, he's the third person immune to my aversion to men. Maybe without realizing it, my aversion to men has really disappeared. As Su Kinj blinked, lost in thought, she fixed her gaze straight ahead. Su Fan noticed this and felt a sudden panic. What's going on? Why is my sister looking at me like that? Could it be my charm that has captivated her? It's highly possible. After all, like Han Xinchao and some other women I've interacted with, after initial misunderstandings, they all try to find ways to climb into my bed, all conquered by my unique charm. But she's my sister. This goes against morality. Ooh, my damn charm. Nowhere to hide it. Thinking this, Su Fan immediately hid his smile, not daring to exude his infinite handsomeness to his sister anymore, just to prevent any inappropriate feelings from developing. When he stopped smiling, Su Fan noticed his sister's gaze returning to normal, the strange look in her eyes gone, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He also refrained from twisting his mouth, afraid his little sister might develop some naughty thoughts towards him. This guy looks hideous when he smiles. When not smiling, he looks more normal, at least more pleasant to look at like a normal person. What's Ling Juan doing? Didn't he say we're going to the amusement park? Let's go. Why daydream? If only my throat could recover first, so I can speak. Su Kinj rolled her eyes, lost in her thoughts. Resting her chin on Ling Juan's shoulder, tilting her head, she admired the man's sharp nose profile. Yeah, quite handsome. Especially compared to Su Fan's plain face, he looks even better. Truly, no comparison, no harm done. Hey Oni-chan, why haven't you left yet? Waiting for us, right? We're here, let's go. I haven't been to an amusement park in a long time. I'm so excited. Let's go, let's go. At this moment, Ziloli and Bai Susu walked downstairs hand in hand. Seeing Ling Juan and the others in the hall, they thought they were waiting for them and urged them out. Oh, okay, let's go. Ling Juan came to his senses, carrying Su Kinj on his back, and walked out of the villa gate first. However, he consciously closed the distance between him and Su Fan to within 3 meters. All because just now, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Su Fan, the son of destiny, friendly level has increased. Ding! Sticky field range score correspondingly increased. Reward 20 points per second. Huh! Big bro is showing more favor towards me. Stunned for a moment, Ling Juan's eyes flashed with joy. Looking at the numbers on the score panel in his mind, from the original 10 points per second, it skyrocketed to 20 points per second. Ling Juan's breath quickened, once again having the wild idea of constantly sticking Su Fan to himself. It must be said, the speed of this score increase made his heart race. You see, even his biggest source of points now is Su Kinj. Her sticky value increases by only 1 point per second, and it requires physical contact to reach this maximum value. Whereas Big Bro can get 20 points per second without physical contact. If they were to directly stick together physically, wouldn't that be a tenfold increase to 200 points per second? If he could find a way to stick to him, the score would skyrocket to a horrifying level under negative distance sticky. TSK TSK TSK. It can only be said that he is truly the son of destiny. Terrifying indeed tilde tilde. This has nothing to do with the good feelings between the male and female leads anymore. Completely dominated by the overwhelming influence of the luck value between them. Watching the crazy speed of the score increase in his mind, for a moment, Ling Juan even thought about leaving the girl behind and directly hugging Big Bro for sticky intimacy. But as a straight steel man, how could he stoop for mere sticky points competition? Points may be tempting, but how can they compare to the fragrance of a girl's body? And Ling Juan firmly believed that if he could manage to sticky with Su Qinj at a negative distance, the points he would get would surely be unimaginable. Then he would do nothing all day long, just lay in bed and stick at a negative distance, never coming out. Isn't that better than following a stinky man every day? Grinding his teeth, Ling Juan gave up the idea of picking up the soap for Big Bro. Ding! The Son of Destiny has entered the magnetic field range. Do you want to activate special skill? Sticky mirror? Is that even a question? Activate! Ling Juan didn't even hesitate, as he had already thought of replicating Big Bro's practice when he got this skill. Ding! Sticky mirror activated. Target: Son of Destiny, Su Fan. Copied ability: Early stage inner energy master level. Replication time: 1 second to seconds, 3 seconds. Early stage inner energy ha. Calculating the time, Big Bro's level is indeed not high. But even if it's only at the early stage, can the early stage of the Son of Destiny be limited by mere boundaries? Fighting beyond levels is as simple as eating and drinking, absolutely a must-have for the protagonist. With the insights of Big Bro's practice I have now, it will be easy to deal with mid-stage inner energy warriors and maybe even hold my own against late-stage inner energy. In this declining martial world, I can practically walk unhindered. The only downside is this time limit. Can't be helped, I'll just have to stick closer to my Big Bro. Thinking like this, Ling Juan took another step toward Su Fan, grinned at him, and they almost brushed shoulders together. Ha! Su Fan was puzzled. Although not used to being so close to men, but considering being closer to his little sister, he endured it. Ha! Is it my illusion? Why does Ling Juan seem so close to this Su Fan? Does he have something special? But he looks so ordinary. Could it be that Ling Juan swings both ways, also likes men? Otherwise, why would a grown man keep getting close to the same sex? A bizarre idea flashed through Su Qing's mind, her long eyelashes fluttering in agitation. Luckily, Ling Juan couldn't hear the girl's thoughts, otherwise he might have spat out blood on the spot. Next, the group walked in silence towards their destination. Except for Su Fan, who was plain and ordinary, the rest of the people were handsome men and beautiful women. Walking on the street, they attracted a lot of attention. Ling Juan didn't mind, enjoying the admiring looks from young girls. The only thing that left him speechless was, just a few hundred meters into the journey, they encountered 3 waves of troubles. Either a group of thugs, or drunks, or rich second generations. The reasons for starting trouble were all sorts of ridiculous, but all stemmed from coveting the beauty of Su Qinj by Susu, and them wanting to get acquainted. Even the slim body of Chen Kexin was sought after by a chubby uncle. So annoying. Damn Lolakan, annoying this beautiful girl. Ziloli looked annoyed #, not knowing what was happening recently. Every time she went out, strange uncles came up to her. It seemed that ever since Su Fan became her bodyguard, whenever she went out, she would be stalked by disgusting uncles who liked Lolis. So unlucky oh. After hearing Chen Kexin's complaints, Ling Juan looked at Su Fan, who was not far away, casually knocking over the chubby uncle with his hands in his pockets. Ling Juan suddenly realized, could this be the legendary protagonist Halo? As long as he stays by the Son of Destiny, trouble will keep finding them, especially in front of the female leads. The scene of the hero saving beauty, capturing the female lead's heart, is all too common. Thankfully, the journey wasn't long. After a few waves of harassment, the group finally arrived at the amusement park. Weekend. The sun is shining brightly, with a gentle breeze brushing against the face. The amusement park is crowded with tourists, and everyone is beaming with joyful smiles. Children hold cotton candy in their hands, excitedly screaming and running around, while parents smile and accompany them. People line up quietly at various amusement facilities, occasionally hearing bursts of excited screams and laughter. The roller coaster races through the sky like a giant dragon, giving passengers thrills and excitement. The Ferris wheel slowly rotates, allowing people to overlook the entire amusement park and the distant scenery. Various aroma-filled foods at the snack stalls make people's mouths water. Sausages, ice cream, cotton candy, and other delicious foods satisfy the taste buds of the visitors. Street performers showcase various talents such as magic, acrobatics, and balloon art, attracting the audience's attention. At this moment, the entire amusement park is filled with laughter and joy. It's so lively. Watching this peaceful scene, Ling Juan and others couldn't help but immerse themselves in the festive atmosphere. Kinj, you probably haven't been to an amusement park for a long time, right? Having fun? I'll take you out more often in the future. Ling Juan turned his head and smiled at the girl with her chin resting on his shoulder. Due to the close distance of their cheeks, feeling the carbon dioxide exhaled by the young man hitting her face, Kinj awkwardly looked away and blinked quickly, as if responding. Then she shifted her gaze to the entrance of the amusement park, a hint of longing and anticipation shimmering in her eyes. She remembered coming here with her parents when she was a child. Never did she expect that after many years, coming back here again, in a paralyzed state, everything felt like a distant memory. Kinj couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, but she quickly put a stop to those melancholic thoughts. After all, ever since she became a vegetable, she has been trapped in the dark realm of consciousness, unable to enjoy freedom and touch the light like other normal people. And today, finally seeing a glimmer of hope in life, Kinj just wanted to savor this hard-earned happy moment. Strange, why haven't Kedin and the others come back yet? Could they have gotten into some trouble again? Ling Juan was somewhat speechless. He should have bought the entrance tickets himself. Immediately, he carried Kinj on his back and walked towards the ticket booth of the amusement park. As expected, as soon as they approached, they saw a crowd of onlookers gathered, eating melon seeds. Chen Kexin and a few others were in the center, arguing with a young man in black who was hugging his girlfriend. The young man had dyed blonde hair, just about coming of age, dressed in designer brands, and had an expensive Rolex watch on his wrist. He also wore silver earrings, adding a touch of rebelliousness and unruliness. "Why did you cut in line in front of me?" Chen Kexin's face turned red, looking very angry. They had been patiently waiting in line to buy tickets, but this blonde dude just cut in front of her without a word. Of course, the little girl was not pleased and thus a conflict arose between the two parties. "Too much nonsense. How much do you want? I have plenty of money. Take the money and get lost. Don't disturb my fun," said the blonde youth with impatience, pulling out his wallet and speaking in a nouveau rich tone. After that, he grabbed the woman next to him and openly touched her, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. The blonde youth not only did not restrain himself, but instead was proud and pretended to swing his wrist carelessly, showing off his Rolex watch, displaying the mannerisms of a spoiled second-generation rich kid. Ridiculous! How terrifying is this protagonist's halo? No matter where you go, you always encounter arrogant people looking for trouble. Being a relative of the protagonist is indeed a risky and troublesome occupation. Amidst the crowd, Ling Juan looked at Su Fan, who was standing next to him with his hands in his pockets, feeling somewhat helpless. Never did he expect that just buying a ticket, they would encounter troublesome situations that ordinary people rarely face. But Ling Juan did not step in to intervene. Carrying Kinj on his back, the two of them simply blended into the crowd to watch the show. After all, with the protagonist's presence, these showy scenes of arrogance could be left to the other side to handle. Let me guess. With my more than 10 years of bookworm experience, that rich second generation will boast about his family background and Su Fan will disdain him. A direct smackdown on the spot, or... Suddenly, a person of significance standing emerges, perhaps an old man with a pretty granddaughter, or someone seeking treatment for an illness, etc. In any case, for various reasons, they become Su fans backstage, scaring the rich second generation. Ling Juan smiled slightly, not intervening, and casually snacked on melon seeds, the plot unfolding as he had anticipated. Seeing the blonde youth humiliate herself by taking the money, Chen Kexin immediately got angry. How could this little girl put up with this disrespect? Ah! Raging. Approximately tilde. Oh no! Enraged, Chen Kexin clenched her fists and raised them to her chest, roaring to the sky, Super Saiyan, transformation. Kamehameha. Onlookers. Ha! Seeing Chen Kexin imitating the power-up action of Son Goku from the anime Dragon Ball, roaring and transforming, many people were left stunned, with bewildered gazes. The following W was simply a scene too embarrassing to look directly at, causing a burst of suppressed laughter. Everyone was embarrassed to the point of getting goosebumps, as if their skulls were about to be shot off. Ling Juan, after a brief twitch of the corner of his mouth, resisted the tingling sensation on his scalp, quietly stepping back a few steps. At that moment, he felt extremely fortunate for choosing to enjoy the popcorn show just now, lest he be subject to an embarrassing situation if he stood beside her for real. The drama continued, much to his expectation. Upon seeing the blonde youth being ridiculed, Chen Kexin was being humiliated for seemingly no reason. She pulled out pepper spray from her backpack, clutched it in her palm, and as a substitute for the Kamehameha, sprayed it towards the blonde youth. Caught off guard, the blonde youth howled in pain, covering his eyes as the pepper spray stung. With his blurred eyesight, he rushed towards Chen Kexin, ready to retaliate. "I'll kill you!" Su Fan, expressionless, delivered a swift kick that knocked the blonde youth to the ground. "How dare you kick me? Do you know who I am? Like an ant, underscore." Su Fan sneered, showing no respect for the blonde youth's alleged background, and once again lifted his foot to kick. "Ah! You dare kick me again!" The blonde youth was fuming with anger, itching to fight back, and started boasting about his identity. "I'm Wang Xiaofa, the manager of the trading department of Su's group. My grandfather and father are both high-ranking figures in Su's group. You better kneel down and apologize immediately, or else don't blame me for getting someone to kill you." "Huh? Su's group? Is it the one that recently rose to fame with the beauty pill the Su family had developed?" The onlookers were initially baffled. However, after reacting, they looked at the blonde youth in awe. Who in Magic City didn't know about the reputation of Su's group? Rising as a multi-billion company was just a matter of time. Which ordinary person would dare to offend such a formidable rising giant? Afraid now? Huh, HMPH. You should kneel and apologize to me now, Wang Xiaofa said arrogantly. In the past, as long as he revealed his background, no matter who the other person was, they would speak softly and apologize, genuflecting to him. Listening to his boast about being from Su's group, the expressions of the people on the other side immediately changed. Upon hearing that he was from Su's group, they were filled with respect. The name of Su's group was ubiquitous in the Magic City, and it was just a matter of time before it became a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Who wouldn't be scared to mess with such a rising behemoth? You think you can scare me? Humph! I'll teach you a lesson. Su's group is not to be trifled with. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life behind bars. Wang Xiaofa raved, his lungs on the brink of exploding. Since his grandfather firmly controlled the Su family's eldest daughter, their family prospered. This was just the beginning, and eventually, they would gradually encroach on Su's group, making it their own entirely. With the two old stubborn folks around, as well as the comatose vegetable person, there was no real threat they faced. As for that son-in-law, according to rumors, even though Su Shengshan had publicly proclaimed him as the future heir of the company, real ownership of the shares had not been transferred to him yet. So as long as Grandpa could firmly control that old woman, they would have every chance to take over the Su family, completely making the group their own. As the blonde youth was daydreaming about a bright future, Ling Juan had already come up to him, looking down at the young man beneath his feet with a strange expression. You said your name is Wang Xiaofa. Yes, who are you? You don't want to take his side, do you? Wang Xiaofa was at a loss for words. How could he not recognize the figure before him? The linchpin of Su's group's rise, the founder of the beauty pill Beautiful Beauty, Ling Juan. The person who was designated the heir by Su Shengshan, the father-in-law of the Su family. At the same time, He was the biggest obstacle for their Wong family to snatch Su's group. Big brother, are you okay? I'll report to the police immediately and have all these be arrested. Daring to bully my big brother. They really have a death wish. At the ticket booth of the amusement park. Just as Wang Xiaofa was helped up by his girlfriend, he heard loud cursing in his ears. Startled, he raised his hand and gave a slap. Smack! Shut up, you be ******. Then he nodded and bowed, rubbing his hands as he approached Ling Juan. Cough. Young Master Lin, this situation is getting out of hand. It's like a family feud here where nobody knows each other. Just call me Xiaofa. I didn't expect these people are your friends. Come. These are the tickets I just bought, all for you guys. I was a little rude just now. Brothers, please forgive me. And this lady, I'm sorry, I was being immature. Wang Xiaofa was skilled at flattery, apologizing profusely as he handed over the tickets he bought to Su Fan. Even Chen Kexin felt a little embarrassed to continue to argue. Get lost. Ling Juan was too lazy to waste words, keeping it brief and to the point. Yes. I'll leave now, right away. I won't disturb young Master Lin's elegance. Wang Xiaofa continued to bow incessantly, leading his bewildered girlfriend away. From the moment he recognized Ling Juan's identity, he knew that if he continued to cause trouble, he would only come out on the losing end. After all, Ling Juan was his biggest backer, the heir apparent of the Su family group. A wise man knows when to back down. Dealing with big issues when they're still small is the best solution. And most importantly, that vegetable man, he's actually awake. Damn it! This is going to be trouble. I must immediately inform Dad and the others about this. Remembering the stunning face of the woman lying on Ling Juan's back, Wang Xiaofa couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. The #1 beauty in the Magic City truly lives up to her reputation. He didn't expect her to be so beautiful. But Wang Xiaofa also knew that she was the uncompromising, domineering female CEO of the Su family group. Now that she has awakened, it spells big trouble for the Wong family swallowing of Su plan. It's a major setback. What should be done next? When Wang Xiaofa's figure had completely disappeared, Ling Juan, under the reverent and admiring gazes of the crowd, walked slowly into the amusement park with Su Qinj. I'm so worried. What exactly happened at the company? I really want to go back and see. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances. But with Grandpa there, even if there are problems, they shouldn't be too bad. With the incident involving Wang Xiaofa, Su Qinj suddenly became restless, her eyes filled with doubt and worrying. She had completely lost the excitement she had when she first set out. Suddenly, Ling Juan's gentle voice came from beside her. I will go to the group tomorrow. I'll find out the specific situation, and then I'll let you know. You've come out for a rare outing. Don't think about unhappy things. Be good. Su Qinj's eyes met the gentle eyes of the man, her heart warming. She blinked hard to signal her understanding. Also under the guidance of the young girl, who was bouncing with joy. Su Qinj couldn't help but be infected by the joyful atmosphere, gradually dissipating her inner restlessness. Su Fan, who followed behind the group, also temporarily set aside his worries. With his current status, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the Su family's affairs. With his sister waking up now, he believed in her ability to handle the situation properly without needing to worry. So, after the group reorganized their mood, they began to enjoy this trip to the amusement park. Especially Su Qinj, blinking her big eyes, looking around with curiosity and nervousness. The joy in her heart bloomed like a flower in spring. She remembered the last time she came here, the amusement park didn't seem to have so many facilities. As they passed by a pirate ship, the shrill screams of the visitors rang out, the massive ship swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Just at a glance, Chen Kexin was thrilled and chattering excitedly about wanting to play. Pirate ship, ah! So cool! I want to play. Who wants to go with me? Faced with the enthusiastic invitation from the little girl, Su Fan stood with his hands in his pockets, expressionless as he declined. Bai Susu was a bit scared, shaking her head repeatedly. She wouldn't dare to ride such a thrilling ride on a normal day. Ling Juan rolled his eyes and said in a not-so-friendly tone, Do I look like I have time to accompany you on this? Seeing the disappointment and dejection on Chen Kexin's face, she let out a breath and said, "Come on. I'll go with you." Despite her terrible mood, Baisusu had even forgotten her fear of the pirate ship. She just wanted to get away from this suffocating place, using her fear to dilute the more intense bitterness in her heart. "Ah, but weren't you just saying you were most afraid of these dangerous rides? Why?" Chen Kexin had question marks all over her head as she was dragged away. Only when the two of them boarded the pirate ship, feeling the sweaty palms of Baisusu due to nervousness even as it swayed back and forth, did she finally understand. She understood. The little loli understood. In her understanding, Susu must have already fallen in love with herself. That's why she endured her fear to play with her, all because she didn't want to see herself disappointed and sad. She really... I'm touched. I'm so moved. She understood. Sensing the soft gaze of Chen Kexin, Baisusu felt a bit inexplicable. Snap as the pirate ship started to sway. Her forehead was sweaty with nerves, but she had no more attention to give to Chen Kexin's strangeness. "Help me, Ahoth. Don't be afraid. Susu, I'll protect you." "Ah." Looking down from the stands at the two girls screaming nonstop due to the swinging of the pirate ship, Ling Juan couldn't help but mutter and ridicule. These two guys, both inexperienced and loving to play. "Ah." He then turned to his elder cousin next to him, smiling as he said, "Brother Su Fan, the amusement park is big. I want to take Kinj to see other places. Let's meet back here later." Having been by his side all the time, Ling Juan felt a bit uncomfortable, so he suggested each going their separate ways to enjoy the park. "Okay." Su Fan nodded, not wanting to be a third wheel. He walked casually to a willow tree, hands in his pockets, leaning against the tree to doze off. However, his attention was still on Ling Juan and the others. If anything happened, he could react instantly. TSK. You have to say, Brother Su Fan is really dedicated. Hearing Ling Juan's praise, Su Kinj had a different perspective in her heart. Dedicated indeed, he's doing quite well at his job. But this guy is too full of himself, too good at showing off. I can't stand it. All day long, his hands have hardly left his pockets, always making a dead fish face, speechless. In the following time, Ling Juan leisurely strolled through the amusement park with the young girl on his back, passing by various amusement rides such as roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and thrill rides. Su King's eyes sparkled with excitement. She really wanted to experience those rides and feel that thrill and excitement. But given her current situation, it's okay, Kinj. You'll recover completely soon. I'll come with you next time to play. Be good, Tilda, be happy. Whenever he noticed the girl's disappointment on his back, Ling Juan would gently smile and console her, as if he were comforting a little girl. *No. Although this tone was like coaxing a little girl, it made Su Kinj feel embarrassed and a bit helpless. After all, she was an adult woman, and older than Ling Juan. Why did he always treat her like a child? It's so embarrassing. But Su Kinj couldn't say anything. She could only roll her eyes in frustration. But deep down, she still felt warm, as if she had returned to her childhood. When her father would carry her to the amusement park with the same indulgent tone. "Hey, Kinj, you should be able to play with this thing." "Huh, I can play with this amusement ride." Su King's train of thought was interrupted. She turned her focus forward, and what she saw was a carousel. With cheerful and gentle music playing, adults and children sat on colorful S, spinning around. "Can I play with this?" Watching the children sit on the carousel, tightly gripping the pole, their faces filled with innocent smiles, Su Kinj couldn't help but be a little envious. But she doubted if she could ride it herself. "You can, trust me." Full of confidence, Ling Juan acted decisively. He first found a staff member, explained Su King's special situation, and obtained permission. Then carefully lifted the girl onto the carousel. Then, like holding a child, he securely embraced the girl from behind. With this embarrassing move, and the sound of his breath so close, Su King's face blushed instantly. This move, isn't it what adults do when they play with children? But I'm already this age. It's so embarrassing. Don't you dare let go, Ling Juan. If you do, I'll fall off immediately. It looks so dangerous. But, it's a bit thrilling. The unprecedented experience made Su King's thoughts rich, with dopamine in her body releasing like crazy. Although she knew Ling Juan wouldn't let go, and she was in absolute safety. She still felt a long-lost sense of excitement. Do you like it, Kinj? You've never had an experience like this before, right? Listening to the teasing voice in her ear, the girl's cheeks turned even redder, whether it was due to excitement or shyness. Meanwhile, the surrounding visitors were all drawn to the unconventional couple, and their eyes conveyed blessings towards them. Especially the women riding the carousel. Most of them were women. In their eyes, Ling Juan was like a handsome prince riding a white horse, protecting his princess. And hearing the girls around her discussing with envy, Su Kinj maintained her calm on the surface, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a bit superior. A little sense of happiness. In that moment, feeling the rotation of the carousel, the cool breeze blowing on her face, Su Kinj seemed to forget all the misfortune she had experienced, immersing herself in this long-lost world of happiness, unable to pull herself out. If only time could stay in this moment forever, how wonderful would that be? On the other side, not far away, Su Fan leaned against a big tree, silently watching his sister and brother-in-law gazing deeply at each other on the carousel. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was relief, a silent blessing to his sister ... you ... The swaying pirate ship came to a stop, and Bai Suzu's legs went weak as she disembarked, constantly making dry heaving sounds. Her face was as pale as paper, her body trembling slightly as if she could collapse at any moment. Involuntarily, her body leaned forward, one hand covering her chest. The other hand firmly grasped the railing next to her, as if only by doing so could she keep herself steady. Seeing this, Chen Kexin worried incessantly, quickly handing a tissue to Bai Susu and patting her back to try to make her more comfortable. Susu, are you okay? You must not play and talk to me. Why sacrifice yourself like this for me? I was going to invite you to ride the roller coaster. Forget it, I'll stay with you to rest. Thinking about how Bai Susu was enduring discomfort just to accompany her, Chen Kexin felt her eyes well up with emotion. She really... I'm going to cry. Oh. Indeed, only people of the same gender are true love. The opposite sex is only for procreation. At this moment, Bai Susu had no extra strength to respond to little Lolita's concern. She sat silently on a stone pedestal, waiting for her body to recover on its own. At the same time, she looked around, searching for the figure of Ling Juan and others. Under a large tree, she saw Su Fan, expressionless, hands in his pockets, maintaining his style. Following his gaze, she finally saw Ling Juan and Su Kinj on the carousel in the distance, interacting with each other. Her heart felt like it had been turned upside down, unbearable. She used to be the Snow White in Ling Juan's heart, and he had always quietly cared for her, sharing joy and sorrow with her. All the sunshine, handsomeness, tenderness, smiles, bloomed only for her. Ling Juan even said he liked her kindness, liked her innocence, liked her purity. But now, he was embracing another girl on the carousel, laughing brightly and happily. Bai Susu felt like she was a redundant person, like an abandoned child, like a soulless shell. She wanted to leave, but couldn't take a step. She wanted to cry but couldn't shed tears. She wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. She could only stand there blankly, watching Ling Juan embrace another girl and spin round and round, feeling her heart break into pieces one after another. At that moment, a song by Ling Juan happened to play in the amusement park. It was a new single he released under the name L not long ago, its lyrics fitting the current situation perfectly. I should be under the car, not inside the car, seeing how sweet you are. This way, it makes it easier for me to let go. Tilda to have the courage to leave, he must love you very much tilda. And put me down tilda, it only took a minute to break up. Hearing these lyrics, seemingly tailor-made for herself, Bai Susu felt a piercing pain. She didn't know why she felt this way. It felt like she was a clown who only knew how to cherish after losing it. She didn't know what to do, how to face her heart, how to face the fact that Ling Juan's feelings had changed. She felt so helpless, powerless, and hopeless. She felt so foolish, stupid, and pitiful. She felt like she needed a different kind of excitement to ease this pain. So, Bai Susu suddenly stood up and grabbed the bewildered Chen Kexin. Let's go. If you want to ride the roller coaster, I'll accompany you. This. Touched, watching Bai Suzu's back, little Lolita's heart warmed, her eyes reddening. Even though she wasn't feeling well, she still stood up to accompany little Lolita. I'm about to cry. If this isn't love, then tell me, what is love? Chen Kexin suddenly realized her unwavering love for Kin's sister had a moment of hesitation. But it wasn't really her fault. Bai Suzu's love was just too intense, leaving her somewhat defenseless. Oh Kin's sister, if I can't control myself and stray, please don't blame me. Oh, I really don't want to. But the love she gives, it's just too much. At this moment, Chen Kexin was in a dilemma, torn between conflicting emotions. On the other hand, Ling Juan and the others had already gotten off the carousel, strolling around. After a while, he found a small pavilion and sat the girl in his arms on his lap. One hand held Su Qing's head close to him, as if afraid she might fall. The other hand held a strawberry-flavored ice cream he had just bought. Throughout, Su Qing's face remained incredibly rosy, occasionally stealing glances at Ling Juan. Today's experiences felt like a dream, as if she were in a romantic drama. She still felt like she might be dreaming. Who could have imagined that Su Qing would one day come to the amusement park with a man and behaving like a child, sometimes being carried on his back or leaning on him? In the eyes of those who knew her, it was almost an unimaginable scene. Qing, do you want to eat ice cream? The strawberry flavor is delicious. That taste. One word, wonderful. Ling Juan grinned, teasingly waving the red ice cream he had just licked a few times in front of the girl. Damn man, you know my current situation, and you still ask if I want to eat. Am I able to eat just because I want to? Are you intentionally showing off? And you've licked it before. Gives yet you dare to offer it to me. Bacterial infection warning. Ooh, I can see but can't eat it. This is frustrating. I've forgotten when was the last time I had ice cream. Seems like it was many years ago, right? Listening to Ling Juan's words, the girl couldn't help but be surprised. My current situation? Are you sure you can feed me? How are you going to feed me? I can't even open my mouth, right? Although filled with doubts and confusion, Su Qing followed the instructions and blinked her right eye. I see, I'll feed you. Ling Juan smirked, poking a bit of the red ice cream directly into the girl's rosy lips. Su Qing, what the heck? The ice-cold strawberry flavor quickly spreads in the mouth. It's a kind of indescribable sweetness with a slight sourness, like the breath of summer, fresh and natural. Just a small bite. Su Qing can feel the satisfaction that comes from the heart. It's the joy brought by sweetness, it's the taste of summer. But now, Su Qing's mind is not on the delicious ice cream at all because of the middle finger poking between her lips, hash greater than less than. Allah! What's going on? Ling Juan's so-called feeding me turns out to be like this, greater than. Damn it! Who feeds ice cream like this? You could at least use a spoon. In front of everyone, this is, what kind of act is this? And why did you use your middle finger to feed me? Why not use your index finger? I can tolerate the middle finger, but what's with that wicked smile of yours? It's hard not to think in a weird way, right? W approximately. Su Qing's face immediately turned red. From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to be so bold to put their finger in her warm mouth. Ling Juan, you're the first one. A mix of embarrassment and anger in the young girl's mind. But she couldn't move, Ling Juan, clearly teasing her like she's in a trance. Otherwise, she would definitely punch him. Su Qing widened her beautiful eyes and shot a fierce glare at Ling Juan's wicked grin. Then, using her tender little tongue, she kept pushing against Ling Juan's middle finger, trying to push the stick-shaped object away. Heh, does Qing like it? Ling Juan felt the softness transmitted through his finger and felt refreshed. But he knew not to go too far. So he took his finger out, and as the fingertip separated from her lips, a long, transparent thread was pulled out. What to do if there's no tissue? Ling Juan tilted his head, contemplating for a moment. In the disbelieving gaze of the young girl, he put his finger in his own mouth to suck, hash greater than less than. Ah! This is crazy. Ling Juan is completely crazy. Such a pervert. Could this be the legendary, indirect, kiss? No, this is all my saliva. This is way more than the traditional meaning of indirect, kiss, so much more. Isn't Ling Juan afraid of dirty things? I just think it's so dirty. Su Qinj felt her whole body burning up as if steam was about to come out of her head. Every single thing she experienced today was challenging her principles and limits. This is something that she, from a year ago, couldn't have imagined, an unprecedented experience. So sweet. Looking at the young girl with steam coming out of her head, Ling Juan held back a smile and took his finger away, quietly complimenting her by her ear. Equals hash greater than less than. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. This damn scene is stuck in my memory. Forget it. Please let me forget all of this. And while Ling Juan was flirting with the girl in his arms, all sorts of things happened in the pavilion. It had already caught the attention of Su Fan, who was monitoring the situation closely. In an instant, the veins on his forehead formed a symbol of, "This guy. What on earth is he doing with his finger?" Su Fan's eye twitched, injuring it several times before restraining the impulse to step forward and stop him. Despite reluctantly acknowledging Ling Juan as his brother-in-law, seeing his beloved younger sister being played with so openly by another man. Damn it, oh! How could he even think that way? How could he not go all out? Su Fan's face went cold, took a deep breath, and turned to temporarily leave from under the tree. He dared not look again, because if he took another glance, he might explode. On the other side, a girl supporting another girl was climbing down from the roller coaster. Ooh, tilde, by Suzu's face was pale. Feeling like her stomach was churning, a strong urge to vomit surged to her heart. She quickly crouched down, hands covering her mouth, trying to control her vomiting, but eventually, she couldn't bear it and hurled out, vomit splattering on the ground and clothes, making it unbearable to look at. Seeing this, Chen Kexin, worried, handed by Susu some tissues, patted her back, trying to make her feel more comfortable. Susu, are you okay? Stop trying to act tough. Why sacrifice yourself for me like this? It's getting late. Let's not play anymore. Let me accompany you to rest for a while. The thought that Bai Susu braved it all for her, enduring the nausea until she finally threw up, moved Chen Kexin to tears. I'm really about to cry. What should I do about Qin's sister? Susu loves me too much. I can't handle it anymore. Meanwhile, Bai Susu was too preoccupied to notice this. She instinctively directed her gaze towards the location of the carousel. Luckily, she didn't witness the heartbreaking scene. Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief, looking around and soon pinpointing the pavilion not far away in the amusement park. In the next moment, she saw a scene that broke her heart, Ling Juan digging out Qin's sister's saliva with his finger and eating it. In broad daylight, this absurd behavior is simply unbearable to watch. Susu, what are you daydreaming about? What are you thinking? I want to jump off a building. Chen Kexin was suddenly shocked by this answer. Then she felt her wrist being grabbed. Bai Susu pulled her towards the direction of the bungee jumping ride. Stop playing. Susu, I understand your love for me. There's no need to prove it further. Besides, your body can't take it. I'm a bit tired from playing too. Let me rest a bit. I don't want to play anymore. Chen Kexin kept persuading, trying to get Bai Susu to release her grip. She was indeed tired from playing and a bit scared of the bungee jumping, considering ending it here. But Bai Susu paid no heed, pulling her by the wrist, moving forward regardless of Kexin's struggles. Frightening. It's so frightening. Could Susu be the legendary Yander? This kind of love is so suffocating. If I ever upset Susu, will she find the opportunity to imprison me? According to the storyline, Yander love is too scary, love you to the point of killing you. Chen Kexin was sweating, suddenly feeling that her own kin sister is much better as the sun sets in the west, casting its warm golden light over the earth. The city is adorned with a layer of warmth. In this quiet evening, a 200-meter-high Ferris wheel stands quietly at the center of the amusement park. Its presence makes the entire amusement park even more romantic and dreamy. Kinj, it's getting late. After this ride, let's go home. Ling Juan carried the blushing girl on his back, standing in front of a huge Ferris wheel. I don't want to ride. Su Kinj responded in her heart, but Ling Juan still carried her into one of the cabins. The cabin was not spacious, but the two of them didn't feel crowded. Ling Juan carefully seated the girl on his lap, embracing her gently, afraid she might slip. Click! A rumble echoed as the Ferris wheel slowly started to turn. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 50 meters, as the Ferris wheel continued to ascend, reaching a quarter of its height. A beautiful cityscape unfolded before the two of them. Skyscrapers, bustling streets, green parks, everything appeared tiny. The city under the setting sun was like a dreamy world, evoking a sense of longing. "Kinj, are you afraid of heights?" Ling Juan, who occasionally lowered his head, noticed the girl tightly shut her eyes. He then realized, could Su Kinj be afraid of heights? But in his memory, the girl's personality didn't seem like someone who feared heights. Along with Ling Juan's call, Su Kinj's eyelids trembled violently, but she still didn't open them. "Don't be afraid, open your eyes, it's okay. The accident back then was just an accident, there's nothing to fear. Now that I have Ling Juan by my side, he will definitely protect me. Even so, I instinctively can't open my eyes, it's so scary." Su Kinj comforted herself in her mind, but she couldn't overcome the psychological shadow, unable to open her eyes. And the reason for all this came from the fear she had carried since childhood. She remembered that time. She was just a half-meter-tall little pudding, led by her father onto the Ferris wheel. But when the cabin reached the peak, the Ferris wheel seemed to malfunction and sway dangerously. Little Kinj at the time found herself trapped hundreds of meters above the ground. Faced with the collapsing Ferris wheel, that sense of despair left a huge psychological shadow on the little girl. Although the father and daughter were eventually rescued, the fear that remained ingrained in her memory for years. Su Kinj still vividly remembered it, and since then, she had never ridden a Ferris wheel again. Today, seeing the familiar scene once more, Su Kinj finally recalled the fear that once dominated her by the Ferris wheel. "It's okay, I'm here, it's okay. It's not scary, it's beautiful. If you don't believe me, you can open your eyes. It's not scary at all." Ling Juan spoke in a gentle and soothing manner, patting the girl's back, coaxing her like comforting a child. Thump, thump, thump. With her cheek against Ling Juan's chest, Su Kinj not only heard his steady heartbeat, but also heard his soft comforting words. This inexplicable sense of security made her feel as if she had returned to the past. At that time, her little self seemed to be nestled in her father's arms, listening to his constant reassurances. "It's okay, I'm here." For a moment, Su Kinj felt much calmer, and the fear in her heart dissipated slightly. Combined with Ling Juan's faint fragrance that occasionally wafted into her nostrils, the girl realized how close she and Ling Juan were. Her cheeks turned even redder, her heartbeat quickened. "Okay. Trust me, princess, please open your eyes." Once again, Ling Juan's encouraging voice reached her ears. "Ah, why am I being called a princess?" Where did Ling Juan learn these internet terms from? As the Ferris wheel continued to rise, reaching half of its height, Su Kinj finally overcame her fear and reluctantly opened her eyes a crack. The scene that greeted her made her widen her eyes. In the distance, the towering skyscrapers, their glass facades reflecting the light of the setting sun, sparkled dazzlingly. Cars on the streets moved like ants, and pedestrians hurried through the streets of the bustling city. At this moment, the tall buildings under the sunset glow appeared even more magnificent. The bustling streets illuminated by the lights also seemed more vibrant. The cityscape under the sunset was mesmerizing, with each building, each street, each person becoming part of this beautiful picture. In this moment, the whole city seemed like a living organism, showcasing its vitality and bustle under the sunset. So beautiful! Su Kinj stared at the scene, taking in the beauty of the city under the setting sun. Having lived in this city for years, she had always been busy with work and never had a chance to thoroughly enjoy the tranquility of life like now. Ling Juan remained silent as well, and the two of them gazed down at the city, feeling its beauty and grandeur, as well as the warmth and love between them. In this moment, their hearts were closely connected, and it felt like the whole world existed only for the two of them. And as the Ferris wheel continued to ascend, the cabin reached a height of 150 meters. The entire sky seemed to be dyed orange red. The setting sun's glow reflected on the mirror surface of the Ferris wheel's cabin, casting a dazzling light. The same warm light also bathed Ling Juan and Su Kinj, enveloping them in a layer of golden hues, highlighting their figures in a particularly warm and cozy way. Ling Juan lowered his head, gazing at the girl's face shining in the glow, a look of admiration flashing across his features. At that moment, Su Kinj seemed to sense something. Her absent-minded gaze refocusing and moving towards Ling Juan. Reflecting in her pupils, the man in front of her, wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking simple and refreshing. His tall figure gave her a strong sense of security. His eyes exuded determination and confidence, as if he would shield her from all the storms in the world. The setting sun's glow illuminated his side profile, outlining his resolute features, making him even more handsome and charming. "Ling Juan, you look really good." And so, the two of them locked eyes again, the gazes filled with an indescribable sweetness. Following that, Ling Juan gently stroked the girl's hair, cradling her head in his arms, resting his chin on her head, quietly savoring the tranquility and happiness of the moment. The golden glow bathed them, casting their figures in an enchanting light, beautiful like a dream. In the beautiful sunset, some kind of emotion between them slowly began to escalate, never ceasing. Their story, under this lingering glow, would continue indefinitely, until eternity. And as the Ferris wheel continued to rise, finally reaching a height of 200 meters, at the peak, a gust of wind approached, whoosh the roaring sound, and a slight sway could be felt in the cabin. Su Qing's previously suppressed fear was awakened once again. The height, the familiar environment, and her current immobile predicament brought back her subconscious instinct to tightly shut her eyes and hope that Ling Juan could hold her tighter, providing her with a sense of security. Sensing the situation wasn't right, Ling Juan instinctively did just that. But while he embraced her tightly, he also hoped the girl could bravely confront her inner fears and overcome them. "Don't be afraid, I am here. It's all right. This isn't the Su Qing I know. And really, don't you want to open your eyes and see the view from the highest point of the Ferris wheel?" Hearing this, Su Qing felt a surge of unwillingness and anger towards her own weakness. "Yes, if I can't even overcome this fear, how will I face stronger enemies in the future and avenge my family for the blood feud?" Moreover, Su Qing herself didn't want to miss the view from the highest point. And being held in Ling Juan's arms, his warmth gave her immense security. With determination, the girl forced herself to open her eyes. The sky seemed within reach. In the distance, the sun was slowly sinking below the horizon. It had to be admitted, due to the differences in height, the view was entirely different. The tiny figures on the ground were long gone, and even the large buildings had turned into small dots. Only the distant mountains, bathed in the sunset's glow, appeared even more majestic. The lush trees on the mountains seemed to don a green cloak, exuding the vitality of nature. The lakes at the foot of the mountains shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the sunset in the sky. There even seemed to be a few small boats gently swaying on the lake. After overcoming the fear, everything is so beautiful. I have Ling Juan to thank for this. If he hadn't been with me, I might never have been able to conquer this shadow in my heart. From now on, when I think of the Ferris wheel, my memories won't be dark with fear. It will be the sunset's glow, the view from the top, Ling Juan's heartbeat, warmth, embrace, and encouragement. As Su Qing rejoiced in her heart, celebrating her victory over her childhood shadow, Ling Juan was already preparing to leave an indelible mark in her memory. He gazed at the girl's glowing cheek, her eyes shining like stars. He felt the gentle breeze, her black hair lightly wafting, and the touch on his face, along with that faint fragrance. He couldn't help but feel excited, his heartbeat slightly quickening. "Qing, do you remember the agreement we made while you were unconscious, huh?" "What agreement?" Su Qing snapped out of her daze, looking bewildered. Her gaze met the man's warm eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be that? But here? No way. It's embarrassing. What if someone sees us? Su Qing blushed even more, suddenly recalling the agreement she made with Ling Juan to owe him a kiss once she woke up. What's wrong? "Qing, are you trying to back out?" "We had an agreement. Don't go back on your word now." Seeing Su Qing's widened eyes and cute blushing face, Ling Juan knew she had already guessed his intention. "Don't worry, Qing. I know what you're worried about. We're 200 meters up in the air. No one can see what we're doing. So we can do whatever we want. Hehe." As Su Qing looked at the mischievous smile on Ling Juan's face, her cheeks flushed even more, and her mind even experienced a momentary pause. She had never imagined she would kiss a man in her life, and now that the moment had arrived, Su Qing couldn't differentiate her thoughts. She only felt confusion and chaos in her heart. Everything that had happened today gave her the illusion of dreaming. The Ferris wheel peak, a first kiss, sunset, comatose patience, beautiful scenery. Come on. Are you sure this isn't a scene from a youth idol drama? Somehow, blushing, Sukinj found herself constantly complaining in her mind. What do you want to do? Tilda. Suddenly, Sukinj widened her beautiful eyes, and in her pupils, Ling Juan leaned down, his handsome face growing larger until it completely covered hers. The girl's lips touched something soft she had never experienced before. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat began to race uncontrollably, her breathing momentarily ceasing. And feeling the pressure on her chest, she felt a strong sense of suffocation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The moment their lips touched, Sukinj felt the world blur. Her heartbeat accelerated, her face reddened, and her body seemed to be burning up. In her mind, there was only a blank, and she could only feel the warmth of Ling Juan's breath and body heat. The girl even felt a sensation akin to an electric shock from her lips, causing her body to involuntarily twitch. This was her first kiss since birth. In various senses, a precious first kiss. And just like that, it was taken away from her. She stared wide-eyed, allowing Ling Juan to do as he pleased. Time seemed to stop at that moment, and the whole world became quiet and beautiful. Sukinj felt as if she were in a dream, everything seeming unreal. Her thoughts started to jumble, and she could only perceive the blending of her lips with Ling Juan's, a sensation so magnificent. Ding! Host and supporting female Sukinj close lips, first kiss reward 10,086 points. It's unknown how much time has passed. A system notification sound interrupted Ling Juan's reverie. He abruptly woke up. Only then did he realize that without realizing it, the cabin of the Ferris wheel had already landed. Seeing that the staff were about to come and open the door, Ling Juan reluctantly separated from the girl's lips. Due to the length of the kiss, when the two separated, there was still a transparent thread of saliva connecting their lips. Ling Juan wickedly cut the thread in the middle and glanced at the girl in his arms. Under the setting sun, Sukinj's face turned red, her eyes tightly closed, seemingly unaware that the first kiss had ended. She was still immersed in that wonderful feeling, her heart racing as if the whole world was spinning. She felt like she had lost gravity, floating dizzyingly in the air. But happy moments are always short-lived. Ling Juan's voice called from beside her. "Princess, please open your eyes. We're getting off." What's this? Sukinj subconsciously opened her beautiful eyes, and what she saw was Ling Juan's gentle smile. Have we arrived? Why does it feel like only a second has passed? The silly girl blinked her clear eyes, shining with a foolish light. Seeing this, Ling Juan couldn't help but reach out and lightly flick the tip of the girl's nose, teasing, "Silly, we've arrived at the station. What? Is one kiss not enough for you? I've always believed that helping others is the foundation of happiness. 3. If you still want more, I will gladly accompany a beauty with my life today." Who said one kiss isn't enough? HMPH. Blushing, Sukinj glared at Ling Juan. Immediately, she shifted her gaze away subconsciously, her eyes avoiding his, unable to meet his gaze. In the midst of her inner turmoil, she silently blamed Ling Juan for being clueless. She couldn't resist on her own now. "You could just go on the Ferris wheel again without considering my opinion, right? Once, twice, multiple times, it's all up to you anyway." Girls always say no when they actually mean yes. How can you not understand even that much? Sigh tilde, we're leaving. Princess, please get on the car tilde. Ling Juan was unaware of the conflicting thoughts of the girl. He just smiled, carrying her, and walked away from the Ferris wheel with steady steps. They were suddenly met by Chen Kexin and two others. "Oh Nyang, so, you guys went on the Ferris wheel. That's why we couldn't find you earlier. Was it fun? I want to experience it too." Hearing this, Ling Juan's mouth had a knowing smile, not in the mood to explain further. He just shrugged, bid the three farewell, and slowly walked away with the girl in his arms. As the sun set in the west, the evening glow faded. The sky began to darken. Street lights on both sides of the road started to illuminate one after another. On the bustling street, more adults and children came out for a walk after dinner. Sukinj leaned on the young man's back, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. The breeze gently caressed the girl's cheeks, offering a refreshing coolness. "Did you have a good time today, Kinj? If you did, blink your eyes." "I did." Facing Ling Juan's question, the girl blinked without hesitation. giving her response sincerely. She couldn't remember the last time she had been this happy. Even though her body remained motionless, that inexplicable joy from the depths of her heart was much more profound and intense than when her limbs worked perfectly. If I could live like this every day, even if my body couldn't fully recover, it seems like something I could accept. But she quickly dismissed this thought. She had many important things to do after recovering. How could she get lost in the pleasure of a man? If Ling Juan had to take care of her so carefully every time they went out, he would surely get tired. And he might even silently complain in his heart, anticipating trouble sooner or later. There's a saying, no filial child at the bedside of a long-time patient. As the girl pondered and worried about being a burden to Ling Juan, she suddenly felt a light drizzle with a distant thunder rumbling, interrupting her thoughts. Ling Juan adjusted his stance, carrying the girl tightly on his back, and quickly ran through the light rain. Let's go. This unprecedented experience made Su Qinj feel playful and carefree, like she had returned to her worrying-free childhood, cheering herself on in her heart. She nestled against the boy's back, slowly closing her eyes, greedily enjoying this warm moment. In the dim night, streetlights emitted white light. Their shadows stretched long on the ground, but they were always closely stuck together. No matter how their shadows danced and leapt on the road, they remained tightly overlapped, as if they were destined to be one. The luxurious room in the Huo family, as lights shone brightly within. Damn woman, I warn you, don't challenge my bottom line easily again. Since you have my child in your belly, I'll be merciful and give you a chance to bear me an heir. Lying in a soft, white bed, Huo Qichen, dressed in dark brown pajamas, gazed sternly at the woman standing at the door, trying to flee. Master Huo, spare me, please spare me, okay? I really don't want to have a child, it was just an accident. With Huo's family wealth, there are plenty of women willing to bear your child. Why cling to me? I'll tell you, even if you have my body, you won't have my heart. At the door, a distraught Mu Xiaowan couldn't help voicing her complaints. She felt as if she had been extremely unlucky these days. Ever since accidentally entering the wrong room, she had caught the eye of the arrogant man before her. At first, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a passing fancy of a rich person, and he would lose interest in her after a while. After all, she was very clear about her own worth. But these days, she found herself feeling nauseous from time to time. Thinking it was just a common stomach issue, she went to the hospital to get some medicine. Congratulations, Miss Mu. You're pregnant, and this is a normal reaction to pregnancy sickness. After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Mu Xiaowan was dumbfounded. She immediately realized that walking into the wrong room that day, without taking proper precautions, was the reason. So Mu Xiaowan made a snap decision to get an abortion immediately. But before she could lie on the operating table, a group of men in black rushed into the hospital and forcibly brought her to the Huo family. Only now did Mu Xiaowan realize that she had been monitored all along. Ungrateful woman. Don't try to provoke me anymore. Be careful with playing with fire. You can use your body to bear me children. Difficult to show gratitude. Huo Qichen sneered, a mixture of coldness, mockery, and indifference evident at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, Mu Xiaowan was using her pregnancy as a means to gain closeness to his favor. Tell me, how much money do you want? For you to settle down, safely carry the child. Enough, Huo. Although I'm poor, I still have my dignity. Mu Xiaowan couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't accept the man's arrogant attitude, let alone having to bear his child. The thought of this future made her almost burst with anger. And at this moment, the maids and stewards not far away began to subtly brainwash her. Miss Mu, you should be content. Because you are the master's, the first girl he brought home. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen the master smile so much. His smile, just for you, blossomed. I've lived for decades, and I've never seen the master so invested in a woman. Miss Mu, you're the first. Hearing these words, Mu Xiaowan felt her worldview shattering, her whole being numbed. All right, take away this ungrateful woman first. Take good care of her. Before she gives birth to my dragon son, she is not allowed to take one step away from the Huo family. If there is any mistake during this period, I will have your entire family accompany her in burial. Listening to Huo Qichen's domineering words, the maids were all scared speechless, nodding obediently as they took Mu Xiaowan away. Witnessing this, Huo Qichen snorted coldly, his sharp face exuding confidence in control of everything. The woman I desire will never be able to escape from my grasp. Just then, an image of Su Qinj suddenly flashed through his mind, causing his expression to turn dark and cold. Damned woman, I can't believe I'm thinking about her. HMPH. Since you are trying to resist me, I will use my power and authority to destroy everything you have and make you completely submit. And that bastard, daring to steal women from me, Huo Qichen, I will sentence you to death by 1,000 cuts. Thinking of Ling Juan's handsome face, Huo Qichen's face turned livid, like a dark cloud in winter covering his countenance. Especially when he recalled the recent experiment with the formula for the beauty pill, which turned out to be a fake formula. This made Huo Qichen even more furious. Fortunately, he already had a more reasonable and perfect plan against the Su family. That is to use Su Shengshen's only daughter. As long as Su Shengshen falls, his only daughter Su Yan will become the most influential person in the Su group. After all, Su Qinj is still in a vegetative state and incapable of doing anything. And Ling Juan has not yet truly owned shares of the Su group. Plus, having no prior contact with the business of the Su group, he has no foundation within the company and is not credible. The small Su family still dares to rise. How ridiculous! Only by becoming a stepping stone for me, Huo Qichen, will be your final destination. At that time, I will forever imprison that sleeping beauty by my side. And that arrogant fellow, Ling Juan. I will turn him into a human pig, making him watch as I toy with his wife. Huo Qichen's excited nostrils widened, as if he could already see the scene of his desires coming true. His lips curled slightly with a dangerous smile. He immediately made a phone call to Wang Defa. Early the next morning. Good morning. Qinj, are you awake? When Ling Juan returned to the familiar girl's room holding a violet plant. A pair of Cardaslon big eyes blinked as they looked at him. Good morning. Su Qinj was in a joyful mood and responded silently with her eyes. In fact, she had woken up long ago, her consciousness clear from the moment Ling Juan got out of bed. She just felt embarrassed to face Ling Juan, so she quietly opened her eyes only after he left. And it was then that she realized she could barely control her facial features, beginning to regain some sense of them. Realizing this, the thing Su Qinj wanted most was to share this good news with Ling Juan. She wanted him to be the first to see her smile. Ling Juan, look, I can smile now. Sensing Ling Juan entering the room, the girl tried hard to control her facial muscles, offering a smile after waking up. Although her facial muscles were still a bit stiff, the smile was extremely sweet and captivating, like a blossoming flower from the depths of her heart. Compared to her previous icy demeanor, now she was no longer the aloof iceberg girl, but more like a lively and warm young lady. In Ling Juan's eyes, the girl at this moment was like a phoenix spreading its wings and reborn from the silent ash, shining brightly. What's wrong? Why is Ling Juan staring at me silly after praising me? Is there something on my face? Or is my smile ugly? Did I scare him? It's possible. I feel the muscles on my face are stiff, even a slight movement is exhausting. And I hardly ever smiled before, so I must look strange smiling now. Ah, what should I do? Seeing Ling Juan looking at her in a daze without saying anything, Su Qinj couldn't help but start overthinking. It couldn't be helped since she had no experience with smiling. Before becoming a vegetable, she was always known as the iceberg beauty. No matter where she went, she always had a cold and aloof appearance. Over time, even she forgot what a normal smile looked like. But she had no choice, she was still young. Whether working outside or in the company, she needed to put on a certain disguise to intimidate the employees below and the old foxes in the board of directors. Perhaps she thought she was ugly to Ling Juan. Su Qinj gradually restrained her smile and returned to her previous aloof expression. This sudden change immediately woke Ling Juan from his admiration of the age of beauty. He immediately protested strongly. Hey, sing on and keep smiling. You look so beautiful when you smile, like the sunshine in summer. I really like it tilde smile, and you'll look 10 years younger. Frown, and you'll turn white. Especially your beautiful smile. If you hide it, that's really a waste of a precious gift. W. Kedin has a saying that I totally agree with. Keep smiling, and good luck will naturally come your way tilde. Facing Ling Juan's direct gaze, Su Qinj blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. She couldn't bring herself to smile anymore. Ling Juan, however, was undeterred. He confidently started telling jokes, trying to cheer the girl up with his real skills. Ling Juan, Kinj, do you know about the tortoise and hare race? A turtle challenged a rabbit to a race to see who could reach home first. The turtle ended up winning. Do you know why? Kinj Ro. Isn't this a fable from childhood? The rabbit fell asleep on the way, and the determined turtle won. Are you sure this is a joke? Ling Juan, because the turtle pulled in its limbs, tucked its head, and reached home. Because its shell is its home. It's really funny. Haha, can't stop laughing. My dear ones, Kinj, hung, isn't it funny? It's clearly so funny. Why isn't Kinj laughing and giving me that look like I'm a fool? It must be my imagination. Yeah. Kinj must just have a high humor threshold and lack humor cells. Can't blame her. Watch me bring out the big guns. Ling Juan, a triceratops meets a dejected long-necked dinosaur. The triceratops approaches to comfort the other, telling it that although life is hard, a smile can make things better. Do you know how the long-necked dinosaur responds? Kinj, Ling Juan. The long-necked dinosaur says it's not sad. It has acrophobia. Haha, laughing heartily, Kinj, ... After Ling Juan persistently told a few more lame jokes, the girl came to a realization that he was a mood killer. She vowed never to give him a chance to tell jokes again, as it would be painfully awkward. However, seeing Ling Juan trying so hard to make her happy, pondering with sweat on his forehead, Kinj involuntarily found it amusing, feeling warm inside. Seeing this, Ling Juan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled too. The two of them, one lying on the bed, the other sitting by it, silently watching each other's silly smile, all without saying a word. By the way, Kinj, I have another surprise for you. A surprise. Looking at Ling Juan's mysterious expression, Kinj wrinkled her cute eyebrows, full of confusion. This increasingly adorable expression made Ling Juan's heart flutter even more. My wife is so beautiful, with expressions. Her charm value has at least increased tenfold, Then he stopped teasing and, directly using the Princess Carrie posture, lifted the girl from the bed. This instantly made Kinj blush, showing a slight panic that she had never experienced before. What does Ling Juan want to do? Why did he suddenly pick me up without a word? Can't this surprise be revealed in the room? But this guy, couldn't he give me a hint before carrying me? So, I could be mentally prepared. Attacking me like this, my heart can't handle the suddenness. They strolled through the corridor, descended to the second floor, occasionally encountering some staff members. Faced with those curious, surprised, envious, gossiping, auntie-like looks, Kinj couldn't help but blush and felt all tangled up inside. Powerless, she could only lean into Ling Juan's arms, letting this man take her to the location of the surprise. This familiar scene made Kinj unable to help but recall yesterday. On the Ferris wheel, Ling Juan had also carried her like this, lowering his head, greedily seeking from her. We're here. Kinj, what are you thinking about? At Ling Juan's call, the girl suddenly snapped out of her reverie. Her eyes immediately roamed around. At a glance, she saw the gift set under the big tree that Ling Juan had prepared with bated breath, a pink wheelchair. Kinj, this is a custom-made ride just for you. Ling Juan explained the wheelchair's functions while carefully seating the girl on it. Although he'd love to have the girl tied to him whenever they went out, some unforeseen circumstances might arise. So, preparing a wheelchair in advance was necessary. I've had some modifications made specifically for you, considering that your right hand has fully recovered. So, I've had some automation done on the armrest. It works like a remote-controlled car. See those 4 red buttons? These are the control buttons for front, back, left, and right. You can control the wheelchair's automated driving. And under the buttons, there's a Pinion 26-key keyboard. You can type on it with your hand. The AI sound system can automatically translate the typed text into speech. ... This left Kinj genuinely shocked. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but show delight on her face. With this wheelchair, she could now do some things by herself, rather than being a burden to others all the time. And so, Kinj remote-controlled the wheelchair, silently moving back and forth in the small courtyard. Her smile became even brighter and livelier without her realizing. For a moment, Su-King seemed to transform into a 7- or 8-year-old girl who had just started playing with remote-controlled cars, thoroughly enjoying it. Meanwhile, Ling Juan squatted under the tree, watching the girl with a smile that came from within. Caught up in the atmosphere, his lips involuntarily curved into a lovely arc. Wow, this wheelchair is amazing. Love it. The only downside, why is it pink? This color is too girly. If only it came in another color, it would be perfect tilde. Oh well, let's not appreciate the good in front of us. This is the first time since waking up that I can move freely all by myself. Despite not being able to rely on my legs yet, this is already a great result. I'm content. And with the voice function, Ling Juan is fantastic. He's so considerate. Su-King was genuinely satisfied from the surprise Ling Juan gave her. It gave her a sense of moving closer towards normality. Suddenly, the girl remembered. She hadn't tried the wheelchair's voice function yet. She thought for a moment, and her right hand started typing on the keyboard, feeling similar to typing on a phone screen. Soon, the text transformed into AI speech, coming out through the wheelchair's audio system. Ling Juan, thank you. It was a cold mechanical voice, devoid of emotion. But to Ling Juan, it was the best gift the girl had given him that day. It was the first time he had heard a girl express gratitude to him like this. No longer through icy text, but through verbal communication between the two of them. While not spoken directly, but aided by text-to-speech AI conversion, the power of this software device, coupled with the girl's smiling face, it kept Ling Juan's smile unable to be restrained. The happy moments are ultimately short-lived, fleeting like a passing white horse. As Ling Juan and another person spent a cozy morning together, pushing the wheelchair back to the room when, not far away, Liu Huan quickly ran over in a panic. Miss, something happened. The chairman, he's in trouble. Behind her, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses and a sharp suit was following closely. His face was anxious, carrying a black briefcase under his armpit. What? My grandpa is in trouble. Originally smiling, Su-King's face instantly turned into deep concern. Her grandpa was one of the few family members she had left. She would rather have something happen to herself than to him. Calm down, Kinj. Grandpa Su will be fine. Seeing the girl getting emotional and breathing heavily on the wheelchair, Ling Juan quickly spoke to calm her down. At the same time, he had doubts in his mind. In his memory, Su Shengshan shouldn't have any issues at this moment, right? Could it be because of some butterfly effect caused by himself? In short, what exactly happened to Grandpa Su? When Liu Huan approached, Ling Juan turned to the man in the suit, getting straight to the point. Hu Zhang, a supporting character in the story. Su Shengshan's right-hand man and Su-King's future support. The fact that he rushed here in such a panic indicated that something was seriously wrong with Su. Miss, you're awake. That's great. Hu Zhang, sweating profusely and breathing heavily, spoke urgently and breathlessly, revealing the urgency of the situation. But fortunately, everything was worth it. It was unimaginable. Su-King had actually woken up. This made Hu Zhang ecstatic, feeling like he had a backbone again. After all, before she became a vegetable, she was the second in command at the company after Su Shengshan. Now that Su had regained consciousness, many issues could directly be handed over to her for decision-making. Though he initially came to ask for Ling Juan's help. But since Ling Juan had never shown his face at the company, even if he had enough shares, he probably couldn't control the influential figures in the group. But Su-King was different. She was once known as ruthless at the company, instilling enough majesty in the employees, perhaps even more intimidating than the kind-hearted Su Shengshan. If she were to intervene, things might not be too bad. Miss, the chairman is in the hospital receiving treatment. What? How could this happen? What on earth happened? Ling Juan widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief in his pupils. Just last night, he had met the old man, who seemed healthy and joking with him and Su-King, urging them to have kids soon. And now, after just one night, the old man was critically ill and needed emergency treatment. And Su-King in the wheelchair. Upon hearing that her grandfather was in the hospital fighting for his life, her face turned pale, drained of any color. She had already imagined the worst possible outcome. But the more panic she felt, the more she forced herself to stay calm. Her eyes turned cold and sharp, like a chilly sword that could cut through any obstacle in her way. In her commanding gaze, even though the older Hu Jung felt the immense pressure despite being a senior, he could sense the return of the decisive young lady of the past. Back then, Su Kinj was known for her ruthlessness. The company's employees almost tiptoed around her, afraid to say anything wrong. "Stop wasting time and tell me what happened." With a furrowed brow from Ling Juan, Hu Jung managed to sum up the situation. This morning, the chairman was working at the company as usual. Everything seemed fine. But no one expected Miss Su Yan showed up again. Only after hearing Hu Zhang's account did Ling Juan and the others realize that recently, Miss Su Yan had been causing trouble at the company's headquarters. She unilaterally made various unreasonable demands, such as demanding to inherit the Su group, among other things. However, Mr. Su Shengshan had already grown weary of his daughter. He had given strict orders to the security guards not to let Miss Su Yan set foot in the company. But today, there seemed to be some unexpected developments. Due to the success of the beauty pill, the company has been experiencing an explosive growth recently, with the market value soaring. As the chairman's daughter, even though there were rumors of the father-daughter estrangement, many people were still trying to flatter Miss Su Yan for collaborations with the company. Facing flattery and bribes from all directions, Miss Su Yan basically accepted them all. She even approved some collaboration projects on behalf of the company. But how could the chairman agree to these mysterious and unclear business deals and rejected them all? As a result, the company needlessly offended some forces, tarnishing its reputation. In a fit of anger, the chairman confronted Miss Su Yan, and they had a heated argument in the office. At that moment, Linda heard the gold lawyer speak and pondered. Su Yan, could this love-brained woman really believe the old man and plot against her own father? It wouldn't be so insane, would it? But if she could be deceived by Wang Defa, even harming her own niece, then harming her biological father, wasn't entirely impossible. While Ling Juan was speculating, Hu Jung finally finished explaining the sequence of events. It dawned on Ling Juan that he had guessed half right. Nevertheless, Su Shengshan had collapsed because of his rebellious daughter. The chairman is already of old age, his health deteriorating every day. Coupled with the recent late nights and overworking, managing the entire company, it took a toll on him. The personal doctor had warned him explicitly not to have excessive emotional fluctuations. But Miss Su Yan, she said. At this point, Hu Jung struggled to articulate. After a moment of contemplation, he finally revealed the biggest reason behind Mr. Su Shengshan's current condition. She claimed to be carrying Wang Defa's child, and demanded that the chairman drive Lin Xiao out of the Su family and hand over the company to her unborn son. Upon hearing this news, the chairman couldn't recover his breath, leading to his immediate hospitalization. Also, this is the medical report that Miss Su Yan handed to the chairman. Hu Jung opened the black briefcase, took out two documents, and handed them to Ling Juan and the others. Facing the two hospital reports, Su Kinj didn't even bother to look at them. She simply didn't care. All she wanted to know was how her grandfather was doing. And then quickly rush over to be by his side, just like when he first became a vegetable, and he was there for her every day. Ding ding ding. With the phone ringing, Hu Jung received a call from the hospital. "Great news, miss. The chairman is out of danger. His current condition is stable. He has been moved out of the emergency room, and all his vital signs are stable. It's a narrow escape." After hanging up, Hu Zhang's face was beaming with joy as he relayed the doctor's message to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to temporarily ease their worries. Even Su King's frigid demeanor softened slightly. "Which hospital is Grandpa Su at now?" "Aunt Liu, arrange the car. Kinj and I will head there immediately." Ling Juan pushed the wheelchair, moving towards the underground parking lot. He knew that Su King's most immediate desire was to be by Su Shengshan's side, so he planned to take her to the hospital. "Juan really understands me." Seeing that she hadn't made a move yet, Ling Juan had thought ahead for her like a prophet. Feeling grateful, Su Kinj couldn't help but appreciate his actions. Right before they took a few steps, hesitating for a second, Hu Jung hurriedly stopped them, advising earnestly, "Miss, I know you're anxious to be with the chairman right away, but the company has more urgent matters to attend to, and you may need to return to oversee the overall situation." HMPH. What's more important than my grandfather? Su Qinj furrowed her brows in majestic anger and frustration. After the chairman's collapse, the Su group is leaderless, and the executives in the company are getting restless, especially the people from the Wong family and some of the shareholders like Kidnapping. They've illegally called for a board meeting, seemingly trying to seize the prescription for the beauty pill. With Su Shengshan still around, those individuals at the company wouldn't dare to act up. But with the news of the chairman's critical condition spreading, some snakes smelled blood and began plotting under the guise of noble intentions to benefit themselves. To them, with the chairman's advanced age, he might very well be about to kick the bucket. And with Su Qinj immobilized and unable to do anything, they saw an opportunity to do as they pleased. As for the only one with the power to stop them, Su Yan, this love-brained woman might not only let them be, but also hand over the Su group on a silver platter if the old man spoke out. Simply put, the Su group was theirs for the taking, and they could wreak havoc to their heart's content. And so, they hastily convened a company meeting, all with the goal of dividing the spoils, especially with the critical rise of the key product within the Su group recently, the beauty pill. If they could get the complete recipe, even after leaving the Su group, they could swiftly rise like mushrooms. These damn traitors! After hearing Hu Zhang's report on the current situation, Su Qing's face turned ashen, as if a storm was brewing. She had never imagined that, apart from the Wong family, some shareholders who had always seemed loyal to the Su family were now turning their backs. HMPH. Just when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkeys declare themselves kings. With a deep chill in her beautiful eyes, a flame of anger seemed to burst forth from her gaze. She also furrowed her brows, feeling conflicted. What choice should I make now? If she didn't know about the company's crisis, she would have rushed to the hospital immediately to be by her grandfather's side until he woke up. But if she did that now, with the company in disarray, those greedy wolves, who knew how they would ruin the company? The Su group had just managed to rise from its ashes. If they were trashed into bankruptcy again, her grandfather would be devastated when he woke up. Thinking this, Su Qinj gradually made a decision. Of course, most importantly, she had already heard the news of her grandfather's stable condition, allowing her to relax a bit. Qinj, don't worry. Follow your heart's choice. At the same time, a gentle voice reached Su Qing's ears. Upon turning her eyes, Su Qinj met Ling Juan's affectionate gaze, making her feel secure in his trust and unconditional support. She was touched by his unwavering trust. She also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. As her mobility was limited, she couldn't leave without Ling Juan's assistance. And as for other staff, first, she didn't trust them. And second, there was not enough synergy, and it took too much time to synchronize. Su Qinj had to admit that after spending time together, she had grown accustomed to having Ling Juan by her side. The two of them were increasingly in sync. With just a glance, they understood each other's thoughts, and everything was understood without words. Finally, Su Qinj made a decision. Using the Pinyin input keyboard, she typed a few strokes, converting the text to AI speech. A cold mechanical voice came from the small speaker. "Let's go, we're heading to the company." Upon hearing this, Hu Zhang's face lit up with joy as he and Ling Juan quickly arranged for transportation. Although he noticed that the Mrs. Body hadn't fully recovered, as long as she had consciousness and could communicate, she could exercise her shareholding rights. With Lin Xiao's shares ... as long as the two of them worked together, they could definitely make the best decisions. The riffraff in the company wouldn't dare make a fuss. The Su Group, headquarters. In the meeting room on the top floor, dozens of senior executives of the group, as well as various shareholders, gradually took their places. When almost all the seats were filled ... colleagues, since everyone is almost here, I declare this meeting officially started. At the front, a middle-aged man with a smiling face and a plump figure announced. As soon as these words were spoken, many executives in the meeting room cast strange glances towards this man, whose body was round and smooth without any sharp edges. His current seat used to be Su Shengshan's exclusive seat, but now it was occupied by this man named Wang Fugui. As for the reason, all because his name is Wang Fugui, the son of Wang Defa, now appointed by Su Yan as a spokesperson to manage the company on her behalf. And this presumptuous fellow, after Su Yan left, immediately used his power to convene a meeting. If I'm not mistaken, This guy definitely wants to take advantage of Su Shengshen's downfall to benefit his Wong family. Do we even need you to guess? Anyone with eyes can see this clearly. Is he treating us as blind people? We are not blind, but the chairman's love-brained daughter is really blinded. Yes, she got pregnant with a child of nearly 60-year-old man, making her own father furious, and daring to hand over the group so brazenly to Wong Fugui, a greedy person who only thinks about sucking the company's blood to feed his own family. Ah, what sins did the chairman commit in his past life? He gave birth to such a love-struck and rebellious daughter, who made him pass out from anger. Listening to the whispers of the executives below, Wong Fugui, with a round and plump face, was full of pride. He knew that many people in the company were dissatisfied with the Wong family, but so what? Who made his old man so powerful? Even at his age, he still managed to mesmerize Su Shengshen's daughter, whose charm is still captivating, and handle her casually. That's something he truly admires about his old man. Now that the old man had fallen, Su Yan was the largest shareholder in the company, owning 10% of the shares. Plus, she was Su Shengshen's only daughter. In the face of her father's critical condition, she stood up to lead the company in a reasonable and proper manner. Very good, now that the biggest obstacle is gone. As long as they can seize this hard-earned opportunity, then perhaps the Su Group may soon be renamed the Wong Group. The more Wong Fugui thought about it, the more excited he became, and his fat face smiled with narrow eyes, leaving only the smug look behind. Back when Su Yan first took the lead, they had taken advantage of her to seek a great deal of benefits for themselves. Their ambitions had grown, even aiming to bankrupt the Su Group to achieve their Wong family's goals. But before they could realize their dream, Su Shengshen suddenly recovered from his granddaughter turning into a vegetable, and he kicked Su Yan out of the house with one foot, unilaterally announcing the termination of their father-daughter relationship. This almost scared the Wong family and others to death. They thought that Su Shengshen would openly confront them and eliminate dissidents. Never would they have expected. As the days went by, Su Shengshen never laid a hand on them. He even turned a blind eye to some of their actions within the company. This gradually eased the anxiety of the Wong family, making them feel more at ease. At the same time, they completely understood the situation and became enlightened. HMPH. That old man on the surface said he wanted to cut ties with Su Yan, but in reality, he couldn't bear to lose his daughter. He just wanted to use this despicable means to threaten his daughter to leave my father. Fortunately, that old man at home is capable and still firmly holds Su Yan in the palm of his hand. It made Su Shengshen wary and reluctant to completely turn against us. After discussing the reasons why Su Shengshen dared not act against them, Wong Fugui and others finally put their hearts at ease and began to act more boldly. Sometimes when they encountered Su Shengshen in the group, they even dared to look at him with pride, heads held high. After all, as long as Su Yan, that love-brained person, was there, Su Shengshen couldn't touch them. If Miss Su were here, it would be better. With her strict methods, she wouldn't tolerate these clowns. That's for sure. I still remember the days when I worked under Director Su. Although the pressure was a bit much, the company's development was good, and there was hope. Director Su only looked at your abilities and contributions to reward fairly, instead of now, where favoritism rules. Sigh, exactly. Some old employees who made contributions were reassigned to positions that were dispensable. Those ingratiating wastes, however, hold high positions. Isn't that ridiculous? It's a pity. Miss Su met such misfortune for her beauty. How could she turn into a vegetable? And the former chairman, Sai, the once Grand Su family, is now on the verge of being destroyed. Originally, after Miss Su had the beauty dan, I foresaw that one day the company would become a billion-dollar first-class enterprise. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Speaking of which, I got some inside news that Miss Su seems to have woken up. That's impossible. She was diagnosed as a vegetable. Once diagnosed as such, the chances of waking up are too low, very rare. I heard that it was that happy-go-lucky son-in-law that Su Shengshen found, who actually woke her up on the wedding night. Damn, shameless. Even when Miss Su became a vegetable, that son-in-law could still lay a finger on her. Such an animal. If Miss Su really wakes up, the good days of the Wong family and those people are over. Miss Su is much more ruthless than the chairman, and does not tolerate any nonsense, hey? You guys are too optimistic. Even if Miss Su wakes up, there will be a long recovery period. By that time, I'm afraid it will be too late. The once proud Wong Fugi's face suddenly turned grim. His only dread now is Su Shengshan's rumored granddaughter, who is a vegetable. If she interferes with the company, it will surely complicate matters and block the rise of the Wong family. Damn it! The probability of the vegetable Su waking up should be 1 in a million, right? How did that vegetable have such good luck? Is blessing on the wedding night not superstition after all? It really woke her up. Recalling yesterday afternoon ... The news brought by his son Wang Xiaofa, Wang Fugui felt a strong sense of crisis. This was why, after Su Shengshan fell ill, he hastily opened the group meeting, aiming to seize more benefits from the Su group while Su Qinj was still in the recovery phase, to prevent Su Qinj from potentially retaking control of the group in the future. Otherwise, once Su Qinj regains her strength, she is bound to try to regain control of the group. At that time, it might pose a great threat to the Wong family. After all, no one can guarantee whether that woman will be like Su Shengshan and be wary of them since she is Su Yan's niece. As long as we get the complete formula for the beauty Dan. Then even if we depart from the Su group in the future, our Wong family can use this to quickly rise as a new business empire. The thought of the beauty Dan ignited a fire in Wong Fugi's heart. They had previously replaced a batch of medical equipment materials behind closed doors, leading to problems with the products and putting the Su group on the verge of bankruptcy. They thought the group was running out of options, just as they regretted not being able to suck the lifeblood of the Su family in the future. Su Shengshan somehow brought in a magical formula, turning the tables for the Su group. Now, everyone knows that the beauty Dan was the key to the rise of the Su group, holding great business value. As long as the Wong family could obtain it, they would thrive regardless of their future in the Su group. To this end, Wang Fugui also found some shareholders of the Su group, trying to persuade them to support him. Today, the beauty Dan was a must for their Wong family, and even the King of Heaven could not stop them. Seeing that the time was up, Wang Fugui put his hands on the table, struggling to move his obese body, stood up, and spoke. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. I'm sure everyone knows about the chairman falling ill. I know everyone, like me, is very saddened and worried about it. But as they say, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Our group is the same, to ensure the continued smooth operation of the company. I am grateful that Miss Su Yan did not abandon me, and is allowing me to temporarily manage the company on her behalf. Wang Fugui smiled widely, speaking a bunch of official words. The onlookers observed the trembling fat on his body as he spoke, showing a strange expression. This guy, although his words sounded nice, he was probably the one most hoping that Su Shengshan would never recover. But at this moment, no one stood up to refute. Even if they felt unsatisfied, they had no choice. After all, Su Shengshan's daughter held 10% of the shares. In the currently leaderless Su group, she was the most qualified person to step forward and lead them through these difficult times. But unfortunately, she was too distracted by an old man and was busy talking lovey-dovey, naming the old man's son as the temporary manager of the company. As everyone knows, the sales of the beauty Dan have always been in high demand. Otherwise, our market would not be limited to just the city, but extend throughout the country or even the world. I believe in the amazing effects of the beauty Dan. It should be used to benefit all humanity. The previous hunger marketing strategy needs to be adjusted. We should aim for small profits but quick turnover. However, with the current production capacity of the company's production department, we cannot handle such large orders. This requires collaboration with other companies, such as my Wong family. Wang Fugui was calm. He declared his ultimate goal. He wanted to use collaboration as a pretext to openly obtain the most valuable prescription of the group. Everyone knows that my father is in love with the chairman's daughter, Miss Su Yan. They are in agreement and will be getting married soon. By then, Miss Su Yan will be my mother-in-law. My Wong family and the Su family are one family, with no distinction between you and me. Therefore, my Wong family hereby pledges to work diligently and take on all orders of the Su group, removing any concerns for the company. Su group headquarters. Boom boom boom, the sound of several expensive luxury cars parked in front of the company gate could be heard. Surrounded by a group of black-clothed bodyguards, Ling Juan appeared in front of everyone, pushing a wheelchair. Instantly, he attracted the attention of countless people. Whether it's the building scale, decorative details, or color coordination, it all exudes a strong artistic atmosphere and noble temperament. This is the group's headquarters. Looks quite imposing. After making a few comments, he pushed the wheelchair through the company entrance. As for Soo Kinj in the wheelchair, she maintained a cold expression throughout. Originally, returning to the familiar company in this way should have stirred up some emotions within her. However, because of her grandfather's situation. At this moment, Soo Kinj's heart was filled only with worrying and anger, with no time to care about others' opinions. Her gaze was sharp and cold, like two lightning bolts streaking across the night sky. Not a single employee dared to make eye contact with her, only whispering in the corners. "Oh my God! That's the young miss! Wasn't she in a vegetative state? How can she appear here?" The young miss actually woke up. Heard that the chairman found her a man for stimulation, and it worked so well. Wonderful, with the young miss taking charge, the Wong family and those shareholders won't dare to act recklessly. She probably received some information by coming over this time, right? The company's high-level shareholders are currently in a meeting room. If they see the young miss arrive, they will surely be frightened on the spot. So scary. Even if we haven't seen the young miss for a while, her aura of solemnity has never changed. Even sitting in a wheelchair, the impression the young miss gives off is still so cold and powerful, intimidating others. Listening to the whispers of the employees in the lobby, Ling Juan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, lowering his head to look at the girl in the wheelchair. He saw that her facial expression remained cold, as if she had never smiled. If she were to act, she would portray the image of a dominant female CEO, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. However, due to their recent interactions, her persona had already crumbled unknowingly. It was only because of Su Shengxuan's critical condition, the intense anger had caused her to revert back to her icy demeanor. That's fine. At least, with regards to the matter involving Su Yan, I don't have to worry anymore. The siblings of the Su family valued family relationships. If it weren't for the chain reaction caused by him, leading to the old man's coma this time, Su Yan's numerous self-sabotaging acts for the protagonist team would have constantly caused trouble. Only now, with Su Shengxuan's downfall, it had truly touched a nerve with Soo Kinj. Surely, she wouldn't go easy on Su Yan, giving her continuous chances to cause trouble. And at this moment, some sharp-eyed employees identified Ling Juan. He was the rumored son-in-law who brought joy to the Su family. Oh my goodness, it's actually him. I never thought he could be so handsome in person. Is he the successor appointed by the chairman? So handsome, together with the young miss, it's a perfect match. He's the one who saved the company's beauty elixir product, right? He's completely different from the kind of son-in-law who freeloads, from what I had imagined. Heard that Lin is not doing well in his family, being abused by his father and stepmother. Fortunately, things have cleared up by now. Wow, if the son-in-law is someone like Lin, I wish I could be married to him too. Don't daydream. He already has someone. Trying to vie for the young Mrs. Man, you should take a good look at yourself. He seems like a warm-hearted guy. But facing the young miss must be quite stressful. The pairing of a strong-willed woman and a weak man. Receptionists and staff coming in and out of the lobby were all surprised and shocked by the sudden appearance of Ling Juan and his wife. Especially Ling Juan, the creator of the beauty elixir, and the heir appointed by the chairman. It was the first time they had seen him, sparking their curiosity. Facing the many gazes directed at him, Ling Juan remained nonchalant, greeting the employees with a smile and no airs. His calm and friendly demeanor won the initial favor of many employees. Amid the discussions, Ling Juan had already pushed the wheelchair into the elevator. My mother has already agreed to this matter. After all, the Wong and Su families are loving families. There's no need for division between us. The formula for the beauty elixir will be shared with our Wong family, and we can provide more production capacity to the Su family. Maybe we can make further optimizations. Of course, following the principles of fairness, openness, and democracy, I suggest that all shareholders vote directly. The minority shall follow the majority. Who is in favor? Who is against? On the top floor, in the conference room, Wang Fugui spoke confidently, boasting his influence over several major shareholders. With the added support of Su Yan's votes, no one could hinder his plan to obtain the formula. The majority of high-level executives in the room were well aware of Wang Fugui's dominance. And indeed, During the subsequent voting phase, the number of votes in favor of Wang Fugi's proposal far surpassed the opposing votes. Seeing this situation, Wang's family members grinned from ear to ear. They knew everything was under control. It's a sure done deal. Ha ha ha, thank you for colleagues' trust. Since the number of opposed votes, Wang Fugui, seeing that the tide was on his side, stood up with his beer belly, preparing to announce the results with a triumphant smile. I object. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the door. The conference room door was pushed open, revealing an elegantly handsome young man, pushing a wheelchair. It was him. Wang Fugi's eyes widened as he immediately recognized Ling Juan. Not just him, the others in the conference room also quickly realized Ling Juan's identity, from a familiar feeling to recognition, taking less than 10 seconds. After all, this person was the heir favored by Su Shangshan and, most importantly, the creator of the beauty elixir. So even though it was their first meeting today, everyone had already identified Ling Juan from the photos they had seen. However, what most surprised everyone wasn't Ling Juan, but the cold girl sitting in the wheelchair next to him. Su Qingzhi. Who among the high-level executives didn't know this woman? As the only granddaughter of Su Shangshan, before becoming a vegetable, she was the second most important person in the company. Regardless of position, everyone had to be careful in her presence, fearing any mistakes. After all, unlike Su Shangshan, who often used a gentle approach, she never showed any mercy. Making a mistake could lead to a scolding or even a salary deduction, or being fired from the group by this ruthless woman. Perhaps ordinary employees didn't feel much. But for those high-level executives who needed to interact with her frequently, it was truly a difficult task. Knowing that she had awakened from a vegetative state, many high-level executives felt relieved, even though they couldn't express it openly, thinking that they wouldn't have to be as oppressed in the company with her around anymore. It had been thought that there would never be a chance to see the young miss in the company again. Unexpectedly, on the day of the chairman's critical condition, she not only woke up from her vegetative state, but also rushed over during the crucial period. Silence filled the conference room. Under Su Qing's icy gaze, many high-level executives dared not breathe. They all kept their heads down, unable to make eye contact with the young lady. At this moment, everyone finally remembered the fear they felt when they used to be under her domination. Luckily, with the Wong family taking the lead, the most panicked were definitely them. It was certain they would bear the full brunt of the young Mrs. anger. Thinking about it, some people felt a bit relieved, smirking at the Wong family and their predicament. But what they didn't realize was that Su Qing's fury wasn't just directed at the Wong family. She knew more than anyone else. The so-called high-level executives in front of her, not many truly wished for her grandfather's recovery. Most of them were just thinking about how to take advantage of the situation within the group. If she were still in a vegetative state, the company would definitely have been divided by these scheming individuals in a short amount of time. Thinking about this, Su Qing's face instantly flushed, veins bulging on her forehead as she tightly grasped the wheelchair's armrests. Her eyes showed a strong sense of anger and dignity, making it impossible for others to meet her gaze. Surrounded by an oppressive aura, it felt as if the entire space was enveloped by her fiery wrath. Seeing this, Ling Juan squatted beside the girl, holding her delicate hand and softly soothing her. Stay calm. Didn't we agree to let me handle this in the car? If you get mad, I'll be heartbroken. He coaxed her gently. Come on, give me a smile. After saying so, Ling Juan extended his index fingers, lifting the corners of Su Qing's mouth. Soon, a somewhat playful smile appeared before everyone. Faced with Ling Juan's intimate gesture in public, Su Qingzhi was first surprised. Then, she gave the man a disapproving look. The slight blush on her cheeks, like a beautiful sunset, transformed her previously resentful gaze into something softer and more elusive, seemingly unable to meet Ling Juan's eyes directly. Su Qingzhi bit her tongue lightly to forcibly regain composure. In order to maintain the reputation she had built up over the years of being cold and unyielding, she believed she needed to remain tough, especially in her current paralyzed state. If she couldn't intimidate these cunning individuals present, she feared some might deceive her and undermine her efforts. Wanting to maintain her image as a cold and ruthless wife in front of others, she had already agreed with Ling Juan in the car. In front of outsiders, she had to be the icy wife in people's eyes, not the kind of woman who snuggled up in her husband's arms. Because of her status, she couldn't allow herself to act this way, as it would diminish her commanding presence and authority, making it difficult to manage such a vast company, let alone being taken for granted by some. Okay. I'm scared of you. Let's get down to business. Raising his hands in surrender, Ling Juan smiled helplessly. He had no choice. Who called him to have a fierce wife? Since Su Qinj wanted to maintain her established persona, he was content with being a stay-at-home husband who could openly enjoy himself. The traditional concept of the wife earning money and the husband spending it, it was reasonable. Meanwhile, watching the interaction between the couple, some high-level executives had a perplexed expression on their faces. What's going on? It seems different from what they had imagined. In their preconceived notions, Ling Juan was just a tool for the marriage of convenience. Even if he had woken up Su Qinj, based on the young Mrs.'s demeanor, she shouldn't have a good expression towards him, right? Why did it seem like in front of Ling Juan, the young miss reacted differently? Her character seemed to have cracked, didn't it? Not to mention the aversion towards men, the young miss they had in mind. How could she allow a man to touch her face so intimately? She should have blown up on the spot, making sure every unsanitary paw was cut off. Why did the young miss just glare at Ling Juan coldly and not do anything more? Everyone was puzzled and couldn't understand it. However, some cunning high-level executives suddenly had a realization. Su Qinj had not fully recovered physically. She needed to use this son-in-law to handle things diligently for her, which was why she let him off easily. Perhaps when Ling Juan lost his worth in the future, she might use him for other tasks. That's brutal. Remaining strong and strategic, anyone who crosses Su Qinj would forever live in fear towards those who had voted in favor of the Wong family earlier. This woman with a sly mind had probably already noted down their names. With her temperament, they would surely face a vicious retaliation. When thinking about the reasons behind this, the high-level executives began to sweat nervously, sending sympathetic and pitiful looks towards Ling Juan. Meanwhile, gazing at Su Qinj, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. What's going on with these guys? Why are they suddenly looking at me with pitiful eyes? Ling Juan felt somewhat puzzled by the strange looks from the crowd. But he didn't pay much attention, and just motioned to Hu Zheng to proceed with the performance. So, Hu, the lawyer in a suit and tie, took out a few prepared documents from his black briefcase. Everyone. Before Chairman fell into a coma, he had already transferred his shares to Mr. Lin. Also, the original 10% shares belonging to Miss Su Yan have now been transferred to Miss Lin and Mr. Lin as per the chairman's wishes. Now Mr. Lin holds 30% of the group, Miss Lin holds 27%, and there are no shares under Miss Su Yan, who succinctly revealed Su Shengshan's secret arrangements to the public, causing a stir among the audience. No one had expected that Su Shengshan had already arranged everything in advance, even transferring his own shares to Ling Juan. And the shares in the other party's hands were even higher than those of Su Qinj. So, should the Su group be considered as belonging to the Su family or the Lin family now? Wasn't Su Shengshan too bold? Wasn't he afraid that Ling Juan might turn against him? In that case, wouldn't the Su family's years of accumulation be in vain for outsiders? Did the chairman decide to pass on the group to Lin? This result is really unexpected, even though the chairman favored Lin. After all, he is just a son-in-law. The majority of shares should have been left to his daughter or granddaughter. Could it be because the chairman didn't anticipate that Miss Lin would wake up? Did he then decide to put the treasure on Lin to prevent the company from being ruined by some love-struck person? It seems like Miss Su Yan has been abandoned by the chairman. Looks like the chairman had foresight. Strange. If the chairman has completely given up on Miss Su Yan, why is he not doing anything about the troublemakers from the Wong family? Maybe he wants to send a warning to Ling Juan and the others. I told you, with the chairman's character, he wouldn't allow even his own daughter to behave recklessly like this. The sudden explosive news led to everyone whispering and discussing among themselves. They were like mirrors, seeing through everything. With the documents presented, it meant that from now on, Ling Juan and the others would have the final say in the group. Damn it. We were so close to the finish line. How did things turn out like this? That old man dared to play tricks, trying to take away the opportunity that belonged to our Wong family. That's really despicable. Wong Fugui, filled with hatred, felt his teeth itch. He thought that Su Shengshan was really bold. Admittedly, he felt as if Su Shengshan was acting with great audacity. In turn, The Sushai group now seemed to be under their control. Ling Juan didn't care about the opinions of the troublemakers, and he simply announced, "Today, all the senior executives of the company are present, so I will announce a few things. Firstly, Miss Su Yan has no relationship with the company and is not qualified to represent the company in business negotiations. So, all the cooperation projects she signed recently are now invalid. Moreover, the losses caused by some of the unfair terms she signed will be reclaimed from the company." Although many had already anticipated it, putting this on the table essentially meant that a conflict was brewing between Ling Juan and Su Yan. Would Miss Lin really be able to bear this? She was one of the few relatives she had left, a close aunt. People couldn't help but look toward Su Qinj, who maintained her cold demeanor as if she hadn't heard Ling Juan's words. Seems like the chairman falling into a coma really hit a nerve with Miss Lin, yes? Even when Miss Su Yan was causing a scene before, Miss Lin would silently cover for her out of respect for her aunt. Now, this is for the better. Sometimes tough decisions have to be made as chaos ensues. If Miss Lin truly wants to manage the group well, then Su Yan, the troublemaker, will eventually have to be dealt with. It seems that Ling Juan is just a puppet. His every order is probably enforced under Miss Lin's pressure. Poor Ling Juan. Upon realizing that Su Qinj had finally made up her mind to cut ties with Su Yan, the high-ranking members at the scene were shocked and began murmuring among themselves. The people from the Wong camp seemed to have the most unpleasant expressions. They had thrived in the Su Shai group thanks to Su Shengshen's biological daughter, Su Yan. Now that she seemed to have been discarded, how could they escape the impending storm? It was likely that they would be the next targets. After all, the ebb and flow of fortune goes hand in hand. Everyone present was shrewd, and the strong signals emitted by Ling Juan and the others made it clear that this couple was preparing to take over the company. Hence, a major restructuring within the company was inevitable. Wang Fugui clenched his teeth in frustration, and a great sense of unease washed over him. He realized that if he didn't take any action now, his long-standing plans might fall apart today. Not to mention, with all the previous progress possibly undone. Putting aside all other issues, the projects signed by Su Yan were now invalid, and the losses had to be reclaimed. Everything they had strived for could slip away in an instant. After all, the apparent success of the Wong family in recent years had been largely attributed to Su Yan's support. Now, being forced to give up what they had gained would be even worse than being defeated outright. Wang Fugui's face, usually round and plump, was now filled with resentment. He suddenly looked around at some shareholders whom he had brought into the fold, those who shared mutual interests with him. Shortly after, several shareholders stood up one after another. These were individuals who had cooperated with the Wong family and had conflicting interests. "Ling Juan, aren't you going too far?" A Mediterranean old man smiled as he stood up, seemingly friendly, but actually sly like a smiling tiger. "Miss Su Yan is, after all, the chairman's daughter and should be treated with respect. She is not just a random person. I personally believe that we should wait for the chairman's awakening, and the family should sit down together to have a calm discussion. How can we have strained relationships with family members? It's not right to hold on to grudges for so long. If you really force Miss Su Yan out, it will be too late to regret. Miss Su Yan is just a bit naive. She will only grow if she learns from her mistakes. We shouldn't hold on to those errors against her. I suggest you retract your decisions. The company has been thriving recently, and we shouldn't worry about the minor losses caused by Miss Su Yan. Why harm the precious relationship between her and your family for a small gain?" The Mediterranean man spoke earnestly, seemingly considering the well-being of Ling Juan and the others. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Ling Juan glanced at the man and sneered coldly. He recognized the person in front of him as Fang Yangyao, the third largest shareholder of the Su Shai group, holding 10% of the shares. He was among the early pioneers who had strived alongside Su Shengshen and was considered an elder in the company. However, over the years, he had grown corrupt and developed ambitions that shouldn't have existed, watching idly as the Wong family and others caused chaos within the company. Ling Juan wouldn't give him any face. He lifted his head and looked disdainfully at Fang Yangyao. "Who do you think you are? Old man, do you think you can teach me how to do things? You, who are old and decrepit, dare to challenge a leader like this? According to normal logic, even if one were to pretend, they should at least put on a show of respect. Which leader would behave like a ruffian? Even the former Su Shengshan, who was fairly close with him, was addressed as an equal, and Su Qinj would call him Grandfather Fang. Would today's insult go unanswered? Miss, could you? Fang Yangyao thought the young woman in the wheelchair would still show him the same respect as before. But before he could finish the phrase, make a decision, he was met with a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes were as sharp as cold knives, piercing Fang Yangyao's very soul and leaving him feeling uneasy. At that moment, he had an epiphany. Everything Ling Juan was doing was likely at the behest of Su Qinj. As for the opportunist son-in-law, he was probably just being used as a puppet by her. This meant that Su Qinj had realized something. Was she planning to take action against these loyal servants? With such a revelation, even those high-ranking members watching as bystanders began to feel anxious. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be implicated in this potential company-wide cleansing. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of dread. At the same time, Su Qinj finally made a move. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard attached to the wheelchair's armrest, and a cold, mechanical voice filled the room. Fang Yangyao, if you have any objections, you can convene a board meeting to remove us. Otherwise, just follow the arrangements. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can submit their resignation now and leave. Ling Juan then proceeded to announce the dismissal and reassignment of several key personnel, causing a silent and tense atmosphere in the meeting room. This sudden, extensive reorganization signaled a complete shift in the company's leadership. Some individuals mentioned in the announcements seemed taken aback or devastated on the spot. However, Ling Juan continued without regard for their feelings, as he selected replacements who were capable and loyal individuals yet had been sidelined for various reasons. As a few chosen employees stood up, expressing their gratitude and loyalty, it was clear that they had felt neglected or overlooked in the company's hierarchy, and now they were grateful for the faith placed in them by Ling Juan and the others. All right, go for it. The future of the company depends on all of you. Ling Juan encouraged, smiling. Afterward, he gestured for a few individuals to sit down, as the matter was far from over. Lin Shao, is this decision a bit hasty? You should think it over. Such a large-scale change in positions could easily lead to problems in work handovers, potentially causing incalculable losses to the group. I think this decision is inappropriate. It should be reconsidered. After listening to Ling Juan's arbitrary decision to reorganize personnel unilaterally, Fang Yangyao couldn't sit still. Even though he had just embarrassed himself in front of the other party, he had to stand up and advise against it. After all, among those being dismissed this time were not only members of the Wong family, but also several of his closest confidants. It was clearly a purge of dissenters, preparing to kick out all those who disagreed and promote their own cronies extensively. The goal was to firmly grasp the entire Su group in their hands. If he did nothing, all the accumulation in the group over the years would be ruined. He was not willing. Even the former Su Shengshan would consider past relationships. For some of his private actions, he would turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. Why would these two juniors dare to act so arrogantly? They should remember, he was a great contributor to the group. If it weren't for his tireless efforts in fulfilling orders in the past, the Su group wouldn't be where it is today. Now, these two young juniors wanted to remove the necessity for it from him, asserting their dominance. Was this still lawful? Was it ethical? Was it moral? Faced with Fang Yangyao's desperate struggle, Ling Juan just sneered. Heh, I don't need your opinion, I need mine. You just need to obey. And this is just the beginning. Over these few years, there have been some unscrupulous individuals in the company, engaging in corruption and malpractice. In pursuit of their own interests, they have tarnished the company's reputation in secret. Lawyer Hu. When the time comes, investigate thoroughly and send them all to jail. Upon hearing this, Hu Zheng, wearing black-rimmed glasses, nodded in agreement. This round of action terrified many present individuals with dubious intentions. During Su Yan's leadership, due to her incompetence and petty actions, many people were involved. If a serious investigation were to be conducted, it was uncertain how many would face repercussions. Lin Shao, why make such a fuss? The company has numerous accounts, and checking them all will be time-consuming and tedious. I don't see the necessity for it. Yes. Our company has been developing so well lately. What problems could there possibly be? My suggestion is to focus on expanding into new markets. After all, This is a critical period of rapid growth for the group. How can we be distracted by minor issues? Lin Xiao, we can totally wait until the company stabilizes before conducting investigations. Why rush now? Indeed, that makes sense. It's a complicated time now, with numerous external forces keeping an eye on us. Why create unnecessary trouble and disrupt the company from top to bottom? Many top executives spoke up for their own safety, implying to Ling Juan and his companion to stop before going too far. After all, there were quite a number of people in the company who could be implicated. If they continued to act recklessly, the company's operations might even come to a standstill. This was a crucial period of development for the company. Even Su Shengshan didn't dare to make a big move, fearing to miss this rare opportunity for growth. Presumably, once these two youngsters understood the implications clearly, they would choose to compromise. Thinking of this, many present individuals felt a bit relieved, exchanging looks with each other in secret. Regardless of their past allegiances, it was necessary to unite now against a common enemy. As the saying goes, when the law is not enforced, everyone's behavior will become lawless. They had made up their minds. If this couple went too far, they must be eliminated. They were prepared for a showdown, willing to go to any lengths. TSK. Are you threatening us? Ling Juan sneered disdainfully. A bunch of jokers jumping around. To be honest, he didn't care at all. Even if the company were paralyzed as a result, he had means, relying on various miraculous tools of the system, to rise again. Even starting from scratch and building up a new power wasn't difficult. However, the Su group was somewhat special. After all, it was his wife's family business, and he had to consider her opinions to some extent. So, Ling Juan turned his head to look at the girl on the wheelchair, and their eyes met, understanding each other's thoughts completely. This scene, observed by the top executives of the group, confirmed their suspicions. Indeed, Lin Xiao was a puppet controlled by someone else, and that person was the young lady. This woman! She was too terrifying, sitting in a wheelchair, not fully recovered, yet she could control others like puppets. No destruction, no rebirth. Only after destruction can there be rebirth. Investigation must be done. If pests are not completely eliminated, they will cause endless troubles later. If the Su group is too weak to withstand even this risk, then it is fate. The cold, ruthless mechanical voice resounded in everyone's ears, filled with the determination of a hero willing to sacrifice for survival. Su Qinj, with an uncompromising stance, like the judgment of death, cut off any lingering hope in the hearts of those who were trying to escape. Because she knew very well if they didn't root out the troublemakers now, the problems that would arise after the group's growth would be even more severe and irreparable. Indecision can lead to chaos. What awaited the Su family group next might be a short period of pain. But as long as they survived smoothly, a bright future awaited them ahead. Faced with Su Qing's strength, many individuals with skeletons in their closets turned pale and slumped back to their original positions. They never expected her to be so ruthless, completely disregarding everything and being determined to cleanse the company, top to bottom, at any cost. She was a mad woman. How dare she? If only the former chairman were here, he would have surely opted for a more prudent approach. At this moment, many there longed for the benevolent Su Shengshan, feeling truly fortunate to have worked under him in the past. Click! Just as Wang Fugui and the others were in a panic, not knowing what to do. The door of the meeting room suddenly pushed open. Master Lin, the police uncles have arrived. Seeing the police uncles walking in one by one, the expressions of everyone present were both fearful and bewildered. What is Ling Juan up to? Why did he suddenly call the police? What does he want to do? Master Lin, what are you ... A shareholder summoned up the courage to ask, trembling. But Ling Juan ignored him, gesturing for Hu Zheng to bring out a few lists and some evidence of crimes. Police uncles. Everyone on this list are people who have betrayed company secrets, engaged in corruption and bribery. The company now needs to hold them accountable by law. Please take them away. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room erupted in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. When Ling Juan initially proposed to investigate corrupt individuals, they thought they had some time to prepare. They didn't expect him to come fully prepared, with lists and evidence ready. Is he planning to send people directly to jail? Ling Juan paid no attention to the boiling executives and handed various document evidence over to the police uncles. These pieces of evidence were actually prepared in advance by Su Shengshan. The old man had long known that there were people in the company who were two-faced. The reason they remained passive before was for the temporary stability of the company and to collect enough evidence in secret. He also wanted to give Ling Juan a chance to establish authority within the company. These are just some of the double dealers caught on the surface. In secret, there are still some deeply hidden outlaws in the company who haven't been exposed. Once these individuals are caught, they'll face the same fate as these lawbreakers. Damn! Is this for real? It's so ruthless! The group is really going to undergo a drastic change. Everyone is fearful for themselves. They watched as the meeting room was suddenly taken over by more than 20 terrified high-level employees controlled by the police uncles. The rest stared at Ling Juan and the others in shock. No one expected such a turn of events today, with so many people facing punishment. They had thought that with Su Shengshan's downfall, the Su family group, which had lost its leader, would become their tool for making money unchecked. But before they knew it, their dreams were shattered. Compared to these two juniors and the old Su, they were like heartless devils. Master Lin, miss, give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again in the future. I have elderly parents and young children. I really can't afford to be arrested. Otherwise, my 80-year-old mother might starve to death in the toilet. I may not have done well, but please have some mercy, miss. You can't be so ruthless in handling things. Even the former chairman did not treat us this way. Master Lin, remember to leave a way out for yourself. We may meet again in the future. I was recommended by Miss Su Yan to come here. Are you not afraid of angering Miss Su Yan with your actions? Release us quickly. Otherwise, Miss Su Yan will surely be furious. She is your aunt. Miss, do you really want to be enemies with her? Seeing the police uncles taking out handcuffs and preparing to put them on themselves, the employees listed on the list panicked. They had been living a comfortable life, and aside from TV dramas, where had they seen such a grand display? In the face of these people's desperate struggles, crying and screaming for help, Ling Juan and the others did not even lift an eyelid, quietly watching as the people were dealt with by the law. Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Wang Fugui, find a way to save us. These things are all led by you. Ah, you really put me in a tough spot. Seeing that Su Qinj and the others remained indifferent, Wang Xiaofa and the others had to turn around and beg for help from someone else. At this moment, Wang Fugui, also with shiny handcuffs, looked lifeless. When he saw so many relatives related to the Wang family being taken away, as if they were all implicated, he still mustered up his courage and played his final card. Miss, your aunt has made a lifelong pact with my father, and even now, she has a baby in her belly. If she finds out about today's events, she will definitely be upset. Please, for the sake of my mother Su Yan, let's make a big deal small. After all, we will be relatives in the future. Miss, you don't want your unborn nephew to die before he's born, right? Wow tilde. That's scandalous. Su Yan, the romantic, is actually pregnant with an old man's child. Wait, could this be the reason the chairman ended up in the hospital from anger? Many people heard this news for the first time at the scene and were shocked. Wang Fugui himself was almost 40, older than Su Yan by several years. Even his son Wang Xiaofa was already 19. His elderly white-haired father was almost 60, close to the age of the chairman, and the people present were baffled. Who knows what attracted the romantic Su Yan to the old man? Was it his age? Or the fact that he doesn't bathe? And that old man is really something. At his age, his ham sausage below can still rise, and he can still function normally. And he even managed to have a child. No wonder the chairman couldn't handle the shock and ended up in the ICU. Who wouldn't be unable to take it? To have one's beloved daughter manipulated by an almost age-matched old man. Just thinking about it, anyone's blood pressure would skyrocket. At that moment, the other Wang family members saw a glimmer of hope as if they grabbed a life-saving straw, desperately coming out to claim kinship with Su Qinj. Cousin, help us. I am Wang Xiaofa. My grandmother is your aunt, and you are also my cousin. We are all family. Cousin. Yes, miss, we and Wang Dafa are all relatives. His wife is also our relative. Roughly speaking, you and us are also relatives, Let's look at it from the other side. Cousin. Uncle's niece. Please save me. Uncle's niece. My mother is Su Yan, so you are my uncle's niece. Save me, Kinj uncle's niece. There is still your nephew in your aunt's belly. We are a loving family, right? Family. Wow tilde. They are completely shameless, huh? Wang Fugui, despite being older than Su Yan by several years, still shamelessly calls her Mom. His son, who just came of age, even calls his grandmother Theft. Tilda. Seeing this impromptu family reunion, formed for the sake of clearing their names, Ling Juan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh. But when he looked at the shameless Wong family members, angering Su Kinj, whose face had turned red like she might breathe fire, he knew he couldn't laugh, not even die from laughing. Theft or Tilda. Magic City First People's Hospital. VIP Ward. After dealing with the various characters in the group, Ling Juan and two others hurried to the hospital to visit the old man who had fallen into a coma. As soon as they entered, tears welled up in Su King's eyes. On the hospital bed, Su Shengshan was wearing a breathing machine, quietly asleep. Various tubes were connected to his body, his skin showing a deathly gray color, lacking any hint of color. His breath became very weak, needing the help of the breathing machine to maintain vital signs. When he exhaled, the air hit the medical mask, emitting a faint and muffled sound, as if expressing his pain and helplessness. The air was filled with a pungent smell of medicine, making it suffocating. At the same time, it made people feel a sense of despair and powerlessness, as this was a symbol of life nearing its end. Grandpa, how did it come to this? Seeing her grandfather in such a state, Su Kinj burst into tears instantly. In her heart, Su Shengshan had always been the strict and powerful figure supporting the Su family. He always faced challenges bravely without changing his expression, as if no difficulty could defeat him. But now, looking at the once mighty grandfather, now lying on the hospital bed gasping for breath like a fragile old man, Su Kinj finally realized her grandfather was truly getting old. If it were his peers, by this time they might have been enjoying their retirement and family bliss. It's all my incompetence that led Grandpa to this age and still worrying about various things. If I were strong enough, such a thing wouldn't have happened in the first place. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I won't let you worrying anymore in the future. I will take over the burdens from your hands. Please, you must get better. Please don't leave me alone in this world. If you're gone, I'll truly have no family left in the future. Even if it's for me. Grandpa, please, you must wake up. Su Kinj blamed herself greatly, feeling powerless. Her tears, like sparkling pearls, silently moistened her cheeks. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she had felt this kind of fear, loss, and sadness. Even when she had turned into a vegetable before, her emotions were filled with resentment and anger. But this strong fear of loss seemed to only appear on the day her parents died. Don't cry, Grandpa Su will be fine. I promise. Just as the girl was engulfed in boundless sadness, Ling Juan's gentle and firm voice came, full of confidence, instilling trust in those who heard it. Next, a tissue came flying and gently wiped away Su King's tears, embracing her softly. Of course, if you still want to cry. You can cry on my shoulder to release the pent-up emotions. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Listening to his comforting tone, as if soothing a child, for some reason, Su Kinj suddenly felt a sense of grievance and sadness in her heart. From this young man, she seemed to see her father's shadow. When she was sad as a child, her father often held her like this, smiling and offering his shoulder for her to cry on. You're a good girl. Cry it. Out tilde cry it out. Ling Juan patted the girl's back gently, consoling her as she silently shed tears. Once you cry, you'll feel better. Everything will be alright. I'll be with you all the way. In the original plot, Su King's character has always been portrayed as cold and ruthless. She never showed any vulnerability, let alone cried in front of others. But with Ling Juan's intervention, the girl passed through the period that originally belonged to her corruption as a vegetable with a new, positive outlook. This made her seem more like a girl pretending to be strong. Under the blow of losing a loved one, she showed her vulnerable side, crying like an ordinary girl. However, Ling Juan didn't resist this change, even finding it quite delightful. After all, when a woman reveals her vulnerability in front of a man, it indicates she trusts him or sees him as a source of reliance. Kinj, I know you're strong. You insist on bearing many burdens on your own, not wanting to trouble others around you. But you can't handle it this way. Suppressing all these emotions to the extreme will lead to a breakdown. I've always been by your side. I hope you can trust me. I hope you can rely on me. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. After some time, Ling Juan only remembered that he kept talking while the girl listened quietly, tears streaming down her face, until a cold mechanical sound snapped them out of the moment. I'm fine now. Let me go. Thank you. As he released the girl from his arms, Ling Juan noticed that her tears had dried up, her pupils regaining their firmness, no longer as fragile as before. When their eyes met, Su Qinj blushed and shifted her gaze away awkwardly. She silently reproached herself. How could she lose control of her emotions again? How could she cry in front of outsiders once more? Hadn't she already resolved never to cry in front of anyone again? But facing Ling Juan's comfort, she felt gratitude deep in her heart. If not for him, how could she have found such emotional release? Surely those emotions were buried deep down, filled with bitterness and resentment. She knew that if she continued like this, her psyche would only become more dark and twisted. Just this once, she showed her incompetent side in front of Ling Juan. She was unsure how to face him. After all, he married into the Su family, married her, which meant she would be responsible for protecting him in the future. How could portraying herself as a tearful girl provide him with a sense of security, making him believe she could take care of him? Click! Fortunately, at that moment, the door was pushed open. Several doctors in white coats walked in, diverting the attention of Ling Juan and the other person. The one leading them was the director of this hospital. Upon seeing Ling Juan and the other person in the ward, he hurriedly approached and greeted them warmly. All right, director, let's get to the point. Please give us a detailed update on the old master's current condition. Understood, understood. Chairman Su is now out of danger and in the observation period. Due to his excessive emotional distress earlier, Chairman's blood pressure suddenly spiked, triggering a series of physiological reactions, leading to a coma in critical condition. The director's expression turned serious as he began to explain Su Shengxin's condition. Although he stabilized after the rescue, Chairman's blood vessels inherently have poor elasticity, with some narrowing or hardening, making recovery difficult after a rise in blood pressure. This caused Chairman's cerebral blood vessels to spasm and rupture. With current medical means, it's now up to fate, hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, Chairman may have to remain in a vegetative state indefinitely. As the discussion reached this point, the director couldn't help but glance at Su Qinj with an incredulous look. He had previously diagnosed her as hopeless, destined to remain a vegetative person, lying in bed all her life. But Su Shengxin had been furious back then, firmly believing that his granddaughter would wake up one day, and even insisted on finding a man to marry her. The director had scoffed at the superstition of marriage rituals, thinking why would doctors like them be needed if they really worked? But to their surprise, less than a month later, Su Qinj indeed woke up, creating a medical miracle, overturning their worldview. This was simply outrageous. On the other side, after hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Ling Juan remained expressionless. Because he was a pro player. As long as there were enough points to revive the old master, there were countless methods available. Meanwhile, Su Qinj, who had learned the unfortunate outcome, felt her heart sink with sorrow. Hearing that Su Shengxin might live like a vegetable, she was filled with anxiety. Having experienced that dark period herself, she knew the pain of being conscious, but trapped in a dark consciousness. It was truly a helpless situation, with no thoughts beyond despair and collapse. Thinking about this, Su Qinj became extremely nervous and immediately asked through an AI voice, "Is my grandfather conscious now? Can he hear our conversation?" He can't hear. Chairman Su's condition is quite special. He is like in a deep sleep now. Time has no meaning for him. If he wakes up one day, his memory might still be stuck in yesterday, like waking up from a nap. After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Su Qinj finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a small consolation in the midst of misfortune. Having gone through a period like sleep paralysis, she knew better than anyone the terror of a soul trapped in the body. But without consciousness, at least her grandfather wouldn't suffer so much. In the following days, Su Qinj quietly kept watch by the old man's side without saying a word. After dismissing the doctors, Ling Juan naturally stayed by his wife's side. "Ling Juan, can you talk to my grandfather? Maybe it can help him wake up sooner." Su Qinj blinked her big eyes and made a sincere request to Ling Juan. She felt that she was able to persevere during her darkest times because someone talked to her. Although the doctors had diagnosed her grandfather as unconscious, what if she was the most suitable person for this task? But her vocal cords hadn't recovered yet, and using a cold mechanical voice would be inappropriate, so she had to ask Ling Juan to be her mouthpiece. This. Ling Juan's mouth twitched. It was easy for him to chat with his sister, but chatting with an old man. What should he even talk about? Their interests and hobbies were clearly different. And his interactions with Su's grandfather had been limited, too, lost for words. But seeing the pitiful look in his wife's eyes, what else could he say? Could he refuse? Even if he could, should he? Grandpa Su, I made a promise with Qinj. We will work together to expand the Su family and bring you the joy of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. After Qinj fully recovers, we plan to have at least 12 children, one each year, just enough to match the 12 Chinese zodiac signs. Su Qinj, what? Are you insane? I asked you to talk to my grandfather, and you're talking about this. Having a child with you is already enough. And now you want 12, and even planning to match the zodiac signs. Are you collecting stamps or what? This is way too much. I can't handle it, even with my strong constitution. I'm not a superhero. Facing the girl's embarrassed and angry gaze, Ling Juan grinned and began to explain earnestly. Qinj, what do you think Grandpa Su would like to hear most? If we are going to talk to him and awaken his consciousness, we should definitely talk about things he cares about the most. Do you think, for Grandpa Su, rather than topics like honor and wealth? What he cares about most is our expanding family and the important life event of having a lot of children. With this logically sound argument, Su Qinj was left speechless on the spot. She had to admit, based on her understanding of her grandfather, he did have a strong desire for grandchildren. Before she became a vegetable person, her grandfather would occasionally remind her to get married, saying things like, now that the Su family line was declining, the responsibility to expand the family would fall on your shoulders. This had once made Su Qinj nauseous. She had never thought about having children with a man. She didn't believe there was a man in the world who could make her willingly have children for him. Speechless, right? It shows that you agree with me. So, do you agree with my plan for the 12 zodiac signs? If you agree, Grandpa will definitely be pleased. Maybe he'll wake up on the spot. Ling Juan smirked, trying to persuade her. Glancing at her grandfather, who was unconscious, the young girl thought it wouldn't hurt to agree. After all, it was just words. The important thing was to trigger Su Shengshan to wake up. Su Qinj, at most 12 is too much. I can't handle it. Ling Juan, you can do it. The Su family urgently needs bloodline replenishment. I can work a bit harder. Don't worry about me. I'm sure Grandpa Su would think the same way. Su Qinj, I think 2 is the most I can do. Glaring at Ling Juan Ling Juan, to few, at least 7. Just enough to assemble the 7 Calabash brothers. They'll have companions too. With 7 brothers united, no one can bully them. Su Qinj, then why not just have 108 to form the Liangshan heroes? Rolling her eyes, Ling Juan, hey, that's quite reasonable. We could give it a try. I'll accompany the beauty at all costs, even if you drain me. As your son-in-law, it's my destiny to continue the Su lineage. Su Qinj, shameless. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. Ling Juan, hey, today you didn't you? Time flies, and the days and months pass by quickly. Without realizing, it was already afternoon. With Ling Juan's company, Su Qing's mood had improved significantly. At that moment, a thought flashed in her mind. Ling Juan, do you think I should mimic my grandfather and find an old lady to bring him luck? Perhaps like me, my grandfather was awakened on his wedding night. Ling Juan, ... Are you serious? Why not find a young girl instead of an old lady? A man is young at heart forever. Even Su Laoto, waking up to find an old partner with wrinkles all over his face, would probably feel like crying with no tears. It's like raising a stone, only to drop it on your own foot. Moreover, at his age, the old man's body probably can't handle such excitement. Ling Juan fell silent due to the numerous criticisms he had. After a moment, he awkwardly smiled and answered, "Oh, personally, I don't think it's a good idea. Marriage is not child's play. If your grandfather is conscious, he would probably refuse sternly. As for the two of us, it's purely coincidental. Marrying for good luck is part of old feudal superstition. It's unreliable." Ling Juan knew better than anyone else. The reason he was able to awaken Su Qinj was due to the all-capable system, not by relying on luck. It's not like he could awaken her even if he knocked himself out. Su Laoyu wanting to replicate the same path almost seemed impossible considering his age. In fact, Su Qinj herself was well aware of this. She was only afraid that her grandfather would be too lonely in his old age, and she wanted to find him a companion so he could be better taken care of in the future. But after being alerted by Ling Juan, she came up with a new idea. "Could you use the massage technique you used on me on my grandfather? Maybe it would be effective since both are in a coma. Why don't we consult Senior Deng later? If he finds it suitable, would you be willing to be responsible for massaging my grandfather? Perhaps, like me, my grandfather will awaken soon." Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thought more about this plan. Both are in a similar vegetative state. It didn't make sense for the massage technique to work on her, but not on her grandfather. Isn't that unscientific? Ling Juan, seeing the hopeful look in the young girl's eyes, couldn't resist but quipped silently, criticizing the situation. "Ha ha ha. My big bro Juan is all good, but he's too indecisive in front of his relatives. Completely lacking that domineering attitude when he faces outsiders." Su Qinj had struggled for a long time and, feeling despondent, finally made the decision. She needed support more than listening to sermons. "You see, Gigi has made your little sister angry. Alas, such an incompetent Gigi." When Ling Juan and the two girls were making noise, Su Fan had already roughly diagnosed Su Shengchen's condition. To be truthful, relying on his master's unique skill, the 13 ghost door needles, he had several methods to awaken his grandfather. However, these methods were more aggressive, involving forcibly stimulating the brain to awaken the other person, which could potentially cause irreversible damage to the old gentleman's body. Although with his medical skills comparable to HUA2, the probability of such consequences was extremely low, but there was still a risk. If it were someone else, it would be fine. But faced with his own grandfather, Su Fan still wanted to seek a 100% treatment plan. "I need to find a slightly gentler and more gradual way." Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Su Qinj on the wheelchair from the corner of his eye, and a bright idea struck him. If he could combine Ling Juan's massage technique with the divine medicine he concocted, it would almost guarantee success. "Lin brother, about Mr. Su's condition." Perhaps seeking help, Su Fan's attitude became more sincere as he laid out his thoughts. "Nani? After all that circling around, they want me to be intimate with Grandpa. Big brother, I'm not blaming you. This heaven's chosen child seems a little fake. How can't even handle this little problem?" Ling Juan resisted internally, feeling it was impossible for him to give his grandfather a massage. But faced with Su Qing's hopeful gaze, Ling Juan couldn't bring himself to refuse. "If Grandpa needs me, as his grandson-in-law, I will do it without hesitation." Ling Juan stood his ground, appearing righteous and honorable, which softened the siblings' gazes and secretly moved them. But in the next moment, Ling Juan's tone changed. "But King's body hasn't fully recovered, and I am really stretched thin." He continued, "With the recent trouble at the company that needs me and Qinj to handle, I truly don't have the time. Therefore, I want to teach you this massage technique so you can take care of Grandpa in the future. Su Fan, if you could devote more effort, your compensation can be decided later." "Ah, what? They want to pass on this exclusive technique to me?" Su Fan's pupils contracted in shock. Techniques like these, long lost to history, were usually kept secret and hidden for fear of being learned by outsiders. Some were even passed down only to male heirs to preserve the family legacy. For example, his 13 ghost door needles. His second master strictly forbade him from teaching it to others, saying that it could only be passed on to his own legitimate disciple. But Ling Juan generously offered it up like this. How selfless! Su Fan was deeply moved, realizing he couldn't bear to do the same. On the side, Su Qinj also felt guilty, knowing the preciousness of this mysterious massage technique. It was remarkable that Ling Juan chose to pass it on to a stranger for the sake of their family. Am I crying? It's making me feel more indebted to them. At this moment, the Su siblings were filled with gratitude towards Ling Juan, considering him a saint of their time. But the ever-silent little girl gazed suspiciously at everything. With her detective eyes as Chen Keenan, she knew there was only one truth. Perhaps that old flirt Oni-chan was just disliking Grandpa's old age and decline. Alright, Su-fan, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let me demonstrate the technique for you right now, Ling Juan announced. This massage technique is called the Artful Hands Massage, with 10 steps you must follow precisely. To better explain, Ling Juan lifted the girl from the wheelchair and placed her on the nearby bed. Then, with a serious expression, he began the demonstration of the massage process. Witnessing the intimate massage session, Su-fan was initially puzzled, feeling a strange sense. But observing Ling Juan's righteous and gentlemanly demeanor, he scolded himself in his mind for misjudging. Su-fan then composed himself and began to learn earnestly. He climbed onto the bed, imitating Ling Juan's actions of embracing Grandpa and listening to his instructions. While seeing Su Shengshan on the adjacent bed, Su-fan couldn't help but murmur as he interacted with him. Ling Juan's mouth twitched continually. Damn. Oh damn. It's too awkward to watch **********. He bit his tongue several times before suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. Looking down at the beautiful girl in his embrace, Ling Juan felt fortunate about his decision. Oh, how embarrassing it feels I haven't experienced this kind of feeling in a long time. In the past, it was always in a familiar environment, with the two of us. Over time, I got used to daily massages. But now, in the hospital, in front of a strange man, it just feels awkward. But for Grandpa, I have to bear it. With this massage technique, Grandpa will surely recover quickly. Now I'm starting to feel sensations in my body, and they're becoming clearer. Perhaps soon, I will be able to stand up again. Engrossed in her thoughts, Su-kinj was able to dissipate the overwhelming awkwardness she felt at first. Thanks to Ling Juan's skillful massage techniques, she quickly indulged, her face flushing with comfort. As for Su-fan, with his innate talent and diligent learning attitude, he gradually became more adept in the massage technique, feeling increasingly comfortable with it. In the city center, Uxu district, Darui Shopping Center. In a luxury store, there was a rare combination of an old husband and a young wife, attracting the surprised gazes of countless tourists in the mall. The old man appeared to be around 50 years old, looking like he had reached a wise age. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit, had gold-rimmed glasses, and had a mustache. Although his hair was white, he had maintained a good posture and exuded a refined and gentle demeanor. From a distance, he looked like a well-educated old professor. As for the woman holding his arm, she was a beautiful young woman with a lovely face. She had a radiant smile, an elegant figure, and effectively captivated the passionate gazes of many male tourists. Wearing a purple cheongsam, she exuded a noble and graceful temperament, radiating a feminine charm as gentle as water, especially her face. The occasional happy smile that appeared, as well as the gentle touches on her belly as she walked, perfectly showcasing a radiant maternal glow and endless tenderness. Originally, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Watching an elderly man and a young woman walking intimately together, everyone assumed they were a father and daughter, with the father accompanying his daughter to shop. It wasn't until the young woman sweetly called out, "Honey," and exclaimed, "Listen, our child is so playful. It seems to be kicking me again." This wasn't a father-daughter pair at all, they were actually a married couple. Everyone felt like their worldview had been shattered. Especially many male tourists were indignant, not knowing where they fell short. Was it because they were younger? Or showered every day? Not Li Ya. I swear I'm not Li Ya. Detecting the envious and jealous glances of the people around them, Wang Defa's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Then, he deliberately touched the young woman's belly and proudly proclaimed, "Our son is not even a month old. How could he be kicking already? Yan, you're too nervous. Relax a bit. Now, both you and our child are my treasures. If anything happens to the two of you, I wouldn't want to live either." Hearing this, Su Yan's face blushed, full of happiness. She felt that she hadn't misjudged her husband, he truly loved her. "See," he said, "both me and the child are his treasures. For my sake, and our child's, he would even give up his own life. A man who treats me with such sincerity, How can I easily let him go? Sigh. It's a pity the man at home doesn't understand love, claiming that her husband deceived her emotionally. Humph, what a load of crap. Since having Wang Dafa's child, Su-Yan's heart was completely tied to the old man, even changing how she addressed him to Honey. She felt incredibly happy, having found her lifelong partner. So, after receiving the prenatal examination report, she immediately sought out Su-Shengshan to share her joy with her father. But who would have thought that old stubborn man was still unyielding? Without offering his blessings, he even maliciously cursed at her, ordering her to immediately go to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. Even now, remembering the heartless and ugly face of her father, Su-Yan still felt a chilling pain in her heart. She was his biological daughter, and the child in her belly was his grandchild, a living being. How could he say such a cruel thing as abort the baby? Su-Yan truly couldn't fathom why her father could be so merciless towards her. At that moment, she truly felt disheartened, with tears streaming down her face. Thank goodness! What goes around comes around, and retribution is inevitable. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't bear to see her father's cruelty, hence why they brought down divine retribution upon him. Yan, are you okay? Don't scare me. Sensing that Su-Yan's emotions were off, a hint of anxiety appeared on Wang Dafa's old face. Honey, I'm fine. Don't worry. Seeing the redness in Wang Dafa's concerned eyes, as if he was about to burst into tears at any moment, Su-Yan felt warm and content in her heart. She felt incredibly happy that she was raising children with the man in front of her, seeing it as an honor and a glory for her entire life. If a husband is like this, what more could a wife ask for? I am grateful that I persevered and didn't heed my dad's nonsense back then. Otherwise, how could we have the happy life we share today? Hearing this, Wang Dafa grinned, showing off his big yellow teeth, exuding a smug air. Even if Su-Shengshan's career was successful, so what? Didn't I sleep with his daughter? Even if he accumulated wealth through decades of hard work, it would eventually fall into my hands. Of course, these were just his thoughts, and though he appeared sorrowful on the surface, deep down, he was beaming with satisfaction. Ah, Yan. Well, what Su-Laoje said isn't wrong. Our age gap is too big, and it's difficult to have a future together. I understand Su-Laoji's concerns, putting oneself in their shoes. If my daughter, then I'd probably do the same as Su-Laoje. But who cares? I love you. Even though I know there may not be a future, I can't help but love you. Even if I'm criticized by everyone, I don't want to leave any regrets in my life. Because my brain and my heart, the wrinkles on my face, and all the aging organs in my body are saying, I love you, Yan. Wang Dafa grinned, his mouth revealing all the creases, reciting the oily lines his grandson hastily wrote for him last night. At the same time, he kneeled down without regard for his own old and decrepit appearance, imitating the young people's ardent confessions in a deep and heartfelt manner. And this scene of the elderly man's nauseating plea for the young woman's love, which might seem repulsive to others, appeared as deeply affectionate to her love-struck mind. Overwhelmed with joy, she couldn't help but be moved to tears. Her husband truly was so romantic. As for the whispers and gossip from the surrounding crowd, filtered through Su-Yan's subjective awareness, they became envious blessings, turning into quiet well-wishes. Immediately after, the elderly man and the young woman deeply embraced in public. Ooh, this nauseating scene caused some tourists to vomit out their dinner. 2.5 minutes later, the two separated their lips, realizing there were too many well-wishers watching them. Su-Yan shyly took the old man's hand and ran through the crowd. As they were about to leave the shopping mall, the two handed over the bags filled with luxury items they purchased to the sales clerk to settle the bill. These items were Su-Yan's gifts to Wang Dafa's entire family as his wife. I'm sorry. Yan, it's all my fault. Always spending your money. Honey, what are you talking about? It's just a few tens of millions. Besides, my money is your money, isn't it? Seeing Wang Dafa speak poorly of himself, Su-Yan felt heartache and quickly reassured him. I know you're a talented man, just needing a platform to showcase your talent, an opportunity. I couldn't help you before, but now that the Su Group is under my control, I will fully support you in realizing your dreams. Thank you, Yan. Wang Dafa was so moved that he beat his chest and shed tears of sorrow. Don't be like this, we're husband and wife. What's mine is yours. Furthermore, after our child is born, I've decided to be a full-time wife at home, with the company under your full control. I just want to manage the household and raise children behind you, being a happy little woman behind you. After all, a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. Throughout history, it's been the man working outside, the woman managing inside. The most important thing for us women is to serve our husbands, respect our in-laws, and raise our children. This is the meaning of a woman's life. Hearing this, Wang Defa outwardly agreed with phrases like times have changed and gender equality, while inwardly feeling quite satisfied with Su Yan's self-awareness. Just then, the sales clerk, looking puzzled, handed over the credit card. "Miss Su, your card seems to be frozen. Would you like to use a different one?" Frozen? How could this be possible? Su Yan was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. The last time her card was frozen was because of her malicious father's despicable tactics to force her to give up true love. But now, he should be lying in the hospital for punishment. "Yan, what's going on?" Wang Defa exclaimed in shock upon hearing that the bank cards were frozen. Since Su Shengshan went to the hospital, Su Yan's bank cards should have already been upgraded to an unlimited super VIP gold card, right? "I'm not sure. It must be some mistake on the bank's part." "It's okay. I'll get a new card," Su Yan said, furrowing her brows slightly. Without making a big deal out of it, she took out a few cards from her wallet and handed them to the clerk. With the Su family's financial resources rolling in daily, there were plenty of banks seeking to cooperate with her. One problematic transaction was not a big deal. 2.5 minutes later, to the clerk's surprise, all the bank cards showed frozen status. How could this happen? Su Yan's expression turned grim, clearly realizing that something was amiss. Ding ding ding. Just when both of them were confused, Wang Defa's phone suddenly rang. "Grandpa, something big happened. Dad and uncle, aunt, they were all fired by the group. Most of them were arrested on charges of corruption and bribery, maybe facing at least 3 to 5 years in prison. Help. Grandpa, sob." Wang Xiaofa seemed terrified, his voice trembling with tears. "What did you say? What happened exactly? Explain it clearly. Could it be Su Shengshan woke up?" Upon hearing this unfortunate news, Wang Defa exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief, thinking that Su Shengshan woke up and started settling scores. It wasn't that old man, it was that darn son-in-law. He brought that vegetable wife. Luckily, Mom sought help from Huo Xiao at the last minute, and that's how Dad and I were rescued. But Uncle and the others might not be that lucky. Those two bastards froze all the cooperation projects with our Wong family now. They are planning to wipe us out. Wang Xiaofa gritted his teeth, explaining the situation. Acting so quickly. Upon learning that everything was done by Ling Juan and his wife, Wang Defa was shocked. Ever since Su Qinj woke up from the vegetable state, Wang Defa had anticipated this day, but he never expected it to come so soon. After consoling his grandson for a few words, the call was hung up. "Honey, don't worry. I'll call my niece now. She always listens to me. She wouldn't dare defy my orders." Since the call was on hands-free, Su Yan also understood the situation clearly and was furious. She couldn't believe that Su Qinj, her niece, could make such drastic decisions without consulting her, like stopping her bank cards and going after her husband's family. All right, fine. This unfilial niece clearly doesn't even consider me her aunt, Su Yan said firmly, feeling indignant, and vowed to make Su Qinj restore the cooperation between the two families and apologize to the Wang family members. Hearing this, Wang Defa's eyes shone. His face showed a hint of sadness as he pretended to dissuade her gently. "Yan, let it go. Stop here. I understand the feelings in your niece's heart. She must have some grudge against you because of Su Shengshan's condition. The success of the Wang family is all thanks to you. And now, this is fate. It's not about others. You've already done enough. Ever since Su Shengshan's condition, I've been heartbroken with guilt. I can't let you get into trouble again because of me, or have disputes with your niece. Let's part ways now and forget about each other. As for the child, you better get rid of it." Wang Defa pounded his chest, tears streaming down his old face, looking heartbroken. How can this be? When Su Yan heard the old man talking about breaking up and asking her to get rid of the child, her face turned pale. Now Wang Defa was her life. Their unborn child was an indispensable part of her life. She was willing to sacrifice everything for Wang Dafa and their child, ready to give up everything. Hearing the old man talk of breaking up and getting rid of the child was more painful than killing her. It would be better to just let her die. Thinking about this, Su Yan grew more resentful towards her niece. If it weren't for her interference, Su Yan might have already spent her life peacefully with Fa Zhe. Why wake up at all? Life as a vegetable might have been better. Why wake up? Su Yan's face darkened, taking out her phone to make a call to her unfilial niece. Honey, don't worry. I won't leave you. Whatever dirty tricks my niece wants to pull to break us apart, I won't submit. Your family is my family, and I won't stand by idly. I'll call Kinj now and ask her if she still considers me as her aunt, or if she plans to revolt. Su Yan's tone was cold, full of anger. She had always been restricted by her father, but now even a junior dared to defy her. Since Su Kinj had always been respectful to her. Therefore, Su Yan thought she had the upper hand and was determined to make Su Kinj respect her as an elder. Seeing that the time was right, Wang Dafa pretended to sigh compassionately, suggesting they should stop. He had already figured out that Su Kinj, despite all her schemes, would eventually come to apologize to them. Beep beep beep. After making a few calls, Su Yan found that they were all busy signals. Am I blacklisted? How dare she? Su Yan slowly put down her phone, her eyes filled with disbelief, her face alternating between pale and blue. She wasn't a fool. She had finally sensed something unusual. And so did Wang Dafa, his old face changing slightly, realizing that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. If Su Yan's plan didn't work, then it would be a real problem. Yan, let's go home first, Wang Dafa said, facing the clerk's disdainful looks as he shamelessly returned the packed items, grabbing Su Yan and quickly leaving, until they returned to their villa. Su Yan was still shocked by being blacklisted, unable to believe it. In her mind, despite her niece's cold nature, she had always been obedient to her. Yet at that moment, how could she have blacklisted her? Was it because of the incident with her father that angered Kinj? After all, their grandfather and granddaughter relationship was much better than hers with her own father. Thinking about this, Su Yan's brows furrowed deeper, feeling unfair. She had always known that her father favored her niece, giving her all the good things first, leaving her feeling very unbalanced. In a way, she was extremely jealous of Su Kinj. While lost in her thoughts, they had already entered the villa and arrived in the living room. At that moment, on the sofa in the living room, sat Wang Dafa's family. When they saw Su Yan entering, they all turned their gazes towards her, their faces looking somewhat displeased. Usually, they would smile and come forward with fake hospitality, but with the unexpected turn of events, they were clearly upset, which made Su Yan also face their displeasure. Among them was a thin woman who looked as sharp as a bamboo with a sour expression on her face, who coldly snorted and said, "Oh my, Mom, you're willing to come back. I thought your niece had high principles and was acting against us, arresting my husband and son, all with your permission." Hearing this, Su Yan quickly put on a smile, trying to appease her. "Schumann, you misunderstood me. Don't be angry. I just found out about this too. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer for nothing. I'll definitely explain to you what happened." The woman's name was Ju Schumann. 2 years younger than Su Yan, she was Wang Dafa's daughter-in-law, married to Wang Fugui. Upon learning that her husband and son had been arrested, she was almost frightened to death and immediately sought help from the Huo family. Although Wang Xiaofa and his father were released, the other relatives like aunts and uncles were still in custody, facing prison time. No wonder Ju Schumann was angry. She couldn't help but have an unpleasant expression. Even her husband Wang Fugui couldn't resist poking the fire and said in a weird tone, "Heh, how can we dare to make Mom angry? Otherwise, what if you, Mom, let your niece arrest me?" "It's not true. This has nothing to do with me," Su Yan said anxiously, desperately explaining the situation. "You are all my husband's family, and naturally, you are my family too. How could I harm you? Everything was done by my unfilial niece acting on her own. I'll make sure to set things right once I get back home." The unification of their faces and their willingness to let her get the grasp of her situation was clearly a calculated move, ensuring that she knew her place. Their family was just an ordinary one, struggling to the point where they could only rent a basement. Now, they were able to live in this villa due to Su Yan's unwavering support, and they couldn't afford to actually fall out with her. "Grandma, Don't blame my parents. They acted out of concern. After all, the family business is closely tied to the group. Now all the cooperation projects are frozen, and there's talk about holding people accountable legally. Isn't it a plot to ruin our family? You must understand that. Wang Xiaofa earnestly pleaded, playing good cop with his parents, one taking the red face, the other the white. And Su Yan clearly looked convinced by their earnest gestures and nodded in understanding. You guys don't worry. I am always King's elder. She wouldn't dare defy me. I'll make sure to give you an explanation. As for your losses, I'll compensate them doubly. Hearing this, the faces of Wang Fugi's family finally relaxed a bit, mainly because they didn't dare to confront Su Yan head-on, and by slightly playing hard to get, they eventually made her understand her position. It was indeed due to Su Yan's significant contributions that the Wang family had come this far. However, that brought no fear. He almost started to view that husband and wife pair more as tools to achieve their goals. In a snap, time flew by swiftly. Before they knew it, an afternoon had passed. In the evening at 8 o'clock, the Su family celebration banquet had begun. Night falls. Outside the gates of the Grand Hotel in the Magic City, voices fill the air as the elite gather. Countless wealthy and prominent figures arrive in luxury cars. They are all here to attend the celebration banquet hosted by the Su Group. Back door of the hotel. A Maybach slowly comes to a stop. The car door opens, and the figures of Ling Juan and two others suddenly appear. Since my father passed away, the Su family has gradually declined, losing its influence day by day. It's been many years since I've seen such a prosperous scene like today. If only Grandpa could see this, he would surely be pleased. But it's too cruel for him. This relationship can only be severed by me. I hope Grandpa won't be too sad when he wakes up. Watching the busy scene at the banquet venue, Su King's expression is complicated. In recent years, the Su Group has been declining. She never imagined she would witness such a scene again after waking up from a big dream. Such is the impermanence of life. The only regret is, she has to part ways with her aunt tonight, and they will be like strangers from now on. Thinking about this, Su King's chest tightens, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But she is a very rational person and understands the need to make difficult decisions. Her aunt is beyond redemption, and in order to prevent the century-old foundation of the Su Group from being ruined, she must choose the path of righteousness even if it means severing ties with her aunt. If Grandpa were clear-minded, he would surely make the same decision. However, kicking out the daughter he raised from childhood would be too cruel for Grandpa, who is already physically and mentally exhausted. So, this task can only be carried out by her. Just as Su Kinj was feeling melancholic, a pair of broad arms embraced her from behind. A steady breath whispered in her ear, "Kinj, whatever decision you make, I will be with you." Ling Juan's words were like warm sunlight in spring, shining gently on the girl's heart, making her unconsciously smile and dispelling her worries. Yes, things are different now. She is no longer alone. The biggest gain from this slumber is the man behind her. Without his help, how could the Su family have a chance to restore its former glory? For the important people around her, she must draw a clear line with that foolish aunt. With this in mind, Su Kinj regained her determination. Let's go, Kinj. You still need to get ready before going on stage. With a carefree smile, Ling Juan pushed the wheelchair, and the two figures disappeared through the back door of the hotel. At the hotel entrance, for the sake of her man, to show her face in front of many elites, Su Yan, dressed in a red cheongsam, stepped out of the car. She immediately linked arms with Wang Defa and stood at the hotel entrance, welcoming guests. She greeted the guests warmly, like a gracious host, thanking the wealthy guests for gracing the event. Mr. Liu, thank you for honoring us today. The Su family is truly shining. Please, Miss G, come in, come in. Haha. Mr. Liu, it's been a month since we last met, right? You seem to be getting younger. It's windy outside. Let's head inside. Thank you all for being here. Despite the rumors circulating about Su Yan's love affairs, many wealthy guests immediately recognized Wang Defa's identity. This made many at the scene feel extremely unbalanced. They couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman would be attracted to that old man. Their appearance far surpassed that old man's, leaving many wondering why no beautiful woman would choose them instead. Nevertheless, despite their puzzlement, they greeted Wang Defa with smiles, as no one wanted to be rude at such an occasion, to avoid causing any conflicts. They were aware that with the Su family's resurgence, it was best not to offend anyone. Only a few well-informed guests gazed playfully at Su Yan. In a secluded corner of the banquet hall, the Wang family gathered with triumphant smiles on their faces. Initially overwhelmed by the abundance of wealthy guests, the Wang family, who had humble beginnings, had never experienced such a high-end occasion. However, upon learning that the three were Wang Defa's son and daughter-in-law, many big shots immediately treated them with enthusiasm, toasting and chatting with them. This boosted the Wang family's vanity to peak levels. Grandpa sure has some skills. If it weren't for him having that silly woman under control, we might never have squeezed into this high society circle. Keep your voice down. That's your grandmother. If she hears, she might have some thoughts about us. Startled, Wang Fugi's jowls shook a bit, giving his son a stern glance. In the midst of this high society banquet ... He knew that the Wang family's current position was due to Su Yan's support, so he became more cautious. Dad, you're overthinking it. That woman is fine, as long as she keeps pleasing us. She wouldn't dare be discontent with us. She has been captivated by Grandpa so well. She wouldn't dare hold any grudges against us. She still needs us to speak for her, to convince Grandpa to marry her soon. Wang Xiaofa sneered. Despite Su Yan being older than him, her humble attitude had long made him look down on her from the bottom of his heart. Son, be quiet, the walls have ears. Now that the damn vegetable is awake, the initiative is no longer in Su Yan's hands, you know? Although that girl cares about family, she's not very friendly to us. We can use Su Yan to control her niece. But we must be careful. If she gets desperate and tries to break free, even family ties won't hold her back. We must use the love between the aunt and niece to benefit our Wang family as much as possible. Zhu Shuman interrupted her son's nonsensical words, her calculating eyes revealing her true intentions. Hearing that, Wang Xiaofa frowned, but eventually took some of it to heart and toned down his arrogant attitude. They all understood that, at this celebration banquet, Su Qinj would definitely find a way to lower her head, voluntarily apologize to her aunt. In order for the Wang family to grow and succeed, they had to choose to be patient, lower their attitudes to gain Su Qing's trust, and finally play the sympathy card with the child. While the Wang family harbored dark intentions, Ling Juan, dressed in formal attire and holding a glass of red wine, appeared alone in the banquet hall. Ling Juan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the dignitaries present. After all, they were all here for the Su family celebration. As the appointed heir of Su Shengshan, the original owner of the beauty pill, Ling Juan naturally became the center of attention at this celebration. Ling Juan, dressed in a white suit, stood out like a dazzling pearl among the crowd. His facial features were distinct, resembling ancient Greek sculptures with their beauty. His deep eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if they could see into people's hearts. The slight upturn of his lips revealed his calm and confident demeanor. The well-tailored white suit highlighted his slender figure and unique temperament. With his upright posture and confident stride, he seemed like the most dazzling star at the banquet, making it hard for people to look away. He raised his glass and graciously toasted with the high-status celebrities at the party. His refined manner and profound insights effortlessly captivated the wealthy guests, instantly making him the center of attention. Is this really the Lin I know? Such a drastic change in temperament. Wow, doesn't he have bipolar disorder? Every time I saw him before, he looked so hostile, but now he's so friendly. So handsome. He could totally be a star with this appearance, so talented. The Su family hit the jackpot with this son-in-law. Speaking of which, isn't the Lin family in trouble? Isn't Ling Juan planning to help out? Seriously, you know the situation of the Lin family, don't you? Ling Juan probably wants the Lin family to fall. But I heard that the Lin Corporation was acquired by a mysterious person. What about our fairy of Shanghai? That glimpse of her back then, I still remember it vividly. So beautiful, amidst the clinking of glasses, gossip and discussions heated up. At this moment, the Wang family also noticed Ling Juan's presence and thought about their future relationship as relatives. They smiled and raised their glasses, ready to chat with him. In their minds, Ling Juan was nothing more than a disrespectful son-in-law. Su Shengshan's choice of him as the heir was a last resort. Now that Su Qinj had awakened, she would surely try her best to reclaim the shares held by the other party. And any ambitious man would never choose to surrender. This was the Wong family's opportunity to sow discord in the couple's relationship and to ally with Ling Juan as their own. Nephew-in-law, may we have a word with you? Uncle, auntie, we have something important to discuss with you. Facing the sudden introduction of the three Wong family members, Ling Juan didn't even lift an eyelid, ignoring them completely, and continued to chat and toast with the guests around him. The Wong family members thought that it was too noisy around them, causing Ling Juan to be hard of hearing. So they raised their voices and called out several times in a row. Finally, Ling Juan reacted, looking around in confusion. Huh, strange. Did I hear barking? Did you all hear that? With that remark, a lady guest burst into laughter immediately. It triggered a chain reaction, leading to laughter resounding throughout the venue, all eyes teasingly focusing on the Wong family. Faced with this great humiliation, the three Wong family members blushed with anger. They glared at Ling Juan, feeling insulted by his actions, intended to shame them in public and make them lose face in front of everyone. Fortunately, their savior arrived at that moment. You scoundrel! Su Yan, dressed in a red cheongsam, stormed towards them, her face filled with anger. She had just seen her family from afar being humiliated by Ling Juan, and she rushed over, pointing her finger at his nose and scolding, "Do you have no manners? We are your elders, and you dare to humiliate us in front of others. You're bringing disgrace to the Su family. Humph! I've always known that you're just using our family for malicious intentions. You insolent brat, apologize to my husband's family immediately." Seeing Ling Juan coldly staring at her, disregarding her words, Su Yan felt challenged and was about to push him. But to her surprise, two black-clad bodyguards immediately stood in her way like two mountains, firmly blocking her path. "You two slaves, get out of the way. Do you want to defy your master? Know who I am. I am your master's wife, and my father-in-law is Su Shengshen." Su Yan glared fiercely at the bodyguards, fuming with anger. She never expected that even the household staff would dare to disobey her orders. If she didn't find a way to regain control, would there still be a place for her in the Su family? But how could the bodyguards listen to this mad woman? Their high and mighty behavior had already irritated them. Now that the young miss had awakened, they paid even less attention to Su Yan's commands. "This is outrageous. Is our Su family son-in-law revolting? Where is Su Qinj? Have my niece come see me immediately? I need to ask her myself if she can watch her own aunt being bullied." Su Yan's anger surged, questioning the whereabouts of her niece. "Shut up. Qinj will show up in due time. You better behave yourself and stay put, or I'll have you thrown out right now." Ling Juan's tone was calm, his face expressionless, but exuding an intimidating aura. With just a sentence, Su Yan felt a faint shadow of Su Shengshen's authority from him, making her subconsciously pause. Then, frowning and not daring to speak further. "Wow, looks like there's trouble in the Su family. They're openly fighting among themselves. Oh my god, Su Yan's brain in love. Where did she get the IQ to engage in family conflicts? If it weren't for family ties, she would have been taken care of by the Su family long ago. It sounds like Su Qinj woke up from her vegetative state. Unbelievable. Wasn't it widely reported that she would spend her life in a coma? Su old man is amazing. He actually found someone to wake up his granddaughter through the traditional ritual. What a clever move. I don't think Su Yan can play the emotional card as easily this time. The collapse of Su old man's health has touched Su Qinj's bottom line." As the various pieces of information slowly aligned, when the guests looked back at Su Yan and her companions, a playful and eager anticipation sparkled in their eyes, waiting for the show to begin. "Mom, what's going on here? Wasn't tonight's banquet specifically organized by the Su family to apologize to you? But look at their attitude. There is no intention of apology at all. They even mocked us behind our backs. Humph! The Wong family's reputation has been tarnished." On the other side, Wang Fugui, who was kept in the dark, quietly scolded Su Yan as she walked back. Beside him, Zhu Shuman and her son had equally sour expressions. They had just enjoyed the flattery and praise from everyone, and now they had become the laughing stock of the guests. It was as if their faces were being rubbed on the ground repeatedly. "Fugui, don't be angry. This must be that idiot's own idea. Once my niece arrives, he won't dare to be so arrogant anymore. I guarantee you That disrespectful brat will personally serve you tea, apologize, and rectify the situation for you. Su Yin felt restless, but she kept smiling and persuading. Not only will he serve tea and apologize, but he must bow publicly as well. Exactly. That boy made us lose face. So we must regain it tenfold. Right, we also can't overlook the emotional distress caused. We are feeling very upset because of his humiliation, so we must be compensated financially. HMPH. He even dares to show us attitude. Who does he think he is? Exactly. Just a son-in-law coming to visit. He has no male dignity at all. What right does he have to treat us this way? Faced with the increasingly unreasonable demands of the Wong family, Su Yin agreed to everything without hesitation. This finally calmed down the Wong family and their faces brightened. Seeing this, Su Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly fed up with the commotion and her disgust towards Ling Juan deepened. If it weren't for his pushy behavior, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation, being scolded by her children. Thankfully, she understood her niece well. She always sided with family over reason, so she would definitely stand up for her. After all, they shared the same blood, which was thicker than water. Despite their minor differences at the moment, breaking bones wouldn't break their bond. In front of this man, Ling Juan, who had no blood relation, the choice was clear. Finding out that she was being bullied by a mere son-in-law, Su Kinj would definitely come to her defense, and they would present a unified front. Will everything really go so smoothly? Amidst all this, Wang Defa remained silent, observing everything. His right eyelid twitched, as if foreboding something bad. Especially when he noticed the playful expression on Ling Juan's face, his unease deepened. But as he looked around, he finally locked eyes with a powerful figure in the crowd, and his heart calmed a bit. With that person supporting the Wong family, they could rest easy. The only thing that surprised Wang Defa was that the top-ranked playboy in the world, who claimed no woman was worthy of him, had actually brought a female companion this time, and that companion didn't seem too willing, not at all like a wealthy heiress. Everyone, please enjoy tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk. Su Kinj, due to some physical discomfort, was still changing backstage. Ling Juan, on the other hand, casually strolled around the banquet early, mingling with the powerful. Holding a glass of red wine, he cheerfully toasted and chatted with the guests, appearing relaxed and at ease. Long time no see, Lin Shaw ... After 3 days of separation, truly eye-opening. Huh? At this moment, a rough voice sounded, catching Ling Juan off guard. He saw a bald man in a floral shirt approaching him with a glass of wine. The man had a big cigar in his mouth and a tattoo of a black northeast tiger on the back of his head. It was Zhao Hu, whom Ling Juan had encountered once at the Tiancheng KTV. Tiger Lord ... What brings you here? To avenge your son for the past incident and make a scene. Ling Juan narrowed his eyes, speculating. Lin Shaw is joking. My son deserved to be punished. It was an honor for him to be educated by you. I came here to genuinely offer my congratulations. Please don't misunderstand. Zhao Hu quickly explained, with sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't dare to offend Ling Juan now, as he didn't want to end up in unknown circumstances. The rise of the Su group was unstoppable. Perhaps one day, they could reach the level of support that the Han family provided. Zhao Hu was a smart man. He wouldn't create an ambitious enemy for himself just because of some past grievances. Nevertheless, what he feared most was that Master Su seemed to have a good relationship with the man in front of him. His presence tonight was mainly due to a call from Master Su, and he was just being used as a pawn. By the way, I heard Ling Jian borrowed some money from you. Has he paid back that debt? You this? No, Mr. Lin, after all, he is your father. Speaking of the loan from the Lin Group, hundreds of millions, Zhao Hu couldn't help but wince. That was not a small amount. If it were anyone else, he would have resorted to aggressive debt collection methods. But it was Ling Juan's biological father. Even though there were rumors of their severed father-son relationship, Zhao Hu didn't dare to go too far. Ling Jian hadn't repaid a cent of the loan, and the interest had risen to an unbelievable figure. After much consideration, Zhao Hu prepared himself to just accept his bad luck. Suddenly, Ling Juan's deep voice reached his ears. Debts must be repaid, that's common sense. It's the same for everyone. Zhao Hu raised his head in disbelief, meeting Ling Juan's playful gaze. Both were intelligent individuals, knowing when to stop. Ha ha. Lin Sha is truly righteous and admirable. Zhao Hu chuckled, giving a thumbs up. It seemed his account could now be reclaimed safely. Zhao Hu, why are you so happy? Nothing. Miss, you're here. Upon hearing Han Xinchao's voice, Zhao Hu startled and quickly reined in his smile, showing respect. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Miss Han Xinchao, and this is Mr. Ling Juan. Han Xinchao, one of the 4 beauties of Shanghai, ranked 3rd. I remember she was a bit assertive and selfish in the original work, the most loyal bootlicker to the big brother, always striving to be number 1 and harboring competitive animosity towards Su Qinge. Ling Juan grinned, recalling Han Xinchao's persona from the original work. As he looked at her, he noticed her beautiful face, dressed in a low-cut black evening gown, showcasing her fair skin. With her charming eyes, silky voice, and seductive demeanor, she truly had a strong appeal to men. However, after seeing Su Qing's stunning beauty earlier, Han Xinchao's looks didn't amaze Ling Juan too much. What truly caught his attention was standing beside Han Xinchao. A white shirt, ripped pants, a cold expression, and hands in his pockets, the indifferent young man. Su Fan. Suffin, how could you ... Ling Juan raised his glass, a perfectly subtle look of surprise on his face. In reality, Ling Juan had expected Suffin's arrival long ago. After all, at the hospital, Su Qinge had mentioned wanting to sever ties with her own aunt. With Suffin's personality, he couldn't possibly remain indifferent. I know Miss Han from before. I happened to have free time tonight, so I accompanied her to join in the fun. Oh, I see. I understand, Ling Juan said with a hint of ambiguity in his gaze, shifting his eyes between Han Xinchao and Suffin, a playful curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't pry further. It was better not to make his elder brother strain too many brain cells to cover up lies. Phew. It seemed like brother-in-law mistakenly misunderstood something. Suffin didn't explain, and simply chose to go along with the misunderstanding, feeling a sense of relief. His visit today had been rushed. If Ling Juan kept asking questions, he might end up contradicting himself, creating more fodder for laughter. The current Suffin didn't want to get involved with the Su family, to avoid causing trouble for his younger sister. The reason he exposed his relationship with the Han family was mainly due to when he couldn't publicly help the Su family, he could use the Han family as a front to help resolve crises for the Su family. It was truly a helpless move. Initially, he had wanted to interact with Ling Juan as an ordinary person, but that resulted in his younger sister distancing herself. Oh well, no more pretense. He decided to gradually reveal his true abilities to his younger sister. On the side, Han Xinchao's eyes flickered with confusion, unable to quite grasp the relationship between Ling Juan and Suffin. The reason she was here today was mainly through information from Zhao Hu that Suffin would attend this banquet. She quickly dressed up and eagerly followed suit. Seeing Suffin not disputing, but rather tacitly admitting his relationship with Han Xinchao, she tentatively looped her arm through Suffin's. Suffin furrowed his brows slightly, feeling uncomfortable all over. But to avoid arousing suspicions from Ling Juan, he endured and refrained from slapping Han Xinchao in the face. Han Xinchao, seeing that she wasn't pushed away, felt elated and very pleased with herself, thinking she had successfully captivated Suffin, with only the final step remaining. Mr. Lin, it's an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you, truly remarkable. You flatter me. Miss Han, you are truly stunning and captivating. No wonder Suffin seems to be moved by your charms. Han Xinchao smiled, engaging in mutual compliments with Ling Juan. At the same time, she discreetly appraised the man before her. This was Suffin's companion. He appeared handsome, but that was all. Ultimately just a mere mortal. How could he compare to my beloved Suffin? Han Xinchao maintained her composure outwardly, but inside, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. She had always viewed Su Qinge as her rival, constantly striving to surpass her in various aspects. Unfortunately, things hadn't gone as planned. But upon seeing Ling Juan in person, she was confident that she would surpass Su Qinge in the realm of future husband. Because compared to external assets like appearance and wealth, Suffin was undeniably a young grandmother, worthy of building a dynasty based solely on his personal abilities. Only a man like him had the qualifications to enjoy the beauty of Han Xinchao. Although Sufin currently showed little interest in her, time would tell a different story. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Never underestimate a poor little girl. One day, Sufin would surely kneel at her feet and succumb to her infinite charm. At that moment, a servant hurried over and informed Ling Juan that everything was ready. "Brother Sufin, please take your time. I'll go greet the other guests first." After a hurried farewell, Ling Juan smiled and walked away until his figure was blocked by the crowd. Sufin then pulled his arm back from Han Xinchao's embrace, his face growing cold, as he swiftly withdrew. With a tone that was both plain and indifferent, he delivered a menacing threat. "For the sake of your father, I'll let it go this time. But if you dare make unwarranted advances on me again, I will kill you." "Huh!" Han Xinchao, who had been lost in a daydream, was startled by the ice-cold intent in Sufin's words, quickly backing away in fear. As for Zhao Hu, his legs trembled even more, barely daring to breathe. Luckily, Sufin's warning was only verbal, and after speaking, he left with a cold expression. A minute later, Han Xinchao's expression gradually shifted from shock to unwillingness. Damn ... Was this man gay? With such a charming appearance, how could he remain unfazed by her charms? Annoyed and embarrassed, Han Xinchao stomped her feet in place, seriously questioning Sufin's sexual orientation. Since learning that Sufin was a legendary martial arts master, she had been determined to make him bow at her feet to prove her superiority over Su Qinj. Hence, she intentionally wore a low-cut gown today, revealing ample cleavage, accompanied by seductive gazes and a sultry voice. She couldn't believe any man could resist her beauty. At the banquet, numerous guests were wide-eyed, wanting to look but hesitating. This inner conflict secretly delighted Han Xinchao, knowing her man-killer look was a success. However, facing her stunning appearance, Sufin still maintained an indifferent attitude, ignoring her as though she were insignificant. This dealt a blow to Han Xinchao's confidence like never before. "Humph, I won't give up. Sufin, one day, you will kneel before me, succumbing to my every whim." Like an indestructible cockroach, Han Xinchao encouraged herself with mental victory, heading towards Sufin. Meanwhile, Sufin stood silently, gazing at the figure of Su Yan mingling with the Wong family in a corner, feeling inexplicably melancholic. He had just witnessed his aunt's arrogant behavior, realizing that everything was beyond repair. His younger sister's decision was right. If he didn't get rid of his aunt, she would surely bring great trouble to the Su family. I=O*. Forget it. I'll just keep an eye on my aunt's life from now on, ensuring she lives without worries in her later years. Sufin stopped dwelling on the childish idea of reconciling with his aunt and decided that those people had to disappear if his aunt wanted to start fresh. As a martial arts master, he had numerous methods to eliminate ordinary people. This was why martial artists were revered and also feared by the authorities, enjoying certain privileges. A powerful martial artist gone rogue could wreak unimaginable havoc. As Sufin made up his mind, he was about to redirect his gaze when he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar slender figure in the corner, standing near the banquet table. She is not far away, standing by the banquet table in an exquisite white gown, was a woman with a face as clear as autumn water and as radiant as spring flowers. Her bright eyes sparkled with innocence and kindness, trembling lips revealing her nervousness and unease. Her long, silky hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, minimal makeup enhancing her natural beauty. Amidst the crowd, she appeared somewhat at a loss, an air of self-consciousness and modesty about her, yet her unique aura made her stand out at the banquet. She seemed like an unpolished gem, exuding a simple charm that captivated all who beheld her. "Ziwen, how is she here?" A rare look of emotion appeared on Sufin's face, deeply shocked, unconsciously moving closer to her. At the same time, memories flooded his mind. During their youth, he and Ziwen were in the midst of first love, experiencing the thrill of budding romance. To prevent Ziwen from feeling inferior upon learning about their differing family backgrounds, Sufin had falsely claimed to hail from a working-class family, choosing to date her as an ordinary person. As graduation approached, he and his family traveled abroad for business, and he made a promise to Ziwen to reunite and marry upon their return. He had intended to reveal his wealthy background to Ziwen after returning home. But fate had other plans. Invoking breathless urgency, Sufin approached the woman. Seeing her face up close, so familiar yet different, confirmed her identity beyond doubt. It was her. It was her. It was asterisk asterisk her asterisk asterisk dot dot dot. The sudden call startled Ziwan, who had been feeling somewhat awkward and out of place. Already confined at home and pondering an escape route, she was suddenly presented with an elegant dress by Huo Qichen, demanding her presence as his consort at the banquet. Despite her protests, they fell on deaf ears before the overbearing Huo Qichen. This was her first time attending such a luxurious event, naturally making her feel timid and inadequate, like an ugly duckling in unfamiliar territory. This gentleman, do you know me? Hearing her name called, Ziwan instinctively looked up to see an ordinary-looking young man in a shabby shirt and torn pants standing before her, his eyes slightly red. Shy, she couldn't quite place it, but there was a faint hint of familiarity between his brows. This person, dressed so plainly. Couldn't he see how out of place he was at such an event? Ziwan recognized Suffin's attire as something affordable from a street market. She wasn't mocking him, in fact, she found it quite endearing. Since she owned quite a few similar outfits, she felt a sense of familiarity with the man before her, both belonging to the same humble class of ordinary people. I was your senior in college. I graduated a year ahead of you. Suffin quickly improvised a new identity. You might not know me, but you were quite popular in college as the campus beauty, which is how I recognized you at once. With a start, Ziwan didn't recognize Suffin, but it wasn't surprising. After all, she had been quite well known in college, topping the beauty charts based on her looks. Hence, many male students knew her, and it wasn't uncommon for her not to recognize him. Junior, what's your name? Delighted to have a familiar acquaintance, Ziwan felt less constrained. My name is Suffin. Suffin. Upon hearing this surname, Ziwan froze briefly, recalling a certain scoundrel from her past, Su Yang. However, she quickly dispelled such absurd thoughts. His face was too plain, far from the dashing looks of the man etched in her memory. Senior, why are you here? Suffin inquired, expressing his current confusion. Given Ziwan's family background, she shouldn't have access to events of this caliber, right? I don't. Ziwan felt nervous, unable to explain. Her anxiety triggered a nauseous sensation, and she quickly covered her mouth, crouching by a nearby trash bin, retching a few times. Such a reaction. Could it be? Suffin's extraordinary medical skills allowed him to discern Ziwan's condition through her physical responses, leaving him with an incredulous thought. Sorry. Junior, I haven't been feeling well lately. Senior, I happen to have some medical skills. Why don't I check your pulse? Suffin subconsciously reached out, holding Ziwan's wrist. In an instant, he understood her internal condition. She was pregnant. Actually pregnant. Confirming that his first love was carrying another man's child struck Suffin like a thunderbolt. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart, a sense of betrayal and hurt from the person he once loved deeply. He wanted to confront Ziwan, demand why she had betrayed him, why their once cherished love had become so fragile. In this moment, as a song by Ling Juan played in the banquet hall one he had released under the name L, with poetic lyrics perfectly timed for the occasion. Lyrics excerpt provided. He must really love you. He knows how to please you better than I do. He won't be as childish as me, causing you difficulties. Hearing these words, it's as if they were crafted specifically for oneself. Sufan felt a wave of pain. A pain that felt like being unable to breathe. So painful. Before he could fully come to terms with his sorrow, he heard Mu Xiaowan's struggling voice by his ear. Junior, what are you doing? You hurt me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sufan subconsciously released his grip, apologizing repeatedly. Looking at Mu Xiaowan's somewhat pained expression, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Yes, he had been gone for so many years. And now Mu Xiaowan was married and had a child. Isn't that a normal thing? Should he make her wait foolishly for him her whole life? What right did he have to criticize her? The one who was clearly at fault was him. Sufan's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by intense guilt. This outcome was something he had long expected. Returning to the city after so many years, he had not actively sought her out, mentally preparing himself to never see her again in this lifetime. Now seeing Mu Xiaowan happy and content with a fulfilling family, that was already enough for him. He couldn't possibly be a homewrecker, destroying the family she had painstakingly built up. Besides, his goal in this life was to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. As for love between a man and a woman, it was no longer his pursuit. Su Fan contemplated many things, and finally, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, he smiled in resignation. Just when he was ready to let go of everything and send blessings to his former lover, a domineering and familiar shout rang out. "What are you two doing?" It turned out to be Huo Qichen returning from the restroom. Having just stepped out, he saw something unbearable. The woman he deeply loved was talking to another man. Huo Qichen's face darkened instantly, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. Clenching his fist tightly, he struggled to control his emotions as he took a big step forward, forcefully grabbing Mu Xiaowan's wrist and pulling her towards himself. "Wretch! How dare you take advantage of my absence, trample on my bottom line, and flirt with other men? Do you really have no standards? I promised you. As long as you behave yourself, you can always enjoy my affectionate care. With such great kindness, you still don't know how to cherish it? Woman, even if you are loose and unrestrained, do you want my child to follow your example and become a shameless harlot?" Huo Qichen's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible dignity. High above, he looked down at his plaything, making a series of dominating declarations of love. "You can only have me in your world. No other man is allowed. You can only see me in your eyes. No shadow of another man is permitted. Your heart can only love me. No feelings towards other men are allowed. Your life should revolve around me. No room for your own thoughts and pursuits. Your decision should be made by me. You cannot have your own choices. Your words and actions must meet my expectations. No room for your own style and personality. Your body belongs to me alone. No contact with other men is permissible. Your future must be planned by me. No room for your own plans and goals. In your world, there can only be me. No other man is allowed to exist. Your emotions can only belong to me alone. No one else can share them. You are my plaything, my slave. And I am your master, your king, the god who rules your life. You must do everything in your power to please me and serve me. Next time I see you being loose and unrestrained, I will wipe out your entire family." Faced with Huo Qichen acting like a lunatic, Mu Xiaowan's heart turned to ash. She felt like she might never be able to escape from this demon in her lifetime. But she still wanted to resist, to struggle. "Mr. Huo, you are out of line. Although I am poor, I still have my dignity. Please respect my personhood. Otherwise, even if you have my body, you will never have my heart." Trying to break free from Huo Qichen's grip, Mu Xiaowan found herself unable to move due to the vast difference in strength between them. "Humph, you little thing. You're challenging my bottom line." Huo Qichen's eyes grew even colder, sending a shiver down Mu Xiaowan's spine, making her feel a bone-chilling cold, no longer daring to speak. Seeing this, Huo Qichen was satisfied and nodded, then turned to look at the adulterer. It was him. Su Fan, the bodyguard from the Su family. Huo Qichen glanced at Su Fan, recognizing him, his eyes flashing with a hint of chilling hostility. "If you don't want to die, stay away from my woman in the future. Otherwise, I will make both of you accompany the entire Huaxia to their graves." Huo Qichen's voice was calm yet firm, filled with a strong sense of threat. Holding on to his status, he did not want to engage in any conflict with a mere bodyguard, considering it beneath his dignity. Therefore, he grabbed Mu Xiaowan's arm and attempted to leave. Stop. Su Fan realized what was happening, blocking Huo Qichen's path, his tone chilling. Never did he imagine. The child in Mu Xiaowan's belly was actually Huo Qichen's. Even now, Su Fan's mind felt dizzy and struggled to accept this fact. But seeing that Mu Xiaowan was not doing well, seemingly restricted in her freedom, how could he stand by and watch? After all, having just locked eyes with his former lover's cold gaze, Su Fan couldn't just stand idly by. Rescuing her first and then slowly questioning Mu Xiaowan about the situation. "Bold. No one has dared to provoke me like this to my face. Do you really want to die?" Huo Qichen was furious, his face like a sharp blade, filled with an endless chill. But Su Fan paid no mind, ready to step forward and play the hero. "I'm taking her with me today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Zhu Bin. I want to sentence him to the execution of his entire family. Go ahead." Odd here. Zhu Bin hesitated. He wasn't afraid of killing, but acting violently in public seemed a bit too brazen. If it weren't for the celebration at the Su family tonight, Su Fan would have sent the both of them to meet Yuma long ago. At this critical moment, enough. Junior, Huo Qichen is my husband. We're a couple who quarrels and makes up. Please don't meddle in our affairs. Mu Xiaowan's face turned cold as she scolded Su Fan to leave. She knew the strength of the Huo family, something her junior couldn't provoke. Mu Xiaowan didn't want him to suffer backlash from the Huo family because of her, so she had to pretend to drive him away with a cold face. Apologies. Junior Su Fan, silently apologizing in her heart, she led the stunned Huo Qichen away. Hey, this woman just called me her husband. Indeed, no woman can resist my damn charm. Lost in the thought of the address just now, Huo Qichen was silent as he was being pulled away. Seeing this, Zhubin decided to spare Su Fan's life for the time being, giving him a deep look before following along. The strange situation here had already attracted the attention of many guests. Upon seeing one party of the conflict be the Huo family's young master, some couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances toward Su Fan. Luckily for that young man, he had narrowly avoided a disaster. But who was that woman? How could she calm the domineering CEO of the Huo family? With playful eyes, the guests watched the unfolding drama. Of course, Su Fan, always carefree, paid no mind to the whispers of the ants around him. Watching Mu Xiaowan walk away, his expression turned grim. Though she had scolded him, he wasn't foolish. He could see through the deeper implications behind her actions. Considering that today was a celebration at the Su family, Su Fan temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. Turning to the nearby Zhao Hu, he instructed, investigate. Find out what happened between Mu Xiaowan and that idiot. Yes, yes, yes. Master Su, I'll immediately order an investigation. Witnessing the whole event, Zhao Hu wisely refrained from asking too many questions and nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Han Din, with furrowed brows, was curious about the relationship between Su Fan and that woman. It was the first time she had seen a different expression on Su Fan's face. Damn it! What's so special about that woman? Although she looks alright, she's nowhere near my level, right? As the guests talked and whispered about the incident, look, Su Shengshan's granddaughter is going on stage. Oh my, she actually woke up from a vegetative state. The whole room fell into a hush, all eyes focusing on the stage. The sound of the wheelchair moving in the quiet banquet hall seemed particularly loud. Ling Juan slowly pushed the wheelchair, looking solemn and meticulous. Seated in the wheelchair, Su Qinj attracted the attention of everyone present. Dressed in dark business attire, with refined makeup and hair neatly arranged, she exuded a professional and efficient aura. Her face always carried an unparalleled confidence and dominance, as if she was the center of the banquet, making it impossible for people to look away. Pushed onto the stage, facing the sea of guests below, Su Qinj remained silent. She just used a sharp as a knife, seemingly able to see through people's inner thoughts, scanning the audience with a cold gaze. The silent and icy atmosphere she exuded filled many with fear and trepidation. Under Su Qinj's sharp gaze, the guests below couldn't dare to make a move. They finally realized the woman in the wheelchair, once a business legend, had led the Su group to glory with her intelligence and decisiveness. However, an accident turned her into a vegetative state. But today, she returned. The formerly cold and dominant woman had come back. The onlookers turned their eyes to the main stage, as if witnessing a miracle. When Su Qinj fell into a vegetative state, no one expected her to wake up again, and many grieved over the passing of a legendary female CEO. After all, the chances of a vegetative recovery were extremely low, almost impossible. Hearing Su Shengshan resort to such desperate measures, using even this kind of superstitious method, many privately chuckled at the old-fashioned custom. But who would have thought, trying to revive a person from a vegetative state? It actually worked. When this news spread, it was likely that there would be a lot of people looking for resuscitation partners for their vegetative relatives. Unexpected, I'll have to represent the Su family again one day. Su Qinj's face was cold, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel moved. At this moment, she didn't jest or laugh, fully aware that she represented the face of the Su family and needed to be dignified. As her recovery sped up, she could now control her head movements. Although she couldn't speak yet, the two of them figured out that Ling Juan would temporarily serve as her mouthpiece. Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I'm glad everyone could join Su Group's celebration banquet. Because Kinj is still recovering, I will stand in for her temporarily. Now, please spare a bit of your time as I announce two pieces of news. Ling Juan stood at the podium, smiling down at the guests below. His announcement sparked whispers and discussions among the audience. What does that young man want to announce? Could it be that he wants to publicly apologize to our Wong family? Of course. I'm 95% sure that this celebration banquet tonight is held to repair relations with us. No, with my family, right? Grandma, you mustn't forgive them so quickly. They need to be taught a lesson. Make those juniors bow and apologize in front of us. That's right. They must pay for our emotional distress. Even the relatives at the police station must personally welcome them and apologize for their actions. Listening to the children around her discussing excitedly, Suyen suddenly felt a sense of unease. When her niece looked into her eyes earlier, the cold gaze without any emotional fluctuations, as though staring at a stranger. I am Qingji's biological aunt, her elder relative, and that is an undeniable fact. She usually respects me so much, she will definitely stand by my side. Suyen suppressed the unease in her heart and cheered herself silently. She was 95% sure. Her own niece, upon hearing that she was being bullied, would definitely vent her anger fiercely for her. The more Suyen thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and a smug smile reappeared on her lips. But the next moment, her smile froze on her face. First matter. I hope everyone can be a witness. From now on, Suyen has no more relation to this group. Any decision she makes have nothing to do with the Su group. After listening to Ling Juan's announcement, the whole audience was in an uproar. Many guests gasped in shock, stunned. Suyen was Su Shengshan's only daughter, Qingji's aunt. Could they really sever such a close relationship? It was almost like kicking the other person out of the Su family, completely severing ties. Someone stole a glance at the girl in the wheelchair and found her still cold-faced, expressionless. Suddenly it became clear. The joyous son-in-law on stage was only a mouthpiece. The true mastermind behind cutting ties with Su Yan was the woman in the wheelchair. It seemed that Su Yan's absurd behaviors over the years had finally angered Qingji. This made her heart harden, deciding to sever ties with her aunt out of love. This is impossible. At this moment, Suyen herself was the most panicked. It took her quite a while to react, her face full of disbelief. She had anticipated the worst scenarios, but this news was 1,000 times worse. Pointing at Ling Juan's nose, she angrily shouted, "You rascal! Have you lost your mind? I am Qingji's aunt. My father is Su Shengshan. Who do you think you are? How dare you try to kick me out of the Su family? Ambitious scoundrel! Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Trying to take advantage of my father's illness, my niece's disability, and scheming to seize power, right? With me here, you won't succeed. The Su group will always belong to the Su family. You outsider have no right to meddle, let alone the right to drive me away." Su Yan's face contorted with hatred, her delicate figure trembling uncontrollably in the red cheongsam. She couldn't believe this reality, feeling anxious. If she lost the Su family as her backing, how would she maintain her comfortable lifestyle with Big Brother Fa? HMPH. My mother was right, Lin Xiao, you are too much. You actually want to destroy the bond between my mother and the Su family. In any case, blood is thicker than water. Grandfather Su would never agree. By doing this, are you worthy of the trust the Su family has placed in you? The Wong family reacted, exchanging glances, and tried to dissuade. They had expected that Ling Juan and the others would apologize to them tonight. They never thought, not to mention apologies, they were planning to completely sever ties. But if Suyen lost the support of the Su family, she would be worthless to the Wong family, right? So they had to stop her. Faced with Su Yan and the others in a state of desperation, Ling Juan sneered, Su Yan, your ridiculous behaviors over the years are well known. For an old man, you are willing to harm the interests of the group just to feed the Wong family. And now, you've put Grandfather Su's life at risk? Are you, with your love-crazed mind, qualified to stay in the Su family? Of course. The decision to banish you from the Su family ... It was personally told to me by Grandfather Su, and it was also Ching Ji's decision. So be a good girl and get lost. As if in response to Ling Juan's words, facing her aunt's rage-filled expression, Su Qingji took a deep breath, coldly nodded. At the same time, a cold and mechanical voice echoed throughout the room. Aunt, you've really disappointed me, and grandfather. The die was cast, solidifying Su Qingji's attitude. She truly intended to drive her aunt out of the Su family. No, this can't be true. Qingji, I am your aunt. How dare you treat me like this? How dare you? When my father wakes up, he won't forgive you. I am your elder, a traitorous wretch. How can you show your face to our ancestors in the afterlife in the Su family? I am just pursuing true love, and true love is invincible. I'm not wrong. It's not me, it's this loveless world. Su Yan refused to accept the reality, screaming and accusing. With a fierce gaze filled with resentment locked onto Su Qingji, she glared, her eyes burning with hatred. Despite feeling uncomfortable inside, Su Qingji coldly maintained eye contact with her aunt, showing no signs of retreat. That was her personality, either not do it at all, or go all the way and finish it. Indecision would only lead to chaos. As for her aunt's resentment and anger, they no longer mattered. TSK. It looks like she's serious. I can only say that a good hand was completely ruined by Su Yan. I can't understand the thinking of a love-crazed mind. Clearly not bad looking. The family situation isn't bad either, even if you have no capabilities. But as long as you don't act foolishly, you can live a worrying-free life. But now, without Su Yan as a support, I wonder how the Wong family will show off in the future. They will definitely go bankrupt. It will be like going back to before the liberation. Who doesn't know that the development of the Wong family was entirely dependent on sucking the blood of the Su group? Sensing the disdain, mockery, and schadenfreude from the surroundings, Su Yan's face turned pale, her mind blank, standing there at a loss. What should she do? What's to be done? The reason she had always been so confident was that she believed her surname Su, being Qingji's aunt, meant that no matter what she did, they should unconditionally accept her, because there was an unbroken bond of blood relationship between them. But now, with Qingji openly agreeing to kick her out of the Su family in front of so many influential figures, it meant that there was no turning back, a firm decision to cut ties with herself. Without the support of the Su family, how could she live in the future? Damn it, how did it come to this? In that moment, Su Yan felt a brief moment of regret. If she hadn't been with Big Brother Fa back then, she would definitely still be the Su young miss everyone praised. Su Yan turned her head, glanced at Wang Defa's equally incredulous face, and suddenly realized. Those wrinkles on his face were a bit disgusting. Damn it! What should we do? The Su family is crazy. Are they really going to kick Su Yan out of the house? Damn it! If we lose Su Yan, how are we going to continue sucking the blood of the Su family? Well, we'll just have to accept it. Luckily, Grandpa is still in his prime. We'll find a way to get him to seduce a new wealthy girl and continue providing us with blood to suck. Get lost. Love can't be forced. You think every wealthy girl is as easy to manipulate as Su Yan. Most of them are cunning. Fortunately, over the years, we've secretly made a lot of money from the Su Corporation, enough to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. If all else fails, we can just retire. We've earned enough money, and immigrating to the United States to enjoy life wouldn't be bad. The Wong family originally had grim faces, whispering among themselves. They never expected that Su Qingji, who was known for valuing family relationships, would make such a rash decision, cutting off ties with her aunt publicly, catching them off guard. However, after a brief discussion, the Wong family felt slightly relieved, thinking that things might not be as bad as they seemed. As for Su Yan on the side, they all chose to ignore each other. Ever since Ling Juan announced that Su Yan had no more connection to the Su family, in their eyes, Su Yan was now a useless waste of space, not worthy of their attention. Now, all they wanted was to leave this place, take the money they had earned from the Su family, and immigrate to another country to enjoy life. But just as the Wong family started to relax, Ling Juan coldly announced the second announcement to be made tonight. Su Yan had previously colluded with the Wong Corporation using her status, engaged in various illegal activities resulting in huge losses for my Su Corporation. I hereby freeze all cooperation projects with the Wong family and will seek legal action to recover all losses from the Wong Corporation. What? Damn it! The previously composed Wong Dafa family could no longer contain their anger and immediately protested. Lin, you can't go too far. Our business cooperation was legitimate. How can you accuse us of illegal activities? Exactly. This is blatant defamation. Your conflict with Su Yan should not involve us. Are you trying to destroy us? Don't push us. A desperate person will resort to desperate measures. By reclaiming all losses, are you trying to bankrupt our family? The Su Corporation is so rich, why do they need to haggle with our Wong family over a small amount of money? Just consider it as charity towards us, can't you? You're going too far. Lin, don't push us to fight you. The Wong family united in anger, expressing their dissatisfaction towards Ling Juan. As they attempted to leave the country and enjoy life, they realized that they might have to give up all the profits they had gained over the years and possibly face legal consequences. You want to fight me? Do you have the strength for that? Despite the shameless behavior of the Wong family, Ling Juan found their reactions amusing. Originally, the Wong family was just an ordinary working-class family. If it weren't for Su Yan's infatuation with Wong Dafa, constantly providing them with the benefits of the Su family, they wouldn't be living in luxury today. But Ling Juan didn't bother to argue further. Times had changed, and whatever the Wong family had gained over the years, they would have to return it in double. Additionally, he planned to involve his legal team to clean up this family. Seeing Ling Juan's ruthless tactics, many of the wealthy and influential people present were impressed. They had underestimated this apparent puppet, Ling Juan. Give us a chance, Lin. The benefits we received were willingly given by Su Yan. If you have any grievances, take it up with her instead of targeting us. This is a personal vendetta. The Wong family struggled to defend themselves, and their twisted views left everyone in shock. Even Ling Juan couldn't help but be amazed by their bizarre statements, which implied that the Wong family was not responsible for their actions. I'm not wasting time with you. By the way, I remember some friends here who have had business dealings with the Wong family. Be careful, if everything goes as planned. The Wong Corporation's accounts will soon be frozen, and your funds might be at risk. Ling Juan smirked, deliberately leaving his words unspoken, but leaving many of the wealthy in deep thought. Some had cooperated with the Wong family, others were suppliers, some were lenders, and some were connected through Su family relationships and the ongoing collaboration with the Wong family. Now faced with the impending downfall of the Wong family, they realized that the funds they had invested might be irrecoverable. They were at a loss. Almost 20 men and women surrounded the Wong family, demanding repayment for the losses suffered. Some in their frustration couldn't hold back and began physically threatening Wong Dafa to return the money immediately. Witnessing this, others followed suit. With the imminent collapse of the Wong family, they saw no need to be polite. The sound of continuous slaps echoed as the Wong family, including Wong Dafa, were all subjected to humiliation. Wong Dafa, in his late 50s, had never experienced such shame in his life. Just as he was about to express his outrage and use his age as a defense, a sudden slap across his face turned him red with rage. You! What do you mean you? Damn it! Trying to pretend to faint? If you dare to lie down, I'll personally escort you to the crematorium. Look at yourself! Still daring to glare at me! Just as the Wong family faced a barrage of slaps and humiliations. Not far away, Huo Qichen watched coldly from a table, muttering to himself, useless. Can't even handle such a small matter? Even though he criticized them, he was ready to take action, which is why he was here tonight. Banquet Hall. The debt collectors, who have lost their temper, gave the Wong family's 3 generations a slap in the face. Smack! 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 The numerous guests went from being stunned at the beginning to later enjoying the misfortune of others, discussing and speculating. Tonight is really the perfect night to be here. Such a great show. Ha ha ha. Wong Fugui, this kid, I never liked him. Relying on his relationship with the Su family, he used to show off in front of me every day. Isn't it great now support? The 3 generations of the Wong family deserve to be slapped. Well done. Well executed, well-deserved slaps, TSK. Who let them dig their own graves? They were originally cooperating honestly with the Su family, Even if they were making some profit, it would have been enough for them to live comfortably. Sadly, greed is insatiable. They wanted to take over the entire Su group. Yeah. That old man should have been grateful to catch the eye of Su Yan, yet he still tried to use her, attempting to take over the entire Su group. Isn't this backfiring now? The Su family is also in a bad situation. Capable members dying, the rest getting hurt. The only healthy one is a love-struck fool, who is about to be kicked out of the Su family. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Defa and his family blushed with regret. Yes, if they hadn't been too ambitious, relying on the current trend of the Su group's development, their Wang family could have been better off. However, at that time, there were only two direct descendants of the Su family left, both old and infirm. Su Yan listened to them obediently. How could they not have the bold idea to exterminate the household? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Are my Wang family really going back to the poverty of the pre-liberation era? No. How can this be? From luxury to frugality is difficult, from frugality to luxury is easy. Having experienced the disparity of life, who can accept the feeling of going from luxury to poverty? Wang Defa covered his face, feeling anxious. Suddenly, he remembered his last trick up his sleeve and shouted loudly towards the stage, "Niece, nephew-in-law, please listen to me. In the past, it was this uncle's confusion. I apologize to you. Please, give us another chance. After all, we are all relatives. Why resort to such extremes? Leave a way out for others, and they will come in handy later. How about this, as long as you are willing to spare us? The child in Yanner's belly, I can make him carry the Su surname. How about that? Since the Su family is now in decline, they definitely need a new generation to inherit the family business." As the surrounding guests listened to Wang Defa's words, his eyes shined brighter as he thought he was a genius, proposing what he believed to be a mutually agreeable suggestion. "Niece's husband, why not follow your example and merge into the Su family? And as for the child in Yanner's belly, I have already had a gender test done. It's a boy. After he is born, he will be adopted into your family, be treated as your son. In the future, you two can take care of him in old age, and the Su family will have someone to carry on the legacy. How about it? Nephew-in-law, considering that I am entrusting my own flesh and blood to your care, would you give us another chance?" Wang Defa clasped his hands together, painfully pleading. By his side, his son and daughter-in-law also chimed in, pleading with Ling Juan to show mercy. "Ah, fine." Su Yan sighed, caressing her belly, struggling. "After all, I don't want to cut off ties with my niece. As long as you promise to treat the child well, sign a contract, and swear to hand over the group to my child, then I'm willing to let my precious son ... be raised by you." Softly sobbing, approximately tilde. "And I promise, after marrying Fage in the future, I will not actively mention his lineage to the child. You are the child's biological parents and can let the child take care of you in old age." Sobbing, tilde. Uncertain whether she was thinking of the separation of mother and child in the future. Su Yan's eyes involuntarily moistened, her voice tinged with a hint of crying, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "What oh? The guests at the scene were dumbfounded. They didn't know if they were going crazy or if the world was going crazy. The three views of this Wang family were simply outrageous. Allowing others to take responsibility, forcing others to raise their child, and still wanting to seize the century-old foundation of the Su family. Such shameless demands, they even displayed expressions of great loss and grievances. It's true what they say. Every year there are strange people, but this year there seemed to be especially many. Ling Juan couldn't help but laugh at this moment. He thought his own cheek was thick enough. But seeing these shameless ones in front of him, he realized he was no match for them, thinking they had suffered great losses and appeared pitiful. Before he could speak, Su Yan waved her hand, as if she were the head of the family, declaring, "All right, let's settle this now. Today's drama should end, so that we don't become a laughingstock to outsiders. I need time to take care of my pregnancy, so prepare some adoption contracts first. Oh. Also, in front of everyone, serve tea to Fage and apologize." Looking at Ling Juan with a twitching mouth, she commanded arrogantly. She had completely restored her self-satisfied demeanor from before. In her eyes, her and Fage's son must be extraordinary. Ling Juan must have gained a huge advantage, and she must have been greatly wronged, so she naturally had to express her grievances. Because in her eyes, herself and Faji's child was sure to be exceptional. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice came from the stage. Have you had enough embarrassment? How long are you going to continue making a scene? Su Yan was startled, turning to see a pair of angry eyes. This was the first time she faced such anger from her niece, instinctively avoiding eye contact. Take them all out. Su Kinj was truly angry and demanded that the security personnel remove the people. She had completely lost patience with her aunt. Even until now, she continued to hold a high and mighty attitude, completely unaware of her own mistakes. This made Su Kinj more firmly believe that chasing her aunt away was the right decision. As the security staff came to escort them out, Su Yan's expression was grim, still struggling to resist. No, Kinj, can't you show some mercy? My child in my belly carries the Su family's bloodline. Do you want to watch the Su family's bloodline be cut off? Shut up. I will continue this bloodline on my own. Su Kinj was truly on the verge of being driven insane by her aunt's actions, inadvertently blurting out words that were usually difficult to speak. Once she realized, her cheeks reddened, taking a few deep breaths to suppress her embarrassment. How humiliating! What was I saying just now? If Ling Juan heard this, he might misunderstand something. She glanced at Ling Juan beside her and saw him looking thoughtful. Immediately, she acted as if she had a sudden realization, an expression of understanding. Yes, I have already discussed this with Kinj. I will initiate the 12 Zodiac Children's Welfare Plan. Now that I have married into the Su family, it is my mission to bear children for Kinj. Aunt Su Yan, rest assured. With me here, the Su family's bloodline will never be cut off. I will lead the Su family to prosperity with my own efforts. Ling Juan's speech drew perplexed stares from the audience. Their gazes then turned to Ling Juan and Su Yan, seemingly puzzled. Oh my gosh, one child a year. Is that necessary? Hearing Ling Juan's words, Su King's eyes twitched, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood from frustration. How could he propose this idea? One child every year. Was he out of his mind? If she wasn't paralyzed, Su Kinj would have surely leapt up by now to cover Ling Juan's big mouth. Listening to Ling Juan wanting her sister to have a child every year, Su Fan's expression froze, feeling the urge to beat Ling Juan to death. That boy, what did he see in her sister? How can her body handle it? But considering the current situation of the Su family, the task of carrying on the family's bloodline is likely impossible for him. In this lifetime, he only wants to preserve his essence and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Women, they only slow down his journey to becoming stronger. Hence, the task of carrying on the Su family's lineage seemed to fall on. Fate is unpredictable. Let it be. Let it be. I'll just have to prescribe more medicine after. Personally take care of my sister's postpartum recovery. Su Fan sighed in his heart, a complex expression appearing on his face. ###. This expression caught the attention of Han Xinchao, who had been watching him closely. In her heart, she suddenly felt a jolt. What's this all about? Since the appearance of Su Kinj, Su Fan's gaze had rarely left her. Now, upon hearing that she planned to have a child, he showed a displeased expression. Could it be that he has feelings for Su Kinj? Seeing her planning to have a child with someone else, is that why he looks so unhappy? Han Xinchao thought about many possibilities, becoming more convinced of her speculation. She glanced at Su Kinj, not far away. Even though she was unable to move, seated in a wheelchair, her stunning appearance and aura of authority still made her shine brightly and attractively. Despite considering herself as a peerless beauty, in front of Su Kinj, she felt somewhat inferior, feeling extremely dissatisfied with this realization. Since Su King's emergence 20 years ago, how has she lived through these 20 years? While everyone knows there is a Su Kinj in the magic capital, no one talks about Han Xinchao. The heavens are so cruel. Why was Su Kinj born, and not me? After struggling to reach a point where Su Kinj becomes a vegetable, I thought from now on, the magic capital would be my time. But who would have thought? The sweet dream lasted for only a few days, and Su Kinj woke up. She woke up, she's back. How annoying is that? Han Xinchao's heart was filled with despair. She desperately wanted to surpass Su Kinj to prove that she was the most noble and beautiful woman in the magic capital. But with hard conditions not on her side, she had no choice. Fortunately, Su Fan appeared, HMPH. 30 years after the East River, 30 years after the West River. Don't underestimate a young, ugly woman. Wait and see, Su Kinj. At least when it comes to choosing a man, I will definitely surpass you. Sooner or later, I will make the young grandmother here kneel under my feet. HAHAHA. Thinking this way, Han Xinchao smiled confidently, igniting her fighting spirit. She firmly believed that she would eventually melt the heart of the young man with her beauty. On the other hand, Huo Qichen stood in front of a table, his face sharp and stern, his fierce eyes fixed on Su Kinj in the wheelchair. This woman was once his target, but she didn't know her place and repeatedly showed disrespect towards him. She didn't realize what a privilege it was to be chosen by him. Now, in front of her own master, she was flirting with another man, declaring she would have a child for him. A shameless woman, a woman who disregards her husband. Huo Qichen felt his head was turning green with indignation, feeling extremely frustrated. Holding his crossed arms, he stood straight, shoulders tense, like a volcano about to erupt. In his mind, a woman he set his eyes on could only belong to him. If he couldn't have her, he would rather destroy her than let her stay with another man. This was also the reason he decided to act against the Su family. And now, lacking a reason to openly target the Su family. Initially, he wanted to use the Wong family to gradually dismantle the Su family from within. But unexpectedly, the 3 generations of the Wong family turned out to be a bunch of useless failures. Therefore, he had to take matters into his own hands. It just so happened that he could use the Su group as a stepping stone to showcase the power of the Huo family. Seeing Su Yan and the others wailing and about to be kicked out of the banquet hall, Huo Qichen decided to utilize the remaining warmth of this group of weaklings. Thinking of this, Huo Qichen lightly shook his wine glass, stood up from the crowd, and calmly said, "Miss Su Yan is pregnant after all, carrying the bloodline of the Su family. It's too heartless to let the Su family be kicked out like this. And the Wong family did help me with a certain matter. I can't just stand idly by. Mr. Lin, how about you show me some face and stop harassing the Wong family? How about it?" Chapter 215. Is Huo Qichen showing off? Close the door and listen to my uncle. Huo Shao. Help! Huo Shao, please uphold justice for us. Ling Juan, when Huo de Shao speaks, do you dare not give face? Seeing Huo Qichen speak out justly, the Wong family ancestral lineage was overjoyed, shedding tears as if they had met a great savior. In their eyes, the Huo family, as a prominent family in the Magic City, was far more influential than the current Su family group. So, this face, whether the Su family wanted to give it or not, they had to give it. The guests present couldn't help but be amazed. What's going on? How could the president of the Huo group speak up for the Wong family? Do they have any connection between them? TSK, come to think of it, didn't Huo de Shao once pursue Su Kinj? Just that he was firmly rejected. Is this a way of seeking revenge? The Su family group has been growing rapidly lately. But after all, they have been weak for a long time and have not fully risen. They are still not comparable to the long-established Huo family. Now that Huo de Shao has stepped in, Su family may have to give face and spare the Wong family. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to anger the Huo family. On the stage. Looking at the sudden intervention of Huo Qichen, Su Kinj, sitting in a wheelchair, was first stunned, then instantly drawn to pay attention. Strange. This disgusting man. Could he actually attend an event held by my Su family? Remembering that I rejected him before, I thought with his arrogant personality, he would seek revenge on my Su family. But later, everything calmed down. Huo Qichen didn't make any unnecessary retaliations, which surprised me for a while. Why is he jumping out now? Wait a minute. Is he standing up for the Wong family? This indicates that he has a connection with the Wong family. With Huo family's power, how could they possibly value a small family like the Wong family unless they want to use them for something? And the Wong family tried to deceive my aunt, attempting to overthrow the Su family group. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this? And the real reason I became a vegetable. Haha! I knew it! With Huo Qichen's personality, how could he possibly be indifferent to my rejection? Maybe his revenge plan has been quietly in motion. At this moment, Su Qing's mind was racing, connecting many thoughts. She was always good at using her brain to think. Otherwise, before falling into a coma, she couldn't have managed the Su family group so efficiently. But after becoming a vegetable, she lost her reason, completely giving up independent thinking. After all, lying in bed unable to move, like a living dead, even if she had many thoughts in her mind, what was the point? Am I being manipulated? Was my grandfather's critical condition also planned? Even though she hadn't found concrete evidence yet, Su Qing trusted her intuition. Based on the scattered clues, she was almost certain. Behind all this, there must be the shadow of Huo Qichen. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I want revenge. Huo family is no longer necessary. I will destroy it, destroy it. Recalling everything she had experienced recently, a fierce look flashed across Su Qing's face. Over the years, for revenge, she had made many preparations privately, some things even her grandfather didn't know about. But it was close to failure. Luckily, now she had woken up ... But what if she hadn't woken up earlier? Damn Huo Qichen, I want to kill you. I must kill you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Qing's pupils. As her body recovered day by day, a dark side in her heart also gradually awakened. Qing, are you okay? Are you tired? It's getting late. Let me take you home to rest. Seeing the unusual expression on the wheelchair girl, Ling Juan quickly squatted beside her, softly asking with concern. His caring words eased the anger and restlessness in Su Qing's heart. She looked at the young man in front of her blankly, then suddenly smiled, shook her head indicating she was fine. Having Ling Juan by her side, for some reason, Su Qing could always quickly calm herself down. That's good. Phew. I can rest assured now. Gently pinching the girl's delicate cheek, Ling Juan returned her smile. The two of them, amidst the strange gazes of the guests, gazed deeply at each other, expressing their feelings through their eyes. TM. Is this a wave of dog food that will kill us? At this moment, the most furious person was undoubtedly Huo Qichen. Countless cold lights flashed in his eyes, his knife-like face filled with anger. He had never expected. Ling Juan not only directly ignored his words, but also dared to put on a live performance of challenging him. This was a blatant disrespect to him. Feeling his dignity being offended, Huo Qichen suppressed his anger again and spoke up. This time his words carried a tinge of threat. It seems like the Su family group has been doing well lately. Some people have completely inflated, even daring to ignore my words. Is it looking down on me or looking down on my Huo family? When this was said, everyone's expressions changed drastically, realizing that this incident today might not be easily resolved. Unless Ling Juan had the good sense to immediately apologize and appease Huo Qichen's anger, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, if the Huo family were provoked, the rising path of the Su family group might face significant obstacles. Ling Juan, follow Huo Deshao's words honestly. Don't be ungrateful. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Huo Shao speaking to you? Do you dare not give face to Huo Shao? Seeing Huo Qichen speak up for them, the Wong family immediately felt relieved and followed suit. On the stage, Ling Juan glanced at Huo Qichen with a faint smile and said indifferently, since Huo Deshao is speaking up for the Wong family, then make up for the losses of our Su family group. Just 100 billion. What? Huo Qichen's face twitched, his cold gaze staring at Ling Juan. 100 billion. This was obviously absurd. He was not an idiot. How could he randomly take out 100 billion for the Wong family out of nowhere? Heh. Mr. Lin is quite bold with his demands. 100 billion. Even if I give it to you, would you dare take it? Let me tell you. I guarantee the Wong family. This face I am giving, you probably have to accept. Huo Qichen's eyes were fierce, his voice thunderous, echoing in the entire banquet hall, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Hearing the president's blatant threat, Ling Juan couldn't help but smirk. He knew he didn't need to do anything himself. Someone would naturally speak up for the Su family. Hey? Dare to bully me? Crying. Approximately. I also have a big supporter, you know? Close the door and listen to my uncle. And indeed ... Seeing his sister and brother-in-law being bullied, coupled with the news of Mu Xiaowan's pregnancy, Su Fan, who was already unhappy, couldn't help but speak out. His gaze slightly lifted, his voice calm and spread throughout the venue. Face. Are you sure Huo Kishin's face is worth 100 billion? Is your face made of gold? Take a moment to look in the mirror. See your face. Does it deserve anyone's respect? The Wong family was the first to show loyalty, pointing fingers at Su Fan and Yeling. Whether they could turn the situation around now depended on Huo Kishin. They fully supported him, knowing that if he lost his prestige that night, it would be difficult for him to restore his dignity. Su Fan, do you remember the scene when we first met at the Su family? At that time, I told you, one must have self-awareness, because showing off is the caprice of the strong, but also the downfall of the weaklings. Now that your provocation ... has touched my bottom line, I have been provoked by you, shouldn't you feel? Are you the strong one who can withstand my anger? If you swear to serve me now, to make up for your disrespect today with your lifetime, then I might reluctantly let you off. Huo Kishin's expression was serious, his voice firm and cold. His indifferent tone sent a chill down everyone's spine, eliciting sympathetic glances toward Su Fan. This guy who spoke brazenly was done for. He would either be a slave for life or suffer severe retaliation. Either way, he would have no future. But who would have thought? Huo Kishin's threat didn't scare Su Fan. Instead, it made him suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Since you brought up that event, you should also remember my response. Showing off does require capital, but I never lack that. Because my capital for showing off comes from my strength that exceeds yours. A frog at the bottom of a well never knows that there is a bigger sky outside and people beyond people. Everything you rely on, in my eyes, is just worthless. Nothing worth mentioning. I also said at that time, if you dare provoke me again, the Huo family will be expelled from the Magic City. And I say it. So there is no need for the Huo family to exist. I am curious, when you lose your proud family, what expression will you show? I am really ... curious. Heh. On the surface, Su Fan smiled, but that smile was extremely cold. He looked down on trash like Huo Kishin, who was just a failure outside of his family. Since his confidence came from the Huo family, he would destroy the Huo family, as surely when the time comes, the other party's expression would be particularly interesting. The chapter ends here. Chapter 216 is truly clueless. Do you really think you deserve to look me straight in the eye? Su Fan's words echoed in the banquet hall. In an instant, it was like a meteor hitting the earth, causing numerous guests' faces to change drastically. He's gone mad. This guy is really insane. Threatening to make the Huo family disappear in person, doesn't he completely disregard the Huo family? Do you know what you're saying? Huo Kishin glared angrily, grinding his teeth. This bastard in front of him actually insulted the Huo family to their faces, making it impossible for him to even consider keeping the other as a slave. In matters of family honor, as the heir of the Huo family, how could he sit idly by? At this moment, Han Xinchao, who had been watching the scene unfold, stepped forward. She raised her glass with a smile and casually explained for Su Fan, Huo, why get angry? Mr. Su was just joking. Joking, you. I see, so it's Miss Han. Su Fan, your backer is the Han family. At the moment when he saw Han Xinchao, Huo Kishin instantly realized. Finally understanding the reason why Su Fan was so arrogant, it turns out he was relying on the support of the Han family. The Han family is a rising first-class family in recent years with considerable strength. Both sides are major players in the real estate industry, with constant friction in business. The relationship between the two families is not exactly friendly, but there seems to be a trend towards conflict. Especially in recent years, with the serious aging population and the unprecedented downturn in the real estate market, the competition between the two families has become more intense. You misunderstood, Huo. It should be my Han family that is the backer, not Mr. Su. Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of our Han family. Please show some respect to him, Huo, and refrain from making reckless remarks. With a meaningful smile, Han Xinchao did not expose Su Fan's true strength. She did not want to attract more people to curry favor with Su Fan, as it would detract from the prominence of her Han family. Not to mention, the Huo family and theirs are already business competitors. Seeing Su Fan at odds with the Huo family, she couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. So why would she advise Huo Kishin on his foolish behavior? Frankly, she hoped more than anyone that the Huo family would fall. Only then could the Han family seize the opportunity to gain the most benefits and take over all of their cooperating projects. Fine, fine, fine. It seems the Han family is intent on breaking ties with my Huo family. Miss Han, are you sure you can bear this responsibility? Today, this boy has gone too far. No one can save him now. If your Han family insists on meddling, then I can only consider it as a declaration of war against my Huo family. Huo Qichen furrowed his brow, his eyes cold as ice, as though he wanted to freeze everything. He couldn't just let Su Fan off easily. Otherwise, in the future in the Magic City, the Huo family might become the butt of others' jokes. So he made up his mind to make Su Fan pay the price. As for the Han family, now that he had said this much, he believed Han Shenchao would not dare risk starting a war between the two families just to protect Su Fan, considering the high price to pay. Little did Huo Qichen expect. Today, Han Shenchao seemed like she had taken the wrong medicine and was determined to be his enemy. Her cold voice echoed in the banquet hall. Enough, Huo Qichen. I've already said Su Fan is a distinguished guest of my Han family. If you think this is a declaration of war, then my Han family isn't afraid. Upon hearing these words, all the guests were shocked. They couldn't believe that what was supposed to be a celebration at the Su family had escalated to this point. The two major powers were on the verge of a conflict. Though they had unpleasant dealings due to their business competition, they had maintained a facade of peace. But now, because of Su Fan, they were tearing off the masks. Who is this Su Fan? How could he command such loyalty from the Han family? And seeing Han Shenchao's firm attitude, could it be her lover? For a moment, countless envious and jealous gazes converged on Su Fan. At this moment, facing Han Shenchao's strength, Huo Qichen's face turned iron cold, with anger surging in his chest. This woman must be crazy. She really wants to start a war. Who gave her the courage, you lunatic? Huo Qichen's pupils showed anger and suspicion. He may not have known all the details of Han Shenchao's character, but he understood some of it. This woman is a sophisticated egoist, always seeking profits in her deals, never suffering losses. Now, she was willing to make an enemy of the Huo family for Su Fan, meaning in her eyes. Su Fan's importance surpassed that of the entire Huo family. But he's just a bodyguard, right? What kind of background could he possibly have? Huo Qichen couldn't understand. But no matter what, he was now in a predicament. If he let Su Fan go too easily because of being tactful, where would that leave the Huo family's face? With these thoughts in mind, Huo Qichen decided he had to make Su Fan pay for his reckless words, no matter what his background might be. HMPH. Miss Han, remember your words today. I hope you don't regret them in the future. However, after insulting my Huo family today, concerning the family's honor, I cannot remain indifferent. As the saying goes, revenge is never delayed. While the punishment of death can be forgiven, the punishment of humiliation will never be spared. Those who insult my Huo family must be killed, no matter the distance. Zhou Bo, take action. Originally, Huo Qichen intended to inflict the punishment of cutting off Su Fan's tongue. But in broad daylight, considering the government's deterrent power, he ultimately suppressed his anger and decided to first have his men teach Su Fan a lesson. After leaving the premises, they would extract their revenge on Su Fan in private. At your command, young master. Upon receiving Huo Qichen's orders, a man named Zhou Bo advanced towards Su Fan with a smirk, approaching the seemingly emotionless Su Fan. Stop! What are you trying to do? Huo Qichen, didn't I say Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of my Han family? If you dare lay a hand on him, are you provoking my Han family? Bodyguards! Intercept that old man! Pretending to be furious, Han Shenchao issued the command. Several muscular men she had brought swiftly moved forward, ready to use force to capture Zhou Bo. In the next moment, with a look of disdain, Zhou Bo moved effortlessly among the bodyguards. Faced with the brute strength of the muscular men, he casually blocked all their attacks. Then, raising his hand, he swiftly struck a series of hand chops on the necks of the bodyguards. Bang! In an instant, the bodyguards fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Weak, so weak. Why are you all so feeble? Well, you don't even have the qualifications to warm up with an old man like me. With his hands behind his back, Zhou Bo stood in the midst of the fallen bodyguards, exuding an air of superiority. Oh my goodness! How could a frail-looking old man defeat several muscular bodyguards? This doesn't make sense at all. Jobo's incredible strength shocked the guests, who were now in awe. So this is the legendary martial artist. A realm far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The ability to face hundreds is no myth. Jobo. I recognize him. Huo Kishin's exclusive bodyguard. His strength is immeasurable, and over the years, he must have defeated countless enemies of the Huo family. I heard he's like a powerful martial artist with a basic level of inner strength. Even when faced with firearms and other lethal weapons, he can still come out unscathed. Is that true? Facing firearms and martial artists being so powerful. Truly terrifying. TSK. That guy called Su Fan is in trouble. After such brutal attacks, how could he survive? The Huo family is indeed powerful. Even such a strong martial artist chooses to be loyal to them. Amidst the discussions, Huo Kishin couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Jobo's immense strength was undeniable. Without his grandfather's favor, it wouldn't have been easy to gain the allegiance of such a powerful figure. Now, let the ignorant boy experience the consequences of offending the Huo family. On the other side, Han Xinchao, who had spent a lot of money to hire those bodyguards, was slightly surprised to see that they were no match for the old man. However, having an understanding of martial artists, she wasn't entirely surprised, but rather excited. The old man before her was already so powerful with his inner strength. The Su Fan by her side was supposedly a legendary martial arts master. How strong could he be? Although she had witnessed Su Fan unleashing terrifying power with his martial arts skills, Han Xinchao knew that was just the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, a man as powerful as him is worth conquering. At that moment, as Jobo approached, Han Xinchao knew she couldn't stop him. In order not to cause more trouble, she silently retreated behind Su Fan. Seeing this, Jobo couldn't help but sneer, thinking that Han Xinchao was scared and decided to back down. Kid, I warned you before. Young people should not be too arrogant and should learn to be patient. It looks like you completely disregarded my words. Ha! Disrespecting the elders will only bring you trouble. Look, even the Han family has given up on you. Who else in this room can save you? Forget it. Kneel down and beg for mercy. As long as you're sincere enough, I might consider going easy on you with my years of skill. Perhaps I won't slap you to death. As Jobo approached with an icy gaze and the incoming slap, Su Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. Then, glaring at Jobo, he snapped, "Those like you, with the audacity to look me in the eye without understanding your place." Su Fan could no longer control his anger. Like a provoked lion, he struck Jobo squarely on the forehead with his open palm, sending him face first into the tiled floor of the banquet hall. Chapter 217 Su Fan. When did bugs also dare to interrupt? Before Jobo could react, his forehead suffered a heavy blow from a big palm. His head instantly sank into the tiles like an iron ball, smashing the ground in all directions, creating cracks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jobo felt dizzy, then his vision blackened, and he fell into a deep sleep like a baby. Jobo Huo Kishin was shocked, his eyes almost bulging out as he exclaimed. How could he not have expected it, that Jobo, who was like a little Superman, would be struck by Su Fan's slap to the point of near death? This indicated that Su Fan was also a martial artist, and his strength was clearly above Jobo's. Could it be that he had reached the peak of inner strength, or even surpassed it? At his age, being able to cultivate inner strength was already remarkable, a true genius. But no matter how extraordinary he was, there had to be a limit. Impossible to reach the peak of inner strength. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he could reach the state of inner strength completion, it would already be an incredibly talent. You're also a martial artist? Are you at the peak of inner strength? No wonder the Han family values you so much, it turns out. Huo Kishin's face changed drastically, and he even stuttered a bit while speaking. Due to the sudden shock, he lost his usual calm attitude. Damn it! How could this guy be such a powerful martial artist? Typically, experts at this level would gain the respect they deserved from all major families, the intimidation brought by absolute strength. Even the Huo family would not easily provoke such a powerful individual. But now, he had a deep conflict with Su Fan. How could this be good? At the same time, Recalling Han Xinchao's strange attitude just now, Huo Qichen suddenly understood. Indeed, this refined and selfish woman had long known Su Fan's strength. Jumping out just now to defend Su Fan was ultimately to flatter him and gain favor. Mr. Su, I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. I don't actually have any hostile intentions towards you. If I have offended you, please forgive me. How about we turn hostility into friendship? I can offer you generous compensation. And in the future, if you need anything from the Huo family, feel free to ask. The Huo family has been developing for so many years, and I must say still has some strength. Huo Qichen took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and chose to reconcile with Su Fan. He was a smart person, naturally. He knew that having a conflict with a powerful martial artist would not benefit the Huo family. As the saying goes, a wise man knows the current situation. A real man can bend and stretch. The conflict between him and Su Fan had not yet escalated to the point of no return, so it was best to choose a peaceful resolution. He believed that as long as Su Fan had some common sense, he would climb the ladder. He had already extended an olive branch and took the initiative to apologize. Su Fan would surely make the wise choice. Because the benefits of getting along with the Huo family far outweighed the consequences of a life and death struggle. At the same time, to avoid appearing weak, Huo Qichen secretly brought out the Huo family's assassin's jack. Speaking of which, the master of our Huo family's offering. It seems to have some insights recently. In a little while, perhaps he will make a breakthrough after years of stagnation at the peak of inner strength cultivation. If Mr. Su is puzzled in the martial arts, I can arrange a meeting with Master He for you. Huo Qichen remained calm and brought out the Huo family's strongest force, intimidating Su Fan. At the same time, he mentioned an attractive bait for martial artists, which was the guidance of a master. Even the most talented individual would still need a mentor, right? One had to have a master to guide them so they could progress rapidly and develop swiftly. For martial artists, what they lacked most was the guidance of their predecessors. A chance comment or advice might clear the fog on their path of cultivation. Huo Qichen truly lived up to being the heir that the Huo family placed high hopes on. Upon learning of Su Fan's identity as a martial artist, he quickly engaged in the most perfect public relations. If it were an ordinary martial artist, perhaps they would have let go of their minor conflicts and made peace as he thought. Unfortunately, he was facing the unparalleled Su Fan. And at this moment, the dazed crowd gradually came to their senses. In the banquet hall, there was a flurry of gasps one after another. Gasps or ha! Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by this earth-shattering turn of events. Is this a movie being played out in real life? The plot is just too incredible. Wasn't Jobo supposed to be an extraordinary master? An invincible figure? How could he be beaten to near death by that kid's slap? Can't you see that he's blind? Isn't that obvious? Clearly, Su Fan is also a martial artist, and his strength is superior to that old man's. Unbelievable! I've come across some information about martial artists. In this apocalypse era, it's extremely difficult for martial artists to make achievements, yes. Jobo was able to achieve the state of inner strength completion at the age of over 50. He can already be considered a genius with so many years of experience, not even able to reach the realm of inner strength. But isn't Su Fan a monster? At this age, his strength has reached the peak that Jobo had never reached in his whole life. Truly, some people surpass others, so irritating. The talent is truly terrifying. No wonder Huo Dasha would lower his head voluntarily. With Su Fan's talent, as long as he doesn't die prematurely and keeps improving his strength, he might even step into the realm of legends, the martial arts master. Once reaching this level, I heard that they could kill with a flick of the hand or a leaf, releasing inner strength externally. It's terrifying. Such a level of powerhouse, even the Huo family has to handle with care, not daring to provoke lightly, for fear of inviting disaster. Countless people whispered and looked at Su Fan with eyes full of shock and awe. Their gazes, which earlier belittled and scorned, were now completely different. This was a young, strong man with the demeanor of a master, one that they could only befriend and not offend. Even the previously arrogant Huo Dashao now obediently bowed his head, not to mention the others. There was an influx of eyes seeking friendship and favor. To this, Su Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. He had long been accustomed to others, starting with disdain, then moving to admiration and awe. Suddenly, Han Xinchao, who was behind him, took a step forward, raised her head proudly, presenting a dignified appearance. In her eyes, Su Fan was bound to be hers sooner or later. This glory should be shared with her. These idiots! The man I have eyes on is a martial arts master. I'll scare you if I say so. In her mind, Han Xinchao smiled while her face was filled with a false smile. She would never proactively reveal Su Fan's strength. On one hand, it was Su Fan's instruction. On the other hand, she didn't want to attract competition by flaunting her relationship. But the feeling of not being able to show off was truly annoying. Han Xinchao subconsciously looked towards the high platform. She wanted Su Kinj to see the magnificent scene where she stood side by side with Su Fan. Look! How mighty the man I have eyes on is, a legendary high-quality male. Envious? Jealous? Ha tilde tilde tilde. As Han Xinchao laughed, her heart was filled with jubilation. Little did she know that her gaze fell upon Su Kinj, who was looking at her with a bewildered expression. Was this woman a little off mentally? Why was she blinking at me? Looking at those squinted eyes, filled with pure stupidity, Su Kinj couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of human species. But her attention quickly returned to Su Fan. His performance today truly exceeded her expectations. This Su Fan actually hid so deeply and effortlessly defeated Huo Qixin's close bodyguard. His strength is at least at the level of inner strength completion, or even surpassing it. I wonder how he trained at this age. His talent is astonishing. With such great strength, why would he stay by Qixin's side as a bodyguard? Perhaps there is a hidden agenda. Looks like I should remind Kedin to be cautious. When I fully recover, I have to intensify my training. The master said my talent is not bad. As long as I practice the techniques he taught me, I can rapidly advance once I enter inner strength. Although there are side effects, but to gain power quickly, I can't be too concerned about that. Originally, I had just entered the realm of inner strength and was ready to learn the techniques my master taught me formally. But unexpectedly, I became a vegetable due to an accident. Luckily, my body recovered quickly. In a while, I should be able to continue with my initial plan. Watching the commotion not far away, the wheelchair-bound girl thought about many things. With the gradual recovery of her body, many things that she had avoided had to be faced. But unlike before her coma, there was now an added variable. Her gaze shifted. Su Kinj set her eyes on the young man next to her. He was holding a bag of melon seeds, watching the scene with relish as he snacked on them. If it were her, before becoming a vegetable, she would have certainly acted according to the original plan without hesitation. But during the time she was in a coma, because of Ling Juan's company, she could no longer act without considering his presence. What's wrong? Kinj, do you want some melon seeds? Sensing the girl's gaze, Ling Juan smiled and turned his head, picking up a melon seed. Before Su Kinj could react, he stuffed it into her mouth. Is it delicious? Facing the question, Su Kinj nodded with a smile. At the same time, she no longer dwelled on it, deciding to fully recover her health first and then take it step by step. On the other side, faced with Huo Qixin's goodwill, Su Fan remained expressionless. Whatever he said about the peak of inner strength or master he, what was that garbage? Wanting to mentor me. And like, get lost. Su Fan was irritated by the disturbance and shouted loudly. Regardless of how wary he was of Su Fan, he had already declared earlier that the Huo family was no longer necessary, and from this day on, they were expelled from the city of demons. Su Fan's words were absolute, with each word like a nail, saying he would kill your entire family. He never went back on his word. And from Huo Qixin's eyes, Su Fan could see a strong aura of resentment. If left unattended, once this guy found an opportunity, he would surely seek revenge. Of course, Su Fan considered himself invincible, not fearing any threats. But today, it involved the Su family and his own sister. For safety's sake, the Huo family had to be destroyed. However, when he left the mountain, he had promised his masters not to become enemies with the official forces of Huaxia. So Su Fan could not act against Huo Qixin publicly. As long as the authorities didn't have evidence of his actions, that wouldn't count as being enemies, right? After this banquet ends, he will storm into the Huo family and exterminate every member from top to bottom, leaving no one alive. Oh, that's right, he had said before, he wanted to witness Huo Qixin's expression after losing his proud family. Thinking about it, Su Fan smirked, but that smile was icy cold. Fine, I'll leave. Even if Huo Qixin feared Su Fan, and he had already voluntarily bowed in apology in front of so many people. However, Su Fan didn't want to deal with him. Huo Qixin's heart was still overflowing with raging anger. Today could be said to be the most humiliating day for him, Huo Qixin. But as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He chose to endure. So, he grabbed Mu Xiaowan's wrist, called a few henchmen, and was ready to leave after taking Zhoubo with them. Wait, seeing Mu Xiaowan about to be taken away, Su Fan's heart twitched, and he shouted to stop them. This bastard! What is he planning to do? Huo Qixin's face turned blue with anger, and as he turned around, before he could inquire, Su Fan spoke first, but his target was Mu Xiaowan. Sister, do you want to leave him? If you don't want to go with him, you can stay. I'll take you away. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiaowan's eyes brightened, showing some interest. To be honest, until now her mind was still in a daze. Everything she experienced tonight far exceeded the knowledge of an ordinary civilian girl. But one thing was clear to her. The junior in front of her was very powerful, able to suppress the maniac next to her. If she wanted to escape from his side, gain freedom, perhaps this was her only chance at escape. Su Fan, how dare you go too far? This is my woman, and she's carrying my child in her belly. Mind your own business. Huo Qixin's face turned fierce, unable to control his angry shout. When it came to a man's dignity, everything else could be endured, but the hatred for stealing a wife was intolerable, especially for someone like him with a controlling and domineering personality. How could they endure having their woman taken away by another man? Not to mention that she was carrying his child. In the cold and threatening glare of Huo Qixin, Mu Xiaowan stammered, feeling unsure. But the next moment, Su Fan's angry figure flashed beside them. With one fierce blow, his palm struck heavily on Huo Qixin's face. When did bugs like you also dare to interrupt? Chapter 218. The Su family celebration ends. Su Fan and Mu Xiaowan reunite after a long separation. Smack! Under the heavy blow of the big comparison, Huo Qixin's vision darkened, and he collapsed on the spot, falling into a deep sleep like a baby. Young master! Several Huo family bodyguards were shocked and rushed over. Take him away. Disappear from my sight immediately, Su Fan said expressionlessly, kicking the unconscious Huo Qixin toward the trembling bodyguards. Yes, we'll leave right away. The bodyguards were tactful, knowing they were no match for Su Fan. They quickly picked up Huo Qixin and Zhoubo, swiftly evacuating from the Su family. When the Huo family's figures disappeared, Su Fan smiled and turned back to ask the stunned Mu Xiaowan, Sister, where do you live? Let me take you back. This? Okay. Thank you, Mu Xiaowan replied absent-mindedly, nodding in a fluster. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control, so she could only go with the flow and see how things unfolded. You to go back first, Su Fan waved his hand, signaling for Zhao Hu and the others behind him to disperse. Mr. Su, Han Xinchao's face fell. She wanted to say something to stop them, but chose to remain silent under Su Fan's cold gaze. Damn it! How did this happen? Han Xinchao had dressed up in her best seductive attire tonight, hoping to seduce Su Fan and conquer him completely. In her plan, after the banquet, she would pretend to be drunk and have Su Fan take her to a hotel to rest. There, she would provocatively undress, showing him her enticing parts. It was foolproof. She believed in her charm to captivate Su Fan completely, but reality was harsh. A spanner was thrown into the works. Mu Xiaowan. This woman is decent looking, but she's just normal in my eyes. Why? Why does Su Fan care about her so much? That look in his eyes. Do you believe he just sees her as an ordinary older sister? And she's even pregnant with another man's child. But Su Fan. I'm not Li Ye. Suddenly, a bizarre thought flashed in Han Xinchao's mind. Could it be that Su Fan is the infamous rogue? Rumor has it that these people love to play with other men's wives. Thinking back to Su Fan's gaze towards Su Qinj, a married woman, something seemed off. Han Xinchao's face darkened, feeling awful. She was 95% sure that Su Fan was a rogue, fancying married women. Damn it! Should she get married first then have an affair with Su Fan? The master's task? Seems like rogues enjoy playing this game.